Kai-chun was very pleased. No one asked her, so she didn't have to say anything. When someone asked, it was natural for her to explain. Grandma, Grandpa, Auntie, Uncle, you don't know. Yesterday morning, Uncle Jung took me to Lu Sanyi's house to talk about the house building. Kai-chun intentionally acted pitiful, speaking with emotion, which made everyone's eyes change. They all felt angry for her. What did they say? Is it really that outrageous? Lu Sanyi's wife dares to speak up? Lu Sanyi earns 100 coins a day, and her 2 sons earn 80 coins a day. My goodness, how much do they make in a day? It's hard to even count. Not just money, but when the house is finished, they also want 10 jin of meat and 10 jin of good wine. Oh my, when did the price of gifts go up? So much. Ha, who raised the price? That's her greed. Who would still want them to build a house for them? If they're just asking for too much, there's room to bargain and negotiate. But they won't lower even a little.
Sigh.
That's just bullying people. I think so too.
Sigh.
No wonder Kai-chun hired workers from the city to do the job.
Exactly.
If it were me, I'd do the same. Who would want to be the fool paying all the costs? Kai-chun felt guilty. I originally wanted to hire villagers to help, but the city workers have their own team. I couldn't do anything about it. Everyone started criticizing Lu Sanyi and his wife even more. They already had a chance to earn money, 25 coins a day, not a hard job, and it was basically earning money just by doing it. But then it was gone. Lu Sanyi's wife really caused a lot of trouble. And Lu Sanyi? Why didn't he say anything and let her talk nonsense? Soon, 12 ox carts formed a long line and smoothly entered the village, carrying loads of blue bricks, gravel, wood, and other tools. Everyone was amazed and widened their eyes. What's that? Oh my, they're building a big brick house. Kai-chun, you're really making good money. With so many bricks and stones, how much does that cost? And the labor fees. Their eyes gleamed with excitement. Lukayakin was calm and confident. Yes, I made some money. The old house couldn't last long anyway, so I had to build a new one. We're going to need a new house sooner or later, right? The sooner it's built, the sooner we can enjoy it, and it'll be more cost-effective. Everyone sighed. This reasoning sounded very sensible, but it was all supported by money. Without money, nothing could be done. Lukayakin's connections with city merchants were truly impressive. Everyone admired her, but such opportunities weren't easy to get. It was better to build good relations with her and go up the mountain to find eyes to sell for profit. They could enjoy some meat while she ate, and they'd be happy with a bowl of soup. So, they all praised and congratulated her. Lukayakin's family was lively and bustling. Someone exaggerated and told Lisanai about it. Seeing her face change immediately, the gossiper secretly felt pleased. Serves her right. Did she think she was so special? Lisanai was good at building houses, and because of this, Lisanai often trembled with fear. Other families also hesitated to argue with her, giving her some face. After all, when a family's children grow up and get married, they'll need to build houses. Won't they come to her family for help? Looking back, everyone understood this well. Lukayakin didn't remember the argument she had with Lisanai at that time, but Lisanai kept it in her heart. She saw an opportunity to deliberately make things difficult for Kai-chun. Lisanai didn't care about being laughed at or not. She hurried home with her granddaughter. Old man. Old man. Her son and daughter-in-law had gone out to find dyes and dig mud pits. Only the 2 elders were at home. Lisanai was chopping firewood in the backyard, stacking it neatly, planning to cut a few more bundles when she took the cattle out to graze in the afternoon. She was startled when her wife suddenly shouted, "What's all this fuss about? Something bad has happened." Lisanai, anxious and angry, told Saichuan's family that workers had already started building the house. Master Lu's face also changed, and he blurted out, "How could it be so fast?" Yes, how could it be so quick? Both of them were stunned. Yesterday, Lu Kai-chun left angrily. Honestly, neither of them paid much attention. If they could take advantage of Lu Kai-chun, that would be best. If not, they could just let it go. At worst, they would report the normal price to her. They planned to wait a couple of days, then have the eldest daughter-in-law go to her house to talk. Everyone would step back a little, and the matter would be settled. Their family wasn't foolish. How could they avoid the issue of earning money? If Lu Kaichun didn't ask her own family to build a house, who else could she ask? They thought she was just talking tough about hiring city workers. They didn't expect. Not only did she really find city workers, but she acted so quickly. They had planned to wait another day, but before they finished waiting, she started tearing down the house and digging the foundation today. And she had over a dozen carts of blue bricks, gravel, and timber. This girl was actually building a big blue brick house. Master Lu was so upset he felt sick. People like them had fixed contacts with kiln masters and timber merchants. If she was building a blue brick house, all he had to do was ask where to buy bricks, and the hosts usually wouldn't refuse him. The kiln would also give him a generous thank you gift according to the rules. Now, everything was gone. Master Lu stomped in anger. You, why are you so petty? Look at what you said back then. Madame Lu also felt heartbroken, like a cooked duck flying away, but she refused to admit defeat. Lu Kaichun is just a bad girl. If we don't teach her a lesson, she won't work peacefully. I'm doing this for your good. Besides, didn't you also not stop me at the time? Are you still arguing about this now? Think of a way quickly. Master Lu held his chest, took a deep breath, and waved his hand. Fine. The city workers are here now, and they won't leave.
Let's just leave it at that.
Don't cause more trouble. If Lu Kaichun had hired workers from another village, they could still talk to her. Everyone was from the same hometown, and their relationships were close, relatives in disguise. The workers from other villages might feel embarrassed and voluntarily give up the job. But she hired city workers and they didn't care about that. Madame Lu was not convinced. Are we going to become a joke? Master Lu glared. Do I not want to do this work? They can hire whoever they want. It's their freedom. Stop causing trouble. Lu Sanai was still not willing to accept her loss and couldn't help but run to Lu Lijing's house to complain. Her words were full of blame. She blamed Lu Lijing for not helping her family. Although Lu Lijing was younger, they weren't from the same family branch. She wasn't Lu Lijing's close relative, and Lu Lijing was a village official. Her unreasonable attitude and accusations were unwarranted, and Lu Lijing was used to her behavior. Third aunt, I don't like hearing that. I personally took Kai Chun to your house yesterday morning. Your words are wrong. No wonder people got angry. Since you don't want to lower the price, and they don't want to accept it, that's fair. No one can force anyone, right? They hired others to do this work. That's their right. Lu Sanai was both angry and annoyed. After a while, she gave up and said bitterly, that was just angry talk. Can't you tell? I can't tell. I also don't understand why you keep saying angry words. What's there to be angry about? Lu Sanai was speechless. Could she admit she still held a grudge because Kai Chun had spoken harshly to her before? In truth, the root of the problem was her own fault. Forget it. Let's just say our family is unlucky. Lu Sanai stormed off in anger. Lu Lijing didn't get up to see her off this time. He was truly angry. He was the village head, not a punching bag, and had no obligation to coddle a disrespectful elder. Kai Chun, well done. Lu Lijing praised her, feeling pleased despite being upset. The workers from the city moved quickly and efficiently, doing their work well. For survivors in the post-apocalyptic world, everyone might have some technical skills. For example, building houses, Kai Chun knew a bit about it too. He was very satisfied with the workers' professionalism and speed. When city workers came to work here, besides paying them, Lu Kai Chun also had to provide them with lunch. It was unavoidable. They couldn't just go back to the city for lunch, which would be time-consuming and inconvenient. Although they had been staying at Aunt Anne's house for half a month, they couldn't eat together every day. She instructed Chi-Chi to help out, using materials from dismantling the house to quickly set up a small makeshift kitchen in a corner of Aunt Anne's backyard. They made steamed buns for lunch. Once the buns were steamed, she cooked a large pot of vegetable and radish egg drop soup. Lu Kai Chun was generous with ingredients. The buns were hearty, made from plain white flour, filling, and enough to satisfy everyone. The egg drop soup was made with 12 eggs, enough to scoop up a spoonful with a rich egg flavor. Aunt N and Lu Degu helped, looking on with heartfelt sympathy. Aunt N complained, "You girl are so wasteful. This is plain steamed bread, and it smells so good." Lu Kaichun chuckled, "Auntie N, plain steamed bread is always very fragrant. The smell of the dough is especially nice." "Oh, who told you that?" Auntie N said with a mix of laughter and frustration. "I mean, you're wasting too much. It's not necessary. Next time, mix in half whole wheat flour. And that egg drop soup, just add 2 or 3 eggs, and it will taste good enough. Watching you eggs one after another makes me feel sorry." Big sister Lu sighed with a smile. "Exactly. This girl just won't listen." Lu Kaichun shook her head. "Eating well is more important than anything. Only when you're well fed can you work well. We're not short on this, and the workers should eat good and full." She couldn't bear to see people go hungry over food. Of course, only if these people are either her trusted friends or the workers helping her. Others are not her concern. Even if they starve right in front of her, she could remain indifferent. Auntie N shook her head. Big sister Lu said, "Sister N, stop talking. This girl is so stubborn about food. Not even a 9-headed donkey could change her mind." "Yeah, I can see that too." At lunchtime, the workers finished their work and sat down to eat. Seeing the large, white steamed bread and bowls of egg drop soup with lots of eggs, they were all a bit surprised. Even in the city, few employers would give them such good food. The foreman waved his hand and shouted, "Eat up, everyone. Hurry up, eat your fill, then take a break before continuing work.
We need to do a good job.
Otherwise, it's not worth these steamed bread and egg drop soup." Everyone chuckled and agreed, hurriedly passing bowls of soup and bread. "Really, it's plain steamed bread, no black flour mixed in, and it smells so good. The egg drop soup is also well made, lots of eggs, very tasty. The master is really kind, haha. The master has money, otherwise, how could he build such a big house with blue bricks and tiles?" "That's true, but as long as we work hard, it's fine."
Yeah.
At noon, Auntie N, Big Pillar, and Lu Saichuan's family also ate bread and egg drop soup. Although there was no meat, and Lu Kaichun found it a bit strange, she knew it was only temporary. They would have a better meal tonight. In the afternoon, as the sun slowly moved west, Lu Kaichun and Auntie N, along with Chi Chi, gathered the red peppers that had been sun-dried all day. Big sister Lu went to pick pigweed and then returned to feed the chickens, ducks, and pigs. Soon after, villagers returning from seeking dye came back one after another. When they saw the scene, they were first surprised, then started chattering and asking questions. Lu Kaichun answered vaguely while weighing and purchasing with Chucky and others. Most of the sellers now are sumo, earning about 200 coins a day, some only 30 or 40 coins. Although everyone envies Lu Saichuan's big brick and tile house, they feel reassured when they hold the heavy copper coins. The more effort they put in, the more they can save to build a big house. All of this was brought by Kaichun. People should know to be grateful. Without Kaichun, how could they earn so much silver every day? Other families in the village are doing okay, and they are all envious and congratulating. But Lu Laodi and the Tian family are upset again. Tian scolded Lu Dajiang angrily. "Are you stupid? You're so dumb. I give up on you. Didn't you go there last night? How come you don't know they are building a house today?" Lu Dajiang felt frustrated and annoyed. "Kaichun and Aunt haven't told me. Didn't you ask?" "I didn't think to ask for no reason. How dare you talk back?" Everyone's arguing now. Lu Dajiang lowered his head, feeling very angry but afraid to speak. Lu Dajiang's eyes lit up. "I saw from afar that there are many blue bricks and wood piled up in the open space. How come Lu Kaichun is so rich, she wants to build a big brick and tile house? Mother, didn't we say we want to add 2 rooms? Otherwise, I won't have a place to live when I get married." Tian smiled at Lu Laodi with a gloomy face. "He's right. Our children are grown up. If we don't add a few rooms, there won't be enough space when they get married or have children. Kaichun bought so many bricks. What does she need them for? Just call the workers over and build the house together. Besides, Dajiang is her real brother. If she's making money, shouldn't she also build a couple of rooms for her brother? Lu Dajiang was tempted. He couldn't help but gratefully glance at his stepmother and then eagerly look at his father. Lu Laodi looked grim and felt very upset inside. Kai-chun really hurt his feelings. She brought home a strange man from outside, someone he didn't know or understand, without even saying a word. When he called Dajiang to bring her over, she ignored him. What kind of behavior was that? Now it's even worse. She's building a house without discussing it with him, and she just started on her own. And she even hired workers from the city. What kind of people are they? How would Lu Sanyi's family react? What would the villagers think? She simply doesn't understand anything and keeps messing things up. Lu Mei is the same. She has lived half her life and still doesn't know how to give good advice. Look at how they have turned their lives upside down. All right, since she thinks she's so capable, then he will just ignore her. He'll stop worrying and wait for her to fail and get into trouble. Hearing Tian's words, old Lu scolded him angrily. Stop thinking about nonsense. Go do what you need to do. She has set up her own household and can do as she pleases. It has nothing to do with us. No one is allowed to interfere. De Jong snorted. Isn't that too lenient? Besides, shouldn't she respect her parents? Old Lu felt helpless. When he set up her household, he generously said she wouldn't have to support them. That unfeeling girl even had the village official write this in the contract. Just shut up. Tian knew the situation. He had written that she didn't have to support them, but not that she didn't need to help her brothers. Now that she had money, helping her brother a little seemed fair. Tian pulled Kai Xia aside and whispered a few words. Kai Xia, annoyed, went to find Lu Dejiang and spoke to him. Lu Dejiang was moved. His stepmother said that if Lu Kai-chun could help build 2 small brick houses, she would immediately consider her as a daughter-in-law. Lu Dejiang thought they are siblings. Even if Lu Kai-chun is cold and indifferent, he couldn't just watch his own brother remain unmarried. That was impossible. Look at how many families, even married sisters, are desperately saving things for their brothers and sisters back home. They care so much about their siblings. He wasn't asking for her entire fortune, just a little help to build 2 houses. As dusk approached, the workers finished their work and returned to the city. They packed so many dyes that they couldn't just disappear on the spot. They needed to hide. Lu Kai-chun had no choice but to rent the village official's ox cart. She loaded large bags, baskets, and bundles of sumu onto the cart, quietly storing a small amount in her space. Luckily, she managed to load everything in one trip. She insisted on driving the cart herself, not wanting anyone to follow. She slowly left the village alone, heading toward the county town. Not far out, the cart entered a small grove. Once she was sure no one was around, Lu Kai-chun stored all the goods in her space and turned the cart around to head back. Suddenly, someone from the county official's household came rushing in a carriage and took the goods away halfway. She really couldn't be bothered to deal with more trouble. Otherwise, what could she do? Force her to drive the cart into town? The round trip would take too long and delay her meals. No one doubted that something was wrong. After all, who would have thought she possessed a space that defied the heavens? Today was the first day staying at Aunt Anne's house. Lu Kai-chun told Aunt Anne not to cook dinner. They would do it tonight as a small token of thanks to Aunt Anne and her family. Aunt Anne hesitated but finally agreed, saying, selling those materials like sumo and chitsao has earned us quite a bit. There's no need for you to thank us. You're being too polite. We haven't helped you much, just lend a place. What's the big deal? Lu Kai-chun smiled and said, it's a different matter altogether. You can't compare them. Aunt Anne chuckled and thought to herself, when they move to a new house, I must give a big gift of money. Dinner included braised pork ribs, chicken stewed with small mushrooms, jujubes and lotus seeds, stir-fried lettuce strips, and mashed garlic eggplant. The portions were generous, and the flavors rich. Aunt Anne and her husband were both amazed.
Daju exclaimed, delicioso,
repeatedly, unable to stop eating. Dagu was proud, and Chi-Chi also liked it very much. Lu Kai-chun, of course, took every meal seriously, both in cooking and eating. Ingredients didn't matter to her. The only thing that mattered was that it had to taste good. As for money, once spent, it could be earned again. With the spiritual spring and her space, two powerful tools, she wasn't worried about making money. What was the difference between guarding a treasure mountain and starving to death? Aunt En and Uncle En looked at the oily, fragrant, irresistible eggplant with minced meat. Simply amazing. I've never eaten such delicious eggplant in my life. I never thought eggplant could taste like this. Lu Kai-chun burst into laughter. During the meal, she didn't forget to boost their confidence. Uncle En, Aunt En, Diju, from now on, let's work hard to earn money together. Every day, we'll have delicious food. There are so many tasty things in the world. The provincial city has everything. This is nothing. The three of them were stunned. What? That's nothing? Such delicious food isn't anything? Isn't the provincial city like heaven? They had no doubt that Lu Kai-chun could cook these delicious dishes because she had told them she had been to the provincial city twice. She must have learned there. Diju longed for it. The provincial city is so great. I want to go there too. Aunt En scolded him. You're such a big-hearted kid, daring to think that. Just being able to go to the county city was good enough. Lu Kai-chun gave Daju a thumbs up. Good job, Daju. Aunt En, don't say that. Daju is so ambitious. He'll definitely have a bright future. Aunt En and Uncle En laughed happily. Daju's eyes sparkled, and he also smiled. Lu Kai-chun thought Daju was really a good person. The Lu family's place was also nice. She knew she would need helpers in the future, and of course, she wanted to find trustworthy and capable ones. Just as they finished eating, Lu Dajung arrived again. Uncle En, Aunt En, and Mississippi, are you eating? Lu Kai-chun admired how well he timed his visits. Lu Dajung's eyes couldn't help but glance at the dining table. There was meat, chicken, and eggplant swimming in oil, looking even more delicious than the meat. There was also bright green lettuce, probably romaine, and it looked better than what they cooked at home. He couldn't help but lick his lips. It was so fragrant, he couldn't resist. Lu Dajung felt a mix of envy and jealousy. His older brother worked so hard every day but still couldn't get enough to eat or eat well. Meanwhile, Lu Kai-chun was enjoying big fish and meat every day. Aunt En and Uncle En felt a bit awkward. Aunt En responded with a smile. Is it Dajung? Are you eating? She wanted to ask, have you eaten? But Lu Kai-chun cut her off first. What brings you here? Lu Dajung could guess what Aunt En was about to say. His eyes lit up with excitement. But then, that stubborn girl interrupted, and everything was lost. Lu Dajung couldn't help but feel angry. He looked at Lu Kai-chun and said, Don't you ask if I've eaten? Lu Kai-chun replied, Why ask? Of course you've already eaten. It's late. Who would go out for a walk after dinner if they hadn't? Is there anything more important than eating? Impossible. Lu Dajung wasn't stupid. If he didn't eat dinner and still went out now, Mrs. Tian wouldn't leave him any food, and he'd go hungry. He was so angry, he almost exploded. Even if he had eaten, did she think inviting him to join was such a big deal? Of course, if she did invite him, he wouldn't refuse. After all, they were siblings. Have you finished eating? I have something to tell you. Lu Kai-chun put down her chopsticks. You came just in time. Let's talk outside. Chi looked up at her. Lu Kai-chun smiled at him. It's nothing. She wasn't afraid of someone like Lu Dajung, even if it was Lu Dali, who was a reckless fool. Chi nodded. Lu Dajung felt uncomfortable and secretly glared at Chi with resentment. Two people stand outside the yard, listening to Lu Dajung talk about his plans. Lu Kai-chun kicks a small stone under her foot and says with a half smile, How come I didn't know? Since when does my older brother's marriage mean my sister has to build the new house? Who came up with that idea? Did he even tell me directly? Of course, Mrs. Tian doesn't dare to say anything. After all, she still cares about her reputation. Privately, she can be lively, but publicly she can't. Even if she does something wrong and gets caught, she still needs to make up an excuse or reason to cover up and argue. Lu Dajung's face is a bit hot, but He really wants to get married. He believes firmly that once he marries and starts a family, he can escape his stepmother's control and things will gradually get better. Lu Dajung, we're siblings. Do you really want to see me unable to marry and see our family end with me? Lu Kai-chun is surprised. Shouldn't you ask Dad about that? If he agrees, then what am I supposed to do?
You.
Don't be so extreme in your actions. Lu Kai-chun sneers. If you want a house with blue bricks and big tiles, go earn it yourself. Do you think I'm so easy to talk to, or that I enjoy being the fool supporting you? Look, I haven't sold mushrooms or bamboo shoots I bought, and I haven't come to sell dye either. You're afraid of hard work and miss the chance to make money, and now you have the nerve to ask me for help? Lu Dajung gets angry. Dad and Mom won't let us come. If you really went, could they kill or beat you to death? It's just your laziness. Lu Dajung, unable to argue, becomes more angry and walks away furiously. Lu Kai-chun shrugs. So what if she's alone? What else can she do? Rely on them? Back inside the house, Aunt Lu asks worriedly, Kai-chun, what did Dajung want from you? Lu Kai-chun acts nonchalant. He said he wants to build 2 big houses with blue bricks and tiles so he can get married. He asked me to help him build. What?
Huh?
Aunt Lu and Anton are both stunned. Aunt Lu is furious. You didn't agree, right? Lu Kai-chun laughs. Of course not, Aunt. I'm not that foolish.
Anton sighs. Oh.
That Dajung. I thought he was a real man, that he might secretly look after Kai-chun, but I didn't expect him to say such things openly. Fortunately, Kai-chun was determined to succeed. Lu Dajung came over to cause trouble, expecting to get something in return, but Kai-chun was not willing. The next morning, Kai-chun went to her father's house. Dad, my real brother asked me to buy blue bricks and hire workers to build a new house and get married. What's going on? When did our Lu Bei village start this custom? Is it the girl's job to build a new house for her brother's marriage? Lu Dad's face changed. What did you say?
Kai-chun Berlinket innocenti.
Last night, he came to see me and said that. I didn't agree, though. Lu Dad was angry, ashamed, and furious. He glared at Lu Dajung. Good for nothing. You've brought shame to our family. Lu Dajung was startled. Without thinking, he blamed his stepmother. Mother told Kai-xia to talk to me and ask me to find Kai-chun. She said if Kai-chun agreed to build me a new house, she would find me a good wife immediately. Before he finished, Annie Tian was so angry, she almost jumped. What nonsense are you talking? Don't accuse me falsely. I never said that. What's really going on? Tell me clearly. I've made you all ashamed. Kai-chun chuckled and quietly left, keeping her skills hidden and her reputation intact, ignoring the chaos behind her. In just 5 or 6 days, the house was more than half built. The tall building was rising quickly each day, making Kai-chun quite happy. Apart from daily trips to rent a cart to pretend to deliver goods and connect with the city's shopkeeper, there were no other problems. It was actually good because on the way back, she could toss a few bags of red chili into the cart, claiming they were bought from the city. Within 2 days, the red chili was dried. Kai-chun then hired Annie In, Aunt Lu, and Chuer to help grind the dried chili into powder using a stone mill. The chili was very dry, so grinding it was not difficult, just time-consuming. The stone mill in the countryside was like a half-meter-high stone tub with a wooden pestle connected to a long wooden lever. By stepping on one end of the lever, they could move the pestle up and down to crush the chili. Each of the 3 women earned 30 coins a day, taking turns. They started after 9 in the morning, took a 2-hour break at noon, and worked for another hour in the afternoon. So, each person worked about 2 hours a day. It wasn't very tiring. If they got tired, Kai-chun could ask other women in the village to take over for a few days. Auntie N and the others said they weren't tired and were confident they could do it, so there was no need to find anyone else. Due to the weather and the high number of people looking for dye materials, dyes are now harder to find. Currently, the most common is sumo, but if it gets cut down, it will be gone. It takes at least 1 or 2 more years for a new batch of usable sumo to grow. Other types of dyes will probably need more time to grow before they can be found again. Now, those going up the mountain to find these dyes either have to travel farther or take chances by picking up leftovers. The flowering season of locust tree flowers is almost over. Although they still earn some money daily, it's not as much as at the beginning. Everyone is eagerly hoping that Lu Kai-chun will contact her city contacts again to see if they can gather more items. Mrs. Lu's sons, except for the eldest who digs in the muddy pond, spend their days going up the mountain. The two women at home do chores, tend the vegetable garden, check the rice field water, and earn 30 coins a day. That's a big blessing. They don't mind working hard. Lu Kai-chun is thinking that after the drought ends, she wants to set up a water mill by the river to grind chili peppers using water power. That would be great. She will still need help to watch over it, and it will be their job. Once the new house is built, she plans to go to the provincial city to ask shopkeeper Tang for help connecting with a medicine merchant. The villagers can recognize honeysuckle, kudzu root, hookvine, hawthorn, mint, coptis, and buplurum. Harvesting these can earn some money. Or, shopkeeper Tang can buy them directly, and she has no objections. He's just a middleman making a profit from the price difference. Before the new house is finished, Lu Kai-chun can't comfortably stay at Aunt Anne's to make chili oil or chili paste. She's worried the smell might be too tempting and cause trouble. It's better to do such things quietly inside the courtyard or kitchen. Recently, when she was free, someone suddenly noticed that the loquats in the village had ripened. Seeing a tree full of yellow loquats, Lu Kai-chun was startled awake. She looked more closely and realized there were quite a few yellow loquats in the village. It turns out that in this area, villagers have a habit of planting loquat trees in front of and behind their houses, in vegetable gardens, along the riverbanks, and at the village entrances. When the loquats are ripe, the whole village is filled with trees of golden fruit everywhere. Lu Kai-chun, passing by under a loquat tree she didn't recognize, plucked two to taste. They were very sweet. The fresh, sweet, juicy, and golden pulp can be sold in the provincial city, making another good income. Right now is the peak season for loquats. They probably won't sell for a good price in the city yet. But that's okay. I'll store them in my space first. After the season ends, I'll sell them in the city to make a good profit gap. Middlemen with space can earn this way. Lu Kai-chun started to work quickly. She announced she wanted to buy loquats from the village, paying 2 cents per jean. But there was a condition. Only mature loquats could be picked. When buying, she would randomly taste 3 to 5 loquats in each basket. If 2 were sour, she would reject that basket. So, if anyone wants to sell loquats, they must wait until they are fully ripe. If there are unripe loquats on the bunch, they should be picked off and discarded. She only wants sweet, juicy, full, tasty fruit, not misshapen or damaged ones. When she announced this, the whole village was excited. Everyone now understood her temper. If her requirements weren't met, she would simply say no. No excuses like fellow villagers, I'm old, can't you be flexible? Would work. She doesn't fall for that. She's a businesswoman. If she wants your fruit, it's good. She's not going to take rotten or unripe fruit just to give you free money. Why should she?
Dream on.
Honest people wouldn't do such a thing. The villagers were very happy, but also a bit worried. They hurried to ask Lu Kai-chun directly for a clear answer. Kai-chun, as long as the loquats are ripe, sweet, and undamaged, you'll buy them, right? Is it really 2 cents per jean? Won't that change? I think 2 of my trees aren't quite ripe yet, maybe a few more days. No, it won't change. As long as they're sweet and not damaged, I'll buy them. Don't worry. I'll buy for about a week or so. If they're not ripe by then, I can wait a few more days. But I've made one thing clear. I only buy from our village for now. Don't bring me loquats from other villages or relatives.
All right.
Don't worry, that's impossible. If there's good stuff, we'll prioritize our own village first.
Exactly.
Everyone still had a sense of community. No one dared to pick loquats from relatives or friends without permission. If they did, even if Lu Kai-chun didn't stop them, they'd need approval from the village head first. The stronger village and clan ties in this era were much more serious than Lu Kai-chun thought. Everyone was very happy. When they tasted the ripe loquats from their own trees, they started picking them right away. even forgetting about going up the mountain to find dye. Finding dye now was harder, and many people gave up after 2 or 3 days empty-handed. As for loquats, who doesn't have 3, 4, 5, or 6 trees of different sizes? They could sell a jean about half a kilogram for 2 or 3 cents. Some trees bore many loquats, and one tree could yield over 100 jean, which was more than 200 cents. A few trees could bring in at least half a tael of silver. Aunt En and her daughter Lu Daniu were busy weighing chili peppers. Since Lu Kaichun, Chu Chi, and Lu Daegu couldn't handle the work alone, they asked the village's second son, Lu Sheng, to help. He was paid 20 cents a day and helped from 3 to 5:30 in the afternoon, during the busy time of buying dye and loquats. Lu Sheng's wife, Bai, was very happy. The work was easy, and she could earn so much. She thought Lu Kaichun was quite smart to know how to give her some benefits. But then she wondered where she got so much money from. Buying dye was one thing, but now buying loquats too. She couldn't help feeling a bit jealous. Some loquat trees in the village were very old and tall, making it hard to pick the fruit at the top. They used bamboo clips to grab and pull the loquats down, but it was a bit dangerous. Lu Kaichun and Chu Chi wandered around the village, and she pointed to the top of a tall loquat tree. "If you were to do it, could you get the loquats from up there?" she asked. Chu Chi looked up, nodded, and said, "Yes." "Good, then let's do it together." Lu Kaichun personally went to pick the loquats from the tall tree with Chu Chi. They sold the loquats at 2 cents per jean, weighing them on the spot with a small scale. While she wanted to make money, she also wanted the villagers to earn a little. But she didn't want anyone to get hurt falling from the trees. Villagers were tough, and even if they fell from a lower branch, it wasn't a big deal. They'd recover in a few days. But falling from a tall tree could cause real trouble. She wanted to live a relaxed life, enjoying good food and drink in the village, and didn't want any accidents to happen. Right now, they were picking loquats from an old tree outside and Lu Po's house. Chu Chi held a long bamboo pole with a split end, easily climbing the tree. His movements were light and graceful, almost like a fairy. He didn't know how to pick loquats at first, but after seeing it demonstrated once, he learned quickly. He gently twisted the loquats from the high branches, then used the bamboo pole to collect them into a basket hanging beside him. Lu Kaichun looked up at him under the tree, his movements smooth like flowing clouds. She couldn't help but cheer, "Chi-Chi, you're so amazing." A woman named Yang Lao, about the same age as Lu Kaichun, squinted her eyes and looked up, then smiled and praised, "My goodness, young man, you're so capable. I've never seen anyone look so good up in a tree." Lu Kaichun curled her lips in a smile. Yes, she thought, it's really handsome. "Lu family, what are you doing here?" a hostile voice shouted. Lu Kaichun instinctively looked over. She thought she was seeing things. Wasn't that Yang Lao, the mother of the original villain's ex-husband? Suddenly seeing Yang Lao and several women around her, all about the same age, appear in Luan village and in front of her, Lu Kaichun felt a bit stunned. Yang Lao looked at her with disgust and disdain, snorting through her nose. "What are you doing here? Do you still want to bother our family? I warn you, you're no longer connected to the Yang family. Don't even think about it. I won't tolerate your nonsense." Lu Kaichun pointed at her nose. "Which I saw me wanting to bother your Yang family. What's so worth bothering about?" Yang Lao rolled her eyes. My son is now a scholar."
Liu Kaichun Edgar Lim. Wow.
"Such a high official. I wonder what rank he has." Yang Lao was furious and embarrassed. "What do you know? Only fools ask such questions. I tell you, my son will be an official someday." "No matter what rank, you better stay away. You won't get any benefits from us." "You're dreaming," Lu Kaichun sneered. "A family full of heartless, greedy, and jealous people, and you still want to be an official? Your family isn't destined for that." She wouldn't allow it. As for Yang Shund, he would never get close again. Lu Kaichun watched coldly as he stubbornly dreamed of advancing, but would never succeed. If he really lucked out and became a successful candidate, Lu Kai-chun wouldn't hesitate to cause an accident and break his leg, making sure he'd never enter official circles. In her eyes, Yang Shun's life was already set. Yang Lao was so angry she stomped her feet and rushed forward to slap Lu Kai-chun. Unexpectedly, a bright yellow loquat suddenly hit her face. She cried out in pain, "Ouch!" and stepped back in fright. Looking up, she saw Chi-Chi in a furious rage from the loquat tree.
Did you throw that at me? Who are you?
Get down here. Lu Kai-chun chuckled softly and looked up at Chi-Chi. Chi, how can you throw loquats at people? Old Lady Yang snorted proudly and glared at Lu Kai-chun, thinking to herself, you're smart enough to know when to behave. She scolded Lu Kai-chun for blaming that Aki to vent her anger and for trying to flatter her. Of course, she would never forgive her, nor be moved by her kindness. Unexpectedly, Lu Kai-chun continued, these loquats are bright yellow and sweet. They taste great. Even if you don't sell them, they can still make money. Wasting them by smashing them on her is a shame. If you want to smash something, just grab a branch. Chi-Chi nodded humbly. It's my fault. I shouldn't waste them. Be careful next time. Okay. Old Lady Yang trembled with anger. I'm buying loquats. 2 cents per jean. Lu Kai-chun said with a smile. But I only buy from our village, not from other villages. Don't you envy that? Old Lady Yang stared, speechless. Her mind was a mess, unable to keep up with Lu Saichun's thoughts, not knowing what to say. A few women walking with her looked on with mixed hope and doubt. Old Lady Yang sneered, just you? Keep bragging. And couldn't hold back anymore. You, at your age, why are you bullying a young girl? Kai-chun has divorced your son and has nothing to do with your family anymore. She hasn't come to bother you or ask for money. She's just living her life well. Why does that bother you? Do you think we in Luan village are easy to bully just because you come here and insult us? Our Kai-chun is doing well. She's gentle, kind, generous, and can earn money. Her family is building a big house with blue bricks and tiles, and they hired workers from the city to do it. Does she need to beg you for anything? Buying loquats is real. Every family in our village sells their loquats to her, at 2 cents per jean. Just this old tree in my yard has earned over 200 coins. As she spoke, Chi-Chi had already gracefully come down from the tree, carrying a large basket filled with bright, yellow loquats. Lu Kai-chun skillfully weighed the basket. 6th ant, a total of 9 jean 8 liang. Subtracting the weight of the basket, which is 1 jean 3 liang, that's 8 jean 5 liang. The total is 17 coins. Please keep it. While speaking, Lu Kai-chun reached into her heavy cloth bag and grabbed a handful of copper coins, counting out 17 and handing them to Annan. Aunt Anne happily accepted the money, smiling widely. All right, haha. Old Lady Yang watched with wide eyes. This girl really is buying loquats. And 2 cents per jean is true. 17 coins. Just a little bunch of loquats, right at her doorstep, and she easily earned 17 coins. They also really want to earn money. Early in the morning, 7 carefully poured the loquats from the small basket into a large basket and volunteered to carry it on her back. We can go to the next house now. Yes, let's go. Lu Kai-chun nodded and waved to Enlupa. Lupa, we're leaving now. All right.
Take care on your way, she replied.
Old Lady Yang was also surprised. Her eyes fixed on Lu Saichun's money pouch. So heavy. How much money could that be? Does the Lu family really buy loquats? Why are they buying so many? Honestly, where does she get so much money?
Who cares about that?
If only they also bought loquats from our village. Yeah. A few women couldn't help but glance at Old Lady Yang, feeling a bit annoyed. They thought, since Lu Kai-chun is no longer your daughter-in-law, why are you scolding her? Maybe she would have bought loquats from our village if you hadn't done that. Old Lady Yang felt mixed with surprise, jealousy, and anger. She stubbornly said that Lu family is just a liar. No one believes what she says. She just cares about saving face and is deliberately saying these things in front of me. I think she's just pretending with that woman. Who would be foolish enough to spend money on such worthless loquats? The women considered this and nodded. Loquats are tasty, but they are just fruit, not worth much. Who doesn't have them? They're really not valuable. Such bad luck. Let's go quickly. We have important things to do. Yes, yes. Let's go. Today, Old Lady Yang and her companions came to visit Lu Sanyi and Lu Sannai's home to discuss the marriage of Yang Xiaoyan and Lu Xiaoshan. They had already agreed on the wedding date and were now discussing the wedding procession. Both families were happy about the marriage and the discussion was friendly. Soon, they reached an agreement. The wedding day was set for 2 weeks later. Yang Sanshi, who came with Old Lady Yang, was feeling a bit restless. Seeing the relaxed and happy atmosphere, she couldn't help but ask, "Dear in-laws, I remember you're good at building houses. I heard Lu Caichun's family is building a house. Why didn't they ask you for help?" Others quickly joined in. "Yes, that's too much.
How can they do that?
Doesn't anyone teach her right from wrong?" Lu Sanyi, Lu Sannai, and Zhang Shi from Lu's family all felt a bit awkward. Master Lu Sen coughed awkwardly and said, "This is a family celebration coming up. Our family is busy preparing for the wedding, so I don't have time to do that." "Oh, I see. Our little Yen is really lucky," haha, someone replied. "Yes, indeed," others chuckled, and the sisters-in-law teased each other. Old Lady Yang couldn't help but smile a little. However, among a few people, including Old Lady Yang, there was some dissatisfaction. With so many people in the family, there was no need for Master Lu San to be the only one preparing for the celebration. They weren't earning any money now, and they wondered what was really on their minds. Aunt Lu San started talking, and everyone relaxed a bit. Someone asked, "I heard that Lu's family is buying loquats in your village. Is that true?" Aunt Lu San quickly replied, 2 coins per gene. "Wow, that's really expensive. Does she really have that much money? When did she become so rich?" They knew well what Lu Kai-chun's family background was. They didn't expect that in such a short time, things would change so much. Anyone would be curious about who was behind it. Even Old Lady Yang, who didn't want to hear the name Lu Kai-chun, couldn't help but listen carefully. Master Lu Sen felt embarrassed and annoyed, wanting to scold someone. Why bring up that topic? Is she addicted to mentioning it? Wasn't that girl a rejected woman abandoned by her Yang family? Why keep bringing her up? Yes, Lu Kai-chun no longer bought their dye or loquats. She accused the villagers of deliberately targeting her, offering sky-high prices for building her house, and even the village chief tried to help her, but they refused to lower the price. Since they targeted her, she decided not to have any dealings with them anymore and didn't want to accept their things. Master Lu San's family was furious. Her son, daughter-in-law, grandson, and granddaughter-in-law all complained that Old Lady Lu San was forgetful. She was frustrated, but had no way to vent her anger. She felt she couldn't speak her pain. She was just waiting for Lu Kai-chun to keep begging her, so she could reluctantly agree to lower the price. But who knew that the girl had quietly hired a construction team from the city? And she even involved the village chief. Now, she couldn't even explain herself. It didn't matter if she lost the money, they wouldn't die from it. But she felt upset inside. Unexpectedly, her in-laws kept bringing up the issue. Lu San's mother couldn't keep her composure and said vaguely that Lu family is known for lying.
Who knows what they're really like?
Old Yang sighed in relief and mocked. That's what I thought too. She's really shameless. Luckily, we divorced her early, or it would have been embarrassing for us. Aunt Yang San looked disappointed. She sighed, so it was all fake? That Lu family is truly shameless. I was planning to take some and ask you to help sell them, but now I see it's not real.
Oh well.
Others agreed, yes, yes. Lu San's family was startled and silently broke out in cold sweat, feeling scared. They had even offered to help sell. That stubborn girl Lu Kai-chun wouldn't accept anything from their family, so who could they sell to? Besides, if others found out about this, they wouldn't allow it. Lu Sen cleared his throat and said seriously, "Don't mention that. Our village can't agree to this. Even if someone wanted to buy, how much could they get? There are so many in our village." He wanted to shut down their words in advance.
Ah.
Aunt Yang San and the others looked very disappointed. But that's normal, every village does the same. Who doesn't prioritize their own villagers first? They lost all hope. Soon after, they left. As they passed through the village, they saw from afar a lively scene with many people busy working. A large blue brick tiled house was almost finished and ready to be covered. That must be Lu family's new house, right? Wow, it's a big blue brick tiled house. It looks really large and it's 2 stories. Strange. Where did Lu family get so much money? A simple girl who used to live under her stepmother's care suddenly had money after establishing her own household? Magic tricks don't work that fast. Could she have been pretending before? Old Yang frowned, feeling jealous and sour. That girl Lu family. A few days later, the new house was finally completed. The money was in place, furniture was quickly moved in, and after a day of arranging and cleaning, they could move in. Old Gao's blue brick courtyard wall completely blocked the view from outside. The heavy double gates were solid, and once the latch was secured inside, it was as strong as a fortress. As you enter, there is a very large and spacious yard. The ground is paved smoothly with green bricks, so, even on rainy days, it won't be muddy. On both sides, at the base of the walls, there are small flower beds built with green bricks, about 30 centimeters high and wide, making it easy to plant flowers, garlic sprouts, coriander, green onions, and chives. Directly facing the main door is a very grand big house. It has 3 sections, with 2 courtyards inside. The back courtyard has stairs leading directly to the second floor, which has 4 rooms. The first floor, besides the living room, is mainly used for storage. The kitchen and dining room are on the right side of the big house, connected to the main building, forming an upside-down L shape. Behind the kitchen, next to the main house, are the shower room and a small wood storage shed. The backyard, along the left side of the wall, has a large open shed built with green bricks and supported by brick pillars, covered with tiles. It is used to store firewood and various farming tools. A small double door leads out from the backyard to another yard, separated from the front yard by a waist-high wall. Chickens, ducks, and pigs are kept there. The outhouse is also in this yard. Further back is the very tall outer wall of the yard, connected to the front yard wall. The entire large yard, including the front and back yards and the animal enclosures, is paved with green bricks, kept clean and tidy. All the furniture inside the house is brand new, and the bedrooms are fully equipped and convenient. Near the right side of the front yard entrance, there is a small pond built with green bricks, with a hidden underground channel bringing mountain spring water from outside, flowing in and out. This makes water access easy, so there's no need to carry water anymore. On the day they moved into the new house, Lu Kai-chun and Aunt Lu toured every corner inside and out, both very happy. Especially Aunt Lu, who touched here and there, smiling so broadly her mouth almost couldn't close. That night, there was of course a big celebration dinner. They enjoyed dishes like carrot stew with lamb, sweet and sour ribs, spicy pepper sesame chicken, big head fish with tofu soup, steamed eggs with mincemeat, and garlic eggplant salad. They ate happily. On the 7th day, they didn't do anything special. He also liked this new house very much. It gave him a strange feeling of longing and warmth. That night, lying in this spacious new room on a sturdy wooden bed with a thick mattress, the bed was made with a new set of sheets, blankets, and pillows, all fresh. A silk curtain embroidered with pink butterflies and lotus flowers hung over the bed. In front of the bed, there was a footstool with a beautiful small rug on top. By the window, there was a long table with a high-backed embroidered stool. On the table, there was an oil lamp holder, a decorative sewing frame, a vase with wildflowers, a makeup box, and a bronze. Opposite the bed was a large wardrobe with 6 doors, placed against the wall. Next to the bed was a wide, cushioned bench with a soft mat, and in front of it was a tea table with a teapot and teacups. On the wall opposite the dressing table, there was a beautiful pair of 5-door cabinets, with vases bought by Lu Kai-chun placed on top for decoration and good luck. Lu Kai-chun looked around her bedroom with satisfaction, hugging her quilt and turning over happily. The money spent on building and decorating the house, 98 taels of silver, was truly worth it. Now it felt like a real home. The next day, almost everyone in the village came to visit and offer congratulations. This was the biggest and most luxurious brick and tile house in the village, so everyone was curious. Even though it wasn't their own house, it was nice to come and see. Wow, this house is really beautiful, so big and bright. Look at the floor, all paved with blue bricks. Even the chicken coop and pigsty at the back are done the same way.
Such waste.
And the wall around the yard is so high. How many bricks did that take? That must have cost a lot of money, right? Kai-chun really has become quite successful. Huh. If I could live in a house like this, it would be worth it for my whole life. I'd say it's worth it even for the next life. Everyone laughed happily, admiring and chatting as they looked around. Even if they weren't allowed upstairs to see Lu Saichun's room, just seeing these things was enough to make people jealous. But along with envy, there was also gossip. They couldn't help but secretly whisper and gloat about Lu Leoi's family. Tion's family didn't come, huh? Yeah, probably too ashamed. Now they must be regretting it so much. That's what they get for looking down on others. They didn't want to associate before, and now they can't even afford to come. So, you see, people shouldn't be so unkind. Not just toward outsiders, but even toward their own family. Exactly. Hearing these remarks, Lu Saichun's smile grew even brighter. It was a good thing, a very good thing. Lu Kai-chun cheerfully announced, in 2 days, we'll hold a housewarming banquet. When the time comes, everyone, don't forget to come and have a meal. Since they had built a new house, they had to celebrate properly with a lively housewarming party. That way, good luck would come. Come, we'll definitely be there. We will too, of course, and we'll also share in the happiness. Everyone responded happily with laughter. The next day, starting early in the morning, villagers began to come one after another to bring housewarming gifts. Most of the gifts included 6 to 10 eggs, some vegetables from their own gardens, and about 6 to 10 coins. Some people gave around 10 coins, which surprised Lu Kai-chun. The biggest gifts came from the village chief's family, Aunt An's family, and Aunt Lu's family, each giving over 20 coins. Aunt An even gave 30 coins, not counting eggs and vegetables. Other families like Aunt Lu and Ling Guang also gave about 10 coins each. Big Aunt Lu was very happy. In our village, giving such generous gifts for a housewarming is quite rare. It shows everyone appreciates you. Sometimes, people only give 3 or 5 coins and eggs are scarce. They brought gifts early so the host could prepare enough food for the guests. Usually, 1 adult and 1 child from each family would come to eat, except for close relatives who would bring their whole family. Apart from Lu Sanya's family, everyone else came, even old Lu's father, who reluctantly handed over a few coins for Mrs. Tian. Lu Kai-chun was surprised that their family's things could reach her one day, but she was annoyed when Mrs. Tian left with a dark face. They counted the guests, and early that morning, they started preparing the dishes. Since they received so many vegetables, that was enough. Lu Kai-chun specially took Chu Chi into town to buy meat. They estimated about 100 people, including adults and children. Lu Kai-chun boldly bought 50 jin of meat, 5 blocks of tofu, 10 jin of bone and spine, 10 chickens, and 20 jin of mutton offal, planning to cook a big feast and celebrate together. The dishes didn't need to be many. Stir-fried pork with green peppers, garlic sprouts, and celery, radish with mutton offal, chives scrambled with eggs, chicken with tofu, braised eggplant and green beans in sauce, plus a soup with bones and cabbage. When they got back, Aunt Lu Lijing's wife, her daughter-in-law, and Ling Guang's wife, along with 7 or 8 other women, came to help. They borrowed plates, bowls, tables, and chairs from their families, which was enough. Seeing how much meat Lu Kai-chun and Chu Chi bought, everyone was amazed. Is all this for lunch today? Oh my, this is even better than New Year's feast. Everyone agreed, and couldn't help but swallow hard. Lu Kai-chun smiled and said, it's a housewarming, so of course we need to make a big, delicious meal and celebrate together. In the future, every family in our village will have better days. Everyone burst into cheerful laughter and praised the food, making the lively atmosphere even more festive. Each person's movements became quicker and more natural. Aunt Lou couldn't help feeling a bit sad but forced a smile. What could she do? Her niece said that for good luck, they should have a lively and happy meal to celebrate the housewarming. So she just happily agreed. They washed vegetables, chopped, stir-fried, and cooked rice, filling the big yard with laughter and chatter. By noon, 12 large round tables were set up in the front yard and the open space outside. Since the Lee family, Aunt Anne's family, and Aunt Lou's family were all coming, plus their own 3 members, 12 tables were just right. As for old Lou and the Tians, it didn't matter to them whether they came or not. If they came, it was a good day. If not, there was no need to invite them. As they started to eat, everyone arrived one after another. Congratulatory words kept coming, and the delicious smell of food made everyone praise and salivate. Everyone smiled more happily. Such tasty food. Wow, today we're really lucky to eat so well, haha. Congratulations. It looks like Kai-chun really made a lot of money. Kai-chun is so capable. Don't forget to take us along to get rich too, haha. Yeah. Kai-chun is a kind-hearted person. Besides, thanks to her, we've all earned quite a bit of money now. Exactly. Everyone chatted happily as they took their seats. The fragrant white rice and mouth-watering dishes made everyone crave more. Who wouldn't like it? Who wouldn't want more? Kai-chun smiled and greeted everyone. They all picked up their chopsticks and started eating. This spicy stir-fried pork is so good. This chicken and tofu are so fragrant. Just soaking rice in the sauce, I could eat 2 big bowls. What's this? Lamb offal? I've never tried it before. It's delicious. Who knew eggs could be stir-fried with chives? It's really different and tasty. Hurry up and eat. Later, when we have a hot bowl of bone broth, it will be even more delicious. Everyone praised the food as they ate, their chopsticks never stopping. The meal was so enjoyable that everyone left feeling full and satisfied. They had hoped to save some leftovers to take home for their families, but in the end, they finished all the broth and even the soup was gone. Although a bit regretful, overall I am still mostly happy. Old Lou and the Tian family didn't come. Early in the morning, Aunt Anne, the village head's wife, and others came to help. Everyone was busy and lively, but Tian and Lu Tsaixia didn't even show their faces. It's really unreasonable. The village head's wife couldn't help but say, "Should we go call them?" Big sister Lu sneered, "We have enough people. It's a good day, no need to add bad luck. Since they don't want to come help, forget it." Aunt Anne pouted. That's right. Not willing to help on such a good day shows they have no heart. Do we need to invite them? The village head's wife thought about it and sighed. Tian and her daughter really don't know how to behave. The others exchanged glances and didn't say anything more. It's a joke. Today, Lu Kai-chun is no longer the same as yesterday. Who would be foolish enough to offend her just to speak up for Tian and her family, especially since Tian's family was in the wrong? Aren't there plenty of delicious foods? Why bother upsetting the host? When it was almost mealtime, everyone smelled the fragrant meat, looked at bowls of rich, saucy dishes, and bowls of steaming, white, shiny rice. The women working had already gossiped about how Tian and her daughter didn't come to help, and no one was rude enough to mention them again. Lu Kai-chun pretended to be disappointed and sad, while big sister Lu openly scolded them. Aunt Anne and others quickly comforted her. The bad guys were all made by old Lu and Tian's family. After everyone ate their fill and went home happily, who wouldn't appreciate Lu Tsaichuan's generosity? Early in the morning, old Lu took Big Jiang and the reluctant Big Yong out to work, as there were still dry fields to plow and soybeans and peanuts to plant. They had to get it done quickly. Tian was at home waiting for Lu Kai-chun to invite her over. Deep inside, Tian was resisting going. The day before yesterday, when she went to give the gift money, she saw the big yard and house, saw the proud big sister Lu, and the talented, charming seventh, and she felt sour and upset all night. She really didn't want to see that house at all. Every glance hurt her. It was better not to see it at all. Lu Saixia didn't want to go either. Lu Kaichun didn't ask her to come, so she wouldn't give her this face. It's just a broken house. What's so special about it? Their family lives in a big, tiled house, doesn't it? She's already tired of it. Lu Kaichun finally earned some money, but she spent it all at once. The money she worked so hard to save only bought her a big blue brick house she had always lived in. The high wall around the yard was probably built to hide the humble inside from others. So, the mother and daughter stayed at home and didn't go anywhere. But as they waited, they started to feel restless and annoyed. The longer they waited, the angrier they got. They could have gone out, but Lu Kaichun, that mean girl, and Lu Mei, that wicked woman, didn't come to invite them. What did that mean? They waited until noon. Lu Laotian and his 3 sons came back. Seeing the mother and daughter still at home, Lu Laotian paused in surprise. Aren't there the housewarming celebrations today? Why didn't you go to help? Lu Saixia was angry. She doesn't want our help at all. Lu Laotian's face darkened. Did she kick you out? Tian and Lu Saixia looked at each other in shock. Lu Saixia instinctively looked at her mother. Tian, full of frustration, didn't want to explain. She mumbled, "Forget it, Dad. She's always talking about household registration and stuff. She's not close to us, so it's normal she doesn't want us there. If that's the case, we'll stay out of her way. Let her do what she wants." Lu Laotian was trembling with anger. That's not right. Tian sneered. So what? That's why they say children are debts. When they grow up and get strong, they turn their backs on those who raised them. They forget who took care of them. She glanced at Lu Dajiang on purpose or by accident. Lu Dajiang's heart sank. He didn't expect his sister to be so cold and ruthless. Lu Laotian also got angry. Fine, let her be. If she doesn't invite us, we won't go. In the end, the family waited until the feast was over, but no one came to invite them. Lu Laotian was so angry, he declared they would cut ties with Lu Kaichun forever. From now on, the 2 families wouldn't have anything to do with each other. Tian wasn't very happy either. She still wanted to go, but she was surprised that Lu Kaichun didn't even call them to the feast. Forget it. She didn't care what kind of cheap food they were eating. She wasn't interested. Meanwhile, every family in the village praised Lu Kaichun. Whenever they talked about the housewarming feast, everyone nodded in approval. They even salivated when recalling the delicious food: big chunks of meat, chicken, bright yellow eggs, tasty lamb offal, tender tofu soaked in broth, and rich, flavorful bone soup. It's better than the New Year's feast at home, someone said. Yeah, Kaichun is so generous. In the future, if there are any good events at their house, we will go to the celebration. Yes, we will definitely go. Who's foolish enough not to? Tian, who didn't go because he thought it was silly, said. He's probably lying. Boasting. I don't believe it. Old Lu also felt frustrated. He felt even more upset when he heard his youngest son whining about wanting to eat meat and chicken. The same feeling of frustration also came from Lu San and Lu Sanai's family. Right now, Lu Kaichun is holding a big housewarming celebration, and in a few days, they will marry off their daughter-in-law. What about the wedding banquet? The wedding banquet is probably more important than the housewarming, right? If their wedding banquet gets overshadowed by Lu Saichuan's housewarming feast, wouldn't that hurt their pride? Lu San and Lu Sanai's family didn't attend Lu Saichuan's housewarming banquet. They secretly wanted to outdo her at their own wedding celebration, planning to say some harsh words to mock her. But before they could even discuss it and make it happen, they hit a wall. They heard people say how wonderful Lu Saichuan's celebration was. At first, they didn't believe it, thinking it was exaggerated. But when everyone kept saying the same thing, the exaggeration seemed less likely. They were unsure whether to believe it or not. They needed to find out the truth. This was very important to their family. Finally, Lu Sanai, still not convinced, went to Lu Lijing's house to ask. Everyone can lie, but Lu Lijing wouldn't lie. Are there really so many meats? 50 jin? And 10 chickens? 20 jin of mutton and offal? And over 100 eggs? Isn't Lu's girl crazy? Why is she spending so much money? Lu Lijing answered seriously. She said she just wanted a lively, festive, and very lucky celebration. Lu Sanai was so angry her chest hurt. Isn't their own wedding supposed to be lively, festive, and very lucky? Why does her housewarming have to be like this? Without elders or a housekeeper at home, it's just not right. Young and inexperienced, they don't handle things well. Look at what they've done. So obsessed with saving face, suffering for it. Wasteful. They've spent so much that their family's savings aren't enough to cover it all. Then Lu Lijing kindly reminded her third aunt, Sichuan's family, does have elders. Isn't Lu Daga her elder? Lu Sanai. You just have to argue with me and make me angry, don't you? Lu Sanai stormed home angrily. The whole family was stunned. What should they do about the wedding banquet? The date is so close, just 6 days away, and their family already has a conflict with Lu Sichuan's family. When the time comes, the villagers will definitely compare the two celebrations. Does Lu Sichuan's aunt and niece compare to her own family? If they really outshine her family, it would just make people laugh at her. Lu Sanyi clenched his teeth. This wedding banquet can't be worse than Lu Sichuan's housewarming feast. It's just a bit more meat and a few chickens. Just buy them. Our family can afford it. Their family is considered quite well off in the village. Lu Sanai, though worried about money, cared more about saving face, so she also agreed with clenched teeth. Their son, daughter-in-law, and grandson had no objections, so they decided to go ahead. Only granddaughter-in-law Zhou thought about her own wedding banquet, which wasn't as fancy, and felt a little jealous. But there was nothing she could do about it. When the time comes, she wouldn't hold back and planned to eat more. Lu Sanai proudly boasted throughout the village that their banquet would be very beautiful and abundant, and everyone should come. Everyone was very eager, especially since they had just attended Lu Sichuan's housewarming feast. Seeing the comparison, they asked, "Really? Will it be more lavish than Sichuan's? Not worse than theirs?" "Oh, that would be great." Unaware of these plans, Lu Sichuan's second day after moving, she went to find Lu Lijing. Linghuan water had accumulated over 20 drops, all used to activate the cassava cuttings and the stems suitable for planting. There were about 5,600 in total. She handed all of these to Lu Lijing. "Mr. Lijing, this is all the cassava seeds I could get. I kept some for my own planting. See how you want to divide them among the villagers." Many had already been distributed before, but now there were over 5,600. The village has about 60 households with over 500 people. Dividing these cassava seeds would help even if the rice fields had a poor harvest. With some thrift, they could manage. Lu Lijing was surprised and happy. He didn't expect Lu Kaichun to bring so many cassava seeds. He thought that having 2,000 seeds would be impressive, or even just over 1,000. But Lu Kaichun gave him such a big surprise. "Kaichun, thank you so much. If there's a drought this year, it's okay. Next year, when we plant again, each family must return 20 jin to you. If anyone refuses, they don't want the cassava seeds." Lu Lijing was firm. Lu Kaichun smiled. "That's fine, it's up to you, Mr. Lijing." She didn't care much about this harvest and didn't volunteer to take it. But since Lijing said so, she wouldn't refuse. Anyway, she felt justified in taking it. Lu Lijing laughed heartily. All right, it's settled then. Thank you, Mr. Lijing. By the way, I also want to buy some land, including the abandoned mountain behind my yard. Let's buy another 100 acres. Lu Lijing said, All right. I'll go handle the land deed for you in a few days when I have free time. Lu Kaichun thanked him and went home. Lu Lijing was deeply moved. This girl is really starting to live a good life. The big yard and house are built and they bought so much land. Although it's all dry land, over 100 acres, no other family in the village has so much dry land. This land produces quite a bit of stuff. After returning from Lu Lijing's house, Lu Kaichun stayed home and cooked chili paste with Lu Daegu. When she went to town to buy meat, she also bought 20 covered clay jars, each holding 10 jin, about 5 kilograms. That day, Lu Kaichun and Lu Daegu made 16 jars of chili paste, almost finishing the chili powder they had ground over the past few days for Aunt In and Aunt Lu. 15 jars were the same, only adding fermented soybeans. One jar was special, kept for their own use, and was very carefully prepared. It included fried chicken pieces, shrimp, small dried fish about the size of chopsticks, chopped mushrooms, garlic, dried bamboo shoots, beaten eggs sliced into strips and then diced, and chopped green onions. After cooking, it smelled so good that it was irresistible. It went perfectly with plain rice, 2 big bowls in one go. Definitely a good dish to eat with rice. After making the chili paste, the next day Lu Kai-chun went to the provincial city. She paused the dye purchase and collected all the loquats. After some thought, Lu Kai-chun decided not to bring Chui with her, but to go alone to the city. Chui was a bit unhappy. "I can protect you," she said. "Later, maybe. For now, stay at home and protect Aunt and our family," Lu Kai-chun said with a cheerful smile, sounding lazy. What if the people chasing Chui are stubborn and relentless? Maybe they're secretly watching in the city now. If they meet Chui, it would be the end. It will be better after a while. Even the most patient people will give up if they gain nothing. This time, she was experienced. Although the drought and the later dye collection on the mountain made it harder to find the dye than at the beginning, the total amount was still over 37,000 jin. In total, she earned more than 237 taels of silver. After deducting over 70 taels for costs, she made over 160 taels of profit. Lu Kai-chun was very happy. Running this business every few days could earn over 100 taels of silver. She was very pleased. Lu Kai-chun didn't leave right away. She took a small jar of chili sauce from her basket and offered it to shopkeeper Tang. "This is homemade chili sauce, very good with rice, and helps open the appetite. I brought some for you to try. If you like it, you can buy some from me. I have plenty. If you could help introduce it to other restaurants or places, that would be great, haha." Shopkeeper Tang often worked happily with Lu Kai-chun, and they had become familiar with each other. He kindly accepted her chili sauce with a smile. Thank you. If you like it, I'll be sure to recommend it to others." "Then I'll wait for your good news, Shopkeeper Tang." Back at the inn, Lu Kai-chun also gave small bottles of chili sauce to the innkeeper and the staff, smiling as she promoted her product.
Good stuff.
Who can resist the charm of chili sauce? Since her family had grown, Lu Kai-chun planned to buy more rice and flour. The next day, she bought 1,000 jin of rice and 500 jin of flour. After thinking for a moment, she also bought quite a lot of cotton and cloth. Meat in the provincial city was cheap, so she bought over 100 jin of lamb. She also bought plenty of fresh fish and dried tofu. Pork prices were similar to those in the county, but since it was convenient here, she bought over 100 jin of pork. She also bought various pork offal, stomachs, hearts, kidneys, livers, large intestines, small intestines, pig's feet, and pig's heads from several stalls. She stored everything in her space to eat slowly later. These offal and lamb needed strong spices and seasonings to taste good, so she bought a lot of soy sauce, cooking wine, and fresh. Salt and sugar, surprisingly, were the most expensive items she bought. She also bought various snacks, preserved fruits, melon seeds, and candies. Lu Kai-chun bought everything without worry. She was also interested in fresh fruit, but at this season, it seemed only loquats were available. She wasn't interested in those since she had already stored many in her space. Currently, there were many loquats on the market. The best quality ones were sweet, smooth-skinned, bright yellow, and large, selling for about 12 cents per jin in the provincial city. Ordinary-sized ones sold for about 7 cents per jin and smaller, tasty ones for around 4 or 5 cents. But Lu Kai-chun didn't plan to sell them now. She stored them in her space, waiting until the fresh loquats were out of season to sell, which would bring a better price. Silver was very powerful. 1 jin of good pork only cost 18 cents, and offal was even cheaper. Lamb was 3 cents cheaper than pork. With just 1 or 2 silver coins, she could buy many things. Passing by a shop selling rouge and cosmetics, she went inside to take a look. This shop has a very complete selection of items. Lip balm, eyebrow pencils, moisturizing creams, face powders, sachets, fragrant pouches, loose spices, various floral scented hair oils, nail polish, hair ribbons and flowers, simple jewelry, handkerchiefs, and hair accessories. All available. Lu Kai-chun bought 3 hairpieces, 2 handkerchiefs, and hairpins and hair ties made of wood and copper for her eldest aunt and herself. The shop girl smiled happily and tried to sell all kinds of blush and face powders, which are the main profit makers. This has always been true, both in the past and now. Lu Kai-chun was not interested in these. She doesn't like applying makeup. As for skincare, she has spiritual spring water, which is much better than any skincare products, so she isn't interested in these things. The spices are quite good, but the quality here seems a bit ordinary. The scent is somewhat heavy and dull. When she becomes more prosperous in the future, she will choose the very best spices. But thinking of the spiritual spring water, her mind suddenly opened up. If she mixes the spring water into her skincare creams, wouldn't the effect be even better? Selling a small box for 40 or 50 taels of silver sounds reasonable. She already felt she was getting a good deal. Lu Kai-chun decided quickly, asked about the price of the moisturizing cream, and bought 20 boxes on the spot. The shop girl was pleasantly surprised, her eyes wide and shining. Her sales skills had improved remarkably. "Miss, you want 20 boxes? We can give you a better price. Only 1 tael and 9 yen per box. Please come over here, and I'll pack them for you. Can't you make it cheaper?" "That really can't be done. We never lower prices here. 1 box of this moisturizing cream originally costs 2 taels of silver, and she only paid a little less, 1 yen less." So Lu Kai-chun tried to negotiate for an even better deal. After some bargaining, she paid 37.5 taels of silver. Then she spent 3 more taels to buy 2 good quality porcelain jars, 1 large and 1 small. All 20 boxes of cream were put into the large jar for easier mixing with the spring water. The small jars were for samples and sales demonstrations. After a satisfying shopping trip, she returned to the inn. Unexpectedly, Hwan, the shopkeeper from the Four Seas Trading, was already waiting for her at the inn. When he saw her return, he breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward confidently. "Miss Su, you're back. Our shopkeeper asked me to come and ask you, how much of that chili paste do you still have? And what's the price?" Business was picking up. Lu Kai-chun felt quite proud. "How about it? Do you think my chili paste is spicy enough?" Hwan chuckled happily and gave a thumbs up. So satisfying. Miss Lu said that this spicy sauce was truly a perfect dish enhancer, no exaggeration. Last night, a few of them tried it. The flavor was so appetizing and perfect for a meal. Unfortunately, the quantity was small. They hadn't eaten enough before it was gone. Oh, there was still a little left, but the shopkeeper, being stingy, kept it for himself and didn't share. This morning, the shopkeeper used that small amount to eat with plain steamed buns, finishing it all without sharing any with them. So petty. While talking to Hwan, Lu Kai-chun said, "I brought over a dozen jars of this chili sauce, each jar weighing 10 jin. I don't sell them separately. 35 cents per jin. You should go back and discuss with Tang's shopkeeper if you want more. Can it be cheaper? At most, 2 cents less per jin for you." Actually, Lu Kai-chun originally planned to sell it at 3 cents per jin. She estimated the cost to be about 13 cents per jin. TSK, what they earn is really just a hard-earned penny. The value for money is average. But selling in large quantities can still make a good profit. Unexpectedly, Hwan was able to make the decision himself, and he happily said, "All right, then 33 cents per jin. We'll take as much as you have." Hearing this, Lu Kai-chun knew that shopkeeper Tang would definitely try to make a profit by acting as the middleman. After all, each jar contains 10 jin, and with over 10 jars, that's more than 100 jin. Their shopkeeper and a few assistants, 7 or 8 people, couldn't possibly eat that much. If they could sell it all at once, Lu Kai-chun thought it was worthwhile, so she nodded and agreed, saying she would deliver it later and settle the bill then. Hwan agreed happily and left excitedly. They could enjoy the spicy sauce by noon. Its aroma was so tempting and mouth-watering. Honestly, even though their shopkeeper has seen many good things, he had never tasted such delicious chili sauce before. For those who love spicy food, it's an unmatched delicacy, so good they wouldn't trade it for meat. All the busy workers like them love a good, appetizing dish. It's convenient, stimulates the appetite, and is a must-have for home and travel. Lu Kai-chun quickly delivered 15 jars, totaling 150 jin, earning nearly 5 taels of silver. Shopkeeper Tang and others bought this super tasty and visually appealing chili sauce. Just looking at its color made everyone hungry and happy. Shopkeeper Tang smiled and said, "Miss Lu, if you have more of this chili sauce next time, bring some more. We could buy 50 or so jars." I won't hide from Miss Lu that this thing is really very convenient for us traveling merchants. When we're on the road, we eat simple meals and hard dry bread. There's no time to cook. Even if we want to, we often don't have ingredients or it's inconvenient. This chili sauce is truly very handy. Miss Lu Kai-chun immediately sensed a business opportunity. So, merchants would like my chili sauce? Shopkeeper Tang twitched his mouth and thought to himself, no wonder Miss Lu, from the village, was sent to discuss business. She's so clever. It should be liked by all. It's very convenient, he said with a smile. Miss Lu Kai-chun happily replied, "In that case, I'll make more next time and sell it all to Shopkeeper Tang. You can distribute it and we both earn." Shopkeeper Tang was very happy. Merchants would definitely like it. A caravan has many people. Bringing 5 or 6 jars of chili sauce might not be enough. There are so many merchant groups coming and going in the city. Even if he earns only 2 coins per pound of chili sauce, it adds up to a large amount. The best part is, the goods won't be stuck with him, and it won't interfere with other work. It's just easy profit. Shopkeeper Tang was overjoyed. "Excellent idea, Miss Lu. Here's what we'll do. I'll ask around and gather information. Next time you can come back with a plan. We can agree on how many jars of chili sauce to produce each time and how often to deliver. We can fix these details. What do you think? As for the price, let's stick to 33 coins per jar for now. Next time, we can sign a formal agreement." Miss Lu Kai-chun was straightforward and generous. He liked her style of doing business, so he didn't push for a lower price. In fact, if they buy regularly, there's definitely room to negotiate the price. Miss Lu clearly understood this too and nodded gratefully to Shopkeeper Tang. "Thank you, Shopkeeper Tang. I'll wait for your good news." "Ha ha ha, same to you." "Don't be polite, Miss Lu." Both smiled at each other happily. By the way, you can also add ingredients like diced chicken, minced meat, small dried fish, mushroom cubes, dried bamboo shoots, crushed peanuts, and so on to the chili sauce. The flavor will be different. Adding these, how long can it be stored? It won't affect the preservation. It can last a year or even a year and a half. That's impossible. Shopkeeper Tang was surprised and blurted out,
Miss Lu Kai-chun so my confident.
"Of course we have a way." How could I deceive Shopkeeper Tang? Whether it's meat, mushrooms, dried bamboo shoots, or peanuts, first fry them in oil until the water is gone. Then cook them together with chili peppers to make chili sauce, which won't spoil easily. That makes sense. Shopkeeper Tang said, "Since that's the case, next time Miss Lu can bring some to try."
All right.
Shopkeeper Tang couldn't help but look forward to it. Traveling merchants have a tough life, so if they can enjoy delicious meat easily, everyone would be happy. Having meat to eat and rice to go with it, could it really be so good? Miss Lu Kai-chun didn't expect the innkeeper to also say the chili sauce was very tasty and smiled, wanting to buy more. She shrugged and said regretfully, "Sorry, shopkeeper, I only brought a few jars of chili sauce, and they've all been sold out." The shopkeeper looked disappointed. "They're all gone?" Miss Lu Kai-chun replied, "If you want, I can bring you a jar next time. But we don't sell the chili sauce in parts. Each jar is 10 jin, and 1 jin costs 33 cents, no discount. 33 cents per jin isn't expensive for such tasty chili sauce. It can be used not only with rice but also for cooking, seasoning dishes, or adding a spoonful to noodles. That flavor is amazing. Eating it with steamed buns in the morning is much more fragrant than plain pickles." The shopkeeper's mind was moved. Maybe the inn's kitchen could also try using the chili sauce for seasoning. "Miss Lu, when will you come next time?" "Bring me 5 jars to try." That's hard to say. If everything goes well, maybe in 10 days. All right, no problem. Good. Then I'll be waiting for good news from Miss Liu. If it sells well, I might buy from you regularly. Could the price be even cheaper then? Miss Liu Kaichun shook her head with a smile, feeling a bit embarrassed. Sorry, shopkeeper, but I sell large quantities to others at the same price. The shopkeeper was a little disappointed, but didn't argue further. He nodded and said, all right, then we'll stick to this price.
Great.
If customers like it, we can discuss a long-term deal. No problem. At first, she thought that so much dried chili would be enough, but now it seems not quite enough. She would continue buying more after returning home. From the village, neighboring villages, even nearby families, each only has 10 or 20 jin to sell, but adding up over time makes a huge amount. She hurriedly took some time to visit the moneylender to exchange for copper coins. With orders in hand, Miss Liu Kaichun happily returned home early the next morning. If everything went smoothly on the way, she could arrive by evening. But unexpectedly, the donkey cart broke down halfway, causing a delay, and she couldn't continue her journey. Fortunately, luck was on their side. This place was not a remote wilderness with no nearby village or town. Not far ahead, there was a small town where they could stay overnight. The next morning, at dawn, they set out again. Liu Kaichun didn't want to walk and asked the driver to take her to Luan village. Unexpectedly, halfway there, she faintly heard the lively sounds of drums and gongs ahead. Liu Kaichun was puzzled. What's going on? The driver, experienced and cheerful, immediately understood. Oh, it looks like someone's wedding. We've just run into a wedding procession. A wedding? A wedding procession? Liu Kaichun was surprised and had a bad feeling. Could it be a coincidence? Could it be that it's Liu Sanyi and Liu Sennai's family getting a daughter-in-law? Forget it, everyone has their own way. They decided to pass them by. Go ahead of them. Okay. The driver tightened the reins and lightly whipped the donkey, urging it to go faster. The donkey, probably excited by the lively scene, suddenly stretched its neck and loudly brayed, hee-haw, hee-haw, hee-haw. The donkey was in its prime, and its loud, piercing cries startled some people in the wedding procession. The lively music suddenly faltered. Trumpets stopped, drums paused, and the tune shifted sharply to a different, more shrill sound. Everything was chaotic. Many people in the wedding procession couldn't help but laugh out loud. Liu Kaichun touched her nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. She really didn't mean to cause trouble. Uncle Meng, hurry up and drive ahead so as not to disturb the wedding procession. Uncle Meng also felt awkward. All right. In fact, it was just a small accidental interruption. Even if it caused a brief chaos, it was harmless. Everyone just laughed it off. However, the family of Yang Shun was a generous and broad-minded family. Especially after Yang Shun became a scholar, he not only felt proud himself, but also made the Yang family look impressive. Today, when sending his sister to her wedding, Yang Shun's presence almost overshadowed his sister. Everyone treated him with respect, politeness, and smiles. He enjoyed this feeling very much. It was predictable that when they arrived at the groom's house, he would be the most admired guest, surrounded by people complimenting, flattering, and admiring him. All the young ladies and young wives would surely look at him with shy affection and hesitation, wishing their husbands were like him. All the older men and women would praise him endlessly, dreaming that their ancestors' graves would sprout green shoots and that they would have a talented descendant like him. In short, today he was destined to be full of confidence and spirit. Just thinking about it made people tremble with excitement. By then, the women who had been abandoned by the Yang family, Liu Kaichun and her family, would probably feel regret and shame. He wanted everyone to see that someone like Liu Kaichun, a rough and unsophisticated rural woman, was not worthy of someone as elegant and refined as him, like the bright moon and gentle breeze. It was only right that he had broken off his engagement with her. Now, as he was walking along the road, he was already enjoying the feeling of being praised, more so than when he was slightly tipsy after drinking. However, just as he was happily talking, a loud donkey's bray startled him and interrupted his words, which made him unhappy. When he tried to speak again, the donkey brayed loudly once more, cutting him off. Then, there was a burst of laughter from the wedding procession. Yang Shun was furious and embarrassed. Which fool dared to cause trouble for him? When the coachman was about to pass the donkey cart and overtake the wedding procession, Yang Shun stopped the cart. You, sir, are so clueless. Can't you see this is a wedding procession? Why are you causing trouble? What's your real intention? The coachman, who had seen quite a bit in his years working this job and dealing with all kinds of people, was not easily frightened, even if he didn't know Yang Shun was a scholar. Knowing wouldn't make him scared either. Angrily, Yang Shun scolded him, but the coachman sneered. Who doesn't know? This road isn't just yours. Only you can walk here? I'm just trying to get along. How could I know I'd run into you? How is that causing trouble? That donkey is just a beast. It's making noise. What do I care? I'm just trying to hurry along. If you keep blocking me, what's the problem? I think you're up to something, causing trouble for no reason. Truly. Yang Shun was furious. How bold you are. What kind of talk is that? Although some people in the wedding procession also thought that the scholar was making a fuss, when trouble arose, they all agreed to stick together and help the bride and groom, ignoring the issue. Forget it. Forget it. Scholar, don't bother with such people.
Exactly.
He's clueless. We don't need to pay attention. Let's not delay the auspicious time. I said, brother, we're here to celebrate a happy event, hoping for good luck. Please say fewer words. The coachman was angry and glaring, thinking to himself, what did I say that was so wrong? This is so unlucky. But since the other side had many people, the coachman dared not cause trouble. After all, they were celebrating, and he didn't want to argue. He snorted and stayed silent. Please make way, I'm leaving now. If you don't let me go, and the donkey starts making noise again, don't blame me. The crowd immediately moved aside. Go ahead, go ahead. Hurry up. It could have ended there, but Yang Shun refused to back down. Because the coachman didn't bow politely or apologize, Yang Shun felt annoyed. He thought the coachman was rude. Instead of stepping aside, he looked at the carriage with displeasure and said, who is inside? Won't they come out and explain or apologize? Not even showing their face or saying a word. Isn't that a bit too much? Everyone's eyes turned toward the carriage, some agreeing with Yang Shun. Yeah, who's inside that carriage? That's so rude. Exactly, they should at least come out and say something. That's right. Lu Kai-chun sighed inwardly. Why bother? Is it rude that she didn't show herself? She just wanted to give them some face. Since they insisted, she had no choice. Lu Kai-chun lifted the curtain. Yang Shun, are you done? You got lucky with a scholar's son, and you're so proud. If he were an official, your reputation would be even greater.
Who would you look at then?
Mrs. Liu, it's you? Yang Shun's face changed. He was so shocked he forgot to criticize Lu Saichuan's sarcasm. People who knew Lu Kai-chun also looked surprised. It's her. Oh my, how is that possible? Could it really be her? This is too much of a coincidence. No, it's just terrible luck. People who didn't know Lu Kai-chun sensed the gossip in their words and the others' reactions. They eagerly asked, what's going on? Who is she? She looks quite pretty. Hey, that's Lu Kai-chun, the former wife of the scholar.
Ah.
The onlookers, now enlightened, looked excited. Is this a free show? They felt lucky and couldn't wait to see what would happen. Yang Shun was furious and angry.
How could this be?
It's you causing trouble. Lu Kai-chun, you shameless woman. You really have no shame. I tell you, since you're so impressive, why don't you buy this road? No one else is allowed to walk on it except your family, okay? That way, no one will bother you. If you're so capable, why are you pretending? Can you control the sky, the ground, or even whether animals call or not? Even if you're a scholar, you can't interfere with animals' affairs. Animals in their world don't care whether you're a scholar or not. The onlookers couldn't help but laugh out loud. I think it's quite funny. Why did I have to meet someone like you? I just returned from the provincial city, stayed overnight halfway, and this morning I was busy heading home. Who knew I'd be so unlucky? Such bad luck. Are you causing trouble? Sorry, I'm not interested. I'm busy earning money. If you have time, why not earn more and enjoy good food and drinks? Wouldn't it be better to buy a couple of new clothes for my husband? Yang Shund was overwhelmed by all this and didn't know how to respond. The crowd was even more surprised and started whispering.
What?
Has Lu's wife remarried? Yeah, I don't think I heard that before. If I heard right, she just said she came back from where? The provincial city.
Wow, is that true?
She's a young wife, going to the provincial city alone?
Why?
I don't quite believe it. She just said she went to earn money? What's really going on?
Exactly.
Yang Shund finally reacted, looking even angrier. You? Just came back from the provincial city? Who are you fooling? Your husband? When did you remarry? I didn't know. Lu Kaichun lazily smiled. Who do you think you are? Do I have the energy to fool you? I've been buying special local products in our Lu Bei village. Just ask anyone. Lying to you? Do you deserve that? And if I remarry, that has nothing to do with you. My husband is handsome, young, talented, and very kind. He's loyal and caring. Our whole family loves him very much.
Don't you know?
Well, that's normal, since it has nothing to do with you. Yang Shund. But still, he was so angry. What exactly is your intention? What are you really up to? I just want to go home now. Good dog, get out of the way. Move aside. How dare you talk to me like that?
Huh.
What else should I do? Yang Shund was speechless. When he saw Lu Saichuan's teasing and dismissive look, he couldn't stand it anymore and blurted out, I am now a scholar official. Lu Kaichun, who used to be timid in front of him, had cried and begged for forgiveness when he dismissed her before, pleading for his mercy, her mother's, and her siblings. How dare she act this way today? Not only him, but Yang Shun's younger brother, Yang Shufa, also pushed forward angrily, showing off and shouting, Lu family, what are you doing here? We already divorced you. Are you still trying to cling to my brother? Do you have no shame? Lu Kaichun looked at him with a look like he was slow or foolish, then sincerely advised Yang Shund, is your brother deaf or just slow? Honestly, don't worry about money. Take him to see a doctor if he's sick. She had already told him she was married, but this guy's expression clearly showed he thought she was trying to flirt with her brother. Something was definitely wrong with him. Someone in the crowd suddenly said, is Shufa around? He went to the small grove too. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Oh, so they didn't hear anything. Lu Kaichun suddenly understood. Yang Shufa didn't know what everyone was laughing at, but he felt it wasn't good. He thought Lu Saichuan's presence here definitely meant she had bad intentions, and it was even more annoying that she was causing him to be laughed at. You're the one with the problem. Who do you think you are, talking nonsense?
How dare you say that about me?
Who gave you the guts? Lu Kaichun retracted her previous thoughts. This person was definitely a bit off. She smiled playfully and said, it's my courage, thanks to the facts. What are you talking about? Yang Shufa was confused. Brother, what does Lu family want? Is she crazy? Lu Kaichun changed her face, showing disdain and contempt. Ignorant fool. Didn't anyone teach you? When you don't know anything, it's best to keep quiet. Otherwise, you'll embarrass yourself and still think you're right. The lady from the Lu family has no conflict with your Yang family, and we've never come to bother you. So what kind of paranoia makes you think I'm doing all this on purpose or trying to cause trouble just to get close to you? Who gave you that confidence? Do you even know who Liang Jingru is? No, wait, who gave you the courage? The onlookers watched eagerly, smiling and whispering excitedly, chatting among themselves. They enjoyed the feast and the gossip. This was a good show. After all, how many people could see the gossip about the scholar official in person? Just that made them feel like winners. They felt happy. Yang Shun's face darkened like a bottomless pot. Yang Xuanfa was very angry. If you don't want to bother my brother, why are you here? Don't think we don't see your little tricks. No matter how you try to defend yourself, it won't work. I advise you to wake up. My brother will never forgive you easily. Lu Kaichun chuckled and said, do you think I still want to go back to your family? Yang Xuanfa proudly replied, isn't that true? You finally said it yourself. Lu Kaichun clapped her hands and laughed. Looks like you're not very popular. It seems none of your relatives or friends like you. Otherwise, why is everyone just watching you embarrass yourself without telling you? By the way, I already married and am now a wife. My husband is waiting for me at home. I'm eager to see him, so I won't bother with you anymore. Haha, goodbye. Oh, and I hope I never see you again, to avoid feeling sick. Uncle Meng, let's go.
All right.
The coachman also laughed loudly. He suddenly whipped the horse, which neighed loudly and ran off, leaving a trail of dust. Yang Xuanfa's face turned red and white. He couldn't help but glance at his relatives and friends. Everyone instinctively avoided his gaze, feeling guilty. The onlookers looked awkward. This scene of watching others' embarrassment. Yang Xuanfa's face darkened with anger. So it turns out everyone knew Lu's remarried, but no one told him, letting him make a fool of himself. He felt wronged and ashamed as he glared at his brother. Others might have ignored it, but why didn't his brother say anything? He was only speaking up for him, yet he also looked embarrassed.
Why?
If there weren't so many people outside, he would have shouted at his brother. Yang Shund was also annoyed. How could he say it out loud? Wouldn't that embarrass him even more? After all, he had misunderstood at first. He had given Yang Xuanfa a look, but he didn't understand it. That Lu is too sneaky and mean. No wonder the wise man said women and villains are hard to deal with. Xuanfa, don't fall for her tricks. Yang Xuanfa was a little calmer but still angry. Humph. Cough cough, where's Joy? Play the music quickly. We must hurry, or we'll miss the auspicious time. Yes, let's go. The onlookers hurriedly agreed, and the wedding procession set off again. Many people whispered among themselves. Is what Lu said true? I don't know, but she seems to really have no feelings for the scholar. Otherwise, she wouldn't be acting like that, playing tricks on people. I see what you mean. So, she really married someone else? Is her new husband really that good? I don't know. When we get to Luan village, let's find a chance to see for ourselves. I want to go too. Invite me along. Me too. These kinds of conversations kept coming into the brothers' ears, making Yang Shund and his brother feel very upset and frustrated. That Lu family. No wonder that day when my mother returned from Luan village, she scolded them. They really are no good and seem to be at odds with us. Feeling upset isn't enough. Just thinking about Lu Kaichun crying and begging for forgiveness in front of us before, and comparing her to how she looked today, the brothers felt so disappointed they started to doubt everything.
Why is that?
Why is Lu family so arrogant? Do they deserve it? They should be begging and crying in front of us, not acting like this. The brothers both clenched their teeth in anger. Lu family members are crazy. They must have lost their minds. Lu Kaichun returned home. Lu Daegu, Chiki, and several hired workers, and Shu, and Lei, and Lin Guang, were all working on clearing land. She dismissed the coachman and went to the hillside behind the house to find them.
Auntie.
Chiki. Lu Daegu was very happy. Kaichun, you're back? Why did you come home so early? I thought. Lu Kaichun smiled gently. You thought I'd only come back tomorrow?
Ha ha ha.
Lu Daegu chuckled awkwardly. Chiki nodded at her and kept working with his. She bought over 100 acres of wasteland. The large area behind the mountain now belonged to their family. Clearing land is hard work. Lu Daegu hurried down from the mountain and whispered, Since you're back today, are you going to the Lu family's banquet? The one for Lu San and Lu Samama? They're shameless. They even came to invite us. Seeing you not at home, they probably thought you were too proud to go and made up excuses to stay away.
Buffed.
Ugly people causing trouble. Lu Daegu looked very angry. Lu Kaichun chuckled. Since they're not afraid of embarrassment, what am I afraid of? If they invite me, I'll go. I'll bring Chiki with me. Lu Daegu was surprised but then nodded and laughed. Yes. I forgot about that. Just take Chiki with you and make them angry. According to local customs, the banquet was held in the evening, but it started quite early, around 4 o'clock. After eating quickly, those nearby who are in the same group can go home, while those farther away or closer relatives from the same village usually stay a bit longer because it's a happy event. Of course, there's lots of noise and chatter to make it lively. Since several villagers hired to clear land need to go to a wedding banquet, everyone finished work early today. Lu Kai-chun took out the clothes she bought especially for the 7th day of the lunar month and cheerfully pushed him. Hurry up and take a shower and change. I'll take you to the celebration. Whether he eats or not isn't important. What matters is showing his face. The 7th day looked at her and responded with a simple then quickly and neatly washed and changed. The blue-green robe he wore looked clean and fresh. His broad shoulders and narrow waist, long limbs, made him look tall and straight like a bamboo. His black hair was high, with long eyebrows, and his eyes sparkled like stars, bright and sharp. His high nose and well-defined, handsome face made him look so attractive that people couldn't look away. Aunt Lu couldn't help but smile and praise. Kai-chun is really lucky. 7th day is so handsome. I've never seen anyone this good-looking. That's right. Lu Kai-chun agreed, smiling proudly inside. 7th day looked down at himself, calm and confident. I've always been like this. He seemed naturally composed. Lu Kai-chun liked it even more. This kind of aura, honestly, could beat anyone in the village easily. Whether they win or lose in a contest doesn't matter to Lu Kai-chun, but he definitely wants to outshine Yang-shun, that scoundrel. He wants to make him feel so ashamed he can't lift his head. Later, we'll go to 3rd Uncle Lu's house for the wedding banquet. Don't call me by my name, call me wife. Understand? 7th day was surprised and hesitated. Lu Kai-chun felt a bit hurt. Kid, if I hadn't bought these clothes, would you look this handsome? What's wrong? Putting on clothes and suddenly not recognizing me? Are you unwilling? No, 7th day said. I'm just thinking, we haven't had the wedding ceremony yet. Can I call you wife? Lu Kai-chun chuckled and nodded repeatedly. Yes, of course you can. The ceremony doesn't need to be so formal. After all, their relationship isn't that serious. It's all about being relaxed. They could break up anytime. 7th day nodded again. Okay, I understand. Lu Kai-chun was satisfied. Aunt Lu was speechless. Well, fine. As long as you're happy. Lu Kai-chun usually doesn't care much about dressing up, but today she deliberately styled herself. She changed into a light yellow-green dress, brushed her shiny black hair again, inserted 2 silver hairpins, and pinned 2 slightly larger than thumb-sized pink roses made of silk onto her temples. Her skin is naturally fair and her appearance beautiful. Especially after washing with spiritual spring water, her body radiates a special aura that no amount of grooming can match. Her eyes are dark and bright, full of life. Standing with Chi-Chi, they look like a perfect match. Talented man and beautiful woman. A match made in heaven. Lu Kai-chun holds his hand confidently, full of energy and enthusiasm, as if ready to cause some trouble. She says, let's go. Chi-Chi slightly stiffens, nods gently, and allows Lu Kai-chun to hold his hand. After a moment, he adds, all right, dear. Lu Kai-chun laughs happily and sweetly replies, husband. She likes this kind of straightforwardness. Chi-Chi tries to keep a serious face, showing no emotion, not daring to move his eyes. His ears turn slightly red, almost unnoticed. They arrive at Lu San-yi and Lu San-nai's house. As soon as they step inside, many eyes are drawn to them. Everyone's eyes brighten, and they secretly cheer in their hearts. What a handsome couple. The young women and girls can't help but sneak glances at Chi-Chi, their hearts fluttering with excitement and sweetness. Some with shy cheeks blush a little. This young man is so handsome, just one more look makes their hearts race. Lu Kai-chun looks lively and charming, dressed quite stylishly for the countryside, attracting many more looks. Chi-Chi doesn't like being stared at. He raises his eyes coldly, causing several men to quickly look away in fear, their faces turning pale. Tianshi and Lu Kai-xia are helping here today. They don't take any seats, and Lu Lao-yi has brought Lu De Zhuang along. This is their first time seeing Chi-Chi, and they are a bit stunned. Lu Laoyi feels a little embarrassed. He hasn't met Zhang Sanmazi before. According to Tianshi, Zhang Sanmazi is a bit older than Lu Kai-chun, and he's actually quite good-looking. But Lu Laoyi is sure that no matter how handsome Zhang Sanmazi is, he can't compare to Qi, who is right in front of him. Tianshi and Lu Kaixia are both shocked. Is Qi blind? How could he fall for Lu Kai-chun, this troublemaker? Lu Kaixia's face turns red and her heart races. Such a handsome man. Why would Lu Kai-chun, a widow, be interested? Lu Kai-chun didn't care what others thought and confidently led Qi into the main hall. The wedding gift money was registered right there. At this moment, everyone in the hall was a respected guest attending the wedding. Old Lu's wife, Lu Lijing, Aunt An Liu, and others. There were also a few elders from the Yang family, including Yang Shun's brother, a scholar, and his brother-in-law. Yang Xuanfa was also following behind his older brother. When Lu Kai-chun and Qi entered, everyone who was chatting and laughing suddenly fell silent, all turning to look at them. Their eyes brightened, and they looked very pleased. What a handsome man and a beautiful woman. What a perfect match. Yang Shun and his brothers, along with some other Yang family members, immediately looked upset. Especially Yang Shun, whose face showed a very interesting expression. Lu Kai-chun smiled and greeted old Lu and Lu Lijing, while Qi did the same. Lu Kai-chun gave 20 coins as a gift and smiled, saying congratulations. Old Lu forced a smile and awkwardly thanked her. He really didn't expect Lu Kai-chun to come. They had heard she wasn't at home, so they deliberately went to invite her, specifically mentioning that they wanted her to come. If she didn't come, it would seem like she was petty and holding grudges, refusing to show respect even at her own wedding. But unexpectedly, she actually came back, and she dressed up specially. She even brought her new husband. They looked so well matched. Was she here to congratulate, or to cause trouble? Anyway, it made him feel uncomfortable. Yang Shun's brothers were so shocked they couldn't speak. Yang Shun felt angry and bitter, and secretly, he also felt jealous. It turned out Lu Shi really got married.
How could she?
How long had she been away from the Yang family? And now she was married? She shouldn't be crying and struggling in pain. She shouldn't be regretting so much. She wished to re-enter the Yang family someday. He was a scholar. Did she have no regrets at all? Lu Shi, how dare she? What did she think of him and the Yang family? Yang Shun secretly looked at Qi, trying to find flaws from different angles, but in the end, he could only conclude that he was just a fragile pillow stuffed with straw, nothing but a pretty face with an empty inside. His final conclusion was, Lu Shi was a shallow, superficial woman. Luckily, he had the foresight to divorce her early. Seeing Lu Kai-chun give 20 coins without blinking, Yang Shun felt even more bitter. Could it be that Lu Shi had really become wealthy? No, that was impossible. Yang Shun's heart moved, and he looked at Lu Kai-chun with a gentle, almost affectionate gaze. He modestly and softly said, I didn't expect you still care so much about Xiaoyan. You are thoughtful. Everyone was surprised, each with different expressions. Lu Lijing's face slightly changed. He couldn't help but glance at Yang Shun and silently curse it inwardly. What is he saying? Kai-chun is already married. If he says that, does it mean Kai-chun still cares about their Yang family, or even about him? If this gets out, what will people think of Kai-chun? No, this won't do. Lu Lijing cleared his throat, about to speak quietly and explain to clear the misunderstanding for Lu Kai-chun. But before he could, Lu Kai-chun smiled and said, Sir Yang, you misunderstood. I have no kinship or connection with your family, so why would I care about Xiaoyan? Sir Yang is a scholar. You should know how dangerous words can be. It's not good if this gets out. The 20 coins I gave have their reasons. My husband has never attended a banquet before, so I brought him here to have some fun, get to know the villagers better, and make future dealings easier. So, I gave 20 coins. After all, we both need to eat at the feast, so of course I should give more. It would be awkward otherwise. Qi, hearing this, turned to look at Lu Kai-chun. My wife is right. Lu Kai-chun also turned to him and smiled charmingly. Yang Shun instinctively clenched his fists, his face darkening. Lu Lijing laughed loudly and said, Good, good. Chi is a good young man. We're all from the same village, so we should participate in these gatherings often. Over time, everyone will get to know each other.
Haha.
Others saw Lu Lijing trying to smooth things over and nodded in agreement. Yang Xuanfa saw his older brother being scolded and couldn't help but get angry. He sneered slightly and muttered quietly, shameless. Lu Kai-chun pretended not to hear, smiled, and said farewell to everyone, preparing to leave with Chi. She was not the type to take things personally for no reason.
Impossible.
And what does Yang Xuanfa's comment have to do with her? Everyone was strangers anyway. The person who brought her here had shown off enough and had naturally left. She went to find a good spot, ready to enjoy the feast after giving the gift money. It was said there was meat, chicken, fish, eggs, tofu, more than her house's housewarming dishes. She even felt a little excited. As she turned to leave, Chi slightly moved his wrist. A small stone shot like lightning and hit Yang Xuanfa's knee.
Yang Xuanfa exclaimed, Oat!
A loud stumble caused someone to sway to the side and bump into Yang Shun. The stool Yang Shun was sitting on suddenly tilted, and his body shifted with it.
Ah!
He exclaimed. Two forces pushed together, and the two brothers fell to the ground in a tangle, making a loud crash. The stool also fell aside. Everyone was surprised and quickly went to help the two men. Careful, young scholar, dear relatives and brothers-in-law. Lu Kai-chun turned to glance quickly at the person who was still pretending not to notice and had just turned back. She smirked slightly, her eyes shining with confidence, and calmly left with Chi. Chi looked calm, as if nothing had happened. Soon, the seating was arranged, with men and women sitting separately. Lu Lijing's son and Uncle Lin Guang came to find Chi, bringing her along. Lu Kai-chun felt at ease sitting with Anton. The dishes were served quickly, but the rice was rough, yellowish-brown rice. Lu Kai-chun only took one look and lost her appetite. At the beginning of the apocalypse, she had to eat many terrible things just to survive. Later, life gradually improved, and she refused to eat such food anymore. Now, she definitely wouldn't eat that. She couldn't stomach eating bitter, hard food. Fortunately, there was plenty of food in her space, including roasted chicken, steamed fatty duck, and braised carp bought from a restaurant in the provincial city. She decided to add more food at home later. The rough rice didn't look appealing, but the dishes seemed okay. They had hired a good cook, so the meat and chicken looked decent. However, the portions were small, mixed with too many vegetables. Maybe 3 or 4 slices of meat per person was enough. Lu Kai-chun didn't bother to fight for food. When she was about to pick up her chopsticks, only vegetables remained. Alright, she felt a little guilty for spending 20 coins. If it weren't for the previous housewarming banquet at Lu Saichun's family, this celebration would be quite good. But unfortunately, the only thing to fear was comparison. And this comparison revealed the gap. They were far behind. The people from Baiyang village who came to send off the bride didn't know about this. They were very satisfied with the food at the banquet and even felt a mysterious confidence, thinking that the reason Lu Sany's family hosted such a lavish celebration was because they value the Yang family very much, completely just to entertain the Yang family. So, the people from Luan village felt grateful for the good feast they enjoyed, thanks to their help. The Yang family members were proud and couldn't help but show off a little. The people from Luan village couldn't openly argue, so they smiled politely but felt annoyed inside. They thought, you guys are really showing off like this? It's clear you've never tasted good food before. What you made at the Chiao family's house for their housewarming banquet is not real delicious food. During the new year, people don't eat that well, and I'm not exaggerating. Adults may not notice, but children don't have many thoughts about it. Some adults from the Yang family keep talking, asking the children from Luan village at the table, isn't this wedding feast delicious? Haven't you ever had such a good feast before?
Ha!
The children munched their food and still remember the housewarming banquet at Lu Kai-chun's house. A few days ago, Kai Chun's housewarming feast was much better than this. No, Aunt Kai Chun's feast was even tastier. The chicken was so fragrant, and the pork stir-fry was really delicious. The adults at the table quickly stopped them when they hear this, saying, "Hey, eat your food. Why talk so much?" The people from the Yang family feel embarrassed and a bit curious. Kai Chun? Which Kai Chun? What's a housewarming feast compared to such a good banquet? Who are they trying to fool? Children just don't have much experience. Some want to keep the peace, but others see the truth. They smile and explain who Kai Chun is, making the Yang family's faces turn green with anger. It's that Liu family woman? She's doing it on purpose, right? It must be deliberate. If it were someone else, everyone might just ignore it. But since it's Liu, who clearly has bad intentions to embarrass the Yang family, why should they be polite? They absolutely shouldn't. Oh, so it's that Liu woman who made our scholar rest? She's building a new house? I heard she's so poor she can't even afford a meal, yet she's building a new house and even hosting a housewarming feast? The villagers of Liu One village don't like hearing this. What's their point? Do they think everyone is fools? It's obvious that the scholar from their village is snobbish, and because he looked down on Kai Chun, he used an excuse to divorce her. That's his fault, and it's also the Yang family's fault. Although everyone dares not offend the scholar, they shouldn't look down on others so much. Besides, now there's not a single person in the village who isn't working hard to earn money from Kai Chun. Not only does she sell things, but she also gets cassava and some potatoes from her. Those are valuable things. Who wouldn't be grateful? They dare not oppose the scholar himself, but they expect all the Yangs to support him? Oh, you don't know yet, but Kai Chun is quite wealthy now. Our two villages are not close together. No wonder Kai Chun has teamed up with big merchants in the city to buy mountain products. She makes a lot of money. Every family in our village sells her things, first mushrooms and bamboo shoots, then madder, indigo, and various dyes. Yes, the dyes used for coloring cloth. It's very profitable. At most, our family earned about 300 coins in a day, at least around 30 coins. Haha, our family is the same. Just a few days ago, we sold loquats and made over 170 coins. Our family made about 20 more coins than you. Who would have thought? In previous years, we only ate loquats as a snack, and now we can sell them for so much money. Exactly.
Ha!
Oh, by the way, Kai Chun is here today. Later, let's ask her if she's still accepting dye materials. It seems there aren't many dyes in the mountains anymore. Let's also ask if she's taking other things. Yes, that's the real business. Honestly, thanks to Kai Chun, our family has slaughtered several pigs this year. We often eat eggs that we used to be too stingy to buy, just to indulge ourselves. Our family is the same. You might not know, but isn't there a very tall, new house in the eastern part of our village? That's Kai Chun's new house, luxurious beyond words. It's a big blue brick and tile house. Inside, the floors are paved with blue bricks, even the pigsty and chicken coop underneath are paved with blue bricks. The house has 2 floors. So impressive. Yes, you can go see it later and find out for yourselves. The Yang family's faces grew angrier and paler. Someone, unable to accept defeat, sneered in anger. So what? She's just an abandoned wife anyway. Everyone disliked hearing that. This is getting pointless. Since the Yang family divorced her, doesn't that mean she doesn't need to make a living? Haha, honestly, I'm puzzled too. Before she got married, Kai Chun was gentle and kind. Who didn't praise her? No one in the village said she was bad. Now she's back and earning money with us. If you say she has bad character, I don't believe it first. I don't believe it either. I remember her goodness. Yes. Without seeing it with my own eyes, I won't believe it. You scholars are so impressive. Don't you know how much benefit you've brought to the Yang family and Bayang village?
Haha, yes. Tell us about it.
I want to hear too. After all, you're a scholar. Surely you're capable. The Yang family's faces turned red and white, feeling both shy and angry. Yang shunned and the others, who were once proud and boastful about being scholars, suddenly fell silent when asked by the villagers of Luan. Without reason, They couldn't help but feel a bit resentful toward Yang Shund. He hadn't brought any real benefit to the family or the village. Even his own family was still the same as before. If there was any change, it was that Yang Shund now carried himself with a lot of pride, acting superior and raising his chin when he saw people, waiting for others to greet him with smiles. He refused to greet others first. When he met people on the road, they would make way for him. He acted as if it was natural, not even bothering to say thank you. Thinking about it made others feel frustrated. Some stubbornly said, "Our scholar will become an official someday, and then he will surely bring benefits to our Yang family and the village." The villagers of Luan secretly envied this, but not too much, and just laughed it off. Being an official is great, but it seems hard to pass the exam. The Yang family was almost furious. When these words reached Yang Shun's brothers, they felt even more upset. Even the family of Liawan's third master and third lady couldn't help but feel annoyed. They reluctantly stayed until the banquet ended. Luan Kai-chun was eager to go home and eat. She went to find Chu-chi and invited him to go home together. Coincidentally, Chu-chi glanced at her and barely touched his food. When they decided to leave, some villagers, eager and impatient, rushed over to ask about the dye collection. "Kai-chun, are you still collecting dye?" "Kai-chun, Kai-chun, there's not much dye left in the mountains. Are you collecting other things?" Yes. This was a big deal. When one person asked, others quickly gathered around, forming a large crowd around Kai-chun and Chu-chi. Kai-chun felt happy inside. "Oh, it seems I've subtly proved some people wrong again."
Nice.
Maybe it's not good to talk about this here? I'm worried Luan third lady and the others might get angry. How about you come to my place tomorrow, and I'll tell you then. No problem, just tell us. Exactly. How could Luan third lady be so petty? Even many people from Bayong village were listening with interest, feeling both envious and doubtful. Kai-chun forced a smile and said, "Since everyone cares so much about this, I shouldn't let you all be worried for nothing. I'll just say a few words. Currently, we only collect dye from Liaolan, madder, and sapanwood. Besides dye, we also collect several medicinal herbs. Tomorrow, come to my place, and I'll teach you how to recognize them. The dye still costs the same as before, and the herbs are priced between 2 and 4 coins per gene, following the usual rules. Whatever amount you want, you can take. First, let me make this clear. Only from our village, no outsiders. If someone secretly takes herbs from outside the village to pass off as ours, don't let me find out, just forget it. But if I do find out, don't expect us to buy from that family again, no matter what. I've made this clear first. If anyone breaks the rule, don't blame me for losing face." Everyone in the village knows her temper, so they all nod and say they understand. They're clear, and they're at ease. Only fools would give outsiders the chance to make money. Spring harvesting time. The herbs are easy to recognize and find, right? Yeah, not hard. Don't worry. Good.
Ha.
The Yang family feels sour about it. Don't boast too much. Herbs are for healing, and if one goes wrong, it could cause big trouble. They're not that easy to identify. You really have some nerve. If something goes wrong, Lu Kai-chun raises an eyebrow. So? What does that have to do with you? Anyway, I'm not selling to you. Everyone from Luan village speaks out together. Yes, our business is none of your concern. Kai-chun will teach us how to recognize them. She's good at it. Really just minding our own business. I think they're just jealous. The Yang family gets even angrier. Lu Kai-chun smiles, pulls Chu-chi away, waves her sleeve, leaving behind a scene of arguing. It kind of feels good to watch a fight. Chu-chi, I don't like the Yang family. Lu Kai-chun, I don't like them either. Chu-chi's eyes light up slightly. Should I punch them? Lu Kai-chun can't help but say, "Oh," with a smile, her eyes crinkling. Her boyfriend's strength really shows. Just hearing that makes people like her more. She teases Chu-chi on purpose. "There's so many, can you really fight them all?" Chu-chi, "I can." Lu Kai-chun laughs. "Not now. If I need you later, I'll tell you." Okay. Lu Kai-chun raises her eyebrows happily, holding Chu-chi's hand. Let's go home. Chu-chi lowers her head, lips pressed tight, and her ears turn slightly red. When they get home, Aunt Lu just finished dinner. Lu Kai-chun loudly says she's hungry, and seeing the rice still in the pot, she's very happy. Wow, no need to cook rice anymore. There are also some dishes. I didn't fry anything because I didn't know what you liked. The pot is clean. I knew there wasn't much at the banquet. Exactly, far better than ours. Haha, Aunt Lu finds it funny. Does any family's food in the whole village compare to theirs? On the 7th day, she doesn't go into the kitchen, so Lu Kai-chun can cook freely. In the room, there are tender, flavorful braised pork knuckles and pig's head meat. The shredded braised meat with rich broth can be mixed with rice for a simple dish. A few fresh, green lettuce leaves are blanched and added for decoration. A freshly fried soft-boiled egg is placed on top, along with a spoonful of spicy chili sauce made with mushroom, bamboo shoots, peanuts, and diced vegetables. 2 large bowls of fragrant braised meat rice are ready. Lu Kai-chun and Chu-chi sit at opposite ends of a curved long dining table, happily eating. Home-cooked food always feels comforting. Grandma, let's make claypot rice tomorrow. Claypot rice is like casserole rice. Lu Kai-chun has taught her older aunt how to make it, and she has already learned after a series of surprised reactions. Hearing this, her aunt smiles and nods. Sure, let's do it tomorrow noon. What do you want to go with it? Ribs or chicken pieces? Half ribs and half eggplant with mincemeat.
All right.
Unfortunately, there are no sausages today. No problem, they'll have them in winter. Sausage, cured meat, dried fish, cured chicken, cured duck, cured pig stomach, liver, hooves, and head. She doesn't want to choose. She wants all of them. At Lu San's house, after the celebration feast, except for those staying to help, the guests who need to leave one after another. Some deliberately stay a little longer, unable to resist asking about Lu Saichuan's mountain goods purchase. But earlier, they spoke too harshly and rudely, offending people deeply, and Lu Kai-chun had openly and firmly refused to accept items from other villages, so no one is willing to talk to them now. They feel it's pointless and mutter as they leave. They can't help but go see Lu Saichuan's new house. What they see leaves them all stunned. It's truly big and tall. The yard wall is so high that they can't see anything even on tiptoe outside. But the blue bricks are real, and the front gate is heavy and grand, something they can't afford to build. They feel envious. Is the Lu family really doing well? What's so great about a little bit of money? Our scholar will be an official someday. When he becomes an official, what can't he get? Exactly. Lu Saixia also goes home. Mrs. Tian is still helping to pack things. As Lu Saichuan's mother, she naturally gets asked about her daughter. Mrs. Tian happily complains and gossips, speaking badly of Lu Kai-chun, which makes the listeners feel satisfied. Look at that. If Lu's mother talks like this, can Lu Kai-chun be a good person? Feeling satisfied, they also want to take advantage. I feel like I get along so well with the Tian family, it's almost like we met too late. This relationship must be quite special, right? Since it's not an ordinary relationship, it's reasonable for me to ask Tian for a small favor. Oh, sister-in-law, isn't Lu collecting dyes, herbs, and such? Our village's mountain should have some too. Could you tell her to also collect for our family? The smile on Tian's face instantly froze. Their family has never gone to Lu Kai-chun to sell things, so how could they help others sell? Does she have to bow her head to Lu Kai-chun just for this unrelated person? That's impossible. But she also can't refuse. Others wouldn't believe she's unwilling to go. They'd just think Lu Kai-chun doesn't want her stuff. Where would her face go? And that person still acted friendly and familiar. You're her mother, so she dares not disobey you. Sister Tian, I'm counting on you for this. Dollars and cents for coins per pound. If she's diligent, she can earn 100 or 200 coins a day. Oh, that's a lot of money. They're getting rich. Tian's face turned anxious. She hesitated. This isn't something I decide. It's a village rule. I don't know why the village made this rule.
It's no use telling me.
But you're her mother, right? Doesn't she dare not listen to you? Oh, that has nothing to do with me. Even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand. Then say something. Sister Tian, please tell me. I really can't say. It's a village matter. I have other things at home. I'll go now.
Sit down, you all. Oh.
Tian pretended not to hear the call behind her and quickened her steps. The person behind was annoyed and sneered coldly. A stepmother is a stepmother. She can't even control her own daughter from her previous marriage. What's she pretending for? It's embarrassing. Friendships can break suddenly just like that. The Yang family also quietly asked Lu Sanai, Zhang, Zhou, and others, eager to get them to agree to help speak for them or secretly accept their goods to sell, just to see if she could tell the difference. Lu Sanai and her daughter-in-law had a hard time explaining. Is it a matter of being able to tell or not? Or is it simply that Lu Kaichun doesn't want to take their things? Besides, there's no wall that can't be pierced. It's strange if they can hide everything. Lu Kaichun does not collect herbs from other villages because she prefers not to cause trouble. Her own village is easier to manage and supervise, and the village elder supports her. It's hard to say about other villages. Some might try to cheat or cause trouble. She earns money to enjoy life, not to get caught up in endless problems. Besides, she doesn't have much capital. Maybe in the future, she can expand her scope, but not now. Liang San's wife and mother-in-law don't want to embarrass themselves by revealing the truth, so they also mumble and make up stories, saying they dare not break the rules. The village doesn't allow it, and the Yang family is disappointed. They also think this in-law is useless and doesn't care about their own affairs at all. They haven't even tried, so how can they say it won't work? The next day, Uncle En and others came again to help Lu Kai-chun clear the land, and seventh day also went. With more people, it will take about 6 or 7 days to finish clearing the land. Lu Kai-chun calculated that it's just right. By then, she can save up about 10 drops of spiritual spring water, enough to plant cassava and potatoes. Over 100 acres. Harvesting in autumn will bring a lot of food. Others worry about drought and watering the garden, but she has space to carry water, so she's not afraid of a big drought. The muddy pond has been dug out and is slowly filling with water. Liang village elder has arranged for villagers to take turns building a dam. Many small streams and ditches have already started to dry up. Some rice paddies are also beginning to lack water. No matter how much they clear and open water channels early on, it's useless if there's no water at the source. The water can't reach the fields. What can they do? For now, they can only wait and watch. When the fields truly dry out and can't wait any longer, they will have to carry water manually. If even carrying water isn't possible, they will have to give up and accept their fate. Fortunately, Liang village elder distributed cassava seeds to each household a few days ago, instructing them to plant in shady places, near vegetable gardens, on mountain slopes, in valleys, or under trees. The goal is to ensure they survive. If they can't save the rice paddies, then it's their staple food. Early in the morning, someone came to ask about collecting medicinal herbs. Lu Kai-chun explained everything one by one. Manager Tang is now buying large quantities of honeysuckle, fragrant valerian, coptis, and summer loosegrass. Coptis costs 3 cents per jean, and the others are 2 cents each. There are no 4-cent ones this time, but there will be in the future. She has some samples here so everyone can see at a glance. People recognize honeysuckle because they've seen it in the mountains before, but they didn't know its proper name or what kind of herb it was. Some people have picked the flowering honeysuckle to dry and brew tea at home. Herbal harvesting and dyeing are quite different. There are more details to consider, such as which part to harvest, and how to store it quickly afterward. Lu Kaichun explained this carefully, also instructing Aunt Lu Daogu. When she is not around, others ask her, and she explains everything in detail. Fortunately, everyone has previous experience. They all know Lu Saichun's temper and understand that for things related to making money, there are certain requirements. So, they listen carefully and remember quietly. This is also why Lu Kaichun doesn't want to cause trouble for other villages. People from other villages might not understand her words so well. Lu Kaichun then went to Lu Lijing's house to remind everyone to start stockpiling grain. Grain prices haven't gone up yet, so now is the best time to buy. Since our village's water fields are drying up, other villages probably have the same problem. As more villages face this, the news will spread, and grain prices will definitely rise. Maybe even daily. When that happens, buying grain will no longer be cost-effective. Lu Lijing was worried about this. Hearing Lu Kaichun, he became even more anxious and fidgeted nervously. You're right, you're very right. We need to prepare early. I'll talk to the villagers this afternoon. I can only remind them. If someone doesn't listen, I can't do anything. Lu Lijing finally understood. Usually, most people are reluctant to spend their hard-earned money before trouble comes. They tend to hold on to hope and think, what if? And want to see what happens first. But they often regret it later. Next time, if similar problems arise, rest assured, they will still hold on to that what if hope. Lu Kaichun snorted softly. Short-sighted. There's no other way. If this were the end of the world, such people would be among the first to die. By the way, I have another matter. I want to ask Lu Quan or Lu Sheng to help buy fresh red chili peppers. Lu Kaichun plans to hire one of Lu Lijing's sons and one from Aunt Lu's family to do this. They will buy about 500 to 600 jin of fresh chili peppers each day, paying each person 40 coins daily. Since Lu Lijing's family has an ox cart, they can go to other villages to collect the peppers. The cost of renting the ox cart will be calculated separately, about 10 coins a day. The reason for buying 500 to 600 jin daily is that they lack enough workers to handle the fresh peppers. They also need time to dry them in the yard. There's no rush. They can do it slowly. There are still plenty of chili peppers in storage, enough for this purpose. Collecting 500 to 600 jin each day is just right. The peppers will continue to grow and bloom as they ripen, allowing for over 3 months of continuous harvest, which is enough. This is a good opportunity to make money, so Lu Lijing naturally had no reason to refuse. He smiled and agreed happily. However, Lu Lijing's second daughter-in-law, Bai, heard about it and quickly ran in from the door, smiling, saying, Kaichun, we don't need Lu Dinyang's family to do this. Our family can handle it. If not, my brothers from my maternal family can do it too. Kaichun. She really doesn't like Bai. Lu Lijing frowned and scolded. Go do your own work. Why are you bothering me? Kaichun has her own way of arranging things. You don't need to say more. Bai was eager to stay. They earn 40 coins a day, just buying a few hundred jin of chili peppers. They could load them onto a bullock cart and go to other villages. It wouldn't take half a day to finish this. Isn't that a good deal? Dad, I'm doing this for our family. Big brother and my husband can go pick herbs. My brothers from my maternal family can do this too. Isn't it better to leave it to them? Kaichun, don't worry.
You don't need to ask.
We will make sure everything is done properly. Kaichun was speechless. Lu Lijing looked serious. Enough. Only the second son will go for this. Tomorrow, he can go to Aunt Lu's house to find Ung Shu or Anlin. Kaichun, you can go and do your work. Don't worry, it won't delay anything for you. Kaichun nodded and smiled. All right, Uncle Lijing. That's settled then. Aunt Lu's family mostly has Ung Shu. When the time comes, he and I will go together. I'll handle the money for the purchase. Okay. Bai was anxious and wanted to say more, but Lu Lijing gave her a stern look, so she didn't dare to speak. After Kaichun left, Lu Lijing frowned and scolded. Listen to yourself. Do you know what you're saying? Is there no one else in Luan village who can't do this work? Do we really need your family? Kaichun is clearly trying to help the villagers, so everyone can earn some money. Aunt Lu's family has many people and is poor. She's trying to help others. Is it because no one in our family can do this? From now on, don't interfere in these matters and stop saying useless things. Bai was reprimanded by her father-in-law and walked away, swallowing her anger. Inside, she felt very wronged, not just angry but also sad. Her father-in-law was the village head. Could he be just like anyone else? Even if he gains some benefits, what's wrong with that? They wanted to buy mountain goods and also let her family members bring some to sell together. Her father-in-law didn't allow it and even scolded her and her husband. Now there's a chance to make money, but he wouldn't let them do it. As a married woman, she just wanted to help her parents and brothers. What's wrong with that? Moreover, she never said she wanted to take advantage of anyone for free. She earns her rewards through hard work, so why not? Even if she benefits a little more, who can say anything? Why be so rigid? Bai sure doesn't dare blame her father-in-law, but all her frustrations are directed at Lu Kai-chun. If it weren't for her father-in-law's help, could she have lived so comfortably in the village? She doesn't show any gratitude and refuses to share even a little benefit. Mrs. Lu. Lu Kai-chun was walking home when Yang Shund called out to her unexpectedly. Yang Shund and his brother, along with several others from the Yang family, had stayed in Luan village last night and only returned this morning. Yang Shund probably wanted to talk to Lu Kai-chun, so he deliberately dawdled. Everyone else had left, but his brother, and he hadn't gone yet. He really managed to stop Lu Kai-chun. Lu Kai-chun didn't want to pay him any attention. When she heard his pretentious, noble, and condescending tone, she couldn't help but clench her fists. But since she had already encountered him, even if he was just a dog, teasing him might be a little fun. She turned around, raised an eyebrow, and pointed at herself. "Are you calling me?" Yang Shun disliked her current attitude, which seemed very bold, and her fearless look made him feel insulted and disrespected. This was unbelievable. She dared to offend and disrespect him right in front of him. Yang Shun felt not only annoyed but also very angry. He frowned and said unhappily, "Who else would I be calling if not you?" "How should I know?" Lu Kai-chun rolled her eyes innocently and smiled playfully. "You're the scholar, right? The scholar who used to refuse even to look at me. Why the sudden change now? Could it be because I've made some money? Are you trying to borrow silver from me?" "No way. My silver is reserved for my husband to buy good food and nice clothes. I won't lend it." "You." Yang Shund was both angry and jealous, almost boiling with rage. "Rude." Lu Kai-chun rolled her eyes at him dismissively. Yang Shund, besides being furious, also felt a bit guilty and awkward for being caught. He didn't care to ask about his wife's current life, but many people would be curious and inquire, especially since Lu Kai-chun had become famous in the village. Yesterday alone, her name and her affairs were everywhere. So, he knew she was now quite wealthy. He didn't regret divorcing her, as he thought a peasant girl like her was unworthy of someone as noble as him, the scholar. Knowing she is doing well, he still feels very uncomfortable inside. He subconsciously considers asking her for money. He is not asking as a loan. If she willingly gives him money or pleads for his help when he becomes successful, he might reluctantly accept. Asking her for money openly?
Impossible.
Borrowing? Even less likely. He didn't expect Lu Kai-chun to say such things, which made him furious. He thinks she's being unreasonable. "Oh, not lending money is fine. Just say what you want." Yang Shund purses his lips, his jaw tight with pain and frustration. "I never thought you'd turn out like this." Lu Kai-chun sneers inwardly. What's wrong with her becoming like this? Is it only her crying, suffering, and struggling in the mud that makes her acceptable to him? Surprising, huh? Unexpected, huh? Lu Kai-chun smiles. "I now have plenty of money. I never thought I'd end up like this either. Thanks to you. If your family hadn't falsely accused me and divorced me, I wouldn't be where I am today." "You're talking nonsense. Do you dare swear that I'm lying? If you lie, your reputation will be ruined, and you'll never succeed in the imperial exams. Do you dare?" Yang Shund looks embarrassed. "I know you're upset, but you can't just say anything without thinking. Talking about the past is pointless. I didn't expect you to remarry so quickly. And that man, he's a stranger brought from outside, unknown and untrusted. One day, you might be deceived." Lu Kai-chun snorts softly. "And so what if I was deceived? I'm happy. You why? Because he looks good? Tall, handsome, with good build, fair skin, bright, lively eyes. I really like him. If he wants something I have, I'm happy to give it to him."
Who cares what outsiders think?
Yang Shun's jealousy makes his eyes nearly turn red. How unreasonable, how unfair, shameless. This foolish woman. This ignorant woman, shameless. Huh, a man who relies on women to get by, just a useless coward. Your taste is terrible. Lu Kai-chun humbly accepts the criticism. Yes, my taste used to be bad. Luckily, heaven has saved me, freeing me from misery. Yang Shunde, how did you become like this? I'm happy. Money can't buy my happiness. What do you think? Yang Shun suddenly sighed. I know you're upset with me. Actually, there's no need for us to fight so much. I am now a scholar, and soon I will become a recommended scholar. Passing the imperial exam and getting an official position is just around the corner. Why are you so angry? Maybe someday you'll need my help. What do you think? I definitely won't ask you for anything, she replied. Why would I? Don't speak so confidently, he warned. I like to say it. It's none of your business, she said defiantly. He was about to get very angry. Yang Shun cursed inwardly. This Lu is crazy, completely mad. Hey, I'm leaving now. My husband is waiting for me at home. Oh, I haven't seen him for almost an hour. I miss him a lot, she said with a smile. Yang Shun muttered, such a man has no courage. You're really blind. I told you I used to have poor judgment. Now I see things clearly. At least my husband is good-looking, she said proudly. I said I like him, unreasonable, Yang Shun muttered. Lu Kai-chun chuckled. Do I need you to understand that? You were the one who stopped me. When did I call you? Yang Shun was speechless. Yang Shun, with your low character and bad morals, you still want to be an official? Dream on. You'll just be a joke in this life. Thinking about passing the recommended scholar or the imperial exam is just wishful thinking. How dare you? Just watch and see. With your current status, a petty scholar, you're not fit to look down on me. No, you'll never be fit. You don't have that chance. Be smart and get lost. Lu Kai-chun spat disdainfully and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Chu Chi came to pick her up. When she saw him, Lu Saichuan's face lit up with a bright smile. Husband, why are you here? Honestly, it felt really good to see her humiliate her ex-husband like that. Chu Chi cooperated perfectly. Wife, I came to pick you up. Lu Kai-chun pretended to be modest. Oh, I know the way. You really don't have to go to so much trouble. Chu Chi clearly disliked Yang Shun and glared at him without hiding his disapproval. I'm worried someone might bully my wife. Lu Kai-chun giggled him. He's such a loser. He doesn't have that ability. Chu Chi said, I know he's a loser, but I still worry. Lu Kai-chun smiled happily. Okay, I know my husband is doing this for me. Let's go home. Chu Chi nodded yes. Let's go. Lu Kai-chun held Chi Chi's hand, and in Yang Shun's eyes, they looked like a loving couple happily returning home together. Moreover, Chi Chi only took a few steps before turning back to give him a provocative glance. Yang Shun trembled with anger. After a moment, he clutched his chest and gasped, this is too much. Truly, only women and petty people are hard to raise. Are they still human? Are they doing human things? How dare they humiliate him right in front of his face? Shameless. Truly shameless. No sense of modesty at all. Thinking about Lu Kai-chun smiling brightly and affectionately in front of that man, Yang Shun felt completely crazy. He couldn't help but question his life. Why did he divorce that wicked woman in the first place?
Why?
Now looking back, he actually thought she was not so bad.
Bah.
It was all an illusion, surely just his imagination. How could he be wrong? Absolutely not. Yang Shun forced himself to stay calm, and he met up with his younger brother Yang Xuanfa. Then they headed home together. Of course, walking was impossible. They had to rely on the eldest grandson of Lord Lu to drive a bullock cart to take them back. Xuanfa looked at him with hope, wishing he would say good news, like Lu's wicked wife crying and begging for forgiveness, flattering them, or offering a lot of money to seek his brother's protection in the future. When Yang Shun went to find Lu Kai-chun, he was confident that such things would happen, but now, forget it, he wouldn't say. He felt too ashamed to speak. Xuanfa couldn't help but ask quietly. Yang Shun scolded him impatiently and pretended to brush it off, closing his eyes to rest. not wanting to say a word. What would it mean if the driver's older brother heard him? Back home, Yang Shun stormed into his room with a dark face, slammed the door, and punched the bed hard. He was so angry. Lu Kai-chun. She would definitely pass the imperial exam and become an official someday. Then he would make her and that adulterer pay. How dare that wicked woman marry so quickly behind his back? And she was just a pretty face living off a woman's support. Where would he put his face?
Bang, bang, bang.
The knocking on the door startled Yang Shun. He was about to shout angrily, but his mother's voice came from outside. Shunned. Yang Shun had no choice but to endure the burning frustration in his chest and open the door. Mother, what's the matter? His mother smiled happily, growing more proud the more she looked at her son. Did you see that wicked Lu woman? Did you teach her a lesson? That worthless woman must be crying and regretting her actions now. Even if she regrets, don't forgive her easily. That woman had the nerve to remarry and treat our Yang family as nothing. By the way, did she give you any money? How much? I think if she didn't give at least 100 or 2 silver coins, you shouldn't even bother with her. She wants our family to forgive her, but just giving money once isn't enough. In the future, you'll still need a lot of money for your studies. Ask her for it then. Otherwise, when our family becomes successful, we won't let her off easily. I don't believe she won't be afraid. Old Lady Yang became more and more proud as she spoke, feeling like her idea was really good. Her wrinkled old face smiled like a sunflower, and her eyes eagerly looked at Yang Shun. She couldn't wait to ask again, how much silver did that woman give you? She knew how reluctant that woman was when she was dismissed, how she begged and cried. But even if she remarried, so what? As long as her son said the word, she would be delighted and overwhelmed, happily offering silver. Remember, her son is a scholar. If she asks for her silver, it shows she respects her. Yang Shunde. He was already upset and angry, and now it was even worse. All right, mother, I'm very tired now. I want to rest. We can talk about other things later. Honestly, even in front of his own mother, he didn't have the face to say everything. Old Lady Yang had no sense of judgment, or perhaps she just wanted money too badly. She heard that Lu Saichuan's family built such a big, grand house and even bought land. Why not give her family some? Okay, mother, I won't bother you. Just tell me about the silver, enough. Yang Shun couldn't take it anymore and lost his temper. No silver. Nothing at all. That woman is arrogant and reckless now, and full of nonsense. What is she anyway? One day, I will make her regret it. Who cares about her silver? Yang Shun slammed the door shut forcefully from inside, breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling violently. Old Lady Yang was startled and took a long time to recover. Such foolishness. This kid is just too proud. Why not want silver? She's willing to give it. Why refuse? She's rough, but silver isn't. Never mind. It seems this kid is fed up with Lu Kai-chun. She decided not to bother him anymore. She would talk to him about it another day, personally. She didn't mind giving silver at all. The dye supplies were running low. Lu Kai-chun suggested buying several herbs like honeysuckle, coptis, summergrass, and fragrant sweet wormwood. That day, only a few families, lucky enough to find a lot of bedstraw and sapanwood before they were all picked, had some harvest. Everyone else who had free time went up the mountain to gather herbs. I know honeysuckle. Turns out it's a valuable medicinal plant too. So that thing is called summergrass? There are plenty on the mountain. That fragrant sweet wormwood, it's called that, right? I remember now, there are many on the mountain. In the past, we said it was more bitter than eating yellow gentian. Turns out that was yellow gentian. Today, we earned money from it. It's not easy. Lu Kai-chun rested at home that day and decided to cook something delicious. She was craving braised pork. She wanted to prepare a hearty meal herself. First, she cooked a big piece of high-quality pork belly, soaking it in cold well water to make the meat contract and lock in freshness. Then she spread honey on the skin and fried it in oil. After frying, she took it out and fried it again. When ready to eat, She cut it into pieces and steamed them in a bamboo basket. So fragrant. She bought a lot of pork belly and fried it all at once. Since the oil was hot, she also fried some crispy pork, meatballs, vegetarian balls, fish fillets, and tofu. She also boiled a large pot of braising liquid, adding pig trotters, pig ears, pig knuckles, various offal, and 2 big fatty ducks and eggs for braising. She even bought lotus roots in the provincial city, sliced them, and braised quite a few. There was also dried tofu, which soaked up the broth and tasted delicious. At lunch, with the braised dishes and fried foods, the aroma was wonderful. She also added some goji berries and tender shoots to clear the richness. Lu Kaichun asked, "Is Chuchi delicious?" Chuchi replied with praise, eating obediently and not asking unnecessary questions, which made her very happy. After lunch, Chuchi continued to work on the land. Lu Kaichun stored the morning's harvest in her space, then went upstairs to rest in her room, planning to sleep well. Being at home was the best. She could relax completely. Especially now, with her sturdy, mansion-like house, she felt even safer. Gathering herbs was more complicated than other tasks, so today's harvest wasn't very big, but it was enough. The villagers were still very happy. 3 families were lucky and found large patches of wild honeysuckle, with the biggest harvest over 100 jin, the smallest over 60 jin. Other families collected 10 or 8 jin, but besides honeysuckle, they gathered other herbs too. Calculating like this, each household at least earns 30 or 40 coins. When I hold the jingling copper coins in my hand, I feel more at ease. The sound of the coins jingling is the most pleasant sound of all. The villagers are very happy. In the past, where could they have earned so much money? Now they often have extra income. They also realize that there are many treasures on the mountain. However, after finishing their work and celebrating their harvest this evening, Lu Lijing gathered everyone under the big locust tree. He advised them to prepare for storing food early and suggested that everyone buy more grain now, before prices go up, and store it at home. But everyone looked a bit down. The silver coins they just got, which they had saved up for a long time, are about to be spent again? But Lu Lijing's advice makes sense. If they don't buy grain now and prices rise later, they will have to spend more money. Given the current situation, everyone with a few years of farming experience already knows that this year's drought is serious. If luck is on their side, they might harvest some crops. If unlucky, they could have no harvest at all. In short, they will need to buy grain sooner or later. It's really hard to earn some money.
Exactly.
We finally had a little money in hand and just a few days of happiness and peace, and now we have to spend it.
Well,
that's not right. Holding on to grain also makes us feel secure. You're right. Earning some money is better than none. The most important thing is to make money. Yes, exactly. After enduring countless hardships and weathering storms, generation after generation of villagers who struggle and work hard are naturally frugal and optimistic. Soon, that feeling of pain and regret passes, and everyone starts thinking positively again. The villagers who have calmed down quickly discuss how much grain to store. How much do you plan to buy? We're not sure yet. What about you? What are you buying? Rough rice and black flour. White rice is too expensive. We can't afford it. We can buy some regular flour. And maybe some peanuts and soybeans to eat together. Sounds good. We should buy the same. How much? We probably need at least 200 or 300 jin of rough rice and black flour. That's really money, just slipping away. Exactly. But there's no other way. The effort to store grain is now in full swing. Some families with ox carts, working together with neighbors from the same village, gradually went to the city to buy grain. The money they received quickly slipped away, and everyone felt sad about it, but when they saw large bags of grain they had bought, they smiled again. This isn't anything else, it's grain. Buying grain can be addictive. Originally, they planned to buy 100 jin, but ended up buying 200 or 300 jin. They didn't plan to buy rice, but still bought some. Kai Chun was right. Having grain makes people feel less worried. It really is true. After spending the money, everyone worked harder to earn more. They looked carefully for dye materials, went to explore a bit further into the mountains, hoping to find something new. They also searched for medicinal herbs, trying to gather more. The villagers of Luan village all agreed. Thank goodness for Kai Chun. She's truly the great benefactor of our village. A drought crisis was coming, and Lu Lao's father also started to feel anxious. Their family had good farmland, so as long as there was no big famine, life was quite comfortable. But if a severe drought came, their situation would be worse than others. Because everyone's crops could fail, but the taxes on their land wouldn't be reduced. Other families had less land and paid less tax, but their family had more land and would have to pay more. They had 3 sons, 1 daughter, and themselves there was definitely no shortage of food. Only spending, never earning. Thinking this way made them even more anxious. Under the villagers' increased effort to earn money, Lu Lao's father couldn't sit still anymore. He finally told his 2 sons, "Our work on the farm is done. Tomorrow I'll go fix the dam. You 2 should go to the mountains and look for dye materials and medicinal herbs. I see others can earn over 200 coins a day, at least 30 or 40 coins. Little by little it adds up. You 2 should go find some too." Lu Jiang agreed with a nod. Lu Yong, the older brother, was reluctant, muttering, "Dad, you're talking easy. Kai Chun hates us so much. She didn't invite us to her new house. Would she accept our stuff? What if she throws it out? That would be a waste of effort." "She dares," Lu Lao's father sneered coldly. "I don't believe she wouldn't take what we sell. Stop making excuses and go to the mountains now. It's no time to be lazy. There's going to be a severe drought, and the fields will yield nothing. We don't know what will happen then." "Don't be angry, Dad," Mrs. Tian smiled. "You're right. Even though we are well off, we should start making plans. Dayong, listen to your father. Starting tomorrow, you and your brother should go up the mountain to look for things." "Dad, our relationship with Kai Chun is different, isn't it? The things she collects, the prices we get are not the same as others, right? Does she want to make money from our family stuff too? We don't care much about a few vegetables or fruits, but if others find out, what face do we have as parents?" Mrs. Tian kept trying to cause trouble in her own way. Old Lu's face gradually darkened after hearing this. Everyone knows that Lu Kai Chun makes a profit from the middleman. Otherwise, why would she be so eager? It's okay if she profits from others, but from her own family, that's wrong. But now, old Lu doesn't want to talk to Kai Chun about this. That girl is very temperamental now, talking to him without any manners, which makes him angry. "De Jiang, when you sell things tomorrow, you should talk to her properly." De Jiang agreed. He also felt that his sister shouldn't be making money from their family. But, as it turned out, the Lu family overthought everything. Whether it's herbs or dyes, they're not everywhere on the mountain, just waiting to be picked. To get a good harvest, besides working hard and hiking through the mountains, they also need some luck. It seems luck isn't on their side. The brothers don't get along well when they go up the mountain together. They secretly compete and argue openly. De Yong often insults him, and De Jiang doesn't dare to scold him, but causes all sorts of accidents. De Yong falls several times, almost furious. In the end, they spent the whole day messing around and didn't find a single blade of grass. They even lost a piece of clothing. De Yong's clothes got torn on the thorns. Mrs. Tian was furious and scolded De Jiang, blaming him for not taking care of his brother. De Jiang's resentment grew, and he kept a gloomy face, silent. But secretly, he decided he must marry early. He had to. Once he married, everything would be different. He wouldn't have to face Mrs. Tian and others alone anymore. De Jiang decided to go into the mountain alone to find herbs or dyes. De Yong isn't used to going into the mountain, so I'll go alone from now on. De Yong was very happy. That's perfect. I didn't want to go, anyway. Old Lu scowled at him and said, "You still have the nerve to say that? Look at you, so old, yet so useless. Good for nothing." De Yong grumbled and muttered under his breath. When their father wasn't paying attention, Lu Dajiang rolled his eyes. Lu Dajiang felt a bit disappointed. De Yong was so lazy and their father only mentioned it in passing, not really criticizing him. If it were himself, he wouldn't be so easy. Lu Dajiang secretly clenched his fists. He wanted to get married. Once he had a family, that would be great. With this thought in mind, Lu Dajiang became more eager to go into the mountains to find dye and herbs. He wanted to gather more and sell more, so he could secretly save some pocket money. However, although Lu Dajiang was now motivated, he was still far behind others in action. Others were used to going into the mountains to find things and had lots of experience. He was still a novice. Because of the drought and its shadow, villagers became even more active and careful when collecting things from the mountains. They took everything without leaving a single thing. Lu Dajiang, as a beginner, couldn't compare to them at all. He felt very upset inside. This frustration hit him hard when he saw others carrying full baskets or big sacks of summer-dried grass or sturdy bundles of sumo wood. After a whole day of selling and busy work, he only managed to gather less than 8 jin of summer-dried grass, which was worth only 15 coins. That little amount of money was barely enough for him. At most, he could only get 3 copper coins, and maybe, if he was nervous at the last moment, he'd only dare to take 2 copper coins a day. When would he ever save enough? And to make things worse, some people teased him. Lu Dajiang blushed deeply and ran away as if escaping. Later, on the 7th day, Chu Chi asked Lu Kaichun, "Is he really your brother?" Lu Kaichun nodded.
Yes.
So what if he's her real brother? A real brother should also be honest. She wouldn't give him more than a copper coin. Chu Chi said, "He seems to hate you. You should be careful around him." Lu Kaichun originally thought her newly found husband might say something to sell her for a high price, but she didn't expect him to say this. She liked hearing that. Lu Kaichun chuckled happily. I'm not afraid of him. But now she had a husband, and sometimes showing a little weakness to him for safety wasn't a bad idea. Lu Kaichun blinked her eyes, looking a little pitiful and innocent, and asked Chu Chi, "If he bullies me, will you protect me?"
Chu Ki nốt đét nơi Charlie.
Of course I will. Because I'm your wife, right? Yes. Chu Chi didn't dare look at her and quickly ran away, his ears turning red. Lu Kaichun watched him happily. Lu Dajiang never thought he was so brave. He secretly took 4 coins, giving only 11 to the Tian family. Mrs. Tian's face turned green. "Is that all?" Don't try to cheat me.
Just hand it over now.
If I find out later, you'll see how I deal with you. Other families go up the mountain for over a day and earn 200 or 300 coins, sometimes only 50 or 60, or even 30 or 40 if things are tough. You only have this much. Lu Dajiang. The first day I went up the mountain, I couldn't compare to others. I also want to find more. The things on the mountain aren't easy to find, and Da Xiong didn't come back empty-handed. Shut up. Mrs. Tian glared at him fiercely, temporarily believing him. Thinking he dared to mention Da Xiong? How bold. Who does he think he is? What does he have to compare with Da Xiong? Tomorrow, you'll get familiar with the place, right? You can't just have this little. I also want to find more, Lu Dajiang said sincerely. At Lu Saichuan's home. That evening, they made boiled sliced meat, with their own bean sprouts at the bottom, topped with chili oil, sprinkled with cilantro and green onions. The meat slices were not like those in restaurants, just a few on top. They were plentiful and satisfying for 3 people. After eating the boiled sliced meat, Lu Kaichun craved boiled fish slices. The fish meat was white and tender, sliced thinly for the dish, fragrant and spicy, even more delicious. Let's go to the river and catch fish. Many big fish come out to feed at night, often in shallow waters. If luck is on their side, they might catch a few. Even smaller fish are fine. Anyway, she just craved this. But there were no fresh fish prepared in the space. Lu Kaichun decided to go ahead and catch some. She wouldn't tolerate any compromise when it came to eating. She immediately pulled Chu Chi and headed out. Lu Dajiang wanted to say something but didn't have time, only sighing with a smile. This girl really thinks of everything. Chu Chi carried a large bucket for fish. He was tall, well-proportioned, with a broad waist and long legs. Carrying the heavy wooden bucket didn't seem heavy at all, as if he was just playing with it, lifting it easily. Lu Kai-chun carried a big fishing net on her shoulder. Although the river hadn't completely dried up, many shallow areas barely covered their feet. Lu Kai-chun shook her head. With the hot sun every day, she was afraid the river would dry up in less than a week. She led Chu-chi to a deep pool formed by a bend in the river. This water is quite deep here, and there are plenty of aquatic plants near the shore. I'll try my luck. Lu Kai-chun gently lowered the large net into the water, reaching into the thick waterweed at the bottom. She lifted it up, shook it gently, and then pulled the net back. Under the bright moonlight, 3 fish, each about wide, twisted wildly inside the net. There were also 7 or 8 small fish about the size of a little finger, and some tiny shrimp. Lu Kai-chun smiled happily. A good start. These fish are pretty big. 2 catfish and another one that looks like a carp. Not bad, not bad. She put the fish into a water bucket and continued to gather waterweed. Maybe because the water flow was getting weaker, the shallow part of the river had no more space for fish, so they had to retreat to a few natural deep pools. When the fish gathered, Lu Kai-chun was very pleased with her catch. Most of the fish were small, a bit disappointing. After collecting waterweed from this pool, she caught about 15 or 16 fish that were about 2 to 3 fingers wide, along with countless tiny fish and shrimp, as well as some loaches and... She decided to move to another pool. Let's go somewhere else and see if there are bigger fish. Just as she spoke, Lu Kai-chun pointed to the shallow water and exclaimed, "Big fish." Such a big fish. Her eyes lit up with excitement. The fish seemed to be foraging, swimming leisurely in the clear water. Each one looked bigger than a palm, long and sleek, with shiny dark scales. They looked like they would be very tasty. They were brave too, swimming close to the surface of the shallow water, almost with their backs touching the water. Maybe they thought no one was around at night? Lu Kai-chun was eager to go closer, but Chu-chi, who had been quietly guarding the bucket, stopped her and whispered, "Let me do it." "Really? Are you sure?" "Don't let them escape," Lu Kai-chun said, a little worried. It all depended on them for delicious fish slices. "I won't let you down," Chu-chi said, not using a net. Instead, she bent down and picked up several small stones, weighing them in her hand. "Hey," Lu Kai-chun started to speak, but Chu-chi moved her wrist, and the stones flew through the air with a sharp force, splashing water everywhere. In the blink of an eye, she saw 4 or 5 big fish, longer than chopsticks, flip over and float on the water with their white bellies showing. Lu Kai-chun gasped in surprise, then hurried over and used her net to scoop the fish out. 5 fish. All grass carp. Lu Kai-chun was very happy. Grass carp are perfect for making fish slices. Each one weighed at least 3 or 4 jin, about 1.5 to 2 kilograms. Now she could enjoy a delicious meal for 2 or 3 times. The 5-striped large fish was just stunned, not dead. It was placed in a bucket, and soon after, it wagged its tail and slowly woke up. It's a pity that the other fish had already escaped. But still, having a catch is quite good. "Chi-chi, I didn't expect you to be so skilled." Lu Kai-chun cheerfully nodded and gave him a thumbs up. She truly admired him. You should know, stones entering water face a lot of resistance, making it very hard to hit and knock out a target. Especially since water is the fish's home turf, and those slippery creatures are tough to stun. That takes real skill. Chi-chi just smiled faintly, not thinking he was particularly impressive. Lu Kai-chun was excited. "If we go into the mountains, do you think you can hunt? What if you run into wild boars or wolves?"
Can you handle it?
Chi-chi thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes, I can." He said it very confidently and casually, showing a kind of unshakable self-belief that made people trust him. Thinking again, if he wasn't capable, why would anyone be chasing him? "Yes, that's right. How about we go hunting in the mountains soon? There are many animals in the mountains." Last time, she saw a distant herd of wild sheep, some wild deer, and even a wild boar from afar, but she didn't dare to chase them. Her skills only allowed her to protect herself. Hunting big game was just a dream. She watched helplessly as the herds of sheep and deer ran away peacefully, and it hurt her heart. Those were meat. Sometimes she could buy lamb, but not deer meat. She wanted to try it, and she believed it would be delicious. Chi-Chi had no objections and nodded. Lu Kai-chun was overjoyed and kept praising him. Okay, Chi-Chi, you're so amazing. They had a good harvest and decided it was time to go back. The two of them returned loaded with goods, but ran into Lu Dajiang at the gate of the courtyard. Lu Dajiang saw them coming back late at night, walking closely together. Lu Kai-chun, with a big smile, tilted his head and was chatting and laughing with Chi-Chi. He felt uncomfortable and a bit jealous. They were his siblings, but he hadn't received a kind look from her in a long time. Where did you go so late? Even though they were married, it was inappropriate for a young man and woman to be so close and intimate outside at night. If others saw, they would gossip. It was really inconsiderate. Lu Saichun's gaze was cold. None of your business. I'm just looking out for you. Oh, thank you then. Of course, Lu Dajiang could tell that this so-called thank you didn't mean a real thank you at all, and he choked up in frustration. Just leave quickly. I won't agree no matter what you say, so I think it's better if you don't waste your effort. Lu Dajiang felt even more upset inside. I just want to say one thing. Go ahead. Lu Dajiang glanced at Chu-Chi, making it clear he wanted him to avoid the topic. Chu-Chi suddenly slammed a big bucket of fish onto the ground, crossed his arms, and stood beside Lu Kai-chun, refusing to leave. He was really straightforward. This husband is truly exceptional. Not only handsome and skilled in martial arts, but his temper and personality also suit her perfectly. Could it be that heaven finally recognizes her as a real daughter? Is this some kind of reward? Chu-Chi is my husband. If he wants to listen, there's nothing he can't hear. You can say what you want or not. Lu Dajiang. I'll just say one thing. If Tianshi asks how much I sell every day or how much money I make, don't tell her. Just say I don't remember.
Huh.
Lu Kai-chun looked surprised. Lu Dajiang already felt embarrassed about saying this in front of Chu-Chi, but this stubborn girl showed no mercy. He could not say it. Ignoring it might cause trouble later. If Tianshi found out he was hiding his savings, she could beat him to death. He had to endure the awkwardness and say it, but this girl's expression was so infuriating. Lu Dajiang was angry inside but had to hold back and reassure himself. Remember what I just said, okay? No. Lu Kai-chun looked at him with a half-smile. Are you trying to rebel? Didn't you say I was unfilial before, and that Tianshi is my mother? Lu Dajiang felt even more embarrassed. You. Lu Kai-chun chuckled. All right, since you've said that, I'll agree. Really?
Yes.
Why wouldn't she agree? Helping Tianshi without getting paid. She'd love for their family to fall into chaos and fight. It's exciting to watch, especially with her getting involved. More fun that way. Lu Dajiang was overjoyed. Good. I knew you'd support me, your brother. Lu Kai-chun. You're really overthinking. She was too lazy to respond. Anything else? I know. Then hurry and leave. Husband, let's go home. Okay. Before Lu Dajiang could fully regain his senses, the heavy courtyard gate opened and closed again, firmly keeping him outside. Under the bright moonlight, Lu Dajiang couldn't help but look up and examine the courtyard before him. The heavy gate and tall brick walls were built with neat, sturdy blue bricks. Only a corner of the roof was visible, but he could imagine how spacious, bright, clean, and tidy the inside must be. He had never dreamed of such a house, yet it truly belonged to his sister. Unfortunately, he couldn't see or touch any of it. Lu Dajiang sighed softly, feeling disappointed and frustrated as he turned to leave. He wondered why his sister didn't tell him. If she had told him earlier, he would have already stood by her side. Keeping secrets from his own sister didn't feel right. The fish they caught needed to be prepared. They removed the guts and scales, placed the fish in a large ceramic basin, and stored it in the storage space. Whenever they wanted to eat, they could take out the fish, wash it, and cook it. The fish would stay fresh and intact, much better than in a refrigerator. 7. It's getting late. You should go rest. My aunt and I will handle these fish, she said. Yeah, you probably don't know how to do such detailed work. Go to bed, they teased. Chi-Chi looked at them, nodded, and said, okay, then went inside. Lu Kai-chun and Lu Daegu were busy in the front yard. They separated the small fish and shrimp, and Lu Daegu was cleaning the small fish. Lu Kai-chun was handling the big fish. She rolled up her sleeves, grabbed a fish with one hand, and held a knife in the other. She struck the fish's head a few times with the back of the knife, and the struggling big fish immediately calmed down. Quickly, Lu Kai-chun cut open the big fish, removing the guts, fish bladder, roe, and other parts, tossing everything into a small wooden basin for later processing. She then started scaling the fish with swift, precise movements. In no time, she finished one fish, rinsed it with clean water, placed it in the ceramic basin, and moved on to the next. Lu Daegu occasionally looked up, feeling proud and a bit uneasy as he watched her skillful, smooth movements. Her knife was shining brightly, and she handled it with ease. He thought to himself, this girl is really good with a knife. Finally, she finished, took a deep breath and cleaned the roe, fish guts, and roe sacks separately. These are valuable, the essence of the fish. Tomorrow morning, we'll stir-fry them with chili. Just thinking about it makes me hungry enough to eat 2 big bowls of rice. They were still buying red chili peppers, and there was plenty of them. Lu Daegu smiled happily. If you say it's good, then it definitely is. One night passed quietly. The next morning, Aunt Lu took out the dried red chili peppers she had stored the night before and spread them out on a mat to sun-dry. Lu Kai-chun was responsible for cooking. She stir-fried fish roe, fish intestines, and fish bladder with chili peppers, adding some pickled peppers and kimchi. The sour, spicy, and fragrant smell made everyone's appetite grow early in the morning. The aroma alone made people want to eat 2 large bowls of rice. After breakfast, the 7th day still went to farm the land. In 2 days, everything would be finished. Lu Kai-chun planned to go to the city to sell her moisturizing cream, which was made with 1/3 spring water. Because Lu Sheng and Enlin needed to go to different villages to buy chili peppers with a cart pulled by oxen, Lu Kai-chun couldn't rent their ox cart when she went to the city. Instead, she rented from Aunt and Lu. Usually, she didn't need anyone to drive the cart. She could just whip the oxen and set off herself. She had visited the city many times before. She stored her ox cart at the carriage house and then went to the Chi family rouge shop. The Chi family was one of the top wealthy families in Ningyan County. Their rouge and powder were especially popular, almost dominating the high-end cosmetics market in the county. The moisturizing cream Lu Kai-chun made was a beauty and skin-nourishing product, so she decided to sell it as a luxury item. Lu Kai-chun had considered going to the provincial capital to sell her products, but it was too far and inconvenient. Plus, opening a market there would be harder without connections. She might be turned away at the door. She dared to approach the Chi family's rouge shop because she had carefully checked their reputation, especially the character of Miss Chi, who managed the shop. What Lu Kai-chun didn't expect was that, although she hadn't met Miss Chi yet, she first saw her maid, Xiaomei, who was usually by her side. Xiaomei was probably upset after a quarrel with a maid or a dispute with a close friend over the master's favor. She was angry and had no outlet for her frustration. When Lu Kai-chun entered the shop to say she had an urgent matter to discuss with Miss Chi about the shop, Miss Chi wasn't there at the moment. Lu Saichuan's words were meant to make the matter seem important. As long as the shopkeeper agreed to give it a try, meeting Miss Chi was not essential. After all, she wasn't trying to make friends with Miss Chi, but just to sell her products. She suspected that the shopkeeper might be more experienced and knowledgeable about business than Miss Chi herself. Unexpectedly, Miss Chi was not here, and before the shopkeeper could speak, the maid Xiaomei, who was passing messages for Miss Chi, turned her head to glance at Lu Kai-chun and chuckled. If you have something important to tell our young lady, just tell me. I'll pass it on when I go back. The shopkeeper is busy attending to customers and has no time to deal with unrelated people. The shopkeeper opened his mouth, but then closed it again. Forget it, this might actually be for the best. There's no need for her to argue with the main maid beside the young lady. Besides, it probably isn't anything urgent. Lu Kai-chun gave the shopkeeper a quick look and understood. All right, I'll just tell this young lady then. Of course, that was only talking. This person clearly wasn't someone trustworthy. She definitely wouldn't hand over her good stuff to her. She could swear that this girl would secretly steal it rather than give it to Miss Chi. And whether she kept it for herself or casually threw it away, Lu Kai-chun didn't know.
Xiao Mei snorted.
Say what you want outside. Don't block the way here. Outside the shop, Xiao Mei walked to the side and looked impatient, her face falling.
Speak.
What's the matter? Lu Kai-chun honestly explained, I've made a face cream that's very moisturizing and nourishing. It helps keep the skin hydrated, makes the complexion better, whiter, and softer. I want to sell it to Miss Chi. But making the cream is quite complicated, so I don't have many. Xiao Mei didn't interrupt but kept staring at her intently, as if waiting quietly for a joke. After a while, Lu Kai-chun finished speaking, and Xiao Mei covered her mouth and laughed out loud. You say you've made a really good face cream? Want to sell it to our young lady?
Yes. Ha ha ha.
Are you crazy? Our Chi family's perfume shop is the best in the city. Our young lady only uses products from our own shop. How dare you say you want to sell her your face cream? Who do you think you are? Miss, how do you know Miss Chi isn't interested? My face cream isn't just for her personal use. I want to cooperate with Miss Chi and sell it in the shop. It's a profitable business, so she probably wouldn't refuse, right? Get out of here. Xiao Mei scolded and glared at her. Stop talking nonsense. If you have the ability, why don't you open your own shop to sell? Trying to sneak into our Chi family? Who do you think you are? Our young lady status is high, and what about yours? How dare you come here causing trouble?
Get lost.
This isn't a place for someone like you. Lu Kai-chun sneered. You, a young girl, think you can be Miss Chi's boss? She was joking. She wanted to work with Miss Chi, but that didn't mean she was willing to swallow her pride. Living life, she believed, meant not only eating well and taking care of oneself, but also not being humiliated mentally. She could live freely with her special skills. If she let a mere servant girl upset her, it would be ridiculous. This morning, Xiao Mei had been rude to the young girl and was scolded by Miss Chi, who also fined her a month's allowance. Fetching rouge was usually done by a servant girl or a rough maid, but Miss Chi had asked her to do it. This made her even more unhappy, feeling embarrassed because other maids and sisters saw her as a joke, and now Lu Kai-chun's harsh attitude made her even angrier. Do I not know what our young lady is thinking? I can't make decisions and you, a wild girl, think you can? How dare you dream of climbing higher? Our young lady is not someone you can reach. Get out now. Lu Kai-chun was about to kick her out when a cold female voice interrupted. When will you be my boss? I don't know that. Lu Kai-chun looked up, and Xiao Mei was even more frightened. She looked to the side and said, young Mississippi Chi Mingyu's face was as cold as ice. She stepped forward politely and said, Miss, I don't know what you want to see me about. It's not convenient to talk here. How about we go to the back hall? Usually, if a stranger came to see her, Chi Mingyu wouldn't meet them. She would let her main maid handle it. But today, she saw Xiao Mei so arrogant and offended, she couldn't be polite. She opened the door for business, and as the owner, she understood better than Xiao Mei what it meant to be friendly and to treat others with respect. Lu Kai-chun smiled. Miss Chi, your reputation is well deserved. I hope my visit wasn't in vain. Since that's the case, I'll accept your invitation. She spoke confidently and politely. Originally, Chi Mingyu hadn't paid much attention to her, planning to just be courteous and not ruin her shop's reputation. But seeing her now, Chi Mingyu couldn't help but admire her a little and became curious. Miss, may I ask your name? My surname is Liu. Miss Liu. The two walked into the cosmetics shop together. Another maid followed behind Chi Mingyu. Neither of them paid attention to Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei wanted to speak, but was afraid to challenge her young lady's ignoring attitude. She stood there, trembling like she was in an icy cold place, almost collapsing to the ground. Feeling scared, Xiao Mei couldn't help but resent Lu Kai-chun. She must have discovered the young lady a long time ago, but she deliberately stayed silent and didn't remind herself. Instead, she intentionally led herself to say many things she shouldn't have. all of which the young lady heard. Can the young lady forgive herself? If the young lady dismisses her, what will she do then? It's all that little troublemaker's fault. In fact, Chi Mingyue and her servant were not directly opposite each other. Lu Kaichun didn't notice this and paid no attention to Chi Mingyue and her servant. In the back hall of the powder shop, Lu Kaichun was persuading Miss Chi about her moisturizing cream. Chi Mingyue listened quietly. She didn't mind the other things, but the whitening effect caught her interest. Does your moisturizing cream really make the skin whiter? I guarantee it. Not only will it make the skin whiter and softer, but if there are acne scars or minor injuries, they can be removed, leaving the skin perfect again. Actually, even noticeable scars can be removed. Even if someone has been disfigured for 10 or 8 years, using the moisturizing cream might not help, but adding a drop of spiritual spring water could do the trick. Fully restored in minutes. Chi Mingyue was skeptical. Really? Is it that good? She couldn't believe it, but wanted to believe it. Honestly, her skin wasn't very good. Slightly yellow, not fair and delicate enough, and she had acne. Unfortunately, she still had 3 or 4 faint acne scars. As a young girl who loved beauty, she couldn't bear it. She had to cover her face with thick powder. But that was only a temporary fix. It didn't solve the root problem. Recently, her acne seemed to be spreading again. Lu Saichuan's words accidentally hit her exactly where she was thinking. She felt a surge of excitement. Lu Kaichun didn't realize how lucky she was, but she could see that Miss Chi was quite interested. Interest is half the success. More than half. Miss Chi, I brought some samples for you to try. You can test it on your hand first if you're worried about putting it directly on your face. My product is truly good, Lu Kaichun said, pulling out a small, delicate, round porcelain box and gently placing it on the coffee table between them. There is enough inside for about 4 or 5 days. Chi Mingyue hesitated briefly, but decided to try it. Thank you, Lu girl. You're welcome, Miss Chi. If you're satisfied, I plan to work with you. I'll come back in 5 days. After 5 days, everything would be settled, and she could also head to the provincial capital. I arrived too late on the same day, so I decided to walk slowly and stayed overnight in a small town along the way. Chi Mingyue smiled and nodded. Okay. She also hoped that this skin cream was really as good as it claimed. Lu Kaichun said farewell and left. Chi Mingyue put away the skin cream and ordered someone to call Xiao Mei inside. Miss, I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. Xiao Mei was frightened and knelt down as soon as she entered. The usually gentle and kind Miss Chi showed no expression. I can't keep you around anymore. I will be kind and let you withdraw this month's wages from the cashier tomorrow. I will also give you 20 taels of silver as a reward. You can take your belongings and go home tomorrow. From now on, you have nothing to do with our Chi family. Miss, are you abandoning me? You said you would take me with you when you get married. I want to stay and serve you forever. Miss, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. I promise I won't do it again. Chi Mingyue said calmly, all right, you are not even a daughter born to the Chi family. You were hired from outside. Go back. Miss. Shirlu, help her up and send her out. Miss. The maid named Shirlu responded and helped Xiao Mei up, whispering, Xiao Mei, causing such a fuss is really not proper. Miss gave you face, but if you refuse to accept it, don't blame her for being harsh. Still daring to make trouble? If you anger the miss, she might call some people to drag you away. Is that what you want? Xiao Mei shivered in fear, broke free from Shirlu, and tearfully said, Miss, I don't accept this. I only scolded the young girl a little this morning. I've served the miss for more than 2 years. Why are you so heartless? Chi Mingyue replied calmly, You only scolded the young girl a little this morning? I know everything you've done before. Xiao Mei's face suddenly turned pale. Flattering the superior and bullying the inferior, acting obedient outwardly, but disobedient inwardly. I won't argue with you about that. But now you're not even willing to change? Earlier, you said you wanted to change, but just now look at how you treated Miss Lu. I don't think you've changed at all. Do I have to keep an eye on you all the time to see if you behave properly? If you can't behave, wouldn't it be better to dismiss you? Xiao Mei had nothing more to say. She understood that things had come to this point, and Miss Yu would never forgive her. A wave of despair washed over her as she walked out, lost and hopeless. She didn't want to go back to her rural home. Although there was a small incident, overall everything went smoothly. As soon as Miss Chi tried it, Lu Kaichun never thought she would refuse such a thing. Only fools would refuse. She was just waiting to collect her payment. Over the past few days, she had gathered several drops of spiritual spring water. In a couple of days, she planned to use it to grow a batch of potatoes. The abandoned land was just right for planting. Aunt En and Aunt Lu had also ground enough chili powder to make chili sauce, which she could take to the provincial city. Lu Kaichun didn't eat lunch in the county town and hurried back to the village, where the home-cooked food was more fragrant. At noon, she cooked a delicious bowl of crucian carp and tofu soup, sprinkled some fresh cilantro, fried a small rack of ribs for sweet and sour ribs, and steamed some dried bamboo shoots with pork. There was still plenty of yam, so she decided to stir-fry a simple dish. For dishes, simple but tasty. When she entered the village, Lu Kaichun was thinking about going home to prepare lunch and almost bumped into someone while walking. "Oh no!
Ah!
You scared me to death." Lu Kaichun patted her chest, looked up, and muttered about bad luck. It was Yang Xiaoyan, the new daughter-in-law of Lu San's wife. She had almost collided with her because she wasn't paying attention. Since she was at fault, Lu Kaichun set aside her prejudices, focused on the matter, and said reasonably, "Sorry about that." Hearing the word sorry, Yang Xiaoyan felt a little relieved. Her eyes brightened, and she smiled. "Sister-in-law, Lu Jie, no need to be polite." Lu Kaichun thought to herself, "Who is being polite to you?" It was all so strange. But she didn't want to bother with Yang Xiaoyan and simply walked away. If she said she wasn't polite, then she really wasn't polite. "Lu Jie," Yang Xiaoyan stopped her. "Aren't you going to say anything to me?" Lu Kaichun asked. "What do you want to say?" Yang Xiaoyan sighed softly and said wistfully, "My mother. Her temper isn't very good, but she's not a bad person. If it weren't for her, you would still be my sister-in-law, and my older brother wouldn't have." She hesitated, looking at Lu Kaichun. "Oh, I see." Lu Kaichun became a bit interested. She didn't interrupt but cooperated fully. What else wouldn't she do? She thought if she wanted to say something, she could just listen. It wouldn't hurt to hear a little more. She was quite curious about what she might say. So it wasn't that she was anxious to go home and cook and almost bumped into her. Rather, she was waiting here on purpose. Yang Xiaoyan secretly felt pleased, but also looked down on her inwardly. She knew Lu's family was easy to deceive.
Yang Xiaoyan sighed softly.
"It's too late to say anything now. Although you and my older brother aren't fated to be together, he still cares about you and worries about you. I know, Sister Lu, you probably haven't forgotten my brother. He also said that once he's a government official in the future, he will make sure to compensate you properly and won't let anyone bully or mistreat you." Lu Kaichun smiled calmly. "He indeed owes me an apology. So, how does he plan to make it up to me?"
Yang Xiaoyan choked.
"Why are you like this? He will definitely protect you. But right now, my brother needs a lot of money for his studies. Sister Lu, you probably don't want to see my brother suffer or be wronged, right? If you are well off now, why not lend some money to help him out in an emergency? Once he becomes successful, he definitely won't let you be at a disadvantage. At that time, with his protection, who would dare to bully or look down on you? So it was all about borrowing money. Sister Lu, a day as husband and wife is a day of gratitude. You wouldn't be so heartless to my brother, would you?" Lu Kaichun curled her lips. "I would." Yang Xiaoyan was almost stunned. Surely she must have heard wrong? Also, all my money is kept with my husband. If your brother has the ability, he can ask him to borrow. But I warn you, he's not very patient. If things don't go his way, he might get physical or even kick. Yang Xiaoyan was angry, jealous, and anxious. Your money is with him? Isn't he just a son-in-law who married into the family? It was as if her own money had been taken away by an outsider. Lu Kaichun explained, "I'm just a woman who believes in respecting her husband. Although he's a son-in-law, he's capable and is the pillar of our family. So, in our house, I handle small matters, but big decisions are made by him. Making money is a small matter. I can handle that. For big financial matters, I trust him to take care of it. Yang Xiaoyan was so angry she almost blurted out, "Are you stupid? Could there really be such a fool?" Yang Xiaoyan thought about how Lu Kaichun, after marrying into their family, was timid and looked very naive. She wondered if she was capable of doing such a thing. Yang Xiaoyan felt very frustrated inside. She regretted it just a little. If her older brother hadn't divorced her and instead made her his concubine, she might have agreed. No, there must be a way to make her agree. Then, all the money she earned would belong to her. That's outsiders. Be careful, one day they might run off with all the silver. This outsider from another place is very tricky and untrustworthy. Do you really not care about my older brother? If my brother becomes an official in the future, he will benefit you. He is very grateful and will surely repay you if you treat him well now. Lu Kai-chun thinks this person is really stupid and hasn't realized she's just joking with her. Her reaction makes it hard for anyone to feel interested in teasing her. Forget it, eating at home is more important. I want to go home to eat. I won't talk to you anymore. I won't give my money to outsiders. I only spend my money on my own people. Miss Liu, goodbye.
Yang Xiaoyan watched Liu Chai-chun leave angrily.
She was so mad. When did she dare to treat her like this? She hadn't finished speaking, and she was gone? Thinking of her mother's words, Yang Xiaoyan felt upset. Their family's money might not last long for her older brother. What should she do? Yang Xiaoyan was determined and came to visit in the afternoon. But Lu Kai-chun was upstairs taking a nap after eating, and it was Lu De-gu opening the door. Lu De-gu didn't have a good attitude toward the Yang family and didn't even let Yang Xiaoyan into the yard. Angrily, Yang Xiaoyan said, "This is Lu Jiejie's house. Does Lu Jiejie know you, Lu De-gu, are treating me like this?" Lu De-gu snorted and sneered. "What's wrong with how I treat you? Do you think you are someone special to her?" Yang Xiaoyan had nothing to say. What kind of person was she? Her former sister-in-law? Saying such things would only make her look silly, so she couldn't speak. Your Yang family is really interesting. Lu De-gu left with this remark and slammed the heavy gate shut with a bang. Yang Xiaoyan was almost furious. In the evening, villagers gradually returned from the mountains, selling medicinal herbs, and a few also found some sumu or other dyes. Lu Sheng and Enlin were the first to buy fresh red peppers, weighing and paying early, helping to spread the peppers on the large drying mats in the yard. The whole yard smelled of peppers, bright red, some fresh, some dried or half-dried, looking very appealing. Fortunately, the yard was big enough. Otherwise, they couldn't spread them out. Today, Lu San-nai's family also gathered some gardenias and honeysuckle, and Yang Xiaoyan specifically helped sell them. Aunt In and others were busy pounding peppers and couldn't help, so Lu Kai-chun hired Lin Guang's wife to help for a little over an hour, paying 8 won. With her, Lu De-gu, and Chi-chi helping, it was enough. Yang Xiaoyan deliberately arrived late, giving her a chance to stay close to Lu Kai-chun. Sister Lu. When Lu De-gu saw her walking towards Lu Kai-chun, she immediately shouted, "Hey, granddaughter-in-law from the Lu third aunt's family, line up at the back." Yang Xiaoyan was furious. "I want to talk to Sister Lu. Kai-chun is busy right now. Aren't you causing trouble?" "I didn't mean to." Yang Xiaoyan suppressed her anger, feeling wronged, and looked at Lu Kai-chun. Lu Kai-chun was busy collecting goods and giving money, not paying her any attention. Lu De-gu was proud. Some people still think there's something special. Try glaring at me again. Based on how your Yang family treated Kai-chun before, I could slap your face with my hand, and no one would say I did wrong. Yang Xiaoyan got even angrier. Why bring up something from so long ago? Lu De-gu clearly wouldn't let her go, so she had no choice but to hold her anger and wait in line. There weren't many people now, so it was her turn soon. "Sister Lu, stop talking. I need to check the items." Yang Xiaoyan forced a smile, holding back her frustration. These should all be good. Before she finished speaking, Lu Kai-chun frowned. These gardenias need to be reselected. Don't want the green ones, only the yellow ones. And these honeysuckles. Why did you pick off the leaves? No leaves needed. Yang Xiaoyan couldn't hold back her embarrassment and looked at others' baskets, and open burlap sacks, which were all clean and tidy. Sister Lu, this should be okay too. Lu Kaichun looked half smiling. Your family didn't sell before. Maybe you forgot my rules. The things I accept must meet my requirements. I can't buy. Yang Xiaoyan's face turned red instantly. Everyone around started laughing. Exactly. How can you sell unusable stuff to Kaichun? That's just cheating. That's right. Yang Xiaoyan's teeth were almost clenched. She felt she was getting no respect at all. Fine, I'll pick. Go to the side and pick. Next person.
Oh my.
Another eager villager, an older woman, happily stepped forward, opened her items, and checked them with a smile. Despite Saichuan's strict appearance when collecting items, which seemed a bit hard to approach, it actually made people feel more at ease. Seeing her like that, people instinctively believed she wouldn't cheat or deceive. When Lu Kaichun worked, she was never joking around. Yang Xiaoyan hesitated and dawdled. After everyone had left, she finally stepped forward. Sister Lu, do you think this will do? Yes. Lu Kaichun weighed and calculated the money. Aunt Lu watched closely, just staring intently. Yang Xiaoyan tentatively smiled and asked Sister Lu, could you give me a better price? Our relationship is special, after all. I don't need much, just count it at 5 coins per jean. Aunt Lu rolled her eyes with a huh, but said nothing. Lu Kaichun grew impatient. That's the price. If you don't want to sell, take it and go. Everyone like you keeps bargaining endlessly. Do I still want to do business? You're just wasting my time and delaying my meal, do you know that? Aunt Lu chuckled and said, Kaichun, don't worry. I just cooked some plain rice and the pork hock with peanuts is ready. You said you wanted to eat that. I also sliced some lamb. Later, just stir-fry it with garlic sprouts and chili. You also prepared fried meatballs, right? Just heat them up. I also picked a lettuce today. Eating too much meat gets boring, so a simple stir-fry with shredded lettuce will be refreshing. Yang Xiaoyan couldn't help but swallow nervously. She didn't believe it. How could Lu Saichuan's household have such good food? All those pork hocks, lamb, and fried meatballs were just lies. But she couldn't help but secretly observe Lu Kaichun and Aunt Lu's complexion. Honestly, they didn't look like they ate only radishes and cabbage every day. Besides, Lu Kaichun had collected so many things. She must have earned a lot. Yang Xiaoyan became even more eager, feeling restless and itchy with anticipation. Lu Kaichun immediately smiled happily. My aunt understands me. Later, I'll stir-fry some lamb. The slices need to be thin, stir-fried quickly on high heat, and add lamb oil and chili for flavor. The pork hock with peanuts will be very fragrant. I'll also prepare a dipping sauce to make it even tastier. The fried meatballs can be dipped too, not greasy, hee. Of course, the fried meatballs were in her space. She would just take them out later, still hot. One bite, crispy outside, tender inside, with a rich aroma of oil and meat. Aunt Lu also smiled. I think it's about time. Not many people will come. With me here, it's fine. You go cook the dishes. Because of the busy traffic, daily purchases weren't made in the yard but on the open ground outside. The peppers drying in the yard also needed to be gathered and stored. Seven was busy with that. Lu Kaichun cheerfully said, all right, and happily went home to prepare dinner. Yang Xiaoyan became anxious and exclaimed, oh, Lu Daegu quickly blocked her and asked, are you still selling the gardenia and honeysuckle? Yang Xiaoyan frowned and suddenly chuckled. Is Sister Lu afraid that Sister Lu likes me? That's why you're so cautious? Lu Daegu nodded toward the big gate of the courtyard and said, you're such a grown-up standing here. You're better off cooking than standing here. Do you want to say anything else?
Yang Xiaoyan remained silent.
She felt annoyed and frustrated. Lu Daegu sneered coldly, I know what you're up to. Your shameless older brother did the same thing. He's just after Kai Chun's money, isn't he? You all probably think it's easy to take Kai Chun's money, right? Try it if you dare. But don't make a fool of yourself and get so angry that you make yourself sick. Lu Daegu felt speechless, but also thought she was a kind person, or she wouldn't be saying these things to Yang Xiaoyan. Kai-chun was clearly just having fun after having enough to eat and drink, teasing Yang Xiaoyan on purpose. Did she think Kai-chun looked at her differently? What a joke. Lu Daegu disliked the Yang family and didn't want to see them, so she wished they wouldn't come. Yang Xiaoyan clutched 18 copper coins, her face full of anger as she turned to leave. The next day, she was still not convinced and came again, but she didn't even knock on the big door. When Lu Kai-chun was busy, how could she have time to pay attention to her? Today, she was going to cook chili oil with Lu Daegu. Besides the chili oil with fermented beans, she also planned to make some with diced chicken, mushrooms, dried bamboo shoots, and garlic to see if Manager Tang and the others liked it. Making chili oil was tiring and took a lot of time. It had to be done slowly, one pot at a time. Fortunately, Lu Kai-chun's pot was big enough, and she had plenty of time. Making money was easy for her, so she wasn't in a hurry. Cooking large pots of chili oil smelled so good. Luckily, the land being cultivated was far from the courtyard, and today was the last day. The smell wouldn't reach the farthest part, so no one there could smell it. But just as Yang Xiaoyan was about to leave disappointed after knocking on the door, a breeze blew in, carrying a tempting, fragrant, spicy scent. She couldn't help but take a deep breath. What smell is that? It smells so good. It was both fragrant and spicy, and just smelling it made her sure it would taste delicious. Was someone frying chili peppers? It didn't seem quite right. Frying chili peppers didn't smell this good. Yang Xiaoyan looked up at the tall wall of Lu's house and couldn't help but walk forward to knock again. Big Sister Lu. Big Sister Lu. Inside the cold, unresponsive door, there was no reaction at all. Lu Kai-chun and Lu Daegu are now in the kitchen watching the fire. Both large pots are in use because they need to cook several rounds today. After 2 or 3 more days of cooking, it will be enough. They must keep an eye on this pot all the time. Even if they hear something, they won't pay attention to her. Yang Xiaoyan angrily slams the door and walks away. Why do they make such delicious food with chili? It smells so good. Thinking about the many bright red chilies they collected, Yang Xiaoyan is sure she guessed correctly. After her promotion, everyone in the village quickly learned that Lu Kai-chun and her group made tasty food with chili. Aunt In, Aunt Lu, and In Shuer, who were hired by Lu Kai-chun to crush chilies, are connected to this story. No wonder the yard is full of dried chilies. They are making something delicious. Some people ask during the market, and Lu Kai-chun keeps it a secret. Yes, we are making food to sell. The price is 35 coins per jean, so no one in the village will buy it. If asked more, she won't say anything. People naturally think of the merchant who has been helping her collect mountain goods. It must be that merchant's order. Saichuan's business is really diverse. No wonder she's getting rich. Yang Xiaoyan finds out what is really going on and becomes even more jealous. Since Lu Kai-chun is so rich, why doesn't she lend her some money? She doesn't believe Lu Kai-chun doesn't care about her brother. When Lu Kai-chun was abandoned, she was very upset and cried a lot. How could her feelings change so quickly? Yang Xiaoyan loses patience and decides to be straightforward. But being direct isn't so easy. Lu Kai-chun has been busy for 3 days, making chili oil, and used stored spiritual spring water to grow about 150 jean of potatoes, planting them with Lu Daegu and Chu Chi. The previously planted sweet potatoes and cassava are growing well. They are near water, and Chu Chi has strength, watering twice already. The lush green fields look very pleasing. Another batch of potatoes has been planted, and they've successfully cultivated a small patch. Thinking about the harvest makes everyone happy. Has Chu Chi ever tasted potatoes? Tonight, let's make spicy and sour shredded potatoes and braised chicken with potatoes to try. The planting season for potatoes and cassava is long, but with the spiritual spring water, Lu Kai-chun isn't worried about getting enough. Even if she's just a little hungry, tasting a couple of potatoes is no problem. Aunt Lu chuckled and said, "Chi-chi, you don't know how delicious these potatoes are. Kai Spring specifically made this for you to try. Otherwise, she wouldn't want to eat them herself. She wants to save them as seeds." There are so many fields that haven't been planted yet. Aunt Lu seized the chance to praise Lu Kai-spring in front of Chi-Chi, determined to make this son-in-law fall deeply in love with her daughter. Chi-Chi understood and nodded to Lu Kai-spring, saying, "Thank you, wife." Lu Kai-spring giggled. "We're family, no need to be so polite." Honestly, she also wanted to eat them herself. Sliced potatoes and sliced green peppers are stir-fried together, with a splash of vinegar and soy sauce, plus a pinch of salt. It's fresh, tangy, and tasty, really satisfying. Cooking them with chicken pieces is different. The potatoes soak up the broth, and each bite is soft and sticky, with a wonderful aroma that makes it hard to stop eating. This kind of potato, heavy in hand, makes it hard not to think about eating it. Yang Xiaoyan, with bad intentions, saw them working and chatting happily from afar when she arrived. A surge of anger and jealousy rose in her, feeling betrayed by Lu Kai-spring. "Big sister Lu." Yang Xiaoyan waved loudly. "Come down, I need to talk to you." Aunt Lu sneered. "Kai-spring, I think you should stop teasing her. She doesn't realize when others tease her, she's practically glued to you like a plaster." Lu Kai-spring was also speechless and asked in surprise, "Why is she here again?" Aunt Lu looked at her thoughtfully, thinking, "What do you think? Some people are just so self-righteous, believing she and her family are all that, and no matter how much they hurt others, they don't care." Chi-Chi said, "I'll go." Lu Kai-spring laughed. "What are you going to say?" Chi-Chi replied, "Tell her to get lost." That Yang family person was even more annoying than the last. Their eyes were full of schemes, clearly calculating her and her husband. It was so obvious and made him feel very uncomfortable. If it weren't inappropriate, he would have told them to leave himself, making sure they left smoothly. Aunt Lu quickly smiled and said, "I think that's best. Let Chi-Chi go. That way, she won't be left without support after marriage, and the Yang family can't manipulate her. It's a good plan." And as for Sister Lu, who exactly is she? Lu Kai-spring covered her face in frustration. She never expected a man to stand up purely to protect her. Her heart fluttered slightly, and her face turned red with shyness. "Oh, then you should go."
Yes.
Chi nodded and patted the mud on his hands. He walked quickly with long strides and a narrow waist. He didn't know what he said to Yang Xiaoyan. She was so angry she staggered, looked up at Lu Kai-chun, said nothing, and walked away in a huff. Aunt Lu smiled happily. "Honestly, she is really good." Lu Kai-chun felt a strange sweetness in her heart and smiled. Yes, he's quite good. Tonight, she planned to cook potatoes and wanted him to eat more. She turned back and continued planting potatoes with them. Aunt Lu, curious, asked, "Chi, how did you talk to her?" Lu Kai-chun listened carefully. Chi said, "I told them that the Yang family is bothering other people's wives and that their character is bad. Does her brother not want to take the imperial exams anymore? Actually, he was saying, you want my wife to support a man who doesn't care about anything? Do you think I am a bad husband? Or should I say it out loud and see if anyone praises your big brother for being a good person and having good morals?" He was so timid that he didn't dare say more. Aunt Lu gave a thumbs up. "Well said." Lu Kai-chun smiled, feeling it was pretty good too. That evening, she carefully prepared shredded potatoes and stewed chicken with potatoes. When Chi tasted it for the first time, he was truly amazed. Delicious. He felt he must have eaten many good things before, but this potato dish was still called delicious. "Eat more if you like." "I wasn't lying to you," Lu Kai-chun said proudly. "Our potatoes are really good. Not only are they tasty, but they can be cooked into many dishes or eaten as rice. The yield is also very high. 1 acre can produce at least 1,400 to 1,500 jin, maybe even 2,000 jin." Chi's chopsticks suddenly dropped to the ground. "How much? Really?" Aunt Lu saw him get flustered and laughed. "Pick up your chopsticks quickly." I heard it too, and was surprised. But Kai-chun heard it from merchants in the provincial city. Since they grow it like this, it must be true. We'll see when it's ready. Finally, she wasn't the only one shocked and flustered.
Haha.
She picked up his chopsticks and calmed down. "What about tapioca?" Lu Kai-chun said, "Tapioca will be even higher, maybe 2,000 to 3,000 jin or even more, haha." In short, they were about to get rich.
She didn't know what to say anymore.
Good news. Lu Kai-chun was proud. Of course. This time, Chi definitely wanted to go to the provincial city with her. You are safer walking alone, or I can come with you to help. Once we reach the provincial city, I will stay at the inn and not go out. I see through but won't say anything. He only needs to remember that his life was saved by his wife. There's no need to investigate further. After all, they have no personal stake in each other, right? When he first woke up, his mind was blank and he felt lost, not knowing where he came from or where he was going. His wife not only took him in but also agreed to marry him and treated him so well. What more could he ask for? He doesn't feel safe letting his wife travel alone, especially since she is a delicate woman. This is his wife, his own person. He must protect his loved ones. Lu Kai-chun hesitated. If Chi-Chi goes with her, it would be much easier than having the master drive the carriage, especially since she's a young bride and shouldn't always be joking and chatting with the driver. She needs to keep some boundaries. After all, they are on a long journey, just the two of them. It's basically a situation of a young man and woman alone. Although he is the driver and she the passenger, who knows what people are thinking? Few cats are truly faithful. Men's minds are often restless. They want to take advantage if they can, and will try every way to do so because men don't like to lose out. If she chats with him to pass the time, he might think she's flirtatious or have bad intentions. She definitely wouldn't suffer any harm, but it still feels uncomfortable. Plus, facing a rough-looking driver instead of having Chi-Chi, a handsome young man, by her side, is less comforting. Chi-Chi and they live together, so he probably already sensed something strange. If he doesn't say anything but chooses to avoid her, giving her space to pretend, she would find it hard to refuse him. All right, Chi-Chi can come with me. Aunt, you stay home and take care of the house. Okay. Don't worry. Aunt Lu smiled happily. Actually, she also hoped Chi-Chi would go with Lu Kai-chun, so there'd be someone to watch out for her on the road. Although Kai-chun is capable, she's still a young girl. Traveling alone, especially to such a distant place as the provincial city, makes Aunt Lu worry about how far away it really is. With Chi-Chi with her, she can finally rest assured and sleep peacefully at home. Don't worry, I'll take good care of the house. If someone reckless comes to cause trouble, I'll just close the door and ignore them. The high walls, the thick gate, and the sturdy house all made me feel very safe. There is even a spring water pond in the yard. Lu Kai-chun smiled and nodded, saying, they really dare. When I get back, I will definitely break their house. Lu Kai-chun was about to leave, so the collection of dye and herbs was paused. The fresh red peppers from Enlin and Lu Xing's side were still being harvested. Auntie En and Aunt Lu were still pounding chili peppers into powder. The dried peppers, once crispy, were easy to grind, and they could harvest a lot of chili powder every day. On the morning she left, Lu Kai-chun left a piece of pork belly, a bowl of fried small crispy fish, and a piece of marinated pig's head for Lu Degu. The weather was getting warmer and meat didn't store well. Leaving these, they would probably last only 3 days, no longer. Lu Kai-chun said, there are still many eggs at home. After finishing the meat, Auntie, you can eat eggs. There's enough lard too. Lard mixed with rice is also tasty. Auntie Degu laughed and said, all right, don't worry about me. Do I have to eat meat every meal? There are so many vegetables in the garden and rice in the jar. How could I go hungry? Having rice and flour was already much better than many families. Especially families with many people and little land. By the end of the year, they might not even have a few meals with meat and probably only a few meals with plain rice. Thanks to her, not only did she have meat every day, but the whole village also started eating plain rice and occasionally enjoying a feast. Lu Kai-chun smiled, realizing she had overthought. From her perspective, going a meal without meat felt like torture and was pitiful. But she forgot that for ordinary rural families in this era, this was normal life. Lu Kai-chun and Chi-Chi went to the county town. Let's first visit the rouge shop owned by the Chi family. I have a business deal to finalize. Chi-Chi nodded. When they arrived, just then, the pomegranate beside Chi Ming-yu came out of the shop to peek around. Seeing Lu Kai-chun, her eyes lit up. She turned and said something to the people inside, then lifted her skirt and hurried over. "Miss Lu, you've finally come. Our young lady is waiting for you in the back hall. Please come in." Lu Kai-chun was pleased. She thought, of course. Which woman could refuse such a good skin cream?
Impossible.
The road home is far, and I left early this morning. Miss, you are too polite. Please, Miss Lu. Thank you. Chi followed inside. When she saw him, she paused for a moment. There is no other reason. It is simply that this young man is too outstanding. Whether in appearance, figure, or demeanor, even dressed in the plainest cotton clothes, he still cannot hide his brilliance. It's hard not to notice him at a glance. Lu Kai-chun raised her eyebrows and said, "This is my husband, the 7th day." 7th, young Master Chi. Chi Mingyu greeted him with a smile, nearly biting her tongue and thinking, what kind of name is that? Does anyone have the surname Chu? She had never heard of it before. She realized her knowledge was shallow. The 7th day nodded lightly in response, as if giving a reply was already a big effort. Chi Mingyu didn't feel that the other person was rude at all. They sat down and talked. Chi Mingyu eagerly asked about the skin cream. "Miss Lu, how much of that skin cream can you supply?" "Miss Chi, have you tried it?"
I didn't deceive you, right? Yes.
"The effect is indeed excellent, better than any of the ones sold in our shop." Chi Mingyu was more than satisfied. She was eager, and her eyes shone brightly. Since Miss Lu chose our Chi family's Rouge shop, it shows she trusts us. Miss Lu is straightforward, so I'll be honest too. How much of the skin cream can you provide? What's the price? Please give me a clear answer. It was clear she had chosen the right person. Lu Kai-chun liked straightforward people like this. "Miss Chi, making the skin cream is quite complicated and tedious. I can't supply a large amount at once. I currently have 20 bottles, but I should be able to produce more soon." Lu Kai-chun had prepared everything beforehand. She and the 7th day went out with 3 bundles, 2 packed with their clothes, and the 3rd holding 20 bottles of skin cream. She took out a bottle on the spot. "This big bottle costs 30 taels. Chi Mingyu took it and looked inside, feeling very pleased. 30 taels is a bit expensive. Could it be a little cheaper? Lu Kai-chun shook her head. "I didn't inflate the price. I just saw that Miss Chi is straightforward, so I offered the bottom line." Chi Mingyu also smiled, clearly accepting the offer. "All right, if I haggle further, I'd be insulting your kindness. 30 taels it is. I'll take all 20 bottles." Chi Mingyu signaled, and Shirlu went to the shopkeeper to get a banknote. Lu Kai-chun smiled and said, "I haven't named this skin cream yet. Miss Chi can give it a name herself." She was too lazy to bother with that. As long as the product was good, it didn't matter if it had a name or not. Kaminju thought for a moment and suggested, "Let's call her Jade Fragrance Frost. Jade for beauty, fragrance for the sweet scent of osmanthus. What do you think, Miss Lu? Jade Fragrance Frost? Nice name." Miss Chi has good taste and talent, Lu Kai-chun praised with a smile. If it were her to choose, she would probably pick names like Peach Blossom Frost or Beauty Frost. Kaminju smiled and said, "As long as Miss Lu likes the name, that's good. Let's sign a contract. This Jade Fragrance Frost will only be supplied to our Chi family. We can discuss the price later."
All right.
"I have one condition. Please keep it secret and don't tell anyone that I supplied the goods."
That's fine.
Although Kaminju didn't understand why Lu Kai-chun wanted to keep a low profile, she saw it as a good thing. No one would know where the Jade Fragrance Frost came from, so there would be no competition. She received 400 taels of silver and a supply contract. Lu Kai-chun was satisfied and bid farewell to Miss Chi. To celebrate their cooperation, Chi Mingyu had generously gifted her a set of 4 makeup items: lipstick, powder, moisturizer, and eyebrow pencil. Each was beautifully packaged and all together in a small box. Lu Kai-chun thanked her and accepted the gift. Although she couldn't use it herself, she could give it to Inchware. Young girls would surely like it. The Chi family's Rouge shop's sets weren't cheap. The set Chi Mingyue gave Lu Kaichun was the most expensive in the store, costing 5 taels of silver. After leaving the Chi-Ru shop, the two went to a carriage rental by the station. Renting just a carriage without a driver saved 4 chien of silver, though the deposit remained the same. Chi-Chi drove the carriage, and Lu Kaichun rode inside. The weather was nice. Lu Kaichun pushed the front curtain aside and moved the side curtains to the sides, making the carriage bright and open. She could see Chi-Chi easily. They chatted casually and enjoyed the scenery as they leisurely traveled. In the evening, they stayed overnight at an inn in a small town along the way, and the next day they arrived at the provincial city.
Lu Kaichun stayed at her usual inn.
As a single woman, she often came and went, so the innkeeper and staff were quite familiar with her. Seeing her, they greeted warmly Miss Lu. When they saw Chi-Chi, they looked surprised, but after Lu Kaichun introduced him, they also smiled and greeted him. They thought to themselves, so Miss Lu is already married. Who would have thought? But Chi-Chi is really handsome. Miss Lu is so lucky. The innkeeper didn't know that Lu Saichuan's husband was actually someone they had found in their inn. Since they are a married couple, of course, they should share a room. Lu Kaichun had just earned 600 taels of silver, so she was quite wealthy. This time, she booked the most luxurious room in the inn, which cost 500 coins per night. Just 500 coins, a small price for someone like her who suddenly became rich overnight. If she weren't used to staying here, she might think it's a nice place to live. The place is clean and tidy, and the shopkeeper and staff are quite nice. Lu Kaichun could easily move to a fancy inn in the city. When they entered the room, Chi-Chi said, "You sleep on the bed. I'll sleep on the floor tonight." It's not proper for her husband to sleep on the floor. Lu Kaichun smiled and said, "There's a bed here. It's quite spacious. No need to sleep on the floor. That's too pitiful." TSK, Lu Kaichun thought she was very kind. She has such a handsome husband and a proper wife, and she's just admiring his beauty without sleeping with him yet. If this person's memory wasn't completely blank, she'd be worried he might regret everything later. She wouldn't be so polite then. Chi-Chi looked at the bed. It was quite wide, but it seemed a little too short. If he got on it, his height might make him feel cramped. Lu Kaichun also noticed this. In this case, her height advantage turned into a disadvantage. Although the bed was spacious enough for her to sleep comfortably, she preferred a big bed where she could toss around freely. She liked large beds because they made her feel free and comfortable while sleeping. It was impossible for her to switch places with Chi-Chi. "Maybe I should get you another room," she suggested. Chi-Chi shook his head. "I'll sleep on the floor." Lu Kaichun didn't insist. "All right, I'll ask the staff for an extra quilt to make it thicker for you." Chi-Chi nodded. "Okay." Soon, the innkeeper came to knock on the door, smiling happily. "Miss Lu, you've finally arrived. Haha, the boss wants to see you." Lu Kaichun understood immediately. She told Chi-Chi to wait, then went downstairs smiling and said to the innkeeper, "Is it about my chili sauce?" "Don't worry, I'll pay for everything." The innkeeper was very happy. "That's great. Honestly, Miss Lu's chili sauce is so delicious. We tried to make it in the kitchen, but it's not the same as yours. Everyone's been craving it." Lu Kaichun smiled and raised her eyebrows. "Of course. That's my secret recipe." It's not easy to replicate her taste. Making chili sauce is a skill, and she's generous with her ingredients and seasonings. The shopkeeper happily agreed to order 100 jin of chili paste. Although 100 jin looks like a lot, in the restaurant it doesn't use that much. Lu Kaichun was very straightforward and agreed to the price they had previously discussed. The total was a little over 100 taels of silver. Lu Kaichun also recommended 3 other types, with garlic, with diced mushrooms, and with diced chicken. Each type was sold in 10 jin jars, and these were more expensive, totaling about 1.5 taels of silver. Right when they arrived at the inn, they had already earned 5 taels of silver. They agreed to deliver the goods tomorrow morning, since Lu Kaichun's supplies were stored in the warehouse outside the city, not with her. Soon after, Lu Kaichun asked 2 people, including Chi-Chi, to go out for a meal. She took Chi-Chi to a fancy restaurant. They enjoyed dishes like fish head in a clay pot, braised pork ribs, red-feathered goose, stewed squab, shrimp tofu, and pickled cabbage. The dishes were beautifully prepared, served on elegant white porcelain with floral and bird patterns, making the food very pleasing to the eye.
Liu Kai Chun invite Chuki to eat happily.
The fish soup was fresh, the squab tender and juicy, the goose salty and flavorful, and the shrimp tofu soft yet springy, all tasting excellent, comparable to her own cooking. The chef at this luxurious restaurant was quite skilled, with a few signature dishes worth mentioning, especially the red-feathered goose, which was smoked in a special way. She planned to come back tomorrow to buy some to take home and enjoy slowly. There was also pigeon meat available at the market, about 10 pigeons ready to be slaughtered and taken away. She thought it might be good to also slaughter a few old geese and fat ducks. The next day, Liu Kai-chun generously gave Chu-chi 70 taels of silver. Go ahead and look around. I have some matters to attend to. We'll have dinner together tonight. All right, be careful when you go out, wife. You too. Liu Kai-chun hurried off to find Manager Tang. Manager Tang was very happy to see her. Miss Liu, you've finally come.
Haha.
Manager Tang is my lucky star. How could I not come? Haha, Miss Liu is so modest. I'm actually making money thanks to you. They exchanged laughs and compliments, knowing each other well, which made business dealings easier. They agreed to pick up the goods from the warehouse outside the city tomorrow. Tang wanted to buy dye, herbs, and chili paste. Liu Kai-chun kept a rough record to help Tang prepare the silver notes in advance. When she arrived at the scene tomorrow, she would check the goods and weigh them again. Loquats are precious and don't stay on the market long. They used to be everywhere, but now they are almost gone. Even if a few are sold, they are small, leftover fruits. This was quickly sold out. But Liu Kai-chun had some. By the way, shopkeeper Tang, I also brought some fresh loquats. Would you like some?
Oh.
Shopkeeper Tang casually asked, how many does Miss Liu have? Are they big?
Sweet?
If they're good, of course I want some. Fresh loquats are precious and don't last long, but in such a large city, with good connections, selling them is quite easy. If she has around 100 or 200 jin, it's an easy task, even without much effort. Of course, they're all good. Big size, sweet taste, juicy, smooth skin without spots or bruises. If they weren't good, I wouldn't dare ask you, shopkeeper Tang. I'd say about 3,000 jin. Actually, she has about 6,800 jin in total. She plans to keep 100 or 200 jin for herself to eat slowly and sell over 6,000 jin. But selling so much at once, even for shopkeeper Tang, would be hard to finish quickly. After all, these are fresh fruits and can't be stored. They need to be sold the next day. If kept longer, freshness drops quickly. By the time they reach small vendors, they won't be as appealing. Next time, she'll sell around 3,000 jin. That already surprised shopkeeper Tang, and he almost lost control, his voice a bit shaky. How much? 3,000 jin. Shopkeeper Tang froze a little. Liu Kai-chun smiled. Shopkeeper Tang, do you want some? After being shocked, shopkeeper Tang sighed sincerely. What kind of magical village is yours? How can there still be so many fresh loquats today? It's really hard to believe. Liu Kai-chun proudly raised her chin. Our village is blessed with talented and virtuous people, a place full of excellence. Because she's amazing, and with her leading the way, their village is also impressive. Shopkeeper Tang laughed loudly. 3,000 jin is 3,000 jin. Make sure they're fresh. Okay, can you deliver tomorrow?
Yes.
And about the price, how about 20 coins per jin? When buying, it was only 2 coins per jin. Now, it's 10 times more. All right, even if it's not the 30 coins she hoped for, 20 is good enough.
Deal.
Great, it's settled then. I trust Miss Liu's judgment and character. I'll come to pick up the goods tomorrow. Okay. The two agreed, and Liu Kai-chun happily left. Well, there's nothing else to do now. Time to go to the market and slaughter ducks, geese, and pigeons. Let's see if there are any duck eggs and goose eggs. Although they don't taste as good as chicken eggs, trying something different now and then is nice. Especially the duck eggs. Bring some home to make preserved eggs and salted duck eggs. Salted duck eggs need a lot of salt, which isn't cheap these days. The egg whites become very salty and less tasty, so you can't just eat the yolks, right? That's a bit of a luxury. My wife would definitely say so. So, I'll make fewer salted duck eggs. I still prefer preserved eggs. They're delicious. Whether in cold dishes, preserved egg and pork congee, or in soup, they all taste good. Today, Lu Kai-chun was very lucky. There was a beef stall at the market. Someone's cow must have died, and after official inspection and registration, it was sold to butchers for cutting and selling. It's rare to find beef for sale. Although it's much more expensive than pork, many people still buy it. Lu Kai-chun was very happy. He bought over 60 pounds of beef bones, beef brisket, beef shank, and tenderloin. He also ordered a large amount of beef tripe and liver. At home, he can enjoy boiled beef, braised beef brisket, or stir-fried tenderloin. The next day, he successfully delivered 800 pounds of beef with chili sauce. After deducting all costs, he earned 193 taels of silver. Plus the money from selling skin lotion, his total wealth exceeded 900 taels. He was suddenly very rich. With the silver in hand, Lu Kai-chun went to buy more skin lotion. This time, he bought 60 boxes. Although selling lotion to Miss Chi was the most profitable, the spiritual spring water was limited. Plus, he wanted to save some for himself. He couldn't use it all on selling lotion. Also, rare items are more valuable, so having too much would decrease their worth. The spiritual spring water is only a drop a day, so the amount of lotion he can make is limited. Maintaining the mystery of hard to produce, limited quantity makes it more special. Lu Kai-chun was busy making money. What he didn't know was that Chu Chi wasn't resting either. Chu Chi hadn't told her that he had regained his memory. He knew what poison he had been poisoned with and was prepared to die, even though he felt so unwilling before losing consciousness completely. But what's the use of being unwilling? Being unwilling won't turn back time to before he was poisoned, nor will any fairy give him a magic pill to extend his life. He imagined many ways his family would react after his death, but he never thought he might actually survive. It's so good to be alive. Even now, whenever he remembers that he's still alive, he feels dazed and almost can't believe it. Could his wife be a fairy from heaven? Otherwise, how could she have saved him? At first, during those days, his mind was completely blank and confused. He couldn't remember anything. But gradually, he felt his memories returning. Now, he remembers everything. However, he doesn't want to go back for now. It's not the right time, and there's no need. It's better to stay with his wife. On the 7th day, after careful consideration, he wrote a letter and sent it through a special channel to his eldest brother, reassuring him and also reassuring their parents. As for his death news, the family might as well keep it a secret for now. He wants to see how many tricks the strange and evil spirits will come up with next. After completing the deal, Lu Kai-chun and Chu Chi headed back home together. Chu Chi didn't ask much, but seeing her smiling brightly and full of energy, he knew she had made quite a bit of money. They didn't rush back, they took their time. Along the way, they spent the night in a nearby town, strolled around, and the next morning, they continued their journey slowly. Lu Kai-chun and Chu Chi returned home just after noon. Someone in the village saw them, and their eyes lit up. Kai-chun, Chu Chi, you're back. Kai-chun, Chu Chi, since you're back, are you going to harvest the herbs today? Yes, yes. Lu Kai-chun was a bit surprised. Are they working so hard? Not from a few days ago, right?
No.
No way, it must not be. We plan to go into the mountains this afternoon to look for herbs. It's still early, and it's not too late to go now.
Yeah.
Lu Kai-chun nodded and smiled. If that's the case, then of course we will harvest. Everyone cheered happily. Oh, that's great. That's good. I'll go back and tell them. We're heading into the mountains now. Me too. Let's go, Kai-chun. Lu Kai-chun chuckled softly and went home with Chu Chi. Lu Daegu at home had just finished lunch and was hanging red chili peppers in the yard to dry. When he saw them, he was happy too. You're back. Was the journey smooth? Did you have lunch? It's a pity I didn't make more. Lu Kaichun smiled and said, "We ate in the county town. Besides the heat, everything else was fine on the way." Lu Daegu quickly replied, "Yes, it's getting hotter. I brewed some tea and let it cool. Come inside and have a cup with some red sugar." Okay. The cooled tea with a bit of red sugar was sweet and tasty. Lu Kaichun liked it. Lu Daegu quickly prepared a bowl for each of them. Lu Kaichun casually mentioned that they met villagers earlier, and everyone said they would go into the mountains this afternoon to find herbs. Why is everyone in such a hurry all of a sudden? Li Daegu sighed and said, "You probably don't know yet, but grain prices have gone up. Everyone is getting worried." Grain prices? How much have they increased? Lu Kaichun asked quickly. She didn't really know, since her family wasn't short of food. She had already stored 2,000 jin of rice and over 1,000 jin of flour. Later, when everyone else bought grain to store, her family also bought some to keep up appearances, another 600 jin of rice and 300 jin of flour. Now, the grain stored in her space is enough for their family of 3 to eat for more than 2 years. Chi also listened carefully and couldn't help but look at Li Daegu. Rising grain prices are always a very important matter at any time. Li Daegu sighed again and said, "A few days ago, someone from the village went to the city to buy grain. They said rice had risen to 7 coins per jin and flour to 9 coins. The grain shop still wouldn't open for regular sales. They only allowed each person to buy up to 30 jin of rice and 15 jin of flour at a time. Normally, rice costs 4 coins per jin and flour 6 coins. Now that's a 50% increase. Think about it, such a big jump all at once. Who can handle that? It's heartbreaking. Because of this, everyone is anxious. In the past 2 days, people have been rushing into the city to buy more grain, hoping to stock up. It's likely prices will go up again. In previous years, the rice plants would start to head out around this time, but now, water in the fields is drying up. Villages that didn't notice early or prepare in advance are already experiencing mild panic due to water shortages. The water channels are drying up and no water is flowing into the fields. Luan Village, which had prepared early, is a bit better, but it's hard to say how long they can hold on or whether the situation will be about the same as others. Everyone has gone to look at the fields. Very few rice plants are heading out, and their growth is worrying. The stalks are thin, the leaves are starting to turn yellow, and the number of stems is much less than in previous years. It looks like there won't be a good harvest this year. Who wouldn't be anxious in such a situation? Fortunately, the village had prepared early and dug a pond in the muddy land, which is now holding water. The large pond, about 20 or 30 acres, is filling up every day. The repaired dam is holding back deep water, which makes people feel a little more at ease. If the water channels break, they can still draw water from the pond and dam to save the rice fields, wash clothes, or water the cattle. It's also fortunate that Sichuan's family dug a spring nearby and the spring pool is finished. No matter what, the village won't run out of drinking water. The first group of people who started stockpiling food early on all secretly felt lucky. Now they were still worried and bought a lot more. Those who hadn't started stockpiling and just planned to wait and see were now regretting it deeply. But at this point, they couldn't wait any longer. They clenched their teeth and hurriedly bought food. However, there was a limit now, so only 2 people from each family could buy twice, enough to gather around 100 jin. Money was really not worth much now. Everyone wanted to hold on to more of it as quickly as possible. A few days ago, someone asked Aunt Lu if she was willing to buy medicinal herbs. Aunt Lu couldn't buy them. Lu Kaichun stored herbs in her space to keep them fresh, but she couldn't keep them forever. Even if she felt sympathetic, she had to firmly refuse, saying she didn't know how to handle them and would wait until Kaichun returned. When Kaichun came back, everyone was eager to ask her questions. If she could go into the mountains earlier or earn a little more, it would be good. Lu Kaichun nodded and said, "It's fine. As long as they come to me, I'll buy." She wouldn't lose out on buying. But she still only bought within her village. She wasn't very interested in dealing with other villages' affairs. If she opened up her buying, more people would come, and they'd be more cunning and troublesome. She didn't want to get involved in disputes or trouble herself. Not every village had a wise and fair village head like Lu Lijeng, who could manage the villagers well. The village head and elders supported her, so her buying went smoothly and no one dared to cheat or cause trouble. But if outsiders from other villages got involved, it would be hard to say. Maybe their village head would team up with others to cause trouble for their own village. She could tell the difference, but it was too complicated. Why bother with all that trouble? Aunt Lu pouted and said, "There's another thing." De Jiang mentioned a daughter-in-law. Over at the Lu family, they're arguing about the wedding gifts. TSK. I didn't expect that De Jiang, who usually keeps quiet, would get angry and argue with Tianshi. Your father was so mad he grabbed a stick, scolded him, and chased him around the village to beat him. The father and son ran around for a while, and everyone was laughing at the scene. Lu Kaichun chuckled happily and asked Aunt Lu, "Really? What happened next? How did it end?" She loved hearing stories like that. It turned out that Lu De Jiang dared to stand up to Tianshi. He lost his own benefits, so he didn't have many secrets anymore. He deserved to be chased and scolded. Of course, her father wasn't a good person either. Aunt Lu happily and mockingly laughed. Who knows? The bride price hasn't been settled yet. The woman is from Zheng village, and I heard the bride price is quite high. According to Aunt Lu, the Zheng family demanded 6 taels of silver as the bride price. They said the girl was a daughter of a wealthy family who had worked as a housekeeper and made for a noble family, learning all the skills of managing a big household. She is very good at managing affairs, and marrying her could help any family prosper. If it weren't for the fact that the noble girl was about to marry far away and she didn't want to leave her parents, she would have stayed at home and gone with the bride's dowry. Such a talented girl. Asking for 5 taels of silver as the bride price. Is that too much? Moreover, they never really liked the Lu family. The girl accidentally twisted her ankle on the mountain. They only wanted Lu Dajiang to help her send a message to her family. But unexpectedly, Lu Dajiang insisted on carrying her down the mountain himself. On the way, someone saw them. If she doesn't marry him, who else would she marry? Since he did something so over the top, shouldn't he take responsibility? It seems they think they've taken advantage of her, forcing her to marry him, and are deliberately delaying the bride price. Isn't that shameless and unreasonable? The Zheng family insisted on 5 taels of silver, but Tianshi was furious and only willing to pay 2 taels. Neither side would back down, and it turned into a big fuss. Lu Kaichun couldn't help but laugh. Tianshi is so stingy, she wouldn't spend 5 taels of silver on Lu Dajiang. She's almost as tight as her own son. Who knows what Lu Dajiang can come up with? Aunt Lu sighed with a smile. That's right. Everyone in the village is talking about it now. No matter what, Tianshi has become famous for her stinginess. The stepmother was just like that. After a tiring journey, Lu Kaichun rested in her room for a nap. On the 7th day, she went to the back mountain to check on the crops. In the evening, many hardworking families gathered some medicinal herbs to sell. They didn't find a lot, about 20 or 30 jin, maybe a dozen or so, but it was enough to earn a few dozen coins. Everyone carefully held onto their money and went home, planning to save for a few days and then go to town to buy grain. 50 or 60 coins used to be valuable, but now rice costs 7 coins per jin and flour 9 coins per jin. It felt a bit heavy in their hearts. Lu Kaichun didn't have much sympathy for others. She wasn't a saint and couldn't save everyone. Helping her fellow villagers was already good enough. She closed the door and focused on cooking delicious food, unaffected by anything else. Bai Yingying enjoyed a fragrant bowl of rice served with stir-fried green pepper beef, braised eggplant with catfish, and duck eggs with goji berry soup. The 3 of them ate happily. The tender beef tenderloin was sliced into moderate-sized thin pieces, marinated with scallions, cooking wine, and a little salt. It was then stir-fried in a hot pan with cold oil. When the sliced green peppers were added, the delicious aroma immediately filled the air. This dish was made last, steaming hot and served on the table, spicy and tender. Lu Kaichun, who hadn't tasted beef in a long time, almost cried from how delicious it was. Just the sauce alone could fill a big bowl of rice. On the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, His taste buds were also excited. He was the youngest son of Duke Wei, spoiled since childhood. Although the Ming dynasty banned private slaughter of cattle for noble families, eating beef was not difficult. Yet, he had never had such fresh and spicy beef before. His wife's cooking skills were truly excellent. Unfortunately, he dared not think too much. He didn't know if she would still be willing to be his wife after learning his status. He had already noticed that she only wanted to earn money and enjoy food and drink, not interested in anything else. It didn't matter. He would try hard, maybe. She wouldn't be able to leave him? Ladagu, who had never eaten beef before, couldn't help but feel curious and said, "Honestly, beef tastes really different from pork. It's even more delicious." This made Lu Kai-chun laugh out loud. Of course, beef and pork taste different. Not long after dinner, Lu Dajiang specifically came to tell her he wanted to marry a wife. Seeing how happy Lu Dajiang looked, it was clear he was very satisfied with the girl from Zhengjia village. He was determined to marry her. Lu Kai-chun didn't like him and wasn't interested in this matter. She casually replied, "Oh, congratulations." When the wedding banquet was held, she would go and eat a meal and bring a gift. If she wasn't invited, she wouldn't bother. There was no need for them to cut ties forever. Lu Dajiang was even happier to hear her say congratulations. "Kai-chun, be happy for me, okay? You'll soon be a big sister-in-law." Lu Kai-chun looked at him with some difficulty and said, she really wasn't happy for him. Whether she had a big sister-in-law didn't matter to her at all. Did she need a big sister-in-law? Lu Dajiang, however, got a bit excited, rubbed his hands, and hesitated. "Kai-chun, I still need some bride price." "You're so rich. Could you lend me a few silver coins?" Big brother married sister-in-law, so in the future, we siblings will have someone to rely on. If you have something difficult to tell big brother, you can also talk to sister-in-law. Don't you think so? I finally understand that the Tian family doesn't care about us at all. From now on, we can only depend on each other. It's just a few silver coins. You built such a big house with blue bricks and bought so much land. You shouldn't be without a few silver coins, right?
Liu Kai-chun.
I get it now. No wonder he came here. It turns out he just wants silver. This is really funny. I didn't ask you for silver when I got married, but now you're asking me? As the older brother, marrying a wife, and expecting your sister to give a gift? What kind of useless brother are you? And are your parents all gone?
Kai-chun. What?
Lu Dajiang was originally happy and excited, but he suddenly got angry and shouted at Lu Kai-chun, making her so mad her blood rushed to her head. Lu Dagu, who was listening secretly behind the door, sighed in relief. Lu Dajiang complained loudly, "I'm your big brother. I married my wife, and that means our family will have a child. Aren't you happy for me? Why do you act like this? They are siblings. He has a wife now, so their family will have a child. How can she not care at all? Other sisters and brothers in other families would do anything for their family, even secretly taking money from their in-laws to give to their siblings. He only asked to borrow a few silver coins and promised to pay it back later. Why is that a problem?" Lu Kai-chun thought he was completely out of his mind and sneered, "Whether you marry or not has nothing to do with me. Can't you ask your parents?" He couldn't beat Tian family, begged his own father. And after that, Tian family's wife spread rumors and ignored him. Lu Dajiang was about to break down and shouted, "Do you think I didn't look for them? I said everything I could, begged, but it was useless." Useless. Tian family's wife refused. That old woman refused to give anything. Tian family's wife said that since Zheng girl was with him, she was his person. What if she didn't give a single coin? She could just refuse to marry. If that's the case, why should they still give Zheng family a good deal? Tian family's wife said that a 2 silver gift was already a lot, and Zheng family still wanted 5? Is that reasonable? Saving 3 silver coins to slowly build 2 more rooms at home would be better, wouldn't it? Why give it to Zheng family? Father surprisingly thought this made sense, saying Tian family's wife was thoughtful. But that's not true at all. Zheng girl is such a good girl. Why isn't she worth 5 silver coins? If he hadn't used some tricks, even if he had 50 taels of silver, people might not be willing to marry him. He is the eldest son of the family. What's wrong with him needing 50 taels of silver to get married? He has worked hard for so many years, endured patiently, eaten the least and done the most, just to make them remember his kindness and to find a good wife. But the Tion family has never let him propose. He found a good match himself, yet they treated him like this.
Why? Why is that?
Lu Dajiang couldn't bear it anymore and argued with Mrs. Tion, scolding her harshly. Then Mrs. Tion took the opportunity to cry and complain, accusing him of being unfilial. His father believed Mrs. Tion without question, didn't listen to his side at all, and grabbed a stick to scold and try to hit him, chasing him all over the village. Mrs. Tion. He truly felt like he had called her mother all these years for nothing. But Mrs. Tion kept complaining about her hardships and refused to give him money. Instead, she told him to ask Kai Chun for it. His father didn't say a word either. He didn't know what to do inside, but after thinking for a while, he still came. Lu Dajiang felt a bit sad. Besides his sister, who else could he ask for help? She was his younger sister. Getting married was such an important thing. Surely, she would be happy for him, feel proud, and help him, right? A sister from other families would do the same, wouldn't she? He didn't expect her to be so heartless. She was so wealthy, yet she coldly watched her older brother struggle over just a few taels of silver and refused to help even a little. Lu Dajiang was full of anger, feeling completely alone, abandoned by the whole world. Kai Chun saw him lose control and break down, and she felt a bit satisfied. Well, what could she do? Where was her eldest brother when she needed him most? He had the nerve to ask for money? He wouldn't even toss water to make a sound. Want silver? It's actually very simple. Lu Dajiang's eyes suddenly brightened as he looked at Kai Chun. You, Mrs. Tian, won't give it? Can't you go and get it yourself? Lu Dajiang was stunned. Kai Chun sneered coldly, speaking slowly as if tempting him. You're the eldest son of the family. Most of the family's property and land will be inherited by you. You're spending your own money. Why must you listen to Mrs. Tion? If she doesn't give it, just go and get it yourself. Be more direct. If she doesn't give it, won't you steal it? No, wait. What belongs to you can't be called stealing, right? It's clearly taking what's yours. Lu Dajiang's gaze gradually became thoughtful, firm, and he seemed to suddenly understand. But he still wanted to struggle a little. Really, can you lend me some? Lu Kai Chun spread her hands and said, You have parents, and my marriage has nothing to do with you. Lu Dajiang looked at her quietly, stood up, and left without saying a word. He had given up. Everyone in this family was selfish. No one cared about him. He was foolish. From now on, he would be selfish too. Lu Daegu entered and sat down on a small stool beside Lu Kai Chun. Dajiang really is unreasonable. How could he say such a thing? Lu Kai Chun chuckled. What could she do? Just be selfish. But it didn't matter to her anymore. She just watched the show. I wonder if he managed to steal Tian's silver or not, huh? Daegu scolded her lightly, but couldn't help but laugh. Honestly, she was a little hopeful too. It proved that never underestimate a man's determination to marry a wife. Tian's money box was locked, of course, but a small lock was nothing before a machete. It was easy to open. While Tian went to the vegetable garden, Lu Dajiang pried open the lock. He not only took 10 taels of silver but also stole 2 pieces of fine lake blue cotton cloth that Tian treasured and was reluctant to use. That same day, he gave 5 taels of silver and the 2 pieces of cloth as a betrothal gift to the Zheng family. That was 5 taels of silver. Usually in the countryside, a daughter's bride price was about 3 taels, maybe with some extra items. Some poor families only had 2 taels. Their family suddenly had 5 taels and 2 fine pieces of cloth. The Zheng family was overjoyed, smiling widely and praising him as a good son-in-law. They even slaughtered a chicken at noon to entertain him, making Lu Dajiang feel so happy and proud, as if he was a real man. He had never been praised like this before. He realized he was actually quite impressive, and someone appreciated him this much. If Lu Kai Chun had been there, she would have recognized that the girl from the Zheng family was none other than Mei from the Qi family's rouge shop, proud and scolding. Zheng Xiaomei had worked as a rough maid in the Qi family for several years. About 2 years ago, by chance, Qi Minghua chose her to be a second-class maid beside her. Later, the original senior maid was allowed to marry out, and seeing Zheng Xiaomei's cleverness, Qi Minghua promoted her to the main maid. Unexpectedly, Zheng Xiaomei, working closely with Miss Qi Minghua, ate well, dressed well, did lighter chores, gained broad experience, and was flattered by the maids and servants below. She became quite proud, feeling she was now a person of importance. Once a person becomes arrogant, they tend to forget their manners. This arrogance makes them act recklessly. Zheng Xiaomei gradually becomes overbearing, flattering those above her and bullying others below her, acting very harshly. She often commits wrongdoings behind her boss Qi Minghua's back and takes advantage of the situation. As a result, she becomes extremely wild, just as Lu Kaichun saw. Lu Kaichun didn't see her ending with her own eyes and didn't care, but she could guess that someone who commits evil behind her boss's back and gets caught would not have a good ending. After that day, Lu Kaichun completely forgot about her and saw no need to remember her. Unexpectedly, she ended up involved with Lu Dajiang. In fact, the person who should be more surprised is Lu Dajiang. Zheng Xiaomei was sent back home. Her parents and siblings complained about her, blaming her for not knowing her place and losing a good job that paid well. She had finally become the main maid for Miss Qi. Not only did she earn a good monthly salary, but she also received occasional rewards. They gained some face in the village because of her. She was like a deputy young lady, not just a lowly maid. But she lost all this dignity so suddenly. You really are useless. Such a shame. Her whole family blamed her, thought she was embarrassing, and believed she was too old to marry. They urged her to marry soon. If others found out she was sent back by Miss Qi, her reputation would be ruined.
Who would want her then?
Zheng Xiaomei was furious and resentful. She knew her parents and siblings were greedy and unkind. If she relied on them, they wouldn't help her find a good match. So, she decided to find her own way. She was curious and learned that Lu Dajiang's family owned about 20 acres of good land, had a big house made of blue bricks and tiles, and he was the eldest son with a wealthy sister. She was immediately interested. Zheng Xiaomei made a quick decision. This was it. She didn't have much time to choose carefully, so she picked Lu Dajiang in a hurry. If she didn't act fast, her family might sell her to pay a bride price, which she absolutely couldn't accept. As for Lu Dajiang's family being led by a stepmother, so what? She wasn't afraid. She was the trusted main maid of the Qi family in the county town. She had seen many things and believed she could outsmart a simple rural woman.
So,
Lu Dajiang thought he had met a lucky girl when he accidentally met Zheng Xiaomei with a sprained ankle in the countryside, but in fact, it was all part of Zheng Xiaomei's plan. He also didn't think carefully. If Zheng Xiaomei hadn't secretly approved, or even actively agreed without showing any emotion, would he dare to forcibly carry Zheng Xiaomei back to Zheng's house? Zheng Xiaomei wanted him to carry her all the way, for everyone in Jingjia village to see. Everyone would be a witness. Even if her parents were furious and jumped around, it would be too late. If they simply accepted it, that would be fine. But if they dared to pressure him or try to exchange him for bride price, he would risk causing a big fuss. Under such circumstances, his protest wouldn't be childish, but a sign of his strong principles and loyalty, as a good woman who refuses to marry twice. Everyone would praise him for that. Zheng's parents were indeed very angry, so they deliberately asked for a large bride price of 5 taels of silver. Originally, they had hoped to sell Zheng Xiaomei to a hunter in the mountains as a wife, which could have earned them 6 taels of silver. Now, just asking for 5 taels seemed reasonable. Unexpectedly, despite some setbacks, they actually received the 5 taels of silver, plus 2 pieces of fine cotton cloth. The Lu family was very wealthy, and Lu Dajiang was young, honest, and generous. This marriage seemed perfect. It was a good deal. Lu Dajiang was being warmly hosted at Zheng's house, eating and drinking happily. When he left, He was a bit drunk and feeling proud. But when he returned to Luan village, reality hit him hard, and he felt uneasy. He didn't know what was happening at home now. But no matter what, he had to go back. After all, the bride price had been paid, and the rest of the wedding arrangements depended on his father and stepmother. Marriage wasn't just about two people, it involved two families. Bravely, Lu Dajiang returned home. When Mrs. Tian saw his eyes blazing with anger, she stormed over and slapped him across the face, shouting, "You little beast! How dare you steal the family silver? How dare you come back? I'll beat you to death, you little beast! Where's my silver? Hand it over! Hand it over!" Lu Dajiang was startled. In panic, he waved his hands and pushed Mrs. Tian away. She was so angry that she pushed too hard and fell heavily to the ground. She froze for a moment, then sat on the ground, crying loudly. Heaven has no eyes. My son beating his mother. Why doesn't heaven send a thunderbolt to strike him down? Lu Dajiang hurriedly stepped back, panicking. I didn't do it. You fell by yourself. Lu Saixia was sewing inside the house, fidgeting nervously. Hearing the commotion, she hurried out shouting, "Mother! Mother!" She quickly tried to help Mrs. Tian to stand, but Mrs. Tian refused to get up and gave her a warning look. Angered, Lu Saixia started scolding Lu Dajiang and rushed over to hit him. Lu Dajiang instinctively resisted. What are you doing? Let's talk nicely. I told you I didn't do it, it wasn't me. Lu Dajiang usually didn't dare to fight, but now he was different from before. Lu Saixia knew she couldn't beat him. Lu Dajiang had been drinking and was not very controlled. His strength was out of hand. Lu Saixia's nails didn't scratch his face. Instead, he accidentally pushed her down. Honestly, it was an accident. But for Lu Saixia, it was a huge shame. Good job, Lu Dajiang. You hit my mother and me.
How dare you?
When our father comes back, I will make him punish you. Oh heavens, open your eyes. Strike down this unfilial son. Mother and daughter sat on the ground, crying and holding their heads. Meanwhile, the fight attracted many villagers who came to watch and pointed at them. Everyone was shocked by what they saw.
Wow.
The ones being beaten are Mrs. Tian and her daughter? My goodness, Mrs. Tian is usually so fierce, but she got beaten? Wow, I didn't expect that. Dajiang looks so quiet and honest, but he can fight too. TSK. They must have been bullied badly, sigh. I heard he liked a girl, and her family didn't agree. I also heard a little about it. I was busy with my own things, and didn't get the full story. What exactly happened? In my opinion, Dajiang is grown up now. He should have married already. Mrs. Tian really? That's why they say she's a stepmother. Let me be fair. Even if that's true, she raised him, so Dajiang shouldn't have hit Mrs. Tian. Who knows? Maybe Mrs. Tian started it first. I think so too. Even if that's the case, Dajiang shouldn't have fought back. He could have avoided it.
Sigh.
Mrs. Tian was crying loudly while listening carefully. She thought everyone would sympathize with her and condemn Lu Dajiang, but it turned out not to be the case. Only about 20% of people blamed Lu Dajiang. Most of them said she was in the wrong. In short, she deserved it. Mrs. Tian was so angry she almost lost her mind. While they were arguing, Lu Lao's father and Lu De-yong, who had gone out to work, returned. The father and son looked at the situation and were very surprised. What's going on? Mother! Mrs. Tian cried even harder. Your father is back, but this rebellious son hit me and even fought with me. He broke into my chest and stole silver, then ran off somewhere. I told him to stop, but he hit me. Father, this unfilial son should be beaten to death. Please help me get revenge, sob. Lu Dajiang, how dare you hit my mother? Lu De-yong, with red eyes, angrily rushed over. Old Lu also scolded angrily, rebel son. Rebel son? That's not true. Lu Dajiang was so scared he panicked and ran outside. Old Lu grabbed a bamboo pole and chased after him, shouting, Stop right there. Lu Dajiang, stop. Lu De-yong also roared angrily and chased after him. Suddenly, There was a loud bang, and Lu Dazhuang, who was playing at another house, heard that his mother was hit and hurried home. He accidentally bumped into Lu Dajiang. Lu Dazhuang was small and no match for Lu Dajiang. He fell to the ground with a thud, froze for a moment, then burst into tears. Lu Dajiang didn't have time to care about him and quickly ran away. Old Lu and Lu Dayong had to stop and help Lu Dazhuang. Old Lu's forehead veins bulged with anger, and he gritted his teeth. This rebellious son. I must beat him to death today. I will beat him to death. He told his second son to take the younger brother home, then grabbed his bamboo pole and chased after Lu Dajiang in a furious rush. The villagers who were watching grew more excited and noisy, all eager to see the scene unfold first. Good heavens, this was truly... It had been a long time since the village had seen such a lively scene. Even Aunt and Hurdley went to Lu Caichun's house, specifically to tell her and Lu Degu about what happened. Lu Caichun sighed silently, thinking that the scoundrel family was really something. Lu Dajiang getting married could cause such a huge commotion. But did Lu Dajiang really steal silver from Mrs. Tian? That's quite something, haha. Anton, enjoying the spectacle, said, "It might still be going on now. Do you want to go see?" Lu Degu smiled happily. Yes, I want to go see too. After all, this was a rare event that only happened once in 100 years. Not seeing it would be a real loss. Lu Caichun wasn't very interested. I won't go. When you come back, tell me what happened. She preferred to stay at home and cook. Braised fish had to be flavorful, and chicken soup with old tofu needed to be slow-cooked in a clay pot.
All right.
Aunt Lu smiled happily as she went with Anton. They watched the lively scene with great interest, but in the end, Lu Caichun couldn't avoid it either. Old Lu was frantically chasing after Lu Jiang, who was running all over the village. He ran, he chased, he was almost unable to fly away. Finally, with no other choice, Lu Jiang, cornered, ran into Lu Zheng's house to seek help. Lu Zheng was too tired of dealing with his family's problems. Mainly, old Lu and Tian were too difficult. One was overly biased, the other confused. He didn't care about or want to get involved in whatever was happening in that family. But since they had come to his house, ignoring them wasn't an option. Lu Zheng naturally wouldn't let old Lu stay there as an adult. He scolded him, telling him to put down his bamboo pole, and said, "Let's sit down and talk calmly. There's no grudge between father and son that can't be resolved. What's the point of all this?" Old Lu trembled and said, "There's nothing to say. Today, I want to beat this rebellious son to death." Lu Jiang was also angry. "I just want you to marry me off. What did I do wrong? Dad, open your eyes and look at me.
How old am I?
There are very few people in the village my age who haven't married yet. But you can't hit your mother." "I didn't hit her. She started it. I didn't do it on purpose." "Are you saying you didn't hit her?"
She wanted to kill me.
"I was just avoiding her. I didn't know she would fall." "You," Lu Zheng shouted sharply. "Enough. Call Tian here. Let's all talk this out clearly." Tian was brought to Lu Zheng's house. Both sides confronted each other, clarifying the situation. Old Lu was so angry he was about to explode, and Lu Zheng was overwhelmed. Tian made mistakes, and Lu Jiang also had faults. Overall, it was just a messy situation. If Tian and old Lu had told Lu Jiang about marriage earlier, he wouldn't have resorted to such measures. Of course, what he did was wrong, but now that things had come to this, they had to find a proper solution. Lu Jiang had already given the betrothal gifts to the Zheng family, and he had also tarnished the reputation of Zheng's daughter. No matter what, this marriage had to go ahead. Otherwise, what would Lu Jiang and the Lu family be? Even Luan village would be talked about. Tian was so angry, she cursed non-stop. Lu Zheng endured as long as he could but couldn't stand it anymore. Not wanting to scold her, he turned to old Lu and said, "Even if John's mother is no longer here, are you really his father? You keep saying your son is bad, but have you ever thought about why he's bad? I think Jiang has a point. How old is he now, and you still haven't married him off? How many parents in the village are like you? Today's problem is his fault, but if you had cared more about the children, could he have done this? If you listen to me, let's stop talking about this and focus on arranging the marriage properly." If you don't listen, then everyone can leave. Do whatever you want. Even if you want to hurt him, it's none of my business. Of course, if someone gets hurt seriously, they should be taken to court. First, you forced Kai-chun, who is young, to become a wife, and now you're pushing her son into crime. You really are something. After many years, when they see their mother, I want to know how you will explain yourself. Two good children ended up like this. Old Mr. Liu blushed with shame, feeling both embarrassed and guilty. Mrs. Tian also blushed, feeling embarrassed and secretly resentful. Old Mr. Liu's words seemed to be criticizing him, but actually, they were criticizing her.
But why?
Didn't she give them food and clothes? Wasn't she a good stepmother? Are they blaming her for not being good enough? If they have the ability, then let their mother, who died early, stay alive. Feeling guilty and embarrassed, old Mr. Liu agreed. The marriage between Liu Dajiang and the girl from the Zheng family was settled. Tomorrow, Mrs. Tian would find a matchmaker to discuss the wedding. Since they ruined the girl's reputation, it's better to get married sooner. Liu Dajiang was very happy that his worries were settled. Mrs. Tian was angry and helpless, so she had no choice but to let it go and force Liu Dajiang to give 5 more taels of silver. You took 10 taels, gave 5 as a dowry. Your father said that's enough, and I won't say more. Where are the other 5? Hand it over. Liu Dajiang was foolish enough to hand it over. When he opened the lock and saw the shiny silver, his eyes widened. That was silver. He had never touched silver like that before. He clenched his teeth and took it. His hands were trembling. It's fake to say, he wasn't afraid. But now, that money in his hand is his. Having tasted the sweetness of silver, he only regrets that he was too timid. He should have taken more back then. How could he give it all back? He worked so hard for so many years, did so much work. What's wrong with taking 5 more taels? It was his to begin with. Besides, he was about to have a wife. When that time comes, he would give the silver to his wife. I only took 5 taels, I didn't take more. You're lying. Where did the other 5 taels go? You definitely took it.
I didn't take it. You must have taken it.
I really didn't take it. Enough, Liu Lijing said, feeling a headache from their arguing. I don't think Dajiang is the type to lie. Since he said so, maybe Tianshi just remembered wrong. How could I be wrong? Tianshi yelled, furious. Liu Lijing coldly said, what do you suggest we do? Where can Dajiang conjure 5 taels of silver for you? Old Liu looked at his honest, silent son, and then at his angry, arrogant wife. He couldn't help but believe Liu Lijing and scolded Tianshi not to speak further. Maybe you remembered wrong. Let's forget about this.
What? How?
Do you think I don't keep my promises? Tianshi almost spat out blood in frustration. When they discussed marrying Zheng's daughter, Tianshi caused trouble again. Kai-chun is Dajiang's younger sister. Even if she doesn't acknowledge me as her stepmother, she can't ignore her own brother, right? When talking about Dajiang's marriage, shouldn't we invite her? She's a sister. Shouldn't she show some sign of recognition? Dajiang also agreed with his stepmother's words, thinking they made sense. Of course, Kai-chun should show some sign. Old Liu was even more confident. Tianshi is right. Thanks to her reminder, Kai-chun should do her part. Old Liu secretly felt a bit resentful. Now that that girl had money, she refused to share any benefits with her father. Would she even refuse her own brother? Could she really be so heartless? Liu Lijing looked at the 3 people, all with obvious expressions of certainty, and sneered inwardly. At times like this, he thought of Kai-chun. Haha, they really did. How could they be so heartless when they forced her away earlier? Fine, if they insisted, he wouldn't stop them. Liu Lijing then asked his daughter-in-law to invite Kai-chun over. Kai-chun asked her daughter-in-law for details, then smirked. Fine, she would go. Old Liu's eldest sister-in-law was worried and wanted to go along, but Kai-chun stopped her. Auntie, stay at home and watch the fire while I make some soup. The braised fish is fine. I'll just reheat it when I return. But the chicken soup with tofu needs slow cooking on low heat to absorb the flavor. Someone needs to watch it. Old Liu's sister-in-law. All right, go ahead. Don't be angry, Kai-chun said happily. Don't worry, Auntie. Who knows who's angry? She chuckled. 7. A person's name. I'll go with you. Kai Chun wanted to refuse, but 7's serious look made it impossible to say no. She smiled and said, all right. If my husband wants to treat me well, I can't refuse, hee. Chi-Chi's ears turned a little red again, and she avoided his gaze, afraid to look at him. Let's go. Hee, okay. When Lu Kai-chun and her husband arrived at Lu Lijing's house, old Lu, Mrs. Tian, and Lu Dajiang all looked over with very obvious expressions. Lu Kai-chun ignored them and just greeted Lu Lijing. Uncle Lijing, what's the matter so late? If it's something in our village, just tell me. I'm part of the village, and I'd be happy to help. Listen. That sounds so nice. It makes people feel warm and happy inside. Lu Lijing couldn't help but smile and nodded. All right, if there's anything in the village you need help with, I will definitely ask. If more people in our village were like you, I, as the village head, would be so much more comfortable. Haha. Uncle Lijing, you're too polite. Mrs. Tian couldn't hold back anymore. Uncle Lijing, let's get to the main point. Kai-chun, your older brother is about to get married. As his sister, you're quite wealthy, so you should say something. Tell me, how much silver are you planning to give? Lu Dajiang looked at her with hope. Lu Kai-chun had never felt someone's gaze so unpleasant. Is the marriage already decided? My brother is really capable. Congratulations. Of course, I will show my support. When the wedding happens, I will give a big red envelope, not less than anyone else in our village. Lu Lijing silently smiled, feeling strangely pleased by her words. Yes.
What?
You only give a big red envelope at the wedding like everyone else in the village? Lu Dajiang was very disappointed, a little sad and angry. Old Lu's face darkened as he scolded, Dajiang, he is your biological older brother, but I am a girl. Lu Kai-chun shrugged. When I registered as a girl, I didn't ask for much from you, did I? I didn't ask my real brother to look after me, did I? You. Old Lu trembled, and Lu Dajiang's face twisted in anger. Mrs. Tian felt satisfied, as if she had just let out a breath, and continued to smooth things over. Oh, come on, people should look forward, right? The past is the past. Why argue over it? To be honest, if you hadn't registered as a female household, you might not be where you are today. Looking at this situation, you shouldn't cling to the past anymore, right? You can now produce the resources. You have the money to build a big house with blue bricks and tiles, to buy this and that, and even bought a lot of land. Surely, when your older brother gets married, there should be some acknowledgement, shouldn't there? That's being too petty and stingy.
How can people say nice things about that?
Lu Dajiang. Yes, Spring, you can't treat me, your own brother, like this. Chi-Chi Liang glared at him and clenched her fists. Her fists tightened. This is too shameless. More shameless than the most despicable old men in the court I've seen. Lu Kai-chun still managed to smile happily. Don't worry, I, as a female household, already did something impressive by giving a big red envelope. The money I have is earned by my own ability. Do you think there are fools who believe I only got it because I was driven out by my family? I don't believe such fools exist. Even if they do, why should I argue with them? So, who can say I'm wrong? Lu Leoi roared. But Dajiang is your real brother. You're still my real father, but I still registered as a female household, didn't I? Lu Lijing calmly said. All right, Spring has a point. Let's just leave it at that. Dajiang getting married is your responsibility as parents. What does Kai-chun have to do with it? Asking the girl to pay for her brother's wedding? That would be embarrassing to say out loud. Lu Leoi and Tianshi both choked on old blood. Why should we be afraid? They dared not speak, only swallowing their anger and giving up. Lu Dajiang was even more disappointed. This younger sister, she's no different from having no sister at all. Lu Kai-chun and Chi-Chi stood up to leave. Lu Lijing, feeling annoyed with these three, said, There's nothing else. You can go now. It's better than arguing. Just quickly settle the marriage, so no one will laugh at us. Tianshi lowered her eyes, feeling a renewed sense of hatred. Lu Dajiang said nothing. Anyway, he wouldn't take any more abuse. His wife wouldn't even marry him, so why should he listen to them? So, the two groups left together. Somehow, Tian suddenly exclaimed, "Ouch!" and fell forward, landing on Lu Dajiang. Amidst the screams, the stepmother and stepson both fell heavily to the ground, crying out in pain. "What's wrong? What happened?" Lu Laoi hurriedly helped them up. Lu Kaichun chuckled softly, not turning back to show she hadn't heard or seen anything. Lu Kaichun was in a very good mood and held Chi-Chi's hand, walking lightly. Even if she didn't see her clearly and wasn't blind, she would still know her husband was moving around. Her husband was very kind to her. Hee. Eat more of the braised fish tonight. Okay. Her husband was so good to her that she was happy to share her favorite delicious food with him. While Lu Kaichun was planting another batch of cassava cuttings with Chi-Chi and Aunt Lu, Lu Dajiang's new wife finally arrived. On the day of the wedding, old Lu and Lu Dajiang, feeling upset, didn't come to call Lu Kaichun and Aunt Lu to help. They were happy not to go. They would just go directly to the wedding feast later. If they weren't welcome either, then forget it. Anyway, the banquet wasn't something she had to attend. After the experience with Lu Sanyi and Lu Sannai's family last time, Lu Kaichun no longer had high hopes for such celebrations. Who knew that after the wedding procession returned, and just before the ceremony, Kai Xia came to invite Aunt Lu and Kaichun to come over. Kai Xia left quickly, stomping away. Aunt Lu said, "Since she's here to call us, let's go take a look."
All right.
Lu Kaichun had no objections. She was going anyway. As for the red envelopes, they would give about the same as other girls in the village did when marrying, 60 coins and 2 chickens. Aunt Lu and Kaichun were now family, so there was no need to give separately. Chi-Chi was worried about them, and went along too. No matter how bad Tian's personality was or how lively and funny the family dramas were, it was a happy event. People from the village came to help, join in the fun, and drink the wedding wine. There were so many people. Some relatives from Tian's side also arrived. When Lu Kaichun and the others arrived, it was almost time for the ceremony, so there were many people. Tian was talking and laughing with her relatives and friends, but when she saw Lu Kaichun and her group, her face stiffened. She snorted through her nose and looked cold, ignoring them. Aunt Lu and Tian had fought many times before and had become openly enemies, so they didn't greet each other. Aunt Lu also snorted loudly, saying, "Let's go, Kaichun." Okay. Lu Kaichun followed Aunt Lu to pay respect. Tian's mother, old Tian, frowned and looked very displeased. Why is Aunt Lu so rude?
Who is she with?
Her son and daughter-in-law? Old Tian didn't know Aunt Lu well. They had only met a few times before. She knew that Aunt Lu had adopted a son, but she only saw the child once when he was young. Over the years, she had never seen him again. Now, seeing Chi-Chi and Lu Kaichun, she naturally mistook them for each other. Mrs. Tian had never taken Lu Kaichun back to her family. Her mother-in-law from Tian village had only visited twice over the years. Each time, she kept her head down, silent, and seemed afraid to speak or meet people. Mrs. Tian's impression of Lu Kaichun was of a quiet, thin, and weak girl, with no connection to the lively young woman in front of her. Chi-Chi was handsome and tall, with a charming presence. Lu Kaichun was lively and spirited, looking around confidently. They made a lovely pair. Mrs. Tian felt a bit jealous. Aunt Lu has such a wonderful son and daughter-in-law. She's so lucky. When Mrs. Tian heard her mother-in-law's words, she slightly twisted her mouth and muttered awkwardly, "No, it's that stubborn girl Kaichun and her new husband."
What? Huh?
What? Everyone in the Tian family was stunned. It wasn't their fault. Tian village and Lu Bei village were quite far apart, and they didn't usually have much contact. They wouldn't know what was happening in Lu Bei village. If Lu Kaichun and Aunt Lu had bad luck, Mrs. Tian might have enjoyed talking about it. But since their days were getting better, she didn't bother to tell her family. It was too upsetting, and she wouldn't benefit from it. Not only Mrs. Tian was shocked, but her sister-in-law and others were also surprised.
Who is that?
Kaichun? Is she Kaichun? Your stepdaughter? They had seen her before, but she looked completely different now, as if she had been reborn. Who could recognize her? Mrs. Tian hesitated and nodded reluctantly, forcing a smile. Yes, it's her. Isn't she married to the Yang family in Baiyang village? The one named Yang Shun who studies? Yes, but how does she have a new husband now? If she's not her, then why is Aunt Lu with her? And what about her son? She really is Lu Kaichun? But she doesn't look like her at all now. Yes, I remember she wasn't like this before. This change is too much. Mrs. Tian didn't want to say more, but she had to. She reluctantly summarized what had happened at home recently. Of course, she didn't mention that she and her husband had done anything wrong. Everything was Lu Saichun's fault. Lu Kaichun was unfilial, and after she got married, she was divorced. She didn't want to burden her family and brothers, so she voluntarily registered as a widow. Aunt Lu? She has divorced, is not on good terms with her son, and her son no longer wants anything to do with her. Now she is living with Lu Kaichun. As for how Lu Kaichun and Lu Daegu are doing now, Mrs. Tian did not say. Mrs. Tian and her family also did not ask, naturally assuming that Lu Kaichun and Lu Daegu are probably not doing well now. Mrs. Tian sneered. She does have some conscience, knowing not to burden the family. She registered as a daughter-in-law, so she won't have anything to do with you in the future. That's good, so you don't have to worry and others can't say anything. Mrs. Tian's relatives agreed, saying yes, yes. She chose to register as a daughter-in-law herself. Anyone who dares to criticize you as a mother is too harsh. That's right, if they talk nonsense, you can stand up for yourself. By the way, she registered as a daughter-in-law only a few days ago, and she's already coming to bother you? That's just too shameless.
Haha.
Mrs. Tian. Although these words sound satisfying, thinking about how much better Lu Kaichun and Lu Daegu are doing now compared to their own situation makes her feel a bit down. She nodded randomly and said, "That's right, I no longer interfere with their affairs." That's good. That's how it should be. Exactly. Lu Kaichun and Lu Daegu paid their respects, and soon the newlyweds went to the bridal chamber. After the ceremony, everyone cheered and sent the newlyweds into the room. Lu Kaichun was too lazy to watch the lively scene and talked with Anton and the sister-in-law from the village head's family nearby. 7-year-old was pulled away by Lu Sheng, and curious, Lu Daegu went to see the excitement in the new room. Inside the new room, amid cheers, Lu Dajiang couldn't hide his smile. He lifted the bride's veil, revealing a shy and charming face. Zheng Xiaomei pursed her lips, slightly raised her eyes, then shyly lowered her gaze. Her fair, delicate face was full of affection, and her watery eyes looked at everyone, making their hearts skip a beat. There was a gasp in the room. The bride is so beautiful. Such a beautiful bride. She looks so lovely. Honestly, Dajiang is really lucky. Yes, Dajiang is such a fool to have such a good wife. The men all pushed and shoved Dajiang, unwilling to let him go, saying, "Come on, go outside and drink. Today we're going to get you so drunk." Lu Dajiang was grinning from ear to ear, feeling completely relaxed. His wife was truly beautiful, more beautiful than any other bride in the village. He truly is very lucky, haha. Zheng Xiaomei felt a bit proud inside. Although she wasn't completely satisfied with this marriage arrangement or the wedding itself, at least it looked decent. The noisy men went outside, and the close sisters-in-law and aunts from her family gently shooed everyone else away. They wanted to stay and talk with the bride, comfort her, ask about her preferences, and arrange the meals. Only after the bride settled down would they leave. Lu Daegu saw the bride among the crowd and couldn't help but marvel silently. She was truly very beautiful. No wonder Lu Dajiang insisted on marrying her, even when he had disagreements with Tian. The onlookers gradually dispersed. Lu Daegu also decided to leave since she had seen everything and there was no need to stay longer. But someone with sharp eyes noticed her and cheerfully greeted, "Lu Daegu is here too." They quickly introduced her to the bride, saying, "This is your father-in-law's sister. Call her aunt." Lu Daegu and Lu Kaichun now held important positions in the village, so everyone greeted her very politely. Zheng Xiaomei smiled shyly and gently was about to greet Lu Daegu when she noticed Tian's sister-in-law also present, giving a half-smile and teasing, "You should greet her properly. Your aunt and your little sister-in-law both returned after being dismissed by their husbands. Now they're living together and managing a household in the village. Although, to be honest, they're not really part of the same family anymore and probably won't be in the future. But since they're still connected by family, it's right to greet her properly."
Ha!
Zheng Xiaomei gasped softly, stunned. A household head? She immediately showed dislike and caution. What does this aunt want? Is she trying to flatter her, so she'll come over often and bother her? That's not going to happen. The village's other sisters-in-law and aunts, hearing this, frowned. One of them cheerfully called out, "Goddess of grain," and was about to explain, but Lu Daegu already chuckled. "Listen to how well-spoken she is. No wonder she's my sister-in-law's family. All right, you all busy yourselves. I won't bother you anymore. You ladies go ahead, I'll take my leave." Tian's older brother is named Tian Yuliang, and her sister-in-law is called Sister-in-law Yuliang by everyone. Her sarcastic words, which would have made Lu Daegu angry in the past, now just made her laugh. She looked at Tian's older sister-in-law as if watching a clown perform. Sure enough, Kai Chun was right. When you are strong enough, all the strange and scary things around you seem like just a joke. Lu Daegu also saw Zheng Xiaomei's sudden change in expression. Her smile faded, replaced with disdain and caution. She sneered inwardly. If that's how she felt, then she might as well leave. As they say, family is family, but not necessarily close. She had thought Zheng was pretty and shy, and that she might be a good person. But it turned out she was not much better. She was just as petty and shallow, with no real kindness. Did Lu Daegu care? Not at all. The women, including the aunts and sisters-in-law, cheerfully saw Lu Daegu off. The sister-in-law, Yu Liang, was shallow and insincere, but they were not. And the bride, she had thought she was smart and clever, but she was just as shallow. Forget it. Why bother with them? They didn't care at all. Zheng Xiaomei didn't think much about it. Seeing the women so warm and friendly to Lu Daegu, smiling and chatting, made her a little uncomfortable. This woman, who had been abandoned by her own son after raising him for over 10 years and was divorced by her husband's family, she couldn't understand why these people were so eager to flatter her. Yes, she saw it clearly. The way they looked at Lu Daegu was just flattery. Yu Liang smirked sarcastically. Lu Daegu really has good luck. Even after being sent back home after a divorce, everyone still treats her so well. It shows that our family's girl and her husband are well-liked in the village. People are just giving face to them, so they're willing to look after Lu Daegu a little. Someone chuckled, unable to hold back a laugh. Though others didn't laugh out loud, their expressions looked a bit strange.
How could they not be?
Everyone looked at each other, unsure of what to say. They only treated Lu Daegu well because of her father Lu Lao and Aunt Tian. Yu Liang's words were quite interesting. That's true, haha. Yeah, that's right. Everyone responded with smiles, but no one told Yu Liang the truth. They shared a silent understanding. They chatted with the bride for a while, then someone brought in food, worried she might feel shy about eating, so everyone left. Kai Chun was talking to someone when a little girl ran over and tugged at her sleeve. "Sister Kai Chun, someone is looking for you."
Huh?
Kai Chun smiled, pinched the girl's small face, and greeted everyone cheerfully before following the girl. Outside, behind a tall pile of firewood in a remote spot, waiting for her was Tian Taohua. Tian's cousin, her maternal aunt's daughter, was 16 years old this year. Lu Kai Chun raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit surprised but not completely shocked. When she first arrived with her aunt, the people from the Tian family looked at her with strange eyes, and she noticed it. But just a look wasn't enough to make her confront them. Now that Tian Peach Blossom was causing trouble, it wasn't surprising at all. "Is that you? What do you want from me?" Tian Peach Blossom sneered, laughing mockingly. She had visited her aunt's house several times, and every time she saw Lu Kai Chun, she was always timid, not daring to breathe loudly or lift her head in front of her. She and her cousin Kai Xia would mock and tease her, and she would just stand there, too scared to fight back. Now, she couldn't believe Lu Kai-chun was talking to her like this. It made her furious. Tian Peach Blossom thought to herself and said aloud, "You dare to talk to me like that? You're rebellious now." Lu Kai-chun was silent, feeling a bit amused. "Are you crazy? No, wait, are you mentally okay?" It was funny how she was saying the opposite and the same thing at the same time. She took a moment to quietly admire how deep and broad Chinese characters are. But Tian Peach Blossom was so angry, she nearly jumped up. "Lu Kai-chun, how dare you curse at me?" Lu Kai-chun simply replied, "Yes." Tian Peach Blossom was so angry she didn't know how to respond. Mainly because this was completely unexpected. When she talked to Kai Xia, she had casually asked about Lu Kai-chun because she saw her smiling before. But unexpectedly, Kai Xia was so furious she vented her anger at her, which made her so mad she was about to explode. What kind of person was Lu Kai-chun?
How dared she?
Just because she married and then was divorced and returned home, she thought she was important and that others couldn't bother her. Tian Peach Blossom wanted to teach her a lesson and stand up for her cousin. She thought this would be simple, but now everything had changed. The situation was so different now that it made her so angry she almost fainted. Tian Peach Blossom, furious and sneering, said, "You, a divorced woman, come back home and act so proud? How shameless."
Liu Kai-chun smiled again.
It's a separation, not a divorce. And you probably don't know, Yang Shund and his family regret it so much. They keep trying to flatter me and borrow money, but I don't bother with them. It made them so angry. Also, luckily, we separated, or else I wouldn't have found such a handsome and outstanding husband. You must have seen him too, right? You're so shameless. Today, I will stand up for my cousin and vent my anger for her. Tian Taohua screamed and scolded but couldn't stop or outtalk her, so she simply started hitting. Lu Kai-chun had always been the one getting beaten before, but she didn't believe it this time. She dared to fight back. Tian Taohua raised her hand to strike again, but Lu Kai-chun dodged sideways. "Why are you hitting me?" she asked. Sure enough, Tian Taohua didn't dare to hit her again. Tian Taohua's spirits lifted, and she became proud again, sneering, "I'll hit you. So what? You're just a little girl begging under my aunt's care. Even if I beat you to death, so what? My aunt didn't sell you, and that's good enough. What are you even?" She swung her hand again. Lu Kai-chun easily avoided her once more. "If you dare to hit me again, I won't be nice to you," she warned. But Tian Taohua was even angrier. "You dare to dodge? You really dare to dodge? Watch me beat you to death." They heard footsteps getting closer. Lu Kai-chun quickly glanced over, realizing now was the moment. When Tian Taohua raised her hand to slap her again, Lu Kai-chun pushed her back. Today, Tian Taohua was full of surprises, but she never expected Lu Kai-chun to push her. "You dare to fight me? You wicked girl. Wicked girl." Tian Taohua screamed and cursed, rushing at Lu Kai-chun to hit her. She fell heavily to the ground with a loud thud, crying out in pain. "Oh no!" Lu Kai-chun almost laughed out loud. Her cousin wanted to vent her anger by hitting Lu Kai-chun, and Lu Kai-chun was happy about that. But she knew her cousin was furious now. She, her mother, and her brothers and sisters hadn't been able to get any advantage, and her cousin was probably the same. She couldn't hit Lu Kai-chun, and she might even get hit herself. But that was okay. She would bring others over. She wanted everyone to see how her cousin was bullying people. Then she wouldn't have trouble making her cousin apologize and pay. Her cousin might suffer a bit, but it wouldn't be for nothing. However, she didn't expect that the scene before her was completely different from what she imagined. She brought about 10 people to find someone, but instead saw her cousin scolding and trying to hit Lu Kai-chun. Lu Kai-chun didn't fight back, just pushed her once, and instead, she screamed and cursed, then rushed at Lu Kai-chun again, falling heavily to the ground. Really, truly, they are good at causing trouble but bad at doing anything right. If it weren't her cousin, and if this situation weren't so unexpected, Lu Kaichun would almost laugh out loud. But now she couldn't laugh. She shouted in alarm, "Cousin, are you okay?" Hastily, she ran up and helped Tian Tahua to her feet. The villagers and relatives who came along all saw clearly, and everyone was speechless. Lu Saixia said her sister and cousin had come over here to avoid everyone, not knowing what they were doing. She mentioned they usually don't get along well, and if they fought, what would happen? So she specifically brought everyone here to look for them, just in case something serious happened, more people, more strength, and a helper to watch out. Tian's family didn't like Lu Kaichun either, and her relatives at her maiden home felt the same. Everyone knew this, right? Hearing Lu Saixia's words, oh wow, there must be some excitement to watch. Who wouldn't want to see the fun? So everyone agreed and followed along. Unexpectedly. Sure enough, there was some excitement, but it was different from what I imagined. I thought I'd see two people who don't get along arguing or fighting, but it turned out someone was just acting foolish on their own.
Sigh.
Tian Tahua fell and hurt her knee, scraped her palm, and tears of pain streamed down her face. She didn't expect so many people to see her, which made her even more embarrassed and angry. Tian Tahua cried as she threw herself into Lu Saixia's arms. Lu Kaichun pushed me. Saixia, I want to tell my aunt and uncle, let them decide for me. Lu Kaichun pushed me and hit me. Everyone. What? Do you think we're all blind or fools? Lu Kaichun also held back her laughter and kindly reminded her, Dear Tian family cousin, we people from Lu Bei village aren't all blind. Everyone saw you fall, so don't blame me. You're so young and already lying and framing others so viciously. Your character and morals are really terrible. Are you even serious about marriage? With such bad character and morals, anyone who marries you is really unlucky. Although rural folks don't have many strict rules, they do care about a person's character. Who would want to marry someone with bad morals? Lu Saichun's words made Tian Tahua realize that it wouldn't be easy for her to marry into a good family. Before she could even propose marriage, she felt ashamed and angry. Covering her face, she cried loudly, pushed Lu Saixia away, and ran off crying. Cousin! Cousin! Lu Saixia stomped her feet. Lu Saixia also felt a bit regretful. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. She angrily glared at Lu Kaichun. Are you satisfied now? Lu Kaichun, yes, I am. You? Why shouldn't I be satisfied? She was the one shouting and cursing. She was the one trying to hit me, and in the end, she fell and falsely accused me. It's all her fault.
What?
I only told a few honest words. Can I say that? Lu Saixia was speechless. Just a moment ago, she had confidently questioned Lu Kaichun, so why does she now feel a little guilty? The relatives from Lu's family didn't understand what was happening. Whether they were right or wrong, they looked down on Lu Kaichun, the daughter of the household, and naturally supported Lu Saixia. The villagers, however, were different. They definitely sided with Lu Kaichun, especially since the facts supported her and she was in the right. It's not like that. Tahua has always had a good temper. She probably got upset because someone provoked her. Who knows what happened earlier?
Haha.
I think so too. Besides, she's a guest. Tahua is a guest, right? How can you speak about her like that? That's not polite. You all are unreasonable. We see what's happening with our own eyes. Kaichun didn't do anything wrong.
Exactly.
She fell down herself and you blame others? Spreading lies and slandering. How funny. It's hard to say what exactly happened earlier. Maybe it was Tahua who was bullying someone. She doesn't look like someone with a good temper. That's fake. I think so too.
Hey, how can you talk like that?
We're just telling the truth. What's wrong with that? You all speak before understanding the situation. If you ruin Tahua's reputation, you're in the wrong. Even if she's in the wrong, she's the one who did it. If you dare to do something, you should take responsibility. Don't be cowardly and sarcastic. Exactly. Who are you calling a coward? Say that again? Mind your own business. If you want to say something, just say it. Who do you think you are? You want to fight, right? Watch your mouth. If you dare to make trouble in Lu Bei village, See what happens. Yeah, try it if you're brave. The shouting match escalated, drifting into personal insults and even insulting each other's female relatives. Their anger grew more intense. Lu Saixia was terrified, standing nearby in a panic, not knowing what to do. Lu Kaichun was speechless. She was happy and flattered by everyone defending her, even feeling a bit proud. But if it turned into a fight, the village chief would definitely scold her harshly. Lu Kaichun shouted loudly, "Villagers, let's stop arguing. Let's go back and enjoy the feast." But no one paid attention to her. Some people even shouted, "Kaichun, stay out of this. It's none of your business. I'll beat up this unreasonable girl myself. She dares to come to our Luan village to cause trouble." What a joke. This made the situation worse, and the tension grew thicker. Lu Kai-chun thought to herself, "It's all her fault. Time to eat now, then go home and rest. Tomorrow we go up the mountain to find herbs and dyes. We should gather enough strength, find more, and earn more money. Isn't that better? Don't argue with outsiders. If someone gets hurt, we have to pay. If we can't fight back and get injured, we won't be able to go up the mountain tomorrow. Don't let money come between us and others, right? Why bother arguing over silly things? We're reasonable people. We shouldn't waste time on unruly kids." Everyone in the village burst into laughter and suddenly realized, yes, we shouldn't let money come between us and others. Most importantly, Lu Kai-chun is the one buying dyes and herbs. We can't ignore her face, right? Let's go, time to eat. Exactly, we're different from them. We still need to earn money tomorrow. That's right. Let's go. Someone angrily glared at Lu Kai-chun. Who are you calling unreasonable? Who are you calling a kid? Lu Kai-chun sneered and rolled her eyes in disdain, then walked away with her fellow villagers. The others were furious, but dared not stop her. They could only watch her leave. Bah! It seemed like the other side had lost, but for some reason, Lu Kai-chun felt really angry inside. Lu Saixia glared fiercely at Lu Kai-chun's back, feeling humiliated and furious. Everyone in the village followed her, all supporting her just moments ago. She just had a few coins. What was so special about that? But at this moment, someone asked her inappropriately, "Hey, Saixia, what do they mean about going up the mountain to collect dyes and herbs to sell? What's that about?" Everyone was curious about earning money. They all looked at Lu Saixia. "Yeah, what's going on? I heard about it too." "Me too. Are people in your village collecting dyes and herbs? Can you find them in the mountains? What do they look like? Do your parents know? How do they collect them? How much per gene? Are they easy to find? Does everyone in your village go up the mountain to look for them?" Lu Saixia felt even more frustrated and angry. These people, haven't they seen money before? What's so special about a few dates and peanuts? Is it really that important? Why are they asking so many questions? I don't know anything. Lu Saixia stomped her feet in anger and ran away. What else could she say? Should she praise Lu Kai-chun? Leaving behind a group of relatives looking confused and uncertain. What's going on? If they don't want to say anything, then just don't. If they don't know, then just admit it. Can't they speak properly? From their looks, it seems like they are angry at her. It's a pity they were just supporting her and helping her earlier. Now it's all messed up. Forget it. Everyone felt disappointed and went back to the feast. Tian Taohua was crying so sadly that her mother and sister-in-law felt very upset. Originally, when Tian Shi mentioned how the marriage between Lu Dajiang and her was arranged, her mother and others felt uncomfortable. They wanted to cause trouble, but had no excuse. And now, with Taohua crying, it gave them a perfect reason. What's wrong? Did someone bully you? Tell Grandma quickly. Grandma will decide for you. Don't make Mom worry so much. Tell me quickly. Tell me what's wrong. Tian Shi also hurried to comfort her. Taohua, don't cry. Grandma will help you. Who bullied you? Taohua sniffled and choked. Kai-chun, Lu Kai-chun. Gunyang, her sister-in-law, was furious and raised her voice to scold. How could she be so unkind? How could she be so vicious? Bullying my Taohua like this? Lu Kaichun, come out here. If you don't explain today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your late mother. You have no mother's teachings at all. Almost everyone in Luan village was defending Lu Kaichun. Lady Tian, Kaichun isn't like that. How can you just curse her? Exactly, you can't just listen to one side. You should ask Kaichun what really happened. Kaichun is such a good person. She wouldn't bully anyone without reason. There must be something going on here. Without understanding the cause, starting to scold isn't right. That's right. The scolding is too harsh. What do you mean born by mother but not taught by mother? Isn't Tian sure a mother? Stepmothers are also mothers. Her family is celebrating a wedding, and yet this family is crying and yelling. Today is such a good day, but they're making a fuss. The Tian family really doesn't treat their nephew Da Jung well. Huh, you say he's just a nephew, so can they really care about him? Poor thing. Even big brother Dottie doesn't say anything?
Hee.
Lu Daegu originally wanted to curse and argue back, but seeing the situation, she sneered inwardly, thinking, all right, I don't need to say anything. Sister Liang suddenly became anxious and angry, her face flushing red. Even Tian Taohua, who felt very wronged, was frightened and dared not cry anymore. Tian was even more embarrassed, cursing the villagers silently like Lu Tsaixia. Each of them, greedy for money and shallow-minded. Lu Laodi also looked unhappy. The villagers were right. No matter what, it was a good day for his eldest son to get married. Yet the Tian family was crying and scolding as if they didn't respect him at all. Couldn't they speak calmly? Or wait until tomorrow to complain? Lu Laodi glared at Tian silently, annoyed. Tian had to hold back her anger and smile politely. Big sister-in-law, I know you're anxious and couldn't control yourself for a moment. Taohua, stop crying. If you cry your face out, it won't look good. I will definitely stand up for you. Old Lady Tian also tried to smooth things over, leaning on her experience. Yes, as a mother, she cares about her children. She's just impatient. She doesn't mean any harm. Don't take it the wrong way. Taohua, speak slowly. Before Taohua could speak, Lu Kaichun and a group of villagers of similar age arrived. Tian frowned and said, Kaichun, look at what you've done.
Me?
Oh, someone is lying and making trouble? Without needing Lu Kaichun to say anything, a group of people from her side started talking at once, all testifying in her favor. Tian and her family's faces grew darker. Old Lady Tian and Sister Liang looked at Tian with disbelief. What's going on? Wasn't this little troublemaker registered as a girl? Who would be a good person after registering as a girl? Why does it seem like everyone in Liu Bei village is defending her? Tian knew what was happening, but she secretly hated it and refused to say anything. It was too embarrassing to admit. Taohua was stunned. What? What's going on? Are these people crazy? Why is everyone supporting Lu Kaichun? What's so good about this girl?
Why?
Compared to others, Taohua might not feel as hurt, but being completely overshadowed by Lu Kaichun made her feel like the world was turned upside down. Could Lu Kaichun compare to her? You all bully people. You gang up to bully me. In her jealousy and anger, Taohua couldn't hold back and started crying again. Lu Kaichun silently smiled. Fool. Taohua's words truly offended everyone. As expected, everyone was angry and furious. Hey, what do you mean? Are you talking nonsense and blaming others? You're turning black and white. Her character, haha. I also think, what kind of person is she? She doesn't behave well herself, but blames others. If she's wrong, she shouldn't be criticized? Spring picking is so pitiful. What kind of relatives are these? There's nothing we can do. After all, she's the stepmother's family. Fortunately, our village is reasonable and won't let outsiders bully us. Yes, that's right. Taohua felt embarrassed, angry, resentful, and jealous. Her face turned red and white and she stammered, all right, Taohua. I know you're scared and upset, which made you say the wrong thing. Don't say more. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Seeing her about to say you're bullying me, Mrs. Tian was startled. She knew she couldn't say that again, or she would be torn apart. How could she continue to be a good stepmother after this? Although she didn't really care, she still wanted to keep her dignity in front of others. Once the guests left tomorrow and they closed the door, she would snort. Old Mrs. Tian quickly agreed. Yes, Tao Hua, you tend to get anxious, act impulsively, and speak without thinking when you're upset.
You need to change that.
Otherwise, people will misunderstand. Hurry, take Tao Hua back to the side room to rest.
Oh.
The cook wanted to say something but saw the attitude of the people from Luan village and felt nervous. She didn't dare to be bold anymore and could only hold back her anger, grimly helping Tao Hua to walk away. Big Aunt Lu couldn't help but glance at Lu Kai-chun with some pity and sadness. With her own mother and family protecting her, even if she was foolish, naive, or mean, someone would always defend her or give her a way out. Unlike Kai-chun's family, who was so pitiful, the farce quickly ended and the feast began. Everyone sat down to eat. If Mrs. Tian had put some effort into preparing the meal, it would have been amazing. There were 6 dishes on each table: stir-fried bok choy, eggplant stir-fried with green beans, tofu with green peppers, stir-fried greens, pickled vegetables with a little meat, and radish stew with chicken, lots of radish, little chicken pieces, and a simple dish. Marrying a daughter-in-law is a big event, especially when the eldest son marries the eldest daughter-in-law. Only very poor families might not be able to afford a proper wedding. Even then, they try to make a decent meal. For a family like the Lu family, the wedding feast must have at least 2 hearty meat dishes. The pickled vegetable stir-fry should have large chunks of meat, with more meat than vegetables. Even a simple meal with a chicken should have at least 1.5 chickens to be considered proper. The feast setup now made everyone in Luan village frown. To be fair, everyone had earned quite a bit of money and could afford to buy meat once a month. But this wedding feast, it wasn't as good as the meat they cooked at home. The people from Zheng's family looked upset. They had thought their daughter was marrying into a good family, but it turned out the family was indeed good, but very stingy and tight. Old Lu didn't expect Mrs. Tian to turn this nice wedding feast into something so disappointing. When all the dishes were served, he was stunned. His face turned pale with anger. He glared at Mrs. Tian and cursed silently inside. It was embarrassing, shameful. He didn't dare look at Zheng's family's faces or invite everyone to eat. Even spending 1 or 2 silver coins on meat and vegetables could buy a lot more food. Couldn't the family even spare a little silver? Would taking a little silver really starve them? Lu Kai-chun looked at the dishes and instantly lost her appetite. Luckily, she had a space where she kept warm food. She could take it out and eat quickly. She could also fry a soft-boiled egg and make a quick soup with a spoonful of water and fresh goji sprouts. Was the fragrant fried small fish at home more delicious? Or the crispy fried duck? Did she really want to stay here and suffer? Even simple dishes like stir-fried cabbage or eggplant with green beans at home looked more appetizing than what was on this table. Lu Kai-chun secretly signaled to her older sister-in-law. Suddenly remembering, sister-in-law Lu smiled and said, "Our family didn't keep any chickens or pigs either. I need to go home and check."
You all eat. Eat well.
Sister-in-law, I don't feel at ease leaving you alone. I'll go with you. All right, that's fine. Before the host could respond, the two quickly slipped away. They knew very well they probably wouldn't be kept by the Lu family or Lu's father. On the 7th day, Lu Sheng and his friends took him to the men's side. It was not easy to take him away, as it might make him seem overly obedient to his wife, which could cause teasing. Forget it, after the banquet ends and he goes back, I will give him extra food. I will definitely leave him some delicious treats. There are many pieces of super tasty crispy duck for him. Lu Kai-chun and Lu Dago happily enjoyed the meal. Indeed, home-cooked food is the best. Dago Lu sneered sarcastically. When Dajong starts trouble, he really has some skill. Tian's family won't just accept losing such a big deal to him. It's good that the banquet turned out like this. At least Tian's family didn't just serve simple dishes like radish stir-fried with cabbage, right? Lu Kai-chun also smiled. You're right. But I love watching them fight. Dago Lu chuckled. Haha. Then she said, who doesn't love to watch that? The aunt and nephew looked at each other and laughed. Seventh was really quite lucky. As the youngest son of the Duke of Wei's household, he was spoiled since childhood, living in luxury. After Lu Kaichun found him and brought him back, although he was now in a rural home, he was never lacking in food, clothing, or shelter. Especially in terms of eating, it was even better than before. He truly couldn't eat much at this banquet because the food was terrible. But Lu Sheng, and Lei, and Dong, and others were so enthusiastic that he had no choice but to sit with them and pretend to eat. They warmly invited him, and he reluctantly moved his chopsticks a few times. Although this banquet didn't look like a celebration, it was still okay as everyday food, so Lu Sheng and the others quickly accepted it. Finally, after finishing the meal, Seventh secretly let out a sigh of relief. He said he was worried about his family and needed to go home, and everyone didn't stop him. Some relatives who lived farther away also gradually prepared to leave in groups. Suddenly, a woman screamed, "Ah!" and staggered towards Seventh, falling onto him. Seventh raised his eyebrows slightly, quickly dodging to the side with agility. The woman bang! Crashed into Lu Sheng, and the force was so strong that both of them fell to the ground.
Ah!
The woman screamed sharply. Everyone was startled. Oh no, did she fall? Get up, get up. The woman, who was Tian Peach Blossom's cousin Tian Xinghua, blushed all over her face, hurriedly climbed up from Lu Sheng, and covered her face with tears, looking aggrieved. Lu Sheng looked embarrassed and also blushed, feeling helpless. There are still some people in the crowd who enjoy causing trouble and gossip, making sneering sounds like hee-hee and shouting loudly, like a loudspeaker. Oh no, this is bad. The two of them fell together, and now their innocence is gone. How will they get married after this? Are we going to have another wedding celebration?
Ha ha!
Tian Xinghua was stunned and quietly looked at Lu Sheng, her heart pounding, her face turning redder, and her crying becoming quieter. Lu Sheng was terrified and quickly scrambled to his feet, backing away in panic. Who the heck is talking nonsense? I have a wife and children. I am a decent man. Who's spreading rumors? Come out and see if I won't teach you a lesson. How did your nasty mouth turn this into something so terrible? Tian Xinghua was stunned again, covering her face and crying loudly, feeling both ashamed and angry. The loudspeaker was just a rude mouth, and he couldn't help but talk nonsense. He didn't mean any harm, but unfortunately, so many people heard his careless words.
How could that be okay?
Everyone felt a bit awkward. Tian Xinghua's mother, along with Sister Mao and the other women from the Tian family, hurried over to support her. They felt very frustrated inside. Especially Sister Mao. Her daughter had been wronged and suffered a loss, and now she was being joked about like this.
Why?
But the man in front of them was already married with children, and her daughter had to accept this loss. They could only treat it as an accident and let it go. Fortunately, they weren't from this village, so after going back, the matter would gradually fade away. But Tian Taohua wouldn't give up. Tian Taohua had been wronged at Lu Saichun's place, and everyone in Luan village was united in criticizing her, calling her worthless. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She hated the people of Luan village even more. She loved watching trouble and causing more. Anyway, she wasn't involved in any of this. Seeing Aunt Mao want to brush the matter aside, she refused. Tian Taohua looked at Lu Sheng. Even if you're the son of Lu Lijing, you can't just bully people and get away with it. You pushed Sister Xinghua down, clearly taking advantage, and now you want to pretend nothing happened? Lu Sheng was furious. I bumped into her? She ran into me herself. Tian Xinghua felt even more embarrassed, covering her face and crying sadly. Not only did she look bad in front of everyone, accused of taking advantage and ruining her reputation, but she was also called the one who was proactive. She felt like giving up. The women from Aunt Mao's side were furious. Shut up. What do you mean? Where is Lu Lijing? Where are Lu Lijing and his wife? This matter isn't so simple anymore. Now, even if they try to cover it up, it's impossible. For the sake of their daughter's reputation, they have to hold on to Lu Lijing's family. Marrying Lu Sheng is impossible. His family won't divorce just because of this. But they should at least ask for some benefits. Lu Lijing's family must have money. Asking for a few taels of silver isn't too much, right? They could take half as household expenses and the other half as part of her dowry. When she gets married in the future, she will stand tall with confidence. Things are noisy here. Lu Lijing, his wife, and Lu Sheng's wife, Bai, quickly arrived. Bai was almost furious. How dare that shameless woman throw herself at her husband? Trying to him. She opened her mouth to shout and vent her anger. Fortunately, Lu Lijing was a smart man. He anticipated her behavior early on. He shot a cold, warning glance, making Bai jump in fright. Lu Lijing's wife quickly went over, pulled her forcefully, lowered her voice, and gritted her teeth. If you don't want to make a big fuss, shut your mouth. Don't say a word, understand? Bai felt wronged. Since she married in, she had never seen her father-in-law and mother-in-law so fierce. She was both sad and scared, her eyes turning red. She clenched her teeth and endured, glaring fiercely at Tian Xinghua, cursing her silently. Thinking of all the insults she had suffered, she thought, "Can I just glare? Can't I curse in my heart?" Lu Lijing asked, "What exactly is going on?" Tian, Lu Leoi, and others like Lu Dajiang, Lu Tsaixia, and Lu Daong also arrived. The yard was crowded with people. Tian was almost furious. Was she really clashing with Lu Dajiang's siblings? It had to be. Otherwise, why would her family be unlucky because of them? Lu Dajiang's family was a mess. First, her own niece from her maternal family was wronged, and now her cousin's daughter was humiliated. It seemed their family was doomed to be unlucky because of the Lius. Tian glared at Lu Dajiang fiercely, cursing him 180 times in her heart. She had to force a smile and said, "It's a misunderstanding of a misunderstanding. Let's clarify everything calmly. I think it's not convenient here. Let's go inside and talk." Lu Lijing calmly said, "No need. Let's just discuss it here." Since this involved a woman's reputation and it happened in front of so many people, it was better to resolve it openly here. Going inside would only cause unnecessary gossip. Why bother? Brother Lijing, if it's a misunderstanding, let's clarify it right here. Sister-in-law Li smiled coldly and said, "A misunderstanding? How can it just be a misunderstanding? If you hurt my sister Xinghua, you must give us an explanation, or this matter won't be settled. Our Xinghua is a good girl, and she shouldn't suffer this kind of unfair treatment." The village chief's wife replied, "Sister-in-law Li, let's clear this up properly. How did our Lu Xing hurt your sister Xinghua?" Sister-in-law Li choked and refused to admit defeat. "Oh, sister-in-law, I can't say that. Do I need to explain what's going on? Anyway, it was Lu Sheng's fault." Lu Sheng was angry and disgusted. He scolded impatiently, yes, it was my fault. It's all my bad luck. There were so many people, everyone else was fine, but I just got bumped into it. I even fell down because of it. It's all my fault." Sister-in-law Li was furious. "You," the village chief's wife slightly sneered. "There are so many people watching. In broad daylight, sister-in-law Li, my son is right, isn't he? So who is really at fault?" Tian Xinghua cried so hard her face turned red and felt embarrassed. Tian Taohua looked on with glee, eager to cause trouble. "Madam, my cousin is a girl. How can you say such things?" The village chief's wife smiled kindly. "My son is married, and he's unlucky. This sudden trouble has caused a fuss. Why can't we talk about it? It's not only your Tian family who feels wronged." Tian sure was ashamed and angry.
"Sister-in-law you."
Lu Lao's father also looked worried. This matter is really. The problem was that Lu Sheng was already married with a wife and children. Otherwise, it would be much easier. It would mean they were destined to be together, and they should sit down and discuss marriage now. Suddenly, Chu Chi said, "I also have a part in this." Tian Shi's eyes lit up. "It's you. What did you do? Did Kai Chun ask you to do it? She's getting married soon. Why is she causing trouble? What is she thinking?" Chu Chi looked at her silently. "My wife and aunt have already gone back. They're not here. Your words don't make sense. No wonder people say you're like a stepmother. I say I have a part in this because just now, Tian Xinghua bumped into me. I reacted quickly and moved aside, but she ended up hitting Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng, I'm really sorry. Lu Sheng was also out of patience. He waved his hand weakly. It's okay, brother. You're not to blame. It's not your fault. If you managed to avoid it, that shows your skill. I admire and envy you. Chuki felt even more embarrassed. I'm sorry. I should have pulled you away. It all happened so suddenly. I reacted too slowly. Lu Sheng felt hopeless. It's not your fault. Who could have expected trouble to fall from the sky? Someone always gets unlucky. Even if you had pulled me away, maybe someone else would have been the one to suffer. Chuki nodded. That's true. Everyone else. You two really have had enough. Is it okay to say these things? What do you think of others? Can't you see Mao Sa and her daughter are about to go crazy with anger? Mao Sa was trembling, eyes glaring fiercely at the two of them. Her chest rose and fell with her heavy breathing, clearly furious. She was just scolding earlier, but now she was so angry she couldn't even speak properly. Tian Xinghua was also stunned. She was just embarrassed and ashamed earlier and could have cried, but now, in this moment, she was so shocked she couldn't even cry. Tian's mind was exploding. She glared at the two, furious and shouting, Chuki, you shut up. Chuki looked at her coolly. I haven't finished speaking. He pointed at Tian Taohua. I saw with my own eyes that she pushed Tian Xinghua. Everyone froze in surprise.
What?
Is this true? Oh my goodness. Tian Taohua was stunned. She was angry, resentful, ashamed, and a little scared. She shouted sharply, You're lying. I didn't. Chuki looked at Tian Xinghua. You know in your heart whether someone pushed you. Someone pretends to be your sister, but in their heart, they want to harm you. You have to be careful. Today they did this, but who knows what they'll do tomorrow. Sooner or later, she will ruin you. Nonsense. You're lying. I know you're upset because I don't get along with Lu Kai-chun, but you can't falsely accuse me like this. Aunt, cousin-in-law, this false accusation. I can't live like this. I can't live. Tian Taohua threw herself into her mother's arms and cried loudly, causing a big scene. Yuan's sister-in-law hurriedly patted her daughter's back to comfort her. Girl, you decide what to do about this. We can't let Taohua's good name be ruined like this. There's no proof. What's going on? The village chief's wife immediately said, Xinghua, did someone push you? Think carefully before you speak. If someone is maliciously harming you, you shouldn't hide it. Others might be laughing behind your back, calling you a fool or an idiot. Tian Xinghua's face turned red, and she stammered, I was just standing there properly, and someone pushed me hard. That's why I fell forward. The village wife said, Everyone heard that, right? My son is also a victim in this. He can't be blamed. I want to be happy, but who is so cruel to cause trouble on purpose? Mrs. Lu Sheng finally relaxed and couldn't hold back her anger. She pointed at Tian Taohua and scolded, So it was you little brat, causing trouble secretly, making my husband look innocent, and then you mock us with your sneers. If you're so capable, why don't you fly to the sky? Shameless little brat. I curse you to never get married in your life. Anyone who marries you will regret it forever, like bringing trouble into their home. Someone sneered. Tian Taohua also falsely accused Kai-chun before. Luckily, we all saw clearly and testified for Kai-chun, so she didn't succeed. If she did this kind of thing, it's not surprising at all. Good reputation? What good reputation does Tian Taohua have? She's clearly immoral. Exactly. Did you all hear what Chu Qi just said? Tian Xinghua was originally rushing to fall on him, but he dodged just in time, and she ended up hitting Lu Sheng. Oh, so it was her. She just wants to take revenge on Kai-chun. Wow, that makes a lot of sense. Yes, it sounds right. Tian Taohua was so angry she almost fainted. You're framing me. There isn't a single good person in Luan village. Her words caused public outrage. Hey, can you speak properly? Our people in Luan village are at least honest. We don't falsely accuse others or hit back when wronged. We just said it was a misunderstanding that she bumped into someone. Her mother was about to take her away, but Tian Taohua insisted on finding Lu Sheng to settle the score, so they didn't leave. Haha, just say if this person is bad or not. I just remembered, that's exactly what happened. Luckily, Chu Chi dodged quickly, or it could have been worse. Exactly. She used to bully Kai Chun before, so it's not surprising. Oh, so she's always been this bad. She even harmed her own cousin. Her heart is so dark and cruel. Tian Xinghua was still shouting, "Shut up! Shut up! You have no proof. Why are you accusing me? It's not me. It's not." Mr. Tian naturally favored his own niece. Seeing Tian Taohua being criticized by everyone, he felt very angry. These people were enjoying their wedding feast, but still harshly blamed her maternal niece. What does that mean? Taohua is not like that. Please stop talking. She's just a girl, and look at what you've driven her to. Can you really not feel guilty about how you're treating her? He also glared at Chu Chi with a sharp look that seemed to cut through him, as if wanting to punish him severely. It was all his fault for stirring things up. If he hadn't spoken out, things wouldn't have gotten this bad. Chu Chi looked innocent and said, "Stepmother, why are you glaring at me? I was just telling the truth." Lu Sheng, who had narrowly escaped trouble, chose to support his good brother. Yes, Chu Chi is right. We should be able to speak the truth. It's not wrong to tell the truth. That's just ridiculous. The village woman also remembered Chu Chi's help and spoke up.
He's right.
Some people have bad intentions and are mean, but then they blame others for exposing them? That's just laughable. She's lucky, though. She harms others and still gets protected. Doesn't anyone care if others feel wronged?
Sigh.
The village woman was really angry at Tian Taohua. If Chu Chi hadn't pointed out her as the main culprit, her son wouldn't have been accused. In the end, they would have had to pay compensation to Tian Xinghua.
It was so frustrating.
Tian Xinghua saw that the Tian family was supporting Tian Taohua and heard the village woman's words. Her frustration reached its peak. She cried and looked at Tian Taohua, accusing her. "Tian Taohua, why did you have to hurt me? Why did you do that?" "Shut up. I didn't do anything. Do you believe what others say? Are you so stupid? It's you. You were right beside me at the time. That doesn't mean it was me." Aunt Ma also got angry. "Taohua, tell the truth. Was it really you? Why did you hurt my daughter Xinghua?" "I didn't do anything, I swear." Guan Liang's wife also looked upset. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Without proof, why are you blaming my Taohua? Is my daughter Xinghua lying? How come it's so coincidental? Taohua was right there." "Oh, so whoever is near Xinghua is guilty. But it's not just our Taohua. There are others, right? Why do you only blame us? Do you think we're easy to bully?" "Say that again. Who is bullying whom?" "It's you. You're the ones bullying others. Don't ask me to say nice things. Your family is known for being sneaky and for bullying others. Do you really think we don't see through you? If she could do such a thing, I wouldn't be surprised at all." "Shut up. You're ruining my daughter Taohua's reputation." Yuan Liang's wife, furious, lunged forward to tear at Yumao's mouth, but Yumao was not easy to handle. She cursed loudly, and the two sisters-in-law grabbed each other's hair, scratched faces, and fought fiercely. Taohua couldn't bear to see her own mother suffer and shouted, "Mom," and rushed over to help. Tian Xinghua was stunned but also stepped in to help. Tian's family, including old Mother Tian, were all shocked. They quickly went to pull them apart and stop the fight. "Stop hitting. Stop hitting. Let's talk nicely. No need to fight. We're family, sisters-in-law. What's there to argue about? We're at Auntie's house, celebrating a wedding. Don't let others see us like this. Stop, please." With many hands and voices, people pushed and pulled, trying to separate them. Suddenly, with a loud splash and screams, everyone was startled. When they looked, they saw, wow, Taohua and Lu Daong had fallen together. Taohua was lying on top of Lu Daong, her head just about to kiss his face. Everyone around gasped. Lu Daong didn't dare move, his face turning bright red. Tahua also didn't dare move, afraid.
Tahua. Oh, damn.
Yuan Liang's wife and mother-in-law, along with old mother Tian and old father Lu, were terrified. They hurried to pull the two apart.
Ah!
Tahua covered her face and screamed, then ran away. Tahua, Tahua. Yuan Liang's wife was so worried she stomped her feet and hurried after her. Old mother Tian was trembling with anger. Who pushed my Tahua just now?
Who was it? Tell me.
Seven was calm and unmoved, not even raising an eyebrow. He hadn't done anything at all. Of course, no one admitted anything, and no one saw anything. Everyone instinctively stepped back and stayed silent. Many people were almost laughing inside. What is karma? This is it. Just now, they were aggressive and causing trouble, and now the consequences have come back to them. Old Mother Tian didn't know what was wrong with her, and asked Seven, "Did you see who pushed my Tahua?" Seven. Is she crazy? Why ask him?
No.
He didn't see anything and had nothing to do with it. The village chief's wife felt very happy inside. However, she is not the kind of person to kick someone when they're down. The wicked-hearted Tian Tahua has already learned her lesson. After all, it concerns the reputation of the young lady, so there's no need to pay attention to this lively fuss. Anyway, this is a matter between the Tian family and Tian's maternal family. They can discuss it behind closed doors. It has nothing to do with others. The village chief's wife smiled politely and said, "It seems like a misunderstanding. All right, it's getting late. Let's go home." Seven also got up to leave. Seeing this, others realized it was not appropriate to stay and watch the excitement, so they decided to go home as well. Let's go home. Yeah, let's go home. They had enough of the fuss today and found it quite entertaining. The Tian family and old Lu from Lu's maternal family closed their doors to discuss privately. Not long after, news spread that Tian Tahua and Lu Daong had agreed to marry, with the wedding scheduled for next spring. At that time, Lu Kaichun learned about it and was very excited. This family was becoming more lively every day. A truly unusual household. On that day, Aunt En, who had watched the big show, was still eager and rushed to Lu Saichuan's house to knock on the door, vividly recounting the story to her and Lu Da's wife. Lu Kaichun and Lu Da's wife were both stunned. Is there such a thing? Oh my goodness! If she had known, she wouldn't have left. Whether she attended the banquet or not wasn't important. What mattered was the excitement. Thinking about how Tian Tahua initially planned to scheme against Seven, Lu Kaichun became angry again and sneered. Even some stray cats and dogs dare to scheme against my husband. Serves them right for being unlucky. Could anyone easily scheme against Seven? Lu Kaichun knew without asking that the final fall of Tian Tahua, which was a clear act of retribution, was definitely orchestrated by Seven. Good. She never holds grudges and usually retaliates immediately when wronged. That suited her taste. No wonder he was the husband she personally chose. Seven also returned, and Lu Kaichun cheerfully called out, "Husband," inviting him to sit beside her. Seven came over and sat next to her. Aunt En couldn't help but sigh as she watched Seven and said, "Luckily, our Seven is lucky. If he had run into Tian Xinghua, who knows what trouble they would have caused." With Lu Sheng supporting him as the village chief's son, Tian Xinghua's mother, even if angry, wouldn't dare cause too much trouble. But if it had been Seven, it would be different. Seven said, "She won't succeed." Aunt En nodded happily and said, yes, you're lucky." Lu Kaichun smiled happily. Her family's seventh day isn't just good luck. It's mainly because of their strong abilities. But that's not the most important thing. The main thing is they haven't finished eating the melon and still want to keep eating. Uncle, and what happened next? How did it turn out? Later on, Uncle and continued talking excitedly. In short, Lu Kaichun and Lu Daegu enjoyed eating the melon very much. Seeing Tian's misfortune made them feel relieved. Uncle and happily recounted the gossip, then stood up smiling. "It's getting late. I should go back now. I have work tomorrow." Lu Kaichun smiled. "Take care, Uncle." And oh, hee hee. After seeing Uncle and off, Lu Saichuan's gentle smile and bright eyes showed her happiness.
My husband must be starving, right?
There's food left for him in the kitchen, still warm. Let's go eat together. I'll serve him. Seventh Day didn't dare look directly into her eyes. He nodded randomly. He obediently got up and followed her to the kitchen. A faint blush appeared on his ears. Every time she looked at him with a gentle smile and soft voice, he didn't dare meet her eyes. His heart beat faster, uncontrollably. He even couldn't tell if it was because she was his wife, so he felt this way, or if he had some special feelings for her. During dinner, Lu Kaichun sat beside him, smiling happily. You did very well today. When dealing with shameless people, you have to be firm. If anyone dares to be shameless again, don't hold back, just fight back. Seventh Day lowered his head to eat, then hesitated and asked, what if I hadn't realized they were scheming against me today? Would you help me? Of course. Lu Kaichun sneered. It's not bragging. Now, the whole village relies on me to earn a little extra money. If people I trust are unfairly bullied and don't get justice, that's just wrong. From now on, don't expect to get a single coin from me. Seventh Day didn't know exactly how much a coin was, but he understood the meaning. He was genuinely happy, and a small smile couldn't help but appear on his lips. That's good. I feel reassured now. After a pause, he added, wife. Lu Kaichun gasped softly, covering her chest, her heart pounding uncontrollably. She looked at Seventh Day with a half smile. My husband is getting better at calling me wife. How about you really become my husband, okay? She is now an important and respected person in Luan village, able to live freely and comfortably here. Chu Chi's heart raced, and her mind went blank. She opened her mouth to speak, but heard Lu Kaichun sigh and lament, no. What if one day you regain your memory and regret it? You're so skilled. What if you get angry and hurt me?
I did it honestly.
Chu Chi couldn't help but look at her and said, but even if I regain my memory, I won't forget that you saved my life. I won't forget that you took care of me. That makes sense. Lu Kaichun smiled even more beautifully. So you're willing after all? Chu Chi's ears turned redder, and she lowered her head. Suddenly, someone knocked loudly on the courtyard gate at a critical moment. Aunt Lu was unhappy and shouted, Who is it? As she got up to open the door, the atmosphere instantly cooled. Lu Kaichun and Chu Chi didn't know whether to feel regretful or secretly relieved. Never mind, let's talk about it next time. If Chu Chi truly said she was willing, Lu Kaichun probably wouldn't know what to do herself. Honestly, Lu Kaichun was increasingly thinking Chu Chi was a good person, someone she could get along with long-term. Sadly, she was forgetful. No matter how loudly she joked or teased, she wouldn't take advantage of the situation. She just needed a nominal husband. Calling him husband was enough. They weren't ready for anything serious yet. However, these were just her own thoughts, and being interrupted made her quite annoyed. Eat first, I'll go check outside. Lu Kaichun hurried out quickly. Before she reached the gate, she heard Aunt Lu's cold laugh. Staying overnight? Don't even think about it. No way. We're relatives. Don't be so stingy. Just staying one night. What's the big deal? If we couldn't stay here, we wouldn't ask. Where's Kaichun? Calling Kaichun wild won't help. She wouldn't agree. Relatives? I left early, but what about your relatives and my nephew's wife? The Tian family is so proud, yet her own family's niece caused trouble. Why is she angry at Chu Chi? Luckily, Chu Chi's lucky and didn't get involved. Otherwise, she'd be stuck with bad luck she couldn't shake off. Now she's shamelessly asking to stay overnight? Your words are too harsh. I didn't expect you to be like this. Yeah, that's right. I am exactly like this. I won't tell you. I told Kaichun that this is Kaichun's home. You're probably not in charge here, right? No matter what, I am more in charge than you. Get out of here. You tell me to leave? I am your elder brother. Leave now. Lu Kaichun smiled and walked over. Yes, I told you to leave. Do you have a problem with that? Our family's matriarch is the one in charge. She makes the decisions. I listened to her. Old Lu looked uncomfortable, angry, and a little jealous. She is his daughter. In the past, she always obeyed him. Whatever he said, she did. She was diligent and obedient. But now, she speaks in a way that seems to deliberately upset him, and he can't get over it. She doesn't listen to her own father, but she always obeys Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu looked proud, which made him feel even worse. What if your maternal grandmother and others come to stay overnight? Is that going to offend all the relatives? The relatives of Tian are not my relatives. They are your stepmother's relatives.
Oh, and?
Old Lu angrily shouted. That's unfilial. Kai Chun looked at him silently. This old man really is getting old. His memory is failing him. He can't remember anything anymore. Why don't you go to the government office and report me? I am a woman. Who am I afraid of? Besides, everyone in the village would testify for me. I am not unfilial. Compared to Tian, only someone with a very bad mind would help her. Oh, maybe Lu San's family would, but would they dare? If they really did, they would offend everyone in the village. Old Lu trembled with anger. Kai Chun smiled again and said, Anyway, I wouldn't let them stay overnight at my house. After all, Tian Tahua lied and falsely accused me, and later she even had malicious intent to harm my husband. If she comes here and starts shouting that we bullied her, and then blames us or depends on us, what should we do? Aunt Lu clapped her hands. You really think things through carefully, Kai Chun. That's exactly the point. I think those people from the Tian family just want to stay overnight with bad intentions, right? If they really cry and shout tomorrow that we bullied them, where can we argue? We don't even have a witness. That's right. Old Lu was so angry his head seemed to be smoking. You all are too much. Aunt Lu sneered. You're not as good as him. You're the biggest kind person in the whole village. You treat your children so well. Old Lu was so angry, he blushed with shame. The person finally left. Aunt Lu slammed the door with a bang, saying, Bad luck. There was no talk all night. Unexpectedly, the worst luck came the next day. The next morning, Old Tian's wife, Grain's sister-in-law, Miao's sister-in-law, and Mrs. Zheng and her husband, who stayed overnight in Luan village last night, all gathered together. Led by Lu Dajiang, they rushed to Lu Caichun's house. Everyone looked at the big wall and courtyard in shock, their eyes flickering with envy and jealousy, secretly longing. It turned out that Lu Caichun had really become successful. It seemed she had connected with some wealthy merchant from the county town. Lu Caichun opened the door and saw this big crowd with bright, enthusiastic smiles. Her heart immediately sounded an alarm. What do you all want? Lu Dajiang opened his mouth, but before he could speak, others started talking all at once. Look at this kid. We're all relatives. We're just here to see if you're doing okay. Yeah, it's about time you came to visit. It'll be easier to keep in touch in the future. You've always been hardworking and capable. I didn't expect it, but luck really came your way. Once luck arrives, it's unstoppable. I heard you registered a household for a girl. Honestly, I think that's not quite right. Do you want me to ask your parents to help you? Maybe you should go back home. A family should be together and orderly. Yes, that way no outsiders will bully you. Lu Dajiang was even happier, his eyes shining as he looked at Lu Caichun. Yes, Caichun, we're all family. Lu Caichun, annoyed by their noisy fuss, said, You don't need to interfere in my affairs. What exactly are you here for? Old Tian glared at her angrily and scolded, You're so rude. Don't you have any manners? We elders are just here to visit you. What else are we supposed to do? Hurry up and invite us in. Yes, let's go inside and talk. Hurry up, and let's see what your house looks like. Oh, girl, what are you doing? Lu Caichun blocked them, not letting them in. Aunt, husband, come quickly. Without her calling, Chu Chi, who was chopping firewood in the backyard, and Aunt Lu, busy in the kitchen, heard the noise and quickly came over. Lu Caichun sneered, talking at the door like this isn't proper. Come in if you want, but don't go inside the house. Let's talk outside in the yard. Old Mr. Tian was full of himself. glaring at Lu Kaichun. By family rank, Lu Kaichun should call him grandfather-in-law, and he acted as if it was only natural. A young girl, how could she really be that formidable? Old Mr. Tian simply didn't believe it. If the young girl didn't know manners and rules, then she should be taught a lesson, scolded, beaten, or starved for a few days. How dare she be unfilial? Does she even have the face to see people? Her backbone was practically broken. Old Lady Tian slapped her thigh and shouted loudly, "I told you, girl, you can't do things like that. How can grandparents and elders visit and not even be allowed inside? A tree has its bark and a person has their face. Doing things like this just makes people laugh at you. How can you have the face to meet others?" Yes, yes. Exactly. A group of people nodded in agreement. Seven was staring coldly, deeply shocked. Honestly, he didn't know people could be so shameless. He looked at Lu Kaichun and asked silently, "Should I throw them out?" Lu Kaichun blinked at him and smiled. Seven nodded. "All right, I'll throw them out now." Lu Kaichun sneered. "Either speak up or get out. I suggest you leave quickly. No matter what you say, I won't agree. You don't need to waste your words. But if you don't say anything, I think you'll be unsatisfied. Unsatisfied, you'll cling and refuse to leave. Sigh, so annoying.
So, just say it.
Finish talking, then leave quickly." A group of top-notch relatives. "You, what's your attitude? This is rebellion. You're unfilial. You deserve to be drowned in a pig cage or sunk in a pond." Lu Daegu pointed at Old Lady Tian and scolded, "Old hag, I've tolerated you for many years. All these years, your malicious actions show you're no good. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I swear I'll tear your mouth apart." Lu Kaichun smiled. "I'm a woman of the household. Drown in a pig cage or sink in a pond. Try it if you dare." Lu Dajiang was heartbroken. "Kaichun, give your brother some face, okay? Can't we just talk nicely? Why is it always like this? Not talking is fine, isn't it? What's your face worth?" You, Old Lady Tian, was heartbroken. So crude. No wonder the Yang family doesn't want you. Seven was annoyed. "She's my wife. I'll do it. Whoever dares to mess with my wife, I'll kill him." It's not just talk, he really meant it. Stealing a wife and getting her beaten to death, that's called deserved. Old Lady Tian was so angry she couldn't speak. Does she mean that? Is this seventh day's mind not clear? Lu Kaichun laughed loudly, flirtatiously glanced at her husband with charming eyes, and said affectionately, "Husband, you're so good." Seventh Day's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She hurriedly avoided eye contact, and her ears turned a little red again. In front of everyone, under the watchful eyes of many, this situation was really hard to handle. Over at the Zheng family, they grew impatient. Old Lady Zheng said, "I heard you're buying dyes and herbs, is that right?" Lu Saichun's family of three suddenly understood, so that's why they came. Money really is a powerful motivator, an unchanging truth. Yesterday, they had a big disagreement, but today they still dared to come with a shameless attitude.
Yes.
Everyone looked happy. Old Lady Zheng quickly said, "I heard these things are found in the mountains. Our side also has mountains. So, since you're collecting these items, why don't you tell us more? We can help you go into the mountains to find them." Old Lady Tian and her family also forgot about scolding Lu Kaichun for being unfilial and disrespectful. They hurriedly expressed their willingness. "We can also find things in our mountains. There must be some. Tell us quickly. We'll go into the mountains tomorrow." "No, we'll go as soon as we get back. But our village is far from Luan village. You have to take your ox cart there yourself. If you want us to deliver it to your door, you'll need to pay extra." "That's right, extra money. Otherwise, we'll lose out. At least one more coin per gene. Actually, 2 coins more per gene would be fair, but since we're relatives, 1 coin is fine. Hurry up and tell us, we're helping you out." "Yes, yes." Lu Kaichun looked at the sky. "It's dawn now, right?"
What?
"I was just thinking, it's already bright outside. Haven't you all woken up yet?" "What nonsense are you talking? What do you mean?" Lu Kaichun sneered. "When did I say I was buying your things? And helping me? Thank you very much. This is why she was firmly unwilling to buy from other villages. The root of the conflict was the uneven quality, and she was too lazy to bother with it. The people from the Zheng and Tian families all exploded in anger. You won't buy? Why not? Exactly, we're relatives. You'd rather sell cheaply to outsiders than help your own relatives? Don't expect us to help you in the future. Why won't you buy from us? Things found in the mountains are all the same, right? You're deliberately targeting us. It's unfair. The Zheng family members pushed Lu Dajiang gently and said, Dajiang, say something. Lu Dajiang felt a bit regretful. He had made them feel proud and confident, and in his excitement, he had promised to bring them here, forgetting how cold and unfeeling his sister could be now. No wonder his father and stepmother refused to come. He was foolish. No, he cared too much about family ties. He thought his sister wouldn't embarrass him in front of so many people. But he was wrong. Kai-chun, it's fine to accept from whom you want. They are relatives after all. Why can't you accept their gifts? Kai-chun sneered, because I am from Luan village. The villagers are kind to me, so I am kind to them. I want to ask, are the Zheng family and Tian family kind to me? Tian family members looked a bit guilty. The Zheng family members felt they saw an opportunity and straightened their backs. We've never offended you before, right? We will be good to you in the future. You are Dajiang's sister, our closest relatives. If you need help, just ask. Of course, they wouldn't help for free. They expected benefits. Even brothers keep accounts, let alone relatives, right? I don't need anything. Kai-chun coldly said, what we produce in Luan village is enough. We have no plans to buy anything else now. Distant relatives are not as good as neighbors, especially since these so-called distant relatives aren't even real people. Even if she did accept goods from other villages, she would start with the neighboring village and ask the village head to talk to the other village elders, setting rules and signing contracts. What kind of fake relatives are they trying to force her to buy from? If she really agreed, she could guarantee they would cause trouble, sneak in unwanted things, and complicate everything. Besides, whether it's the Tian family or the Lu family's in-laws, she had no interest in making connections. Old Mother Tian said, how can that be enough? How much you accept doesn't matter. If you accept more, you can earn more. Don't tell us you sell it to some merchant in the city without raising the price. We're giving you money. Exactly. It's not hurting you. Why don't you agree? If I say no, then I mean no. My boss knows how much we need, and the village has enough. Then don't accept from the village. Accept from us. We're relatives, and outsiders have no say. Yes, outsiders have no right to complain. Lu Dajiang's older sister scolded, shameless. On the 7th day, he nodded in agreement, clenched his fists, feeling both hard and itchy, like the urge to hit someone. He looked at his wife with concern. She looked so pitiful. These people deserved to be beaten. Lu Kai-chun crossed her arms and sneered coldly, clearly impatient. Luan village is my home. The villagers are my family, not outsiders. What use do you have for these so-called relatives? If they don't give, then get lost. Relatives? What do you mean by that? What are bad relatives? It sounded like a bad word, but they really didn't understand. Lu Kai-chun smiled brightly. Bad relatives are those who look down on others when they have nothing to do, even hurt others with bad intentions. But when there's a chance to gain something, they shamelessly cling on, expecting the other person to forgive everything and give them money. That's what I call bad relatives. Are you insulting us? Lu Kai-chun said, oh, you understand now? If you do, then get lost. Jiang Lu said, Kai-chun, how about we all compromise? You take half of the village's share, and the relatives take the other half? The Tian and Zheng families looked reluctantly. Well, fine. That could work. But you have to go and collect it yourself. Jiang Lu said, Kai-chun, is that okay? I can go and collect it for you, so you don't have to worry. We're all relatives, don't be like that. Kai-chun thought to herself, when I registered as a daughter, we were all siblings. Did he say a word for me? If it were the original owner, registering as a daughter and forcing her to die, what's the difference? No collection. Get lost. If you want it, collect it yourself. De Jianglu was angry. If I could collect it, I wouldn't be asking you. Then don't blame me if you can't do it yourself. You. Old Lady Zheng and his Zheng family members were surprised. What's going on? Why does it seem like De Jiang and this girl don't get along? Aren't they siblings? Old Lady Zheng cleared her throat and reminded her. Kai-chun, De Jiang is your real brother. Can't you listen to him once in a while? Old Lady Zheng thought, if I had a daughter like that, I would have slapped her dead long ago. She needs a good beating, more lessons, then everything would be fine. No way she should be so arrogant. I registered as a daughter, and none of you remember that? If her brother helped her, would she register as a daughter? Old Lady Zheng's face changed, and she said nothing. On the 7th day, he coldly said, Are you leaving on your own, or should I throw you out? How dare you?
Bang!
Everyone's eyes flickered, but no one clearly saw how Chu-Chi lifted his foot. A young man suddenly fell forward, crying out in pain as he clutched his stomach. Old Lady Zheng was shocked.
My son!
Well done. You dare to attack. Chu-Chi kicked again. This time, instead of the man, a woman rolled on the ground and screamed. If you don't leave now, I'll kick each of you down and out. Lu Kai-chun sneered. I know my husband's skills very well. If anyone dares to pretend to be hurt and lie on the ground, hoping I'll pay, that's fine. Let's be straightforward. I'll have my husband beat him so badly he becomes paralyzed, so he can't get up for the rest of his life. As for money, I'll pay. We can even go to the government office. They'll decide how much I owe, and I'll pay every penny, I swear. It wouldn't be more than 100 taels. For 100 taels, to make someone disabled, she wanted to see who had the courage to sacrifice everything for family happiness. Obviously, selfish and greedy people would never be willing to make such sacrifices. Those who initially pretended to clutch their stomachs and lie on the ground, crying out, were suddenly frightened and hurriedly got up, running out without looking back. They were afraid they'd be kicked so hard they'd become disabled. What a joke. They were all family, who didn't know each other. There was family love, but not much. If she became paralyzed and couldn't move, her family might care for her for a day or two, but after 10 or 8 years, who would be willing? Who would care? Even her own son wouldn't bother. Besides, if she was paralyzed and couldn't move, the money she received wouldn't be hers anymore. Someone led the way, and others, afraid of being kicked, especially since if they got kicked, they couldn't pretend to be hurt and ask for money, turned and ran. All the people who seemed to be retreating like the tide had gone out, ran away. Of course, they didn't stop muttering and complaining as they left. Lu Kai-chun ignored them all. The last person just ran out, and she forcefully slammed the heavy courtyard door shut with a loud bang. The world was suddenly quiet again.
Bah!
No wonder her parents kicked her out and made her a single woman. With such a temper, who would like her? If she were my daughter, I'd have beaten her to death. Who cares about her 2 lousy coins? If she's so capable, she shouldn't need anyone. If she ever asks us for help again, I won't help her. Not in a million years. The 2 families cursed and argued. They couldn't help but glance back at the heavy red lacquered courtyard gate, the tall, sturdy green brick wall, and the proud-looking roof corner peeking out. They felt both jealous and envious, and their mood worsened. How did Lu Kai-chun get so lucky? How did she earn so much money? The Li family was acting crazy, right? They drove her out and made her the head of the household? Old Lady Zheng was a bit angry at her son-in-law Lu Dajiang and scolded him. That's your own sister. Why don't you teach her properly, or take care of her? Look at her now. She doesn't understand manners at all. How did you become her brother? Lu Dajiang felt helpless and couldn't say anything. What could he do? He wasn't in charge of the family. He had to listen to his father and stepmother, and he couldn't interfere. But if he had known how strong Kai-chun was, maybe he could have helped her. But who knew? Kai-chun was hiding her strength too well. She even kept her own brother in the dark. Otherwise, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Forget it, I won't say more. It only makes me sad. Old Lady Zheng didn't want to spend money on shoestrings, but she believed her own son-in-law wouldn't truly ignore her sister. She told him, be nicer to her, spend more time with her. She's a girl. Does she really not want family? You and Xiaomei should care more about her. Give her time, and she will eventually be touched by your kindness. Lu Dajiang's spirits lifted, and he quickly nodded. You're right, mother-in-law. I understand. Old Lady Zheng was somewhat satisfied. The Tan family sneered. They wouldn't go out of their way to flatter Lu Dajiang. But if Kai Chun accepted gifts from the Zheng family, there was no reason to refuse the Tan family. They should keep an eye on her and report anything back. Both families and Lu Dajiang started dreaming happily again. When both families faced setbacks, they quickly left in a bad mood. Before leaving, Old Lady Tan pulled on Mrs. Tan and kept talking for a while. Mrs. Tan nodded repeatedly, feeling furious inside and cursing Lu Kai-chun 100 or more times. Yesterday, that girl and her husband had caused trouble for her niece from her own family, and today she was causing more trouble and even dared to hit someone. She was utterly reckless. Both families left, and the new bride, Zheng Xiaomei, was finally ready to formally offer tea to her in-laws and meet her siblings. Then they planned to choose a good day to invite Liang Lijing and the clan elders to the ancestral hall for a ceremony to honor their ancestors and update the family records. From now on, they would be one family. Lu Dajiang went to Kai Chun's house again, asking them to come and meet the bride. It's necessary, otherwise, they might not recognize each other later. What if she tricks him? When meeting the bride, she should bring a gift. As an elder, Lu Dajiang's sister-in-law gave her 10 coins in a red envelope, which was enough. Kai Chun was the younger sister-in-law and didn't need a gift for the meeting. If it weren't for saving face, she wouldn't be willing to let Lu Dajiang's wife take even a penny. What kind of person? Easily letting a stranger, Lu Dajiang, carry her down the mountain to go home. Lu Kai-chun doesn't think he's a good person. Lu Kai-chun never expected it to be someone she knew. In the main hall of the Lu family, after Lu Kai-chun and the new wife, Zheng Xiaomei, exchanged glances, both froze. It's you. How come it's you? The whole family was stunned. Such a surprise. Lu Dajiang was very happy, smiling happily. So, Kai-chun, you know Xiaomei? Haha, that's even better. From now on, we're family. It shows Xiaomei is very lucky to be part of our family, haha. Having just become a groom, Lu Dajiang's wish came true. He looked very satisfied, full of happiness. It was obvious he was very pleased last night. Lu Dagu had a bit of nervousness. This, Kai-chun? Do you know Zheng or the Zheng family? Please don't, or else this family might bother us again. Wouldn't that make life difficult? Could we ever live peacefully? Lu Kai-chun didn't speak, just looked at Zheng Xiaomei. She was curious and wanted to see how Zheng Xiaomei would respond. What would Zheng Xiaomei say? Of course, she would be arrogant and boastful. Zheng Xiaomei showed a meaningful smile, staring at Lu Kai-chun. I really didn't expect it, so you're Lu Dajiang's sister. You caused me so much trouble. Lu Kai-chun nodded. That's right, biologically. After all, she couldn't change her bloodline.
Hee.
Zheng Xiaomei was furious inside, already thinking of 180 ways to get revenge on Lu Kai-chun. You little brat, just wait. Tianshi was very annoyed. Spending so much money to marry Lu Dajiang's wife was already frustrating enough. Yesterday, she and Zheng's family tested each other, and neither was easy to deal with. Zheng might not be a good person either. Now it's even worse. She's entangled with Lu Kai-chun. Will life ever be peaceful? Tianshi grew more annoyed the more she thought about it. All right, let's serve the tea first. Zheng Xiaomei had no objection. She brought the tea and offered it to Lu Lao, Tianshi, and Lu Dagu, giving each a pair of cloth shoes as a greeting gift. The Lu Dagu family also returned the gift. Next, the younger siblings should serve tea to the eldest sister-in-law. Lu Kai-chun, the oldest, should go first by reason. But Tianshi just wanted to cause trouble and make people uncomfortable. Kai-chun, since you are now the head of the household with different statuses, it should be our family members who serve first, and only afterward you. Husband, do you agree with this? Old Lu was very upset with Lu Kai-chun and her husband from yesterday to today. He nodded and said, that's right. Daeon, you go see your sister-in-law first. Kai-chun, do you have any objections? Who made you establish a household for a girl? Since you've done that, don't complain about being last. Big Aunt Lu couldn't help but feel unfair. Brother, ma'am, Lu Kai-chun called out with a smile, glancing at old Lu. All right, I don't mind. Even if you don't see me, I won't care. Old Lu was so angry, he choked on his words. Zheng Xiaomei sneered silently. Lu Daong, Lu Tsaixia, and Lu Dazhuang took turns to see the sister-in-law, serve her tea, and receive gifts, each a pair of shoes. When it was Lu Tsaichuan's turn, she calmly called out, "Big sister-in-law," and handed over the tea. Zheng Xiaomei sneered, "Kai-chan, right? Since you established a household for a girl, you're no longer part of the family. If you want me, your sister-in-law, to accept you, fine. Kneel down first. Kneel and bow 3 times, and I'll accept this cup of tea from you. Then we can settle the account properly. Everyone." Lu Kai-chun was also shocked. "What did you say?" Zheng Xiaomei's hatred surged like a tide, coldly saying, "I said, if you kneel, I will drink this cup of tea." Big Aunt Lu was furious. "Zheng, are you crazy?" Old Lu wanted to say something, but Tian pulled him aside and whispered, "Let's see what's going on first." Lu Daong, Lu Tsaixia, and Lu Dazhuang, the siblings, watched the scene with glee. Lu Tsaixia giggled. "Lu Kai-chun, your sister-in-law just arrived. Are you really not going to give her face? Why are you still hesitating? Hurry and kneel." Lu Daong also laughed. "Exactly. You must have offended your sister-in-law before, right? Hurry and kneel to apologize." Lu Kai-chun let go of her hand, and with a smack, the teacup fell to the ground, shattering into pieces, spilling tea everywhere. "Even if you want to drink now, it's gone. I don't accept you as my younger sister-in-law. I don't acknowledge you." "Really? Then thank you. You let me kneel? Bow to you? How shameless are you?" "If you don't acknowledge me, what's your problem? Are you so powerful that if you acknowledge me, I'll get rich or something?" Big Aunt Lu chuckled. "All right, that's enough. Kai-chun is right. People like this who are unreasonable and rude, it's better if we don't recognize them. We're better off ignoring them. Ba. So it turns out they aren't friends but enemies. Kai-chun is such a good person. It must be Zheng's fault." Zheng Xiaomei was furious and glared fiercely at Lu Kai-chun. "Lu Kai-chun, what look is that? If you keep staring at me, I'll tell my husband to slap your face. Chu-chi, whatever my wife says goes. Even if she's a woman, I won't hold back from hitting her." Zheng Xiaomei angrily glares at Lu Dajiang. "What does your sister mean? What does she want to do?" Lu Dajiang is confused. "Kai-chun, what's going on? Your sister-in-law just came in. Can't you show her some respect? I worked hard to marry a wife, and I just want to think about her." Zheng Xiaomei shows a proud, cold smile. "Lu Kai-chun, this Zheng family woman insulted me in front of Miss Qi, her boss. As a result, she angered Miss Qi, who scolded her for being untrustworthy and flattering the powerful. She's not a good servant. Later, Miss Qi even kicked her out." "Shut up. I told you to shut up." Lu Kai-chun unexpectedly exposes her own background in front of everyone. Zheng Xiaomei is furious, anxious, and humiliated, glaring at Lu Kai-chun with a venomous look. Lu Kai-chun calmly says what she wants to say. "I thought this had nothing to do with me anymore, but I didn't expect Zheng Xiaomei to marry Lu Dajiang. Now she's officially the older sister-in-law. Although it's meaningless, she's still the sister-in-law in name." "Shut up. I told you to shut up." Lu Dugwa scoffs disdainfully, "So that's what it's about." Yesterday, the Zheng family was bragging all over the yard and house, saying Zheng was especially favored by Miss Qi. If she hadn't been going to marry far away, Zheng wouldn't want to leave her parents. They said Lu Dajiang was climbing too high. But look at this now. Lu Kai-chun, Lu Dajiang, you're spreading rumors. You're talking nonsense. Zheng Xiaomei, furious and anxious, rushes forward and raises her hand to hit Lu Kai-chun in anger. Lu Kai-chun raises her hand, but before she can do anything, Chu-chi steps forward to protect her, kicking Zheng Xiaomei to the ground. Everyone gasps in shock. Lu Kai-xia bites her lip, feeling both fear and jealousy. She's afraid that her cheap brother-in-law is too fierce, actually kicking someone. She's jealous because everything good seems to be taken by Lu Kai-chun, that lowly girl. Why is Chu-chi protecting her so much? Zheng Xiaomei feels ashamed, embarrassed, angry, and hurt. Lu Dajiang is stunned and hurriedly goes to help her. Xiaomei. Zheng Xiaomei pushes Lu Dajiang's hand away and starts to make a scene. Wow. Bullying people. Is this how your Lu family teaches manners? Is this your family style? The new wife just moved in and already hit someone. What do you mean? A warning shot? Are you trying to manipulate me so I will work hard for you in the future? You are so mean and cruel. Do you even care if people can live peacefully anymore? Old Lu was furious and angry. Mrs. Tian secretly felt happy, enjoying the chaos. What is Spring doing? How can you let your husband hit your sister-in-law? Is that reasonable? Don't you have any manners? Besides, do you even respect your brother? Aren't you afraid he will be upset? Hurry up and apologize. Old Lu's eldest son, Lu Dajiang, also looked at Spring with resentment, trying to help Zheng Xiaomei stand up. But Zheng was crying louder, shouting that the Lu family was unkind. She said she was new to the family and was beaten on her first day, thinking they wanted to intimidate her and control her. She called them sneaky, cruel, and shameless. Old Lu's eldest sister-in-law was very surprised. You clearly came rushing to hit someone, and now you say others can't fight back? What kind of intimidation is that? I think you just wanted to show your power. Also, Jiqing and your family are not the same. Even if Jiqing tried to intimidate, it wouldn't work because she is not from your family. Only Mrs. Tian would do such a thing. Your crying and shouting sound suspicious. Mrs. Tian's face darkened. What does that have to do with her? Zheng Xiaomei suddenly stopped crying, unsure whether to keep crying or not. She had learned a lot about the secret fights and scheming in big families' backyards, and she instinctively showed it. She completely forgot that Spring was not even part of their family. Mrs. Tian was furious. What? Chi-Chi kicked someone and still acts innocent? She's your sister-in-law. Spring sneered. Yes, my husband did the right thing.
He protected me.
What's wrong with that? As for the sister-in-law, she's just a disgrace who was kicked out by her master because of her bad behavior. You all treat her like a treasure. Shut up. Nonsense. You're talking. Spring chuckled. I'll tell you, I now have a business working with Miss Chi. Do you believe that I can cleanly handle everything in the Chi family? The Chi family is in the county town. Is it hard to find out some information? You're lying. You're just lying. Zheng Xiaomei was both shocked and scared. She felt guilty and suspicious. Even if she didn't fully believe Spring, she doubted her words and was afraid they might be true. Her confidence weakened. Spring sneered. Whether it's true or not, you know in your heart. Why are you still sitting on the ground? Get up. Zheng Xiaomei was so angry she wanted to blood. She initially wanted to cause a big fuss, shouting about her pain here and there, forcing Lu Kai-chun to apologize and pay compensation. She was determined not to leave without getting her fair share. But when Lu Kai-chun spoke, she became afraid. She absolutely refused to admit she was being manipulated. However, she was truly scared. When Lu Dajiang helped Zheng Xiaomei up again, Zheng Xiaomei no longer refused. She hesitated a bit and then stepped down the stairs. I won't argue with you. It's best you don't spread rumors outside. If I hear any baseless talk again, I won't forgive you.
He.
Lu Kai-chun said slowly, I'm not that free. I don't care about your affairs. Unless you want to provoke me. If you want to provoke me, think about yourself first. Zheng Xiaomei felt like vomiting blood again. If it weren't for that little troublemaker, she wouldn't have been caught by the young lady. Without being caught, she wouldn't have been sent home, and she wouldn't have hurriedly married herself off just to get some bride price because her parents and brothers tried to marry her off randomly. She wouldn't be in this mess now. She felt so unfair. I'm your older sister-in-law. Lu Kai-chun chuckled. So what? I don't eat your food, wear your clothes, stay in your house, or spend your money. I don't need you to find me a good match to marry. I don't owe you anything. So, what do you want to do? Do you really think I should listen to everything you say?
Why?
Just because you're my older sister-in-law? Do you think I should let you boss me around, find a stepfather for me, and control everything? If it were you, would you be so foolish? Lu Lao's father glared angrily.
He's not dead yet.
What stepfather are you talking about?
Is that how you speak?
Zheng Xiaomei was speechless. How could it be like this? Not only her, but everyone in the Lu family was speechless. No wonder that stubborn girl was so arrogant and disobedient. Thinking about it, she relied on no one, so of course she wouldn't listen. Lu Kaichun grabbed Chi-Chi's arm and shook it, smiling sweetly. Let's go home. I'm really hungry. Let's go back and make breakfast. Chi-Chi nodded affectionately.
Okay.
Lu Dagu's wife quickly smiled. The food is already cooked. We just need to stir-fry some dishes when we get back. For breakfast, let's keep it light. Steam some egg custard, stir-fry green beans with sliced meat, and make fish head tofu soup. How does that sound? Lu Kaichun nodded. Yes, I want to eat radish stewed with lamb for lunch.
All right.
The three of them talked and walked away together. Lu Dazhuang swallowed hard and said, Mom, I want to eat egg custard, stir-fried green beans with meat, lamb, and tofu too. Lu Caixia was very jealous and scolded him. They are just saying that on purpose to make you jealous. You're such a greedy cat, and falling for it. Their life can't possibly be that good. In the morning, they already have eggs and meat. Our family can't afford such luxuries. They're just bragging anyone can do that. Lu Daong couldn't help but mutter, but that girl really made a lot of money. Shut up. Mrs. Tian glared at him. Is it that you only bring up what you shouldn't? Do you have to talk so much? Besides Zheng Xiaomei, everyone knew that Lu Kaichun and Lu Dagu were probably telling the truth. After all, Lu Kaichun collected mushrooms, bamboo shoots, dyes, herbs, and now even asked Lu Sheng and others to help pick fresh chili peppers. Aunt En and Aunt Lu's daughter-in-law were pounding chili to make chili powder. If she wasn't making money, how could she keep doing all this with so much energy? Could she afford such a big house with blue bricks and tiles? Could she buy so much land? Eating meat at every meal. It's not impossible. But hearing all this just made her really angry. She had hoped to see Zheng and Lu Kaichun arguing fiercely, evenly matched.
But it was just this.
Such a disappointment. Mrs. Tian secretly sneered and thought, Lu Caichun's words are probably true. Zheng is not a good person. A girl who was kicked out of her master's house for being unruly. Listen to how Zheng's family brags about her. They really flatter themselves.
Uffed.
While she looked down on Zheng, she also felt a bit happy. Lu Dazheng married such a wife, which was pretty good. Mrs. Tian coldly shot a glance at Zheng Xiaomei and said, All right, the engagement is settled. Hurry up and cook. Your father and Dazheng are waiting to eat breakfast and go to work. When a new wife joins the family, she should show her good side and obediently cook. That's the usual way. But clearly, Zheng Xiaomei, who had lost face and saw her mother-in-law's contemptful look, was not going to obey. Zheng Xiaomei covered her stomach, frowned, and groaned. My stomach hurts so much, and I feel a bit dizzy. Dazheng, please help me back to my room to rest. Father, Mother, I'm really sorry. I can't make breakfast today. Zheng Xiaomei weakly leaned on Lu Dazheng. Lu Dazheng was very anxious and worried. Without waiting for his father and stepmother to say anything, he quickly half-supported and half-carried Zheng Xiaomei, saying, Xiaomei, Xiaomei.
How are you?
Hang on, I'll help you back to the room. Father, Mother, I'll take Xiaomei to rest first. Old Lu hurriedly said, Then go quickly.
Ah.
Mrs. Tian clenched her teeth, grinding them loudly. This unkind person. She's really not an easy one. Such familiar tricks, same old methods, just a different day. She was sure there was something fishy going on. She could tell Zheng was just pretending. But she couldn't say anything right now. Old Lu complained that Chucky was too rude. How could he just start a fight? They hurt someone and just left like that. He completely forgot that Zheng Xiaomei was the one who rushed forward to fight first. Mrs. Tian half-smiled, You're right. Maybe we should go find them and ask for compensation? Old Lu snorted, but said nothing. Not asking for compensation. Was it because he didn't want to? No, it was because he simply couldn't get it. Mrs. Tian then told Lu Saixia, "Go make breakfast. Your father is still waiting to go out to work." Lu Saixia was very annoyed. Why should she do it? She had already said no before, and now with the older sister-in-law, she still had to cook? Was that fair? But she had no choice but to go. Because Mrs. Tian refused to move today no matter what. Zheng didn't cook, so she would do it herself. She wouldn't stay a frustrated mother-in-law like this. She sent everyone away, and also sent her younger brother out to play. Old Lu frowned and asked Mrs. Tian, "What do you think about what Kai-chun said? How much of it is true? How much is false?" Kai-chun had no reason to lie, but old Lu, her father, didn't trust her either. It showed how distant their family bond was. Mrs. Tian sneered, "Whether it's true or false doesn't matter now that they're in the house. What can we do?" Old Lu was a bit frantic. "I should have asked around earlier." Mrs. Tian laughed. "That's funny. How can you ask about such things? We don't know the Chi family in the city, and Zheng's side definitely wouldn't tell the truth. Maybe even the villagers don't know. But Kai-chun knows some tricks." Old Lu sighed. "You're right. Forget it. There's no point in talking about this now. Just keep an eye on her so she doesn't do anything bad that could hurt our family." Mrs. Tian was secretly pleased and pretended to be serious. "I'd like to watch her, but Dajiang doesn't trust me much now. He just married a new wife, and he probably won't listen to me. If I try to control Zheng, Dajiang might get upset.
He dares.
It's natural for a mother-in-law to discipline her daughter-in-law. If he dares cause trouble, I'll beat him. With your words, I understand the situation clearly." Mrs. Tian nodded reluctantly, then sighed with a forced look of worry. "You saw what happened with the Zheng family today. That Zheng girl is not easy to deal with. If I try to manage her, she probably won't listen. After all, she's not like an ordinary village girl. She's come from a wealthy family, has broad views and knowledge. She wouldn't look up to me, a country wife." Old Lu couldn't help but think again about Lu Saichun's words, and about how this daughter-in-law might have been driven out because of her bad character. He grew more annoyed and sneered. "You're the mother-in-law, she's the daughter-in-law. Once she enters our Lu family, it's your job to manage her. If she dares to disobey you, you should teach her a lesson." I don't believe she would dare to oppose her mother-in-law. If she really does, then we will send her away. Although old Lu felt pain from wasting so much money, he cared more about not having such a person causing trouble in the house. Mrs. Tian was overjoyed, though she kept a calm face, and continued politely, "All right, with your words, I know what to do. I will teach her well." Mrs. Tian rubbed her hands eagerly, eager to act immediately. Lu Saixia was unhappy and prepared breakfast reluctantly. Old Lu said, "Go call your older brother and sister-in-law to eat." Lu Saixia muttered unhappily and hesitated before calling them. Zheng Xiaomei pretended to be very sick, even though she was hungry, and fake-sighed that she didn't feel well, telling Lu Dajiang to go eat by himself. Lu Dajiang thought she was really unwell and felt very worried. "I'll go first. I'll leave some food for you. When you wake up, you can eat. I have to go work later." Zheng Xiaomei was eager for him to leave quickly, so she wouldn't have to keep pretending in front of him. "All right, go ahead. I'll go eat later." "Okay, I'm leaving now." Lu Dajiang looked at her longingly for a moment before leaving. Zheng Xiaomei didn't come out to eat, clearly feeling very unwell. Old Lu felt a bit guilty. After all, he had spoken harshly to her earlier, so he showed some concern and asked Lu Saixia to leave breakfast for Zheng Xiaomei. Lu Saixia was so angry she couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted, "Why is it always me? Why does everything have to be on me? Can't she just eat what's left? Or ask her older brother to leave some? Why me?" Mrs. Tian scolded. "What are you doing? I asked you to do some chores, not to talk so much. Hurry up and get a bowl." That stubborn girl was always causing delays. She finally persuaded her father to express strong disapproval of Zheng's family. Her fussing might ruin all her previous efforts. She needs to have a serious talk with her later. Lu Saixia dared not disobey her mother, so she grimly went to the kitchen to get a bowl, muttering quietly as she did so. After breakfast, old Lu took Lu Dajiang and Lu Daong out to work. Lu Saixia washed clothes and swept the yard.
Tianchi stayed inside, relaxing.
If she looked up at the sky, she would go to the vegetable garden in front of the yard to see if she needed to do anything. But now, of course, she wouldn't go. She wanted to see how long Jing Xiaomei could pretend. Moreover, now that she had a daughter-in-law, the work in the family's vegetable garden naturally belonged to her. In the future, chores like cooking, feeding the chickens and pigs, cleaning the yard, and washing clothes would also be her responsibility. Otherwise, what was the point of marrying a daughter-in-law? As the family ancestor, Zheng Xiaomei lay on the bed for a while, feeling she had pretended enough and was ready to get better. Only then did she slowly get up. Of course, she still appeared weak, strong enough to eat but too weak to do chores. She gently and weakly left the room. When she passed the main hall and saw her mother-in-law sitting there doing some needlework, she paused, stunned, then quickly smiled and called out, "Mother." Since the men were not home, Tianchi was not used to her. She sneered and said, "You're finally willing to get up? Is lying down comfortable? On the first day your new wife enters, she should make breakfast. Didn't your family teach you? Shameless." From the moment the new daughter-in-law entered, she was scolded harshly. Even Jing Xiaomei, who was tough, couldn't help but blush with embarrassment. She was furious and said, "Mother, what are you talking about? I don't feel well. Don't talk nonsense about your mother." Tianchi sharply threw the needle basket aside, stood up, pointed at Jing Xiaomei, and scolded her loudly. "With your little tricks, you can only flatter fools like Liu Dajiang. You're not worthy of making trouble in front of me. Feeling unwell?
Ha!
I'm sure you're lying. Otherwise, swear an oath. If you lie, you'll never have children in your life, live alone, and have a lonely, bleak old age. Come on, swear."
Uffed.
"Why don't you swear such a vow yourself?" Zheng Xiaomei's face changed as she got angry. This Tianchi was actually cursing her. Of course, her mother was the stepmother, with a very cruel heart. But she thought she was easy to bully. That was a mistake. Tianchi chuckled, "Ha.
What?
Not pretending anymore? If you are telling the truth, what are you afraid of?"
Just swear it.
Zheng Xiaomei sneered. "Who doesn't like to swear? Are you sick? If you love swearing so much, then swear. If you really treat this stepmother well and treat Dajiang as your own son, everything will go smoothly. Otherwise, you'll have no children and live a lonely life."
Swear it.
"How dare you curse me?" Mrs. Tian was furious. She took a few steps forward and slapped Jing Xiaomei across the face. "You little brat." Zheng Xiaomei covered her face where she was slapped. She didn't dare to fight back, but she glared fiercely at her. Mrs. Tian was so angry that her face turned red. She raised her hand and slapped her again on the other cheek, sneering, "You little brat, playing tricks with me. Do you deserve it? If you have the guts, hit me back."
Dare you? Ha!
Of course, Zheng Xiaomei didn't dare to hit back, but she dared to scream and run away.
Ah!
Zheng Xiaomei screamed and ran out. Whether her loud voice was natural or carefully trained, it was very piercing, almost deafening even from a close distance. It was as powerful as a thunderclap.
Ah! Ah!
"Ah, mother, don't hit me. Don't hit me. Please don't hit me."
No.
Zheng Xiaomei cried and begged as she ran into the village, pleading with Mrs. Tian to spare her. Mrs. Tian's face suddenly changed color with a buzzing sound in her head. She was furious. What is this little brat crazy about? She hurriedly chased after her. Although it might have been too late to catch her now, she couldn't just ignore it. After all, this little brat ran out crying and screaming from the house, and she, being at home, pretended nothing had happened. Is that reasonable? What would her husband say when he comes back? Moreover, that little brat still had 2 slap marks on her face. Mrs. Tian gritted her teeth in secret. She recalled, "Good, this little brat deliberately let me hit her. Such a deep scheme. Having been a dog in a wealthy family is different." At this moment, she was chasing after her and feeling nothing but regret. If she had known this would happen, she would never have agreed to let her come in. "Zheng Shi, stop right there." Mrs. Tian, panting heavily, caught up with Zheng Xiaomei. By then, Zheng Xiaomei had accidentally fallen and sat on the ground, crying loudly and begging everyone to help her plead with her mother-in-law not to hit her anymore. Although some people could tell that Zheng Shi was probably not an easy person either, she was still the new wife. It was her first day in the family, and she already had 2 slap marks on her face. In the end, it was Mrs. Tian who was too harsh. Thinking about it, I'm glad Zheng is not an easy person to deal with. If she were honest and straightforward, I wonder how the Tian family would have treated her. Would she have been like the previous girl, Kai Chun? No, she would have had an even worse fate. Kai Chun only had to endure until she got married. The new daughter-in-law can only wait until Mrs. Tian passes away. But Mrs. Tian's health and appearance seem to have at least 30 or 40 more years. Who will outlast whom is uncertain. Those who are clever and observant already feel sorry for the poor new daughter-in-law, Zheng Xiaomei. Mrs. Tian is so cruel.
Exactly.
The new daughter-in-law just came in, and she's already in trouble. She even got hit? Look at that slap mark. It must have hurt a lot.
Sigh.
Having such a mean mother-in-law, how can she live happily? Yeah, Mrs. Tian is really rare to be so wicked. Being their daughter-in-law is really unlucky. Mrs. Tian overheard these words and felt a flash of anger, almost tearing her heart apart. Her own son, De Yong, is also of marriageable age. And Kai Xia should also be talking about her future family. Zheng Xiaomei has damaged her reputation. What about De Yong and Kai Xia? And what about De Zhuang in the future? Mrs. Tian, you Mother, please spare me. Please, I beg you. I won't dare to do it again, I swear.
Wah wah.
Zheng Xiaomei didn't give Mrs. Tian a chance to act. She screamed in fear, hurriedly crawled up from the ground, and spun around to run home. While running, she kept begging for mercy. Mrs. Tian was stunned. She finally realized she had met her match. She herself is someone clever and full of tricks. Even if Zheng Xiaomei had tricked her badly, she still had ways to turn the situation around. Even if she couldn't completely fix it, she could at least restore her dignity. But she needed Zheng Xiaomei present to do her part. As the mother-in-law, whatever she said, Zheng Xiaomei would have to agree, even if she had to hold her nose. If Zheng Xiaomei argued with her right there, she would welcome it. A daughter-in-law who argues and acts tough with her mother-in-law, what's the big deal if the mother-in-law gets angry and hits her a couple of times? Even if she hits a bit hard, it's just because she's angry and temporarily lost her temper.
But
Zheng Xiaomei ran away. Once Zheng Xiaomei fled, how could Mrs. Tian continue her act? What could she say? Everything she said would be just one-sided excuses, basically, her trying to justify herself. No one would even listen to half a word. That little troublemaker. That little troublemaker. So sneaky. The Tian family has never suffered such a big loss before. Their faces are twisting with anger. She doesn't want to show her anger and frustration, but she simply can't hold back. Her face twists uncontrollably. Everyone sees this and comments, "Wow, look at Tian's face, so ugly when she's angry." And poor Zheng. Someone can't help but try to calm things down. Tian, Zheng is the new daughter-in-law. She just moved in, so we should give her some face, right? If she doesn't know something, just teach her slowly. Yeah, if her parents find out, they'll be upset. You have a daughter too, think about it. Exactly. Tian. She's about to lose her temper. It's not what you think. That troublemaker, Zheng, is not a good person. Oh, do you think the slap marks on her face are from her own hands? Tian wants to say yes, but who would believe it? That troublemaker was shouting and acting scared when she ran out, so her guilt is obvious. Tian simply gives up and says, "I can't talk to you. That girl is no good. Don't be fooled by her surface." Everyone hushes, not believing her at all. They look at each other and smile knowingly. "Oh, so you're stubborn, huh? We get it. What a joke. Who do you think you're fooling?" If an honest woman said that, maybe everyone would believe her. But everyone knows what kind of person Tian is. Seeing everyone's reactions, Tian realizes she probably doesn't have a good reputation in the village. She gets angry and stomps her foot. "Believe it or not, I don't care. Whether they believe her or not doesn't matter. She needs to go home quickly and deal with that troublemaker. If the troublemaker dares to fight her, she'll teach her a lesson so harsh she won't even recognize her mother, and she'll make her come out and explain that today's events are just a misunderstanding. Fuming, Tian turns and runs home. Behind her, there are whispers. Ha, look, she's panicked. That Jung really has bad luck. She just moved in and already got scolded by her mother-in-law. How will she get through the days? Yeah, that's true. Some exchange knowing looks, understanding each other. Jung managed to stir up a fuss in the whole village, so she's pretty clever. Tian might also suffer some losses. There will be more excitement to come. Zheng Xiaomei refused to go back at all, not knowing what she was thinking. She turned around and ran to Lu Saichuan's house. At this time, Lu Kaichun, Lu Daegu, and Chuki were planting cassava in the backyard. They were planting as many as they could, and in about a week, they would be finished. It was going well. Zheng Xiaomei kept thinking about sad, hurtful, and unfair things, trying to stay upset, so she could keep crying. She sobbed and knocked on the door. Open up, sob sob. Open the door, sob sob sob. No one was home, so her hands turned red and hurt from knocking. The sturdy, heavy doors remained cold and unresponsive, showing no reaction. Zheng Xiaomei felt a surge of anger. Everything was going wrong. Why was her life so unlucky? Overcome with sadness, she sat down heavily at the door and cried loudly. Forget trying to hide her feelings. Lu Kaichun, who had sharp hearing, actually heard her, and Chuki also heard, but both of them silently agreed not to mention it. Work was more important. But the loud crying was really annoying. She thought she would knock, see no one was home, and then leave. But no, she kept crying louder and louder. Lu Kaichun put down his. Lu Daegu asked with concern, "Are you tired? Sit under the tree and rest. Chuki, and I can handle the work." The son-in-law was there to work, so Lu Daegu didn't feel bad about asking him to do chores. Of course, she cared more for her own daughter. Lu Kaichun shook his head. Not tired. Zheng Xiaomei is crying at our door, and I find it very annoying. What? Lu Daegu stretched her neck to listen carefully, but she still heard nothing. She thought to herself, old age is catching up. I can't hear as well as the young ones, and then angrily said, is she crazy? Even if she fought with Tianshi Lu Saixia, why would she cry at her own house? Why run to our door to cry? Lu Kaichun sneered. Probably just some nonsense. I'll go check. Ask Chuki to come with you, just in case she gets bullied. Chuki nodded. Okay. He agreed too. Lu Kaichun said. It seemed no one in the whole village could really bully her. Maybe that was fine. Then let's go. Lu Kaichun and Chuki returned to the door. What are you doing here? Zheng Xiaomei turned to look at them. Lu Kaichun exclaimed, wow, your mouth really is blessed. Did Tianshi Lu Saixia really hit you? Zheng Xiaomei. Lu Kaichun spread her hands. What about the Tian family? She is my stepmother. Even if she hits you, I can't help or support you. Why are you looking for us? If you need to find someone, wouldn't you go to Lu Dajiang? Besides, we have a grudge. Don't you forget? Lu Kaichun secretly sneered. She also wanted to see if Lu Dajiang, who once had a reason or was forced, would watch his only younger sister suffer and be bullied without helping her, even begging for kind words. Now, how much can he do for his wife? Zheng Xiaomei cursed inwardly, tears in her eyes, feeling wronged. Kaichun, I was really in a bad mood that day, so I said some harsh words to you. I didn't do it on purpose. Besides, I've already suffered the consequences. I was driven away by the young lady. What more do you want? Anyway, I am your older sister-in-law. How can you treat me like this? Lu Kaichun laughed. You were driven away by Miss Qi because of your bad character and mistakes. It has nothing to do with me. It sounds like I caused it. Your attitude towards me already shows what kind of person you are. Don't waste your effort. Sister-in-law, my older brother and I have long broken off. Don't you know that? Zheng Xiaomei hurriedly said. He has always wanted to reconcile with you. It was all a misunderstanding before. Your siblings, Why can't you make peace? Siblings united are powerful. Lu Kaichun suddenly took hold of Chu Chi's arm. Husband and wife united are powerful. Zheng Xiaomei. I advise you, instead of wasting time here whining, go find Lu Dajun quickly. Otherwise, once the redness and swelling on your face go away, won't that slap be wasted? Zheng Xiaomei's face flushed with embarrassment. She was caught. Lu Kaichun secretly rolled her eyes. What's there to be shy about? How strange. She didn't believe Zheng Xiaomei was the kind of person who, after being slapped by Tian, would hold no grudges or have no schemes in her mind. She was just trying to include herself in the scheme, crying and pretending to be pitiful. That was a bad idea. She secretly hoped Tian, and they would fight like dogs. Really, if their family staged big dramas every day and she watched the gossip, she wouldn't dare imagine how cheerful she would become. Zheng Xiaomei sighed softly. I don't care what you think inside. My brother and I sincerely hope you can reconcile. After all, blood is thicker than water. She cast a deep glance at Lu Kaichun, then turned away sadly. She had already cursed in her heart. Lu Kaichun. Just pretend, keep pretending. Zheng Xiaomei didn't hear any movement behind her and couldn't help but turn around. When she saw, her face twisted in anger. That girl is really heartless. She's gone without a trace. Zheng Xiaomei wanted to use this chance to gain Lu Caichuan's sympathy, get closer, and maybe even get some benefit. But when she was seen through, she decisively left the village, walking and asking around about where Lu Dajiang and his son were working today. There are only a few pieces of land, and many farms are connected. If she asked around, she could find out where they went. Zheng Xiaomei was lucky. Lu Dajiang and his 2 sons were working nearby, just a little over 3/4 of an hour away. Zheng Xiaomei cried and complained very sadly and convincingly, with her cheeks swollen, tears streaming down her face, sobbing and wailing, looking pitiful and telling her story in a broken voice. Her emotional display was intense, making her seem like a delicate girl who deserved sympathy. Don't forget, Lu Dajiang was already furious, fists clenched, teeth gritted, and glaring coldly. Lu Laotu also looked ashamed and angry, and Lu Daong blushed and lowered his head, too embarrassed to defend his mother. After all, as for Tian Shi, what kind of person she was, it didn't matter if she denied it verbally. They knew the truth deep down. Suddenly, Lu Dajiang slammed his into the ground hard, hitting a piece of gravel with a loud, screeching sound, sparks flying, showing how much strength he used.
Liu Dayan instinctively shouted, Ah!
And hid behind his father. Lu Laotu was startled and felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He was about to scold his son as usual, but when he glanced at his new daughter-in-law entering the house, he swallowed his words. He wanted to save his son's dignity in front of his new wife. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something to defend his wife, but then thought that would be like denying his daughter-in-law's story. That didn't seem quite right either. Lu Laotu was suddenly at a loss for what to do. Lu Dajiang's eyes were red, and his expression was full of pain and anger. He stared at Lu Laotu and asked, Dad, am I really your son? Why are you treating me like this?
Why?
Have I not done enough, been good enough since I was a child? Tian sure often hits and scolds me, and even our food isn't the same. Do you really not know what I eat every day, and what you all eat? I finally married a wife, and why are you treating her like this? It's only her first day here, and Tian sure already hit her.
Why?
Are you trying to push me to the limit? Old Lu's lips trembled with anger, shame, and frustration. Shut up. How dare you criticize your parents like that? Are you trying to learn from your sister? You're unfilial. De Jianglu laughed wildly. Even if I am unfilial, it's because of you. Young master. Zheng Xiaomei grabbed De Jianglu's sleeve, her face full of worry and fear. She cried, Don't be angry, don't make Dad angrier. It's all my fault. If I could make mother-in-law happy, none of this would happen. It's all my fault. Lu De Jianglu grew angrier and also felt more pity for his wife. You can't blame yourself. You're my wife and Mrs. Tian will never like you. You can't please her either. Don't think that way. It's not your fault.
But she sobbed.
Old Lu's face turned red and white alternately. Seeing that he didn't say anything or show any sign of scolding or punishing Mrs. Tian, Jiang felt very disappointed and resentful. He knew this would happen. He knew it all along. His father's heart had long been turned away, far beyond reach. Still working? Ridiculous. He worked himself to exhaustion outside, only to have Mrs. Tian at home eating well, dressing nicely, and constantly scolding and humiliating his wife. Jiang threw down his and pulled Zheng Xiaomei. Let's go home. He didn't even look at old Lu and just walked away with Zheng Xiaomei. Zheng Xiaomei pretended to struggle a little. Young master. But don't worry about it. We're going home. Liang Dayong saw that they had just come out and looked at the sun in the sky. It would take at least another hour before they could go home for lunch. Why should Jiang just leave? He hurriedly shouted, Hey, why are you leaving? The work here isn't finished yet. Jiang ignored him. Liang Dayong quickly looked at his father. Dad, you should tell him. What if he leaves and there's so much work left? Let him do it. He'd be exhausted to death. More importantly, why should he suffer this loss? Old Lu looked at his second son with disappointment and anger. So, the second son was this lazy. Thinking about all these years, he hadn't even stepped into the fields. Mrs. Tian always had all kinds of excuses to keep him from working in the fields. No wonder he's so lazy. His eldest son truly harbored resentment. Liang Dayong was still lost in the thought that if Jiang refused to work, he would suffer a big loss. It was absolutely unacceptable to let him take the fall. He couldn't help but urge his father, Dad, if you don't say something, he'll just walk away. This is unfilial behavior. Shut up and stop talking to me. Old Lu glared at him fiercely and scolded. How much laziness have you stolen over the years? What's wrong with working now? Do you think you can die from exhaustion? Liang Daxiong was startled and angrily said, It's obviously him being lazy. Why are you scolding me, Dad? Shut up. Liang Daxiong kept a calm face and said nothing. He decided to pretend to work while secretly planning to slack off. Why should he do all the work while Liang Dajiang goes home to rest? Does that scoundrel deserve that? Old Lu was mainly worried that Liang Dajiang would cause trouble with Mrs. Tian after going home. He sighed and carried his down the mountain. Forget it, let's go back. Liang Daxiong was very happy and quickly carried his to follow. He thought, Dad still favors him more. Liang Dajiang took Zheng Xiaomei home. On the way, he found out Zheng Xiaomei hadn't even eaten breakfast, which made him angrier and more caring. Just make whatever you want to eat when we get back. Let's cook something tasty. Okay, I'll cook extra, and you can eat with me. Zheng Xiaomei smiled sweetly, not holding back at all. Liang Dajiang felt warm inside and was deeply touched. When they got home, Liang Dazhuang didn't know where he had gone to play again. Mrs. Tian and Lu Caixia were scolding Zheng Xiaomei in frustration. Seeing her and Liang Dajiang come back together, they were both stunned. Zheng Xiaomei was not an easy person. She deliberately glared fiercely at Mrs. Tian and gave her a challenging, disdainful smile. When did Mrs. Tian ever suffer such humiliation? Her blood surged to her head, and she suddenly stood up. You, shut up. Liang Dajiang interrupted loudly before she could finish. Mrs. Tian, if you dare to bully my wife again, believe me, I won't let you get away with it. Mrs. Tian was stunned. Lu Caixia was also stunned. Mother and daughter looked blankly at the fierce, angry Liang Dajiang. Is this really Liang Dajiang? The same Liang Dajiang who couldn't hit a pig's bladder? Yes, it's him. How dare he? Mrs. Tian was furious. Fine, everyone's gotten bold, huh? You dare to talk to me like that, your mother? Old Lu wasn't home, and Zheng Xiaomei didn't bother to pretend. She didn't think she needed to act in front of Liang Dajiang. After all, they were on the same side. Knowing each other's true nature would help them fight for a better life. Zheng Xiaomei sneered. What? Only you, the stepmother, can torment and bully people? We're not allowed to fight back? Who do you think you are?
Buffed.
You. Mr. Tian felt dizzy and instinctively wanted to step forward, and hit someone. But surprisingly, Zheng Xiaomei, with her swollen face, ran around the village crying, which really kept Mr. Tian under control. He had to hold back his anger and gasped, "How dare you talk to me like that? Lu Dazheng, look at what kind of wife you married." Although Lu Dazheng was also surprised at his wife's sudden boldness, hearing her say that made him feel very happy inside. "My wife is right. Are you trying to make me die of anger?" Mrs. Tian clutched her chest, feeling sharp pains. Zheng Xiaomei sneered, "It's not that easy to make me die of anger. You're still panting so well after all that." Mrs. Tian screamed, "Zheng Xiaomei." Lu Saixia, also furious, shouted, "How dare you!" She rushed forward to hit Zheng Xiaomei, but Zheng Xiaomei raised her hand and pushed her away, sneering, "You two really are mother and daughter, always wanting to hit someone?" Lu Dazheng glared fiercely at Lu Saixia and pointed at her, scolding, "Try to move again and see what happens. Do you believe I'll beat you?" Lu Saixia was stunned, and then went mad with anger. She charged at Lu Dazheng, shouting, "Go ahead, hit me. If you have the guts, hit me." Lu Dazheng kicked her, and Lu Saixia screamed in pain, clutching her stomach and falling to the ground. You really dare to hit me?"
Saixia,
Mrs. Tian exclaimed, rushing over to help her. "Lu Dazheng, wait till your father comes back. Just wait and see." Lu Dazheng's eyes flickered with panic, showing some fear. Mrs. Tian finally felt satisfied and let out a deep breath. Just as she was about to continue scolding, Zheng Xiaomei sneered coldly, "So, what if your father comes back? You say Dazheng hit Saixia? That's not true. I didn't see anything. Trying to frame Dazheng like that is just shameless." Lu Saixia was stunned. She was really overwhelmed today. Mrs. Tian suddenly felt dizzy again.
Who
are you calling shameless?" She suddenly realized that when it came to shamelessness, she might not be a match for Zheng Xiaomei. Lu Dazheng was also stunned but naturally sided with his wife. "Yes, I didn't do anything." "Exactly, that's right. As long as he didn't admit it, what could anyone do?" Lu Dazheng suddenly had a revelation, a new way of thinking, a new perspective. Yes, why hadn't he thought of this before? His wife really was the right one to marry. Actually, all along, he was afraid not of the Tian family, but of his own father. Because his father listened to the Tian family, and the Tian family liked to exaggerate and complain, he was afraid of them. Once again, the Tian family suffered a heavy, fine. The mother and daughter of the Tian family clenched their teeth and gritted them, eager to rush forward and scream or fight, but they were afraid. They dared not. "Just wait and see. Just wait for me." "Zheng Xiaomei, Dazheng, I am so hungry. We will go cook." "Okay." The two headed toward the kitchen. Mrs. Tian was startled and quickly followed. "What are you doing? It's not time to eat yet." Lu Dazheng turned around coldly and stared at her. Zheng Xiaomei paid no attention and went straight into the kitchen. She was about to cook when old Lu and Lu Daong returned. Mrs. Tian seemed to see her backbone and cried pitifully, crying and complaining at the same time. But unfortunately, she could cry, and Zheng Xiaomei could too. Zheng Xiaomei cried even more miserably and pitifully than her. Dazheng hated it, and Saixia Lu also hated it. They started arguing, and seeing their mother and sister so wronged, Lu Daong also got angry. He scolded Dazheng, and the three almost started fighting. Old Lu was so distressed he stomped and shouted angrily, "Stop arguing. Everyone stop. We've made enough of a fool of ourselves. It's not enough that the villagers are laughing at us. What kind of sin is this?" Even though the truth hadn't been revealed, with so many people arguing, crying, and making noise, it was natural for the commotion to attract attention. Someone in the village was always free. When there's a fuss or noise, who wouldn't want to watch? Now many people were peeking and listening at the door. Old Lu's face was burning with heat. Mrs. Tian cried loudly, full of hatred. Zheng Xiaomei also cried loudly, looking delicate and weak, very pitiful. The quarrel ended with Mrs. Tian's defeat. This was something never seen before in the Lu family, and Mrs. Tian was almost bursting with anger. With the argument over, it was almost lunchtime. Old Lu looked at Mrs. Tian and Jing Xiaomei, feeling very annoyed. He turned and told Lu Caixia, "Go cook." Lu Caixia couldn't believe it and pointed at herself. "Me? Who else could it be? Why me?" Lu Caixia cried sadly. "Dajiang kicked me, but you don't believe it. It should have been Zheng family to cook, so why me? They're bullying me." Zheng Xiaomei choked up. "It's all my fault. I made Caixia sister-in-law not even want to call me sister-in-law. But if she doesn't call me, it's fine. It's because I don't know how to please you and mother, right? You are not liked by us, which is understandable. But Dajiang is your older brother. How can you call him by his name? What connection did Lu Caixia and the others have with Lu Dajiang before? Calling him big brother? They just tell him to do chores and say hey once." Old Lu never cared about his eldest son, nor did he mention Lu Dajiang to Tianshi or other children. Even if he occasionally heard them call Dajiang, he didn't think it was a big deal. At this moment, when Zheng Xiaomei mentioned it, old Lu had to notice that the eldest son in this family seemed truly too wronged. Lu Caixia angrily shouted, "You troublemaker, shut up. Go cook." Old Lu roared, "If you don't want to, don't eat. Also, you're grown up now. You should behave properly. From now on, don't be so disrespectful. Call your brother, brother, and call your sister-in-law, sister-in-law." Zheng Xiaomei, behind old Lu, curled her lips and showed a proud smile. Lu Caixia, provoked, angrily glared back, almost shouting curses. It made her so mad. In the end, Lu Caixia reluctantly went to prepare lunch. Of course, after this, the family's meals were no longer divided by rank, or Zheng Xiaomei would cause a huge fuss. Zheng Xiaomei and Tianchi's mother and daughter fought clever tricks, scheming and plotting every day. The house was full of schemes and rivalries, very lively. When Zheng Xiaomei felt wronged, she cried and ran outside, sobbing and complaining around the village. Tianchi's reputation was ruined, and everywhere she went, people looked at her strangely and whispered behind her back. There were even elderly women advising Tianchi to at least give the new daughter-in-law some face. Tianchi was so angry, she almost spat blood. A few days later, old Lu discovered Zheng Xiaomei's true nature. He felt like he had been deceived, shocked and furious. But just as he asked her a question, Zheng Xiaomei sneered and retorted, "Have Dajiang's years not been hard? Is it false that the mother-in-law is biased? Dad only blames me, and the mother-in-law isn't less troublesome? Dad, you can't just blame me and not say anything about her. Why does she think she's better than others and can bully people? She gave birth to her own son as a treasure, and Dajiang and I are just working ourselves to death to support her and her children." Old Lu was so angry he was speechless. Tianchi thought that once Zheng Xiaomei's true nature was exposed, she could be controlled and managed. But to her surprise, that was not the case. She still didn't dare to make a move, and whenever she caused trouble, Zheng Xiaomei would complain about headaches, chest pains, and falling ill. She would lie in bed unable to move, insisting that Lu Dajiang stay to take care of her. Otherwise, she would cry out that the Lu family was abusing her, that her father and stepmother were biased and bullying her, trying to torment her and her husband to death. She even took eggs from the chicken coop and cooked them to eat, not caring at all. Once, Lu Daong couldn't hold back and hit someone. Zheng Xiaomei wanted to run out and shout in the village that her younger brother-in-law beat his sister-in-law. Fearing this, Tian and old Lu hurriedly stopped her. Younger brother-in-law hitting his sister-in-law? From now on, Lu Daong shouldn't talk about marriage. Zheng Xiaomei wouldn't give up and kept pushing, forcing Lu Daong to apologize. Tian also paid her 200 coins before she finally stopped. Tian dared not hit her, couldn't win arguments, and couldn't control her. The Lu family was always so lively. Everyone in the village watched the commotion and sighed. The Lu family had become a complete mess. Zheng Xiaomei caused trouble in the Lu family, full of confidence, even trying to go to Lu Caichun's house to make trouble. Lu Caichun had such a big house and bought so much land, and she was involved in many deals. She must be very rich. If she could control her and get the money in her hands, Wouldn't her family prosper? More importantly, she had said she did business with Miss Chi. Zheng Xiaomei still wasn't willing to lose contact with Miss Chi completely. Maybe she could use Lu Kaichun to reconnect with Miss Chi? She had served Miss Chi before and knew better than anyone how wealthy a rich family could be, wealth beyond what their farming family could earn in generations. If Miss Chi forgave her and, out of kindness, helped her a little, even a small favor would be enough for her to live a comfortable life. Zheng Xiaomei knew that Lu Kaichun and the others went to work during the day. Usually, they worked on the hillside behind the yard, but if she went to find them now, it wouldn't be right not to help out. But she definitely didn't want to work. Zheng Xiaomei also went up the mountain, gathering some honeysuckle and other herbs. After dawdling and waiting until Lu Saichun's family was about to finish their day's work, she finally went to see them. Kaichun, I have some honeysuckle here. Look, how much do you think it's worth? Although Zheng Xiaomei still harbored resentment, she had tested Lu Kaichun and knew she was not easy to manipulate. She planned to use gentle words, smiling warmly and speaking softly. Lu Kaichun glanced at the honeysuckle in her basket and said plainly, "Too many leaves. First, pick out the clean ones. Also, when you picked the flowers, you were too careless. Many flowers were damaged and can't be used. Please select again after you finish." Zheng Xiaomei felt angry inside and cursed the girls silently. The young lady herself came to make friends with you, so what kind of attitude is this? How rude. She didn't think there was anything wrong with her honeysuckle flowers, believing that Lu Kaichun was deliberately targeting her and looking for trouble. Zheng Xiaomei forced a smile and said, "Really? I've chosen carefully. I wouldn't sell you something bad. I even picked and checked at home. There aren't many leaves, and since these flowers are for medicine, the leaves should be good too. Fresh flowers need green leaves to look better. Look at these flowers, they're blooming so beautifully. See for yourself." Lu Kaichun was speechless. She thought, even flowers need green leaves to look better. Is that phrase used correctly here?
She was surprised.
Should she scold her for being stupid, or praise her for being insightful? I said no, then it's no. If you don't want to pick, I won't buy. Kaichun, Aunt Lu came over. Zheng, it's your fault for coming late. If you had come earlier, many people would be waiting to sell. But you keep talking nonsense, delaying others. You just arrived and don't understand the rules. Let me tell you now, everything here is decided by Kaichun. If you don't agree, we won't buy from you. Anyone who complains will be banned from buying from her in the future. If everyone were like you, how long would this take? Zheng Xiaomei felt a lump of anger in her chest. She tried to hold it in but couldn't anymore. When she spoke again, her face was still smiling, but the smile was stiff, and her tone was a little awkward. Kaichun, we're on the same side, aren't we? Can't be the same as others. Lu Kaichun raised an eyebrow. Same side? I don't admit that. And you only treat me as a friend because you're trying to trick me? I didn't. You forced me to buy junk. Isn't that a trick? Let's go, Aunt. Let's go home and see how the lamb is cooking. I want to stir-fry some spicy rabbit pieces and make a fish ball cilantro soup. Okay, let's go home and cook. Since her wedding day, Zheng Xiaomei hadn't tasted meat and couldn't help swallowing hard, secretly grinding her teeth. She didn't believe, absolutely didn't believe, that Lu Saichun's family's cooking was really that good. Was she just saying it to trick her? All right, Kaichun, don't be angry. I'll pick again and bring it to you later. All right then. Look, the sky isn't clear anymore, and it's getting late. It's troublesome for me to run back and forth. Why don't I come to your house to borrow some light and pick out what I want? Wouldn't that be more convenient? Once I choose, I can sell it to you directly. Old Lady Lu thought to herself, I knew you couldn't hold back your words. See, you finally couldn't help but speak. Lu Kaichun smiled and said, no, I can't. You, seeing her smile, Zheng Xiaomei thought she had agreed and also smiled, but unexpectedly, her expression stiffened. Lu Kaichun said, I really can't let you in. If you go out and cause trouble, saying we bullied you, where would I find witnesses? What are you talking about? I would never do that. Anyway, I'm just afraid. Kai-chun, if you keep fussing, I won't accept anything from you anymore. Lu Kai-chun. Zheng Xiaomei was furious and embarrassed. If you don't accept, I won't come back. Humph. Aren't you afraid the villagers will say you're cold and heartless, deliberately making things difficult for your own sister-in-law? I wonder how you'll show your face in the village after that. Lu Kai-chun chuckled lightly, completely indifferent. You'd better not use the same tricks you used against Tian Shi on me. Do you rarely go around the village? No wonder you don't know that your reputation is about the same as Tian Shi's. No one can tell who's better. Do you think you can compare to me? If you have the guts, go ahead and say it. See if anyone believes you. At most, only a few families like Lu San-nai and Lu San-yu would gossip about her. Most villagers still have some conscience. Even if they don't, they love money, right? If she gets angry, she won't accept anything from anyone and will make them cry their eyes out. Zheng Xiaomei was stunned. How could she say that all over the village? If she really did, her relationship with Lu Kai-chun would be completely broken. How could she then make friends with Miss Qi through her? Zheng Xiaomei, who knew how to bend and stretch, quickly forced a smile. I was just speaking casually. Don't take it seriously, really. I'll go back and pick some things now. Lu Kai-chun snorted. Wouldn't it be better if you had done that earlier? It's so annoying that she was delaying her cooking and eating. Zheng Xiaomei was furious inside, but still had to smile. She had no choice but to carry a sack home to pick out items. Old Lady Lu complained, she's so bold, really daring to think like that. Just thinking about the day she changed her tone during tea time makes me unable to swallow this anger. This also served as a reminder to Lu Kai-chun. Don't forgive this scoundrel. She's not a kind person. I think so too, Lu Kai-chun said with a smile. But keeping her around is good. Let her go argue with Tian Shi. So she still kept some face. She didn't want to help Tian Shi teach her a lesson. Zheng Xiaomei was really about to lose her temper. She decided to go to Lu's house to confront Tian. Why didn't she take care of her daughter-in-law as a mother-in-law? Maybe she even ordered her to do it. Thinking about how Tian would look if she did that, Lu Kai-chun almost wanted to laugh. A big pot of lamb and yam stew made a snowy white lamb soup with tender, fragrant meat. Spicy peppers, chopped green peppers, lots of garlic, shreds, Sichuan peppercorns, and star anise were added to the pot to stir-fry. Fresh diced rabbit meat was quickly stir-fried, making it tasty and spicy. White fish balls floated halfway in the soup, decorated with bright green cilantro leaves, looking very pretty. The lamb was cooked earlier in a large pot and ready to eat. The spicy rabbit and ready-made fish balls didn't take long to prepare into soup. So, when they served a big, shiny bowl of white rice along with these 3 delicious dishes, they started eating. In the middle of their meal, Zheng Xiaomei came again. Lu Kai-chun hated being disturbed while eating. If she ignored the knocking, she didn't know when it would stop. When Lu Daegu and Chu Qi heard the knocking, they both said, I'll go see who it is. You don't need to worry. Lu Daegu smiled. You two eat slowly. I'll check it out. Lu Kai-chun didn't want to move and nodded. Okay. Chu Qi also nodded. Thanks, Auntie. Unexpectedly, Lu Daegu couldn't stop Zheng Xiaomei from entering the brightly lit dining room. She immediately focused on the food on the table. The smell of freshly cooked dishes was not as strong as when they first came out, but for Zheng Xiaomei, when had she ever smelled such aroma? It was so long ago, when she served as a personal maid for Miss Qi. Back then, she ate meat every day and could complain about how the chicken was poorly cooked or how the pork was too greasy.
Now,
her unworthy eyes couldn't look away, and she swallowed hard. Even though Lu's family was doing well, they mostly ate brown rice. They rarely had white rice in a month. But Lu Saichuan's family had shiny, white rice that seemed to sparkle and looked very tempting. There was also large chunks of braised lamb, white meatballs, and rich, spicy stir-fried rabbit. Zheng Xiaomei was first shocked, then angry, glaring at Lu Kai-chun. She gritted her teeth and said, Wow, you all are eating so well. Lu Kai-chun frowned, unhappy. Why are you selling things and coming into our dining room? People are still eating. Is it polite to barge in like this? You are all selfish. Don't you know what our parents are eating? You make delicious food but don't share any to show respect? Aren't you afraid others will criticize you behind your back? Zheng Xiaomei is now confident. The Tian family can't suppress her. At most, they are evenly matched. If Lu Kaichun and others show respect to the Tian family and the elders, she might have a chance to get a share. Of course, if Lu Kaichun invites her and Dajiang to dinner, that would be even better. She definitely wouldn't refuse. After Lu Daegu put away the gold and silver flowers, she noticed Zheng Xiaomei was missing. She was surprised and angry when she heard her voice coming from somewhere. A gust of wind pushed her out the door. I say, what's wrong with you running around late at night? Is this your home? Get out, and leave now. Zheng Xiaomei felt both jealous and wronged, accusing Lu Kaichun and his family, and your eldest brother is the closest person to you. Why are you treating your brother like that? Kaichun, you're too selfish. Lu Kaichun grew impatient. Do you know why? Then go ask the villagers. When you find out, you'll know if you have the right to stand here. Should I tell Chuki to kick you out? If Chuki kicks you out, you won't need to bring your things to sell anymore. I won't accept them. By the way, if you want to go around the village telling people to criticize me behind my back, go ahead. Just see who they criticize, me or you. Lu Daegu sneered. Most people in our village are sensible. They know what's right and wrong. Just a few words from her, and they'll listen?
Ha!
Lu Kaichun said it's not a big deal if there are some fools like that. Anyone who talks behind my back won't get a penny from me anymore. Lu Daegu laughed. That makes sense. Nothing in this world is that cheap. Eating your fill and then scolding. What kind of people are they? Zheng Xiaomei was both shocked and angry. Her usual tricks to deal with the Tian family no longer worked. She despised other reasons, but Lu Kaichun and Lu Daegu's last words completely broke her. Yes, who would risk money just for her? All are just greedy people. Small-minded and money-driven. Lu Kaichun sneered. If you're so virtuous, so noble, and think money is dirt, can you say that to everyone's face? Are you still not leaving? Zheng Xiaomei's eyes couldn't leave the dinner table. The delicious, tempting aroma kept wafting into her nose, making her extremely hungry. It felt as if she hadn't eaten anything that evening, and her stomach was almost growling like a little animal.
Kisha,
Chu Chi couldn't bear it anymore. She grabbed her and dragged her out without any explanation, pushed her outside, and closed the door quickly. The heavy door was cold and isolating, separating the inside from the outside. Zheng Xiaomei staggered a few steps before she steadied herself. She stared at the door, clenched her teeth, cursed a few words, and left in anger. She was very upset. When she went back, Tian asked her for money from selling gold and silver flowers, but she refused to give even a penny. What a joke. This woman was not even old, and she didn't have to take care of grandchildren. Who else her age was always at home, wasting time. She wanted her hard-earned money? Dream on. The two argued loudly. Lu Saixia helped her mother, and Zheng Xiaomei fought back fiercely, not losing to them. Instead, she made Lu Saixia so angry that tears welled up in her eyes, and she felt ashamed. Finally, their shouting made Lao Lu, who was both temples pounding with anger, unable to bear it anymore, roar and stop them. Lao Lu scolded everyone harshly, like a dog. This family was always fighting like a martial arts match. There was no sense of a real home. He was a bit disappointed with Zheng Xiaomei. She was a wrong choice for a daughter-in-law, troublesome and restless. She, as a younger family member, was sharp-tongued and refused to back down. She couldn't accept any loss, was unthinking, and should have kept family matters private. If she had just taken a step back and admitted a mistake, everything would be fine. But she didn't. Not only did she argue with her mother-in-law, but she also ran to the village crying and shouting. Whenever something happened at home, she would exaggerate and tell everyone in the village, causing a lot of jokes at their expense. All her doing. What kind of unlucky star had they married? Now she was already part of the family, but they couldn't scold her or hit her. She wouldn't listen to scolding, and she caused trouble herself. She even influenced Aji, who learned to be petty, lazy, and sneaky. How did this good family turn into this?
It used to be so nice.
Nothing ever happened, and everyone was happy. The land was plentiful, and they never worried about food or drink. It was so good. Lu Saixia was already hurt by her sister-in-law's teasing, sarcasm, and insults. Without her father supporting her, she felt even more sad and wronged. She covered her face and cried as she ran back to her room. Tian still hoped her husband would support her, but instead, they all got equal scoldings. What is going on? Split the family. Split the family. This household can't go on like this. I want to split. Old Lu's eyes brightened, and he couldn't help but think about it. Maybe it's better to split the family. Lu Dajiang got anxious. Zheng Xiaomei also didn't want this. Not because she wanted to live with her parents-in-law, but because of their favoritism. If they split the family, Lu Dajiang would definitely suffer. Can a son really compete with his parents for control? Is that even possible? I'm not going to live anymore. Not going to live. We just got married, and now they want to kick us out and ignore our lives. I can't live like this. Since there's no way out, maybe we should all just die together. Zheng Xiaomei started crying loudly again. Lu Dajiang was also very angry. You guys have already driven away Kai Chun, and now you're thinking of kicking me out too. Is this how parents should behave? If that's the case, I can't take it anymore. Maybe we should all just part ways. You all. Shut up. Old Lu's vision blurred. He staggered and almost fell, tears flowing. Our family is so unlucky, so unlucky. Zheng Xiaomei. They're bullying us. There isn't a good person in this family, always taking advantage of honest folks. Old Lu clutched his chest, gasping heavily. His chest hurt terribly, as if it would burst. The gossip about the Lu family was lively, but unless there was a full fight, no one was interested anymore. After seeing so much, people became immune. Nothing felt new or exciting. Such arguments never stopped in the Lu family. It's clear they probably won't stop even in the future. Lu Lijing was worried and went to find Lu Kaichun to talk about buying grain. This really is impossible. Not only are there limits, but prices have also gone up. Brown rice is now selling at 18 coins per jean and black flour at 20 coins per jean. If this continues, prices might rise even more. Kai-chun, you know some rich people in the city, right? Can you help find some channels? Everyone wants to buy more. At today's prices, we can't let them lower it. Mostly because prices will go up again later. Buying now is already a good deal. More than half of the families in the village don't have enough stored grain. Now it's almost July, but in previous years, by this time, the rice in the fields had already grown tall and strong, and the rice was mature. But this year, it looks like it won't be enough. The river has already dried up. Now, everyone in the village is going to Lu Saichun's nearby spring to fetch water for drinking and washing. Fortunately, this spring water was made using spiritual spring water, so the flow is continuous and won't decrease. At first, villagers were worried that the spring might dry up, but now they are gradually less worried. Many rice fields have already been abandoned, and it's too late to water them by hand. Only those near the water diversion dam or close to the water reservoir can still be watered. However, the harvest will definitely be less than in previous years. Even a third of the usual yield would be considered good. Most likely, there won't be any. The countryside has become like this, so how could the grain shops in the city still not realize the situation? The price of rice and grain is probably very high now. In other villages, signs of chaos are beginning to appear. People are worried and anxious. Because Lu Saichun's family has made a good amount of money, everyone in Luan village has managed to stock up on some food, which gives them some peace of mind. But it's still not enough. Not everyone in the village has stored enough food. If there is no harvest this year, the stored food will last until next year's harvest. Even if they can sell mushrooms and bamboo shoots to Lu Kaichun in spring, that will be next year. But next year is uncertain. Lu Kaichun thought for a moment and looked a bit troubled. Village chief, this matter. It's a big favor. I'm afraid I can't get it. Everyone knows how unpredictable the weather is these days. Those grain shops are very clever. The village chief sighed. I know. If there was no other way, I wouldn't ask you. Besides, in our village, besides you, no one else knows anyone in the city. Lu Kai-chun actually admires the village chief quite a bit. The village chief's family had stored a lot of rice and flour long ago. Brother Lu Xingda was also buying chili peppers. Although the buying season is almost over and the daily amount received has decreased, because the weather is getting hotter and chili production has dropped compared to previous years, they still earn quite a bit each day. If it weren't for the villagers, he wouldn't need to come and ask for help. After a moment of silence, Lu Kai-chun nodded. All right, I can only try. Whether it works or not, I really can't say. Good, good. The village chief was very happy. Just your words are enough. Go ahead and try. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone in the village until there's a result. This way, they won't get their hopes up too high, and if it ends in disappointment, they won't blame Lu Kai-chun. That would be bad. What else could Lu Kai-chun say? He nodded again. Okay, I'll go to the city tomorrow. All right, haha. Lu Lijing felt even happier and nodded quickly. By the way, Lu Kai-chun said again, the potatoes and cassava that the village chief divided earlier, he asked everyone to take good care of them. If possible, water them. It's better than watering the rice fields. The yield from these potatoes and cassava is really good. Although each family received only a small amount, and the overall quantity was limited, after they mature, there will still be a good harvest to last for a while. Lu Lijing nodded. Okay, I will remind everyone. Lu Kai-chun added, lately, I've heard villagers talking about some thefts and petty crimes in other villages. There are more arguments and conflicts too. Our village still seems fine for now. Maybe we should also give a reminder? You're right. It's best for the village chief to discuss with the elders and select a list of strong, young men. If anything happens, it will be easier to know who to call first. Lu Lijing's heart skipped a beat. You mean Lu Kai-chun said, I'm just worried. Maybe I'm overthinking. Lu Lijing was silent, sighing softly and shaking his head. You think carefully. These things should be prepared for. Better safe than sorry. Because of the poor harvest, there wouldn't be many food supplies in the mountains. If people go hungry, conflicts and fights are likely to happen. Lu Lijing couldn't control other villages, but he had the responsibility to look after his own. He would do everything he could to prevent anything bad from happening in the village. Kai-chun, I think I am really getting old. My mind isn't as quick as before. If you think of anything in the future, be sure to tell me. I'll thank you on behalf of the whole village and its people. Lu Kai-chun nodded. Since you say so, I'll remember that. What little trouble there was in this world could hardly compare to what's coming. Of course, she could see it coming. She agreed with Lu Lijing, and the next day rented a cart from Aunt and Lu. Chi-Chi drove the cart, and they went into town together. On the way, they saw a young woman fainting in the grass by the roadside. They quickly got off the cart to check on her. Although it was by the roadside, there were very few people passing by. If they ignored her, they didn't know when someone might come along.
Miss.
Wake up.
Miss.
Lu Kai-chun looked at the woman's face and felt her heart sink. She seemed to have suddenly had a heart problem. Her face was very pale, lips purple, breathing shallow, and she might not last much longer. Lu Tsaichuan's heart sank. She looked up at the seventh day and said, It's too hot today. Please find some water nearby and bring it here. The seventh day asked, Do you really not need my help? No, it's fine. Okay. The seventh day looked deeply at Lu Kai-chun, then turned and strode away, quickly disappearing from her sight. Lu Kai-chun hurriedly took a drop of spiritual spring water from her space and fed it to the woman, who looked to be in her 30s. After a moment, the woman groaned and moved slightly. Her breathing became calmer. Lu Kai-chun called to her twice, and slowly, she opened her eyes. The woman looked dazed and dizzy. When she opened her eyes, she saw a bright, high sky that was almost frightening. Where am I? Lu Kai-chun helped her sit up slightly, leaning on her. She smiled and said, Sister-in-law, you fainted on the roadside. My husband and I just happened to pass by. My husband went to find water. I didn't expect you to wake up. That's wonderful. The woman steadied herself and couldn't help but raise her hand to cover her chest. For some reason, she felt like her heart was much more comfortable. It was an unprecedented sense of relief. "You're the one who saved me." Lu Kai-chun understood. This sister-in-law also knew she had heart problems, which was why she said that. The power of the spiritual spring water was so great. Springtime for a withered tree was not just talk. Unfortunately, she couldn't accept this kindness herself. She knew how to treat heart conditions. If this got out, it would be a big deal. Lu Kai-chun knew what the sister-in-law meant, but she could only pretend to be naive. She smiled foolishly and said, "When we found sister-in-law, you had already fainted and lost consciousness. I shook you for a long time, but you didn't wake up. I was really scared. Luckily, thank heaven and the gods, you finally woke up." The woman was stunned and couldn't help but ask, "You just shook me awake? Did you do anything else?"
Huh.
Lu Kai-chun was even more surprised. "No, I didn't." The woman was confused. Could it be that she fell and hit somewhere and that's how she was saved? Otherwise, she couldn't think of any other reason. She knew her body best. She could clearly feel that her heart was healthier than ever, beating strongly. Anyway, this was a very good thing. No matter what, if it weren't for the girl shaking her awake, she might never have woken up. Before losing consciousness, she desperately thought she was going to die this time. After fainting, she was unaware of anything, with no sense of awareness or feeling. "Thank you, sister. No matter what, you saved me." Lu Kai-chun felt very pleased. She was a kind sister-in-law who always helped others. Although she didn't know what she would get in return, it was better than having more enemies, right? Lu Kai-chun smiled and said, "Don't mention it, sister-in-law. Since we met on the road, how could I just stand by and do nothing? Of course I had to help. It was just good luck that you woke up, otherwise we wouldn't know what to do." The woman smiled and said, "That's right. I was lucky to meet you. Sister, just call me Sister Sunday. By the way, what should I call you?" "My surname is Liu, and my name is Kai-chun." "Sister Liu." Chi-chi returned with a bamboo cup of water. Seeing the woman's face pale with a hint of blue, purple lips, and her eyes bright and lively, he knew she must have used some special method to save her. He was certain his wife had done something extraordinary. She was kind-hearted but also a bit too bold. In fact, Chi-chi didn't fully understand how powerful Lu Tsai-chuan's supernatural abilities were. With space and spiritual spring water available, even if Chi-chi had malicious plans, she had plenty of time and options to deal with him. So she didn't hide her abilities from Chi-chi intentionally. She just played it cool, pretending to be indifferent, hiding as much as she could, and for as long as she could. As long as Chi-chi didn't ask directly, she would act as if she didn't know. She knew Chi-chi had already figured things out, but he hadn't said anything. Lu Kai-chun was increasingly pleased with her new husband. Such a considerate person was truly rare. It seemed that heaven was finally starting to reward her. Lu Kai-chun and Chi-chi took the Lady Sun to the city and delivered her to the Sun family. Only then did they learn that her husband was Sun Baotou, a local official. Today, Sun Baotou was on duty at the government office. Only his parents and his 15-year-old son, Sun Mao, were at home. A few days ago, Lady Sun had gone back to her parents' house for some matter. Today, she was returning to the city, but unexpectedly, she suddenly had a heart attack on the way. She hadn't brought her medicine, so she thought she was doomed. To everyone's surprise, she survived and returned alive. When Lady Sun told her story, the Sun family was deeply grateful. Especially her son, Sun Mao, who knelt down to thank Lu Kai-chun and Chi-chi. Lu Kai-chun tried to help him up, but Chi-chi had already reached out and firmly helped him to his feet. Sun Mao found himself powerless and stood up involuntarily, feeling surprised inside. Miss Sun and her family warmly invited the two to come inside. "It's just noon, have lunch with us before you go." Lu Kai-chun politely declined, saying she had something to do, and firmly refused. She wasn't used to eating at strangers' homes. After all, she was particular about her food. The Sun family had no choice but to regretfully give up, repeatedly welcoming them to visit next time, and also saying that if they ever needed help, just ask. Lu Kai-chun responded politely and expressed her thanks. At the county office, there are 2 constables. Captain Sun is one of them. The captain of the county is quite an influential figure, similar to a police chief or deputy in modern terms. Within the county, he's quite powerful. Having this connection gave her a bit more sense of security. Maybe it will be useful someday. Lu Kai-chun decided that next time she went to town, she would visit and bring some local specialties to Miss Sun to strengthen their relationship. Today, she was excited and discussed with Chi-Chi about going to a restaurant to enjoy a good meal together. They planned to order some special dishes. Although Lu Kai-chun is an excellent cook, the dishes served at large restaurants are also quite unique and attractive. For example, the Jichuan restaurant in town makes braised chicken with turtle and braised carp, which she particularly likes. Since she was delayed helping someone and just left the Sun family at lunchtime, they went straight to Jichuan restaurant and ordered a table of food to enjoy. Chi-Chi didn't eat much, and Lu Kai-chun suddenly remembered and smiled. These aren't quite to your taste, are they? Sorry, I didn't ask what you like. If you want, I can ask the waiter to add something else. Chi-Chi shook his head. That's fine. I don't have any favorites. Your cooking is better. Lu Kai-chun was very happy. I think the braised turtle and chicken is quite good. I'll try making it at home and let you taste it. Chi-Chi nodded okay. After eating, Lu Kai-chun asked Chi-Chi to go to the east part of town to buy some spices like Sichuan pepper, star anise, and cardamom, while she strolled around the market herself. Chi-Chi knew she was going to buy ingredients and play her usual trick of hiding things, but he didn't say anything and just reminded her to stay safe before leaving. Lu Kai-chun was lucky. Today, the market had turtle for sale. There were 3 stalls with a total of 7 turtles, and she bought all of them, arranging for them to be slaughtered. She also bought tofu, pig's head, pig's feet, pork hock, half a lamb, and 5 rabbits. I want to eat candied pork ribs, braised pig's trotters, roasted lamb leg, and my forever favorite spicy and sour rabbit. As for the whole pig's head, she wants to try steaming a whole pig's head, something she hasn't done since crossing over. First, she splits and prepares the pig's head, then puts it into a large iron pot to boil and remove the smell, then steams it slowly until tender. When eating, she slices it and plates it, preparing dipping sauces. It's soft, fragrant, and sticky, not greasy, offering a different flavor from braised meat. After finishing these, on the way to meet Chi-Chi, she passes by a grain shop. Seeing the long line and noisy crowd, Lu Kai-chun raises an eyebrow. The grain situation really is. She wonders if Miss Chi can help with buying grain. Over at Captain Sun's place, Lu Kai-chun doesn't consider herself that noble. She's using this favor for the villagers. When she meets Chi-Chi, they go together to the Jiyan shop. The shopkeeper sees Lu Kai-chun and pauses, then happily invites them in. Thank heavens, Lady Lu is finally here. Our young lady has been waiting day and night for you. Please sit and rest. I've sent someone to inform her. She'll be here soon. Lu Kai-chun is both surprised and not surprised. She smiles and asks, the jade fragrance frost must be selling well? The shopkeeper sighs with emotion. Not just well, so many young ladies and madams have come asking about it. Those 20 bottles aren't enough. Our young lady kept 3 for herself, but 2 bottles were stubbornly taken by 2 young misses. It broke her heart. If you don't show up soon, she might send people to ask around each village for you. By the way, can you tell me where your home is? It would make things easier if we need to find you later. That's not a secret. Lu Kai-chun laughs easily. Of course. Our home is in Luan village. But I made the jade fragrance frost myself, so it's a secret, okay? Of course. We wouldn't want others to know. The shopkeeper agrees. Otherwise, someone might it. They both smile at each other. That's good. Miss Chi arrives quickly, lively, and smiling like a flower. Lady Lu. After using the jade fragrance frost, her skin became much finer and whiter. She used to get pimples sometimes, needing thick makeup to cover them, but now, she doesn't need to at all. Since she started using the jade fragrance frost, she hasn't had a single pimple again. This skin is smoother and more delicate than a peeled egg. Don't say the maids around her exaggerate about Miss Zhao's skin getting better and more beautiful. Even she herself loves the soft feeling of touching her face. She feels confident, spirited, and happy. In short, she feels great. Lu Kai-chun finally arrived. She is not like a divine healer who saves people. Lu Kai-chun is very straightforward. She took out 60 bottles of jade fragrance cream, which were packed in a basket wrapped with a cloth. All the recent batches are here. Miss Chi looked at the precious bottles, which city ladies and madams would love to away, taken out from a simple basket and wrapped in a plain cloth. She couldn't help but smile faintly, showing a simple, speechless expression. How should I put it? Her mood was quite complicated. I want all 60 bottles. The price can be, no need to add more. 30 taels per bottle. After all, the cost of the bottles and cream was less than 2 taels each. Spirit spring water wasn't included in the cost, making it priceless and costless. Miss Chi felt a bit regretful, but smiled helplessly. She knew Lu Kai-chun had noticed she wanted to pay more and also wanted to increase the supply. Lu Kai-chun politely declined, which also meant she couldn't increase the amount. Miss Chi was honest and didn't ask questions about the formula of jade fragrance cream, even though she was tempted to do so. She was very clever and had a good intuition. If she had asked, future cooperation might have become difficult. Now, this situation was quite good. Not only could she improve her skin, but she could also make a big profit. Their family's rouge shop was already selling jade fragrance cream at 60 taels per bottle. She was very satisfied with getting 60 bottles and planned to keep 10 for herself. She would only tell others she got 30 bottles and sell them slowly. After selling out, she would wait a while before releasing another 20 bottles. Lu Kai-chun said that making jade fragrance cream depended on luck, and sometimes it couldn't be made. She didn't know when the next batch would be ready. If someone else said this, Miss Chi wouldn't believe a word. But when it came to jade fragrance cream, she believed it. If the method of making it wasn't special, how could the effects be so extraordinary? There must be a reason. Miss Chi happily paid 1,800 taels of silver. Lu Kai-chun was very pleased. Now she had over 2,600 taels of silver. She was a small, rich woman. She could buy lots and lots of delicious food. Next time, I will go to the provincial city and visit several luxurious restaurants. I will pack a variety of very expensive dishes. I also want delicious pastries and high-quality ingredients. I want them all. By the way, Miss Chi, I have something I'd like to ask for your help with. Miss Chi is very happy. Oh, sure, Sister Lu, just tell me. Lu Kai-chun feels a bit surprised that she's so happy, but it's better than being unhappy. Miss Chi is naturally happy because she's worried that Lu Kai-chun has no requests. She's happy to ask for help, which will make their relationship closer. That's a good thing. Now, food is hard to buy. Many families in our village want to buy more grain. Do you know if Miss Chi has any channels? You mean your village? Yes. Miss Chi's mood is complicated, but she's very impressed. Sister Lu is really kind. So kind. Even now, she's still thinking about the villagers. These days, grain is indeed hard to buy. The Chi family has some influence, but how much do you need, Sister Lu?
And about the price.
I'm afraid there won't be any discounts. Usually there might be discounts, but now it's impossible. This year's harvest is expected to be much less. Even someone who doesn't farm knows that. Grain prices are the most important issue right now. At this critical time, to buy a large amount of grain at once, you need a lot of influence. No need for discounts, just sell at market price. As for how much, I'll ask around and tell Miss Chi the day after tomorrow. Sister Lu, you're very generous. Kai-chan is very grateful. All right, let's decide the day after tomorrow. Sister Lu, don't be polite. I can't promise I'll succeed, but I'll try. Yes, of course. Anyway, thank you very much, Miss Chi. Haha, I don't dare to accept that. Lu Kai-chun and Chu Chi returned to the village and told Lu Lijing about this. Lu Lijing was very happy, but he didn't want to make a big fuss. Instead of calling everyone together, he just spread the word. By tomorrow night, anyone who needed to buy grain could register at his house. It's just a registration for now. There's no guarantee they'll get the grain. Despite that, villagers eagerly signed up, hoping to try their luck. At such times, everyone wants to find any possible way to get more grain. No one wants to miss out. Even families that already have enough stored still want to buy more, especially those with large households. What if their parents or in-laws run out of grain? If they need to borrow or find out, they can't just ignore it. During times like this, the more grain you have, the better. Lu Kai-chun looked at the long list of names and frowned slightly. Luli was feeling a bit guilty and awkward. She nervously rubbed her hands, smiled bitterly, and said, "Kai-chun, just do your best. Whatever you can get is fine. When you bring it back, I will share it with everyone."
Okay.
Lu Kai-chun nodded in agreement. They had collected too much grain, possibly including some from relatives or family, or maybe they exaggerated the amount they wanted to stockpile. They just wanted to store more, especially since grain prices were rising rapidly, making money seem less valuable. Since that was the case, it was better to exchange the money for solid grain. Lu Kai-chun and Chi-chi went back to the city to find Miss Chi and explained their purpose. Miss Chi smiled and said, "Sister Lu, why not give an approximate number? That way, I can have a clear idea." Lu Kai-chun thought it might be awkward to say the exact amount, as it was quite exaggerated. But Miss Chi had a point. She thought for a moment and said, "Maybe 5 or 6,000 jin of brown rice and black flour." "How much exactly?" Miss Chi was surprised and widened her eyes. Lu Kai-chun helplessly spread her hands. "Most families in our village want grain, so we don't need to be precise. Whatever Miss Chi can get is fine. If some families don't have enough, they will find their own ways. After all, it was just one village." Miss Chi calmed down and understood. "Even our Chi family can't get that much at once. I can probably get about 3,000 jin of brown rice and a little over 2,000 jin of black flour." "That's good, that's quite a lot." "Thank you, Miss Chi." Miss Chi breathed a sigh of relief. You're welcome. As long as Sister Lu doesn't mind the smaller amount." Lu Kai-chun replied, "How could I? It's already a big help." In just a few days, Miss Chi managed to gather the grain. Lu Kai-chun took some trustworthy villagers into the city to transport it. Lu Sheng and his brothers also came. Due to the drought, fresh red chili peppers had been harvested early and were no longer available. Even if they had been, they looked dull and unappealing, so Lu Kai-chun refused them. Not only fresh chili peppers, but also herbs and dyes were no longer accepted. Because of the weather, both the quantity and quality of these items had decreased. These two items relied heavily on appearance, and if they didn't look good, they couldn't be sold. Everyone had to give up, regretfully. Lu Kai-chun said that if suitable items appeared in the future, she would still buy them. Everyone felt more at ease and expressed their gratitude. At least they had secured some support they could rely on. A funny thing happened. People from the Tian and Jing families came again, trying to force Lu Kai-chun to sell. They were so angry that they even threatened her. Lu Lijing was furious. How could he allow outsiders to bully such a good girl like Lu Kai-chun from their village? He led a group of people to chase those two families away. He also scolded Tian and Jing Xiaomei, warning them that if they dared to cause trouble again, they would be expelled from Luan village. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were both angry and resentful. Later, Lu Lijing worriedly told Lu Kai-chun, "They are desperate and reckless now. It looks like things might really get out of control." Lu Kai-chun had nothing to say. There was no way around it. Only Aunt In and Aunt Lu still processed chili peppers every day, so they still earned some money. Aunt Lu's family was very grateful to Lu Kai-chun. They treated her like a lifesaver, giving her their full thanks. Their family was large and very poor. Without Lu Kai-chun, they wouldn't have saved enough money to buy grain. They might have already been hopeless and waiting to starve. Now, their family had become one of the wealthier households in the village. They even followed Lu Caichun's advice to repair their house. They built a stone wall around the yard, replacing the old bamboo fence, and installed a sturdy wooden door. They brought grain back to the village. Lu Lijing asked the village elders to distribute the grain fairly, selling it at the original price to each household based on their situation. Not everyone received grain. Some families had already stored a lot and had fewer people, so they didn't get any. But 36 households still needed to buy more. Although they bought a lot of grain, the more families shared it, the less it seemed. Still, everyone thought this was a great thing. Whether they received grain or not, they were all very grateful to Lu Kai-chun. Today, she helped everyone, and that was enough. Being able to gather so much grain at this time was already impressive. The 36 families received anywhere from about 80 jin to 160 jin, and combined with their original purchases, the potatoes, cassava, and other crops grown with water looked healthy and promising. They could save money by eating frugally until next year's harvest. Maybe next spring, with plenty of rain, fresh wild vegetables, mushrooms, and bamboo shoots, everyone could make money again. The whole village felt mostly at ease. Although the women worried about their families back home, and the men about their in-laws and married sisters, no one was a fairy. What could they do? When the time comes, I will do what I can to help. If I can't, there's nothing I can do. Anyway, I have to take care of my own family first. But every village has a few ungrateful people. Lu San's family is wealthy and has stored enough grain early on, so they didn't get any this time. That's okay. Their family isn't worried. But Yang Xiaoyan feels very uncomfortable inside. Her husband's family doesn't need help, but her own family does. A few days ago, her mother even sent her a message, asking her to find a way to buy more grain. Now, buying grain in the city is hard. People are waiting in long lines, and the grain shops have very little stock each day, often running out before she can get there. Where can she find a way to get some? She is anxious and secretly annoyed that her family didn't stock up earlier. Only when things got bad did they start storing grain. She doesn't know what to say about that. While Lu Lijing was registering everyone, Yang Xiaoyan happily signed up for 500 jin. She even planned in her mind that once the grain was delivered, she would find a way to bring it home first. As for the money to buy the grain, she would owe it for now and pay it back slowly later. Her older brother is sure to pass the imperial exam and become a scholar, so their family won't lack money once he succeeds. Once the grain is bought and brought home, even if they don't pay immediately, it's okay, right? Lu Kai-chun is so capable. What's wrong with paying up front? But, unexpectedly, she didn't get any grain at all. While others were collecting their share, Yang Xiaoyan was watching and feeling angrier and angrier. She couldn't help but complain loudly. What's the use of just a few dozen or 100 jin? Kai-chun is so capable. Why doesn't she help buy more? She can buy thousands of jin easily. If she tries harder and asks her boss, can't she buy more? Lu Shantian immediately slapped his thigh and shouted, "That's right. Kai-chun is talented. Why not help the villagers more? We're not asking for charity, right? We're paying for it." Lu Xuantian's family is stingy with money. When others started storing grain early, they mocked them for being foolish. Later, when grain prices rose, they hesitated and didn't want to buy, waiting for prices to drop. But prices kept rising, and they bought at the most expensive time. They rushed to the city early every morning to buy, fighting for a spot in line. Half the time, they couldn't even get any. They were so angry inside. This time, they registered and received 120 jin. However, when I count, it's simply not enough. Going to queue again at home is tiring and troublesome, and the main problem is, we might not even get in line. Plus, prices might go up again and again. This time, the village registered that their family took 600 jin. They had the same idea as Yang Xiaoyan to get some grain first, pay part of the money, and owe the rest for now. They even planned carefully. Once they buy the grain, why would they leave it to spoil or rot? Since it's all within the same village, they aren't worried about debts not being paid back. Of course, they will acknowledge the debt, but when they will pay it back is unknown. Lu Shantian never expected that not only 600 jin, but even 120 jin must be paid for in cash when taken, or else not a single grain can be taken away. He felt very frustrated. If he could buy it elsewhere, he wouldn't want it at all. When Yang Xiaoyan started shouting, he immediately followed. Several families, who had also stored grain, were a bit slower than others, but now they were just as anxious. Their words hit right at their hearts, and their eyes lit up. Yes, yes, we're all from the same village. At times like this, we should help each other as much as possible. This amount of grain is really not enough. Old village chief, maybe you can talk to Kai-chan again and ask her to help us out. Yes, she's so capable, she can definitely do it. Please, we're begging you. Lu Lijing frowned, and his anger started to rise. Many people secretly sneered, cursing their ungratefulness in their hearts, but since they were all from the same village, it was hard to criticize others openly. Otherwise, they'd be scolded with. What does that have to do with you? Mind your own business. Lu Lijing sneered coldly. Do you think grain is easy to buy right now? You all have gone early and late to queue in the city. Don't you know what the situation outside the grain shops is? Kai-chan managing to buy so much already helps enough. Yet you don't thank her at all, and instead, you make things difficult.
How shameless are you?
Several people looked embarrassed, their faces reddening. But Lu Shuntian still smiled playfully. Brother village chief, that's not what I mean. Since Kai-chan has this ability, why can't she help us? We're all from the same village. She made so much money. She can't just ignore our lives and deaths, right? Besides, she doesn't have to do anything special, just ask. She knows the big merchants in the city. Look, she can get thousands of jin easily. If she speaks well and asks for a couple of tens of thousands of jin, why not?
Young Xiaoyan, Exley.
Unless she refuses. She's too unwilling to help with even this small favor. It's really unkind. Honestly, it's because she looks down on us and doesn't want to help. Village chief, please help us talk to her. Maybe it will work? Yeah, give it a try. Maybe it will work. She has ways to get things done, but we really have nothing. Please, village chief. Village chief, I beg you. Several people, influenced by these two, couldn't help but feel sorry and started pleading. Aunt Six couldn't hold back and spat. People are never satisfied, always wanting more. I've seen enough today. That's why I say, kindness can turn into hatred. These folks are never happy. I think Kai-chan shouldn't help you. Someone took the lead, and many others nodded in agreement. It's just greed. Why should Kai-chan get involved? She doesn't have to. Who knows, if she helps, she might get into trouble instead. Forcing her to ask for help sounds nice, but look at how much food prices have gone up. Do you think it's easy to ask for favors? If one time doesn't work, you try again. Maybe 3 or 4 times. You're just afraid Kai-chan will offend someone and refuse. Kai-chan is honest.
She helps when asked.
What more do you want? If she could ask for more, wouldn't she? I really don't understand you all. So frustrating. Yang Xiaoyan, angry and embarrassed, glared fiercely. You all talk without thinking. What does it have to do with you? Did I ask you to speak? Did I ask for your favors? If we don't try, how will we know if it works? Who knows if Lu Kai-chan has a backup plan?
Lu Shuntian, exactly.
If it works, she'll get the grain. Aren't you all benefiting too? Why are you rushing to criticize us? It's not like you don't want the grain. This is clearly good for everyone. If you don't help, fine, but don't hold us back. Yang Xiaoyan, if that's the case, then when we get the grain, don't share it with you. Aunt Six spat again, full of disgust. Talking to people like you, I really have nothing more to say. Village Chief Lu sneered. If you have the ability, go talk to her yourself. I won't do it anymore. I have my pride. I can't afford to lose face. Yang Xiaoyan suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Lu Shuntian, stubborn as ever, loudly shouted. You're the village chief. Why shouldn't you take care of us? Isn't that right? Really? Village Chief Lu looked at Lu Shuntian and slowly said, How about this? Why don't I let you be the village chief instead? Lu Shuntian was momentarily stunned and smiled playfully. Oh, come on, that's not what I meant. Lu Lijing coldly shouted, People waiting in line for grain, pay first and then take the grain. If it's not enough, you can leave. Unrelated people, don't block the way. Move along, all of you. Hurry up. Lu Shuntian and Yang Xiaoyan didn't dare go to Lu Saichuan's house to ask for more grain, afraid of getting beaten. Instead, they encouraged others who still needed grain to go. even telling them to kneel outside Lu Saichun's yard and beg her, crying and pleading, to agree, or they wouldn't get up. Unfortunately, no one went. At first, Lu Kaichun didn't know about this, and rushed over angrily, telling her everything with exaggerated details. Only then did Lu Kaichun realize, and she couldn't help but sneer. Don't be angry. Those heartless people, just ignore them. Lu Kaichun was a bit angry, but it didn't matter much. After all, there are many such people in the end times.
She was used to it.
It wasn't surprising anymore. Back then, some even hated her as if she were their mortal enemy, because she only cared about escaping and didn't sacrifice herself to save others' parents. Those parents were bitten by monsters and died. Compared to those oddballs, this was nothing. I definitely won't be angry. Those two families just don't get along with me, so I don't bother with them. Yes, ignore them. Anyway, most people in our village still remember your kindness. That was natural, since most people in the world are still decent. Lu Kaichun planned to go to the provincial city soon. First, to see if the drought there was as severe. Second, to sell her stored goods. Third, to buy supplies in bulk. She wanted to buy delicious food, raw materials for Yufu Shuang, and do a big shopping for tools like hoes, sickles, and knives. These could be used as weapons in emergencies, better than sticks or stones. Who knew if chaos would break out later? Before heading to the city, Lu Kaichun planned to visit the deep mountains. She wasn't afraid before, and now with Chuchio, she was even less worried. Her space ability was just a thin barrier, and she wasn't afraid of it breaking. Chuchio hadn't asked before, wasn't asking now, and probably wouldn't ask in the future. She wanted to see if there were any good things in the mountains. Who wouldn't want more silver? Maybe she'd get lucky and find a couple of small ginseng or polygonum. Even things like tianma or huangjing are valuable. At worst, Chuchio was skilled in martial arts and could hunt some wild game. During this season, there seemed to be quite a few wild fruits in the mountains. Anyway, she just wanted to go for a trip. Lu Daegu was surprised and couldn't help but advise, the mountains are quite dangerous. We don't lack food or drink now, so why go into the mountains? What if something happens? She didn't say this out loud because it sounded unlucky. Her expression clearly showed her concern. Lu Kaichun smiled and was about to speak when Chuki said, "It's okay, Aunt. My wife wants to go, and I'll be there. I will protect her." Isn't that dangerous? It's still risky. I'm not afraid. Do you want to think about it again? Lu Daegu almost rolled her eyes. She thought Chuki was talking nonsense. Was it a matter of being afraid or not? It's clearly about danger. What does not afraid mean? That everything will be fine? Showing off in front of his wife isn't like that. Lu Kaichun smiled and said, "Aunt, don't worry, really, it's fine." Chuki says he's not afraid, so he's definitely not afraid. Chuki is very capable, but look at how easily he kicks. Lu Daegu. Thinking about how Chuki kicked, Lu Daegu couldn't argue back. It was very relaxed, like kicking a small stone. She couldn't persuade them, so she gave up. That day, just as the sky on the eastern horizon was turning pale, Lu Kaichun and Chuki set out. They traveled under the stars and moon. Because she had been there before, Lu Kaichun remembered the way easily and led the way smoothly. Last time, they were clueless and a bit nervous, but this time, they knew the route well, and with Chuki's protection, Lu Kaichun felt much braver. Not only was she not afraid, but she also felt excited and hopeful. They talked happily with Chuki along the way about how to enter the mountain and what to do. Chuki kept nodding and replying with an yes, Hall, good, Xing, okay, and so on, listening attentively. The two of them worked well together. At noon, they ate boiled eggs and 3 flavor meat buns they brought from home. By late afternoon, they reached the cave where Lu Kaichun had stayed overnight before. This cave is quite big and hidden. It's safe at night. How about staying here overnight?
Good.
Chuki nodded without any objection. He had no problem with it, and Lu Kaichun was still a little hesitant. With one more person, there was less space for mats, bedding, and other supplies, which was a bit disappointing to think about. Although the window paper is almost transparent, it is still just window paper. If she suddenly changes the bedding, everything would be exposed. She doesn't want that and prefers to pretend to be naive. She only brought 2 blankets in the basket, so she has to make do. I'll go cut some branches, and you go to the opposite hill to gather more thatch for sleeping tonight.
Okay.
Chi quickly went off without saying more. Lu Kai-chun took out a big bowl of fried small crispy fish and fried meatballs from the space, placing them in the small pot inside the basket. They could eat for 2 days. She also brought rice, a small pot, and chili sauce, enough to make porridge. Plain porridge with crispy fish and chili sauce would be good too. They had a quiet night without talking. In the morning, they woke up to cheerful, clear bird songs. Lu Kai-chun felt pretty good. Last night, she slept on thick branches and soft thatch, and she didn't feel the backache she expected. Feeling well-fed and happy, Lu Tsai-chun's simple and honest nature showed.
Good morning.
Seeing Chi also get up, Lu Kai-chun stretched lazily and smiled brightly at him. Chi paused for a moment, then nodded and smiled back. Good morning, wife. Hee, good morning to you too. She was used to calling him husband all day, and her heartbeat seemed to flutter a little when she did. They cooked porridge and heated tea eggs for breakfast.
How is it?
Is it enough? Yes, it's fine. That's good, that's good. Lu Kai-chun wasn't worried about food. The space had plenty of delicious food, hot and ready, with many varieties. They couldn't possibly finish it all, so she could casually share some tasty extras with Chi. She only ate a little of the simple breakfast herself, being polite and refined, and generously gave most to Chi. She even felt a little guilty. After all, Chi didn't get extra food. How about you go hunting, husband? There are many animals in these mountains. You go find some prey, and I'll look around for mountain goods. We can split up. Chi frowned slightly. I don't think that's a good idea. The mountains are dangerous. We should stay together. But I don't feel comfortable leaving you alone. Lu Kai-chun tried to persuade him again but couldn't change his mind. She sighed inwardly. He was too clingy. Fine, they would go together today. It was a good chance for her to look around and secretly note down where good things were, so she could find a way to go alone later. Otherwise, how could she hide things in the space? All right, we'll go together today.
Yes.
Should I choose the direction?
Yes.
Since we're going hunting, of course, we should head into the deep valley and forest. Lu Kai-chun chose the northeast direction. Chi had no objections, so the two of them set out one after the other. Before leaving, Chi specially made a bow and arrows. Although they were made of bamboo and wood, they were very sharp. Along the way, Lu Kai-chun kept scanning the surroundings with sharp eyes. Opportunities are rare, and she couldn't afford to waste them. In these deep mountains, it's not easy to come here often. Of course, they had to search carefully and not miss anything. After all, if there's something good, they have the ability to gather it all, right? Although there was a drought outside, the deep mountains weren't too affected. The plants didn't look as lush and green as before, and the streams didn't seem to have much water. But there was still some water. Unlike outside, where small streams had dried up long ago, and large sections of rivers passing through the village had stopped flowing. The water in the dams was uncertain how long it would last. Lu Kai-chun hadn't found any treasures yet, but Chi had already made a harvest.
Whoosh!
A sharp blade sliced through the air. Lu Kai-chun was startled. Before she could ask what was happening, she heard the flapping of a wild chicken falling to the ground. No need to ask anymore. Wow, Chi, you're so amazing. Lu Kai-chun happily followed the sound and caught a wild chicken that had been shot with an arrow and died. Its colorful feathers were very beautiful, and it was quite large, weighing about 3 jin, around 1.5 kilograms. Chi smiled. There should be quite a few prey in these mountains. Yes, let's keep going. The good luck seemed to continue. Or maybe it was because Chi-chi's eyesight and archery skills were so excellent, every shot hit its target. In the next hour or so, Lu Kai-chun happily collected wild chickens and rabbits. She had almost filled her basket with 8 chickens and 7 rabbits. She quietly put 3 chickens and 3 rabbits into her space. Chi didn't ask, and if he did, she would pretend not to know. Let's see if he dares to break the silence. In the forest ahead, 7 or 8 wild deer appeared. Both of them were very happy. These were real good prey. Deer are cautious by nature, but at this moment, there were no obstacles within shooting range around them. Both of them had to wait patiently. Delicious deer meat was worth such waiting. This tracking took more than half an hour. Until the herd entered a valley, Chi-Chi finally found a good opportunity to strike. The arrow shot swiftly, hitting a tall male deer and causing it to fall. Lu Kai-chun was very happy and was about to rush forward when another arrow flew out, hitting the hind leg of another fleeing deer. The injured deer screamed but kept running, though its speed slowed down. Chi-Chi didn't hesitate and chased after it. Lu Kai-chun was stunned. Her husband's skill was really impressive. She was originally nervous, thinking that catching one deer was already a great achievement. Even if she didn't, it was just a bit disappointing and a waste of time. She didn't blame him. Wild deer are hard to hunt. But she didn't expect him to catch two. Joyfully, Lu Kai-chun ran forward to grab the first deer, which weighed about 100 jin. Very good. She dragged the deer to the shade of a tree to wait. As she looked around casually, she suddenly stopped. In the weeds about 20 or 30 meters ahead, she saw a vine crawling and twisting. Could it be a watermelon? Lu Kai-chun was excited and hurried over. It really is a watermelon. The round watermelon wasn't very big, about the size of a regular cantaloupe sold in fruit shops, but it was definitely a watermelon. Eating a sweet, juicy watermelon in summer would be so delicious. While Chi-Chi hadn't returned yet, Lu Kai-chun quickly picked the watermelon and placed it into her space. Fortunately, her space had many baskets, so she could fill them freely. Picking the watermelon wasn't enough. She also pulled up the watermelon vine. If she brought it back and planted it herself, she'd have endless watermelons. With the spiritual spring water, she wasn't worried about the survival rate not being 100%. Lu Kai-chun picked 2 big baskets of watermelons and pulled up about 30 vines. Chi-Chi returned. She saw him carrying a smaller wild deer on his shoulder, which was a bit smaller than the first one but still weighed around 60 or 70 jin. Chi-Chi. There are watermelons here. Chi-Chi looked up at her, put down the deer, and came over. Lu Kai-chun picked a large one and smiled. Perfect for quenching our thirst. Let's see if it's sweet.
Okay.
He casually cut the watermelon with a knife, splitting it into 2 halves. The green skin and red flesh looked fresh and juicy, with many seeds. Biting into it, the sweet, juicy flavor and the fresh melon aroma filled the air. Watermelon, such a long-missed taste. Lu Kai-chun almost felt like crying with happiness. She loved fruits and wanted to have a little of everything. Is it sweet? Very sweet. Let's pick more. We can plant the seeds at home. If we take good care of them, maybe we'll have a harvest this year. As for whether the seeds can sprout, it's not really a problem since she already has vines in her space. Chi-Chi nodded. Okay. Since they could only carry so much openly, they couldn't pick too many watermelons. The 2 of them chose the larger ones and picked about 10 before stopping. Lu Kai-chun couldn't resist quietly adding a basket and about 10 vines into the space. This trip was truly fruitful. Her basket was filled with game and a few watermelons, and a large sack held half a watermelon. They tied 2 sturdy mountain vines around 2 small deer and chopped a thick wooden stick. Chi-Chi carried one on each shoulder. He looked at Lu Kai-chun with some worry. Are you sure you can carry those watermelons and game? If not, I can carry the basket. Lu Kai-chun couldn't bear to refuse. She was not someone helpless. No need, I can do it. Let's go back quickly.
All right.
If you're tired, just say so, and we'll stop to rest. Yes, you too. Chi-Chi thought for a moment, and then understood. She meant that if he was tired, he would also stop to rest.
He smiled, okay.
Back at the temporary cave, he looked up at the sun and guessed it was around 3 p.m. He was very hungry. Lu Kai-chun planned to cook 2 wild chickens, one to stew in a pot, and the other to grill on a stick. Chi-Chi went to gather firewood, while she went to the creek to clean, pluck, and remove feathers from the chickens. The smell attracted a bunch of tiny fish, finger-sized. Frying those small fish in flour and oil would be delicious, but it was inconvenient to prepare, so they had to pass on it regretfully. They lit a fire and cooked the wild chickens, one stew and one grilled. Lu Kai-chun asked Chi-Chi to do it and took a casual walk up the nearby mountain, using an excuse. She mainly wanted to check out 2 jujube trees, one big and one small. The big one's trunk was about the size of a bowl, and the smaller one was slightly larger than a fist. Both trees were lush, with branches full of green jujubes about the size of peanuts. Imagine what they'd look like when fully ripe in late autumn. Lu Kai-chun didn't want to wait for them to ripen. She wanted to take the trees and the fruit now. She dug up both jujube trees and put them into her space. She planned to plant them back at home. She also saw 2 hawthorn trees laden with fruit and decided to dig those up too. Next spring, she planned to buy more fruit trees. Soon, they could have fresh fruit whenever they wanted. Since they had already hunted a wild deer the day before, they couldn't keep it for long. They decided to stay one more day and leave early the next morning. The next day, Chi-Chi hunted many wild chickens, rabbits, and a muntjac. Lu Kai-chun was both happy and worried. Should they still keep the space a secret? Lu Kai-chun was lucky today. She changed direction and found about 10 kiwi plants. The fruit is fuzzy and looks dull and unattractive, but when ripe, it's really good to eat. She broke off many branches with fruit and stored them in her space. Kiwi can be propagated by cuttings. After 3 days in the mountains, the 2 of them returned fully loaded. They decided to go into town and sell some of their game. They sold a deer, about 10 wild chickens, and some rabbits, earning over 4 taels of silver. They still kept a smaller deer, some rabbits, and chickens for themselves. Lu Kai-chun didn't ask how they stored the meat. She knew there was a cellar. As a grown man, he wouldn't need to see the cellar himself. After some effort, they returned home, and it was already dark. When they knocked on the door, Lu Daega's cautious voice was heard. "Who is it?" Lu Kai-chun cheerfully replied, "Aunt, we're back." Almost immediately, the door opened, and Lu Daega smiled, "Finally back. Come in quickly." She hurried to take the basket from Lu Saichun's back while saying, "How is it? Everything okay?" "Oh, what's this? Wild sheep? Oh, and there are wild chickens and rabbits in the basket too." Lu Daegu couldn't stop smiling. Lu Kai-chun loved lively, cheerful atmospheres. She also smiled and said, "That's not a wild sheep, it's a wild deer. My husband is really good, he caught 2 deer. The bigger one was sold in town. These wild chickens and rabbits are also caught by him. We're all lucky. And look, there's even a wild watermelon under the basket. It's so sweet." Lu Daegu's eyes widened. "Deer? Really? I've never seen one. And watermelons? What's that? It must be something good. Watermelons are very sweet, with seeds. We'll plant some, and in the future, we'll always have watermelons to eat." After putting down the things, Lu Kai-chun cut a big watermelon. Lu Daega tasted it and was amazed. "So sweet. It's so sweet. Hee, there are many good things in the mountains. No wonder it's in the mountains. It's really good, really good." While eating watermelon, they boiled water. After the water was ready, Lu Kai-chun and Chi-Chi couldn't wait to go take a bath. Lu Daega hurried to prepare food for them. They didn't leave any dinner for them, and there weren't many vegetables left. They just made some dumpling soup with eggs. After bathing and feeling clean and refreshed, a bowl of dumpling soup made them feel warm and at home again. They couldn't keep the wild deer, so they burned water overnight, slaughtered it, cut it into pieces, and stored it in jars. The cellar was nominally used for storage, but in fact, all the goods were stored in Lu Saichun's space. After killing a deer weighing about 70 or 80 jin, there was plenty of meat. The internal organs were cleaned overnight. Delicious food indeed. Once these tasks were finished, and the blood in the yard was washed away completely, the eastern horizon was faintly turning white, and dawn was approaching. Lu Kai-chun and Aunt Lu were both so tired they could hardly keep their eyes open. Aunt Lu yawned 3 or 4 times, tears in her eyes, and said vaguely, "Go to sleep quickly. Sleep until you wake up naturally. I'll take care of feeding the chickens and pigs. When I get up, I'll cook rice and maybe fry a chicken. You can eat as soon as you get up. Lu Kai-chun replied, no need to cook rice. Cut the chicken into pieces and make chicken porridge. Cook it longer, it will taste much better.
All right.
Add some green onions? Of course, Seventh had no objections. His wife said the food would be delicious, so it must be good. He hurried back to his room, flopped onto the soft bed, and relaxed completely, stretching his limbs. Soon, he fell into a sweet, peaceful sleep. Aunt Lu slept for about an hour and a half before waking up to feed the pigs and chickens. While boiling chicken porridge, she was washing clothes in the yard when someone knocked on the door. She responded and went to open it. Seeing the visitor outside, Aunt Lu's mind suddenly went blank with a buzzing sound. She was stunned and forgot to speak. She never thought she would see her ungrateful adopted son again. No, her former adopted son. And she certainly didn't expect him to come knocking at her door. Bai Xiaoman, dressed in patched, dull, and shabby clothes, saw Aunt Lu and was so happy she exclaimed, "Mother." Aunt Lu. She felt no happiness or relief, only disgust and resistance. Although she was forced to adopt Bai Xiaoman at first, once the adoption was a fact, she had hoped to accept it and move on. But in the end, she had been mistaken. Her care, her hope, and her sincerity had only brought her humiliation and mockery. She was trapped in despair, powerless and in pain. The ungrateful son, influenced and incited by his biological parents, saw her as an enemy. There was only hatred, no kindness or gratitude. That mother sounded so unfamiliar. She had raised him for so many years, but this was the first time she heard him call her mother so sincerely. And now, she was no longer his mother. How ironic. Aunt Lu took a step back and said, "Don't call me that. I'm not your mother." Bai Xiaoman didn't care about this. "Mother, you raised me. Of course, you are my mother. I was foolish before, but now I know my mistakes. I will be a good son and honor you in the future. Mother, please give me another chance. I promise I will take good care of you from now on." Bai Xiaoman said this while trying to enter the yard, his eyes full of shock and greed. When he returned to his biological parents, he was actually very happy to finally get what he wanted. But he also didn't think about how, years ago, his real parents had given him up for their own benefit. Could they truly welcome him back sincerely? If he brought back some property, that might be okay. But he came empty-handed, nothing but an empty stomach. His parents, 2 brothers, and 2 sisters-in-law wouldn't welcome him. Poverty makes family life hard, and the same goes for father and son. Happy Bai Xiaoman was soon disliked by the family. He did the most work, ate the least, and was scolded every day. His parents often called him stupid and useless, saying he hadn't gained any benefits all these years. Now, as an adult, how could he still come back to eat free rice? He felt very wronged. Every day, he was forced to work in the fields and mountains, much more tiring than when he was with his adoptive mother. So, why was he just eating free rice? Whenever he tried to defend himself, his mother would cry and scold him for being unfilial. His father and brothers also scolded him, calling him a troublemaker. Since he returned, the family hadn't had a peaceful day. Especially this year, after a severe drought, everyone panicked and tried to stockpile grain. The price of grain soared, and it became hard to buy. He became even more disliked by the family, seen as a thorn in their side. Recently, by chance, he learned that his adoptive mother was living very well. His parents were tempted and advised him kindly to go to his adoptive mother. They also treated him better and hinted that he should get some benefits from his adoptive mother before returning home. Doesn't she want a son to care for her in old age? Isn't her niece less important than her son? Please ask her nicely and say some good words. She will surely forgive you. She raised you all these years. The bond between mother and son must be strong. If you go back, she will be happy and will definitely accept you. After all, when she gets old, who will take care of her? It will have to be you. I heard she now lives in a big house with blue bricks and tiles. owns over 100 acres of land, and makes a lot of money selling goods. She lives a very comfortable life. You're going to enjoy life there. Such a good opportunity, don't miss it. Of course, my parents also don't want to see you leave. They wish you could stay with us, but they also don't want to hold back your future. We are family, connected by blood, so even if we don't live together, we are still linked. Remember to visit often and take care of your parents. Otherwise, they will worry about you. If someone bullies you, they can stand up for you. Don't you think so? When Bai Xiaoman heard that his foster mother was living a good life, he immediately felt excited. He nodded politely to his parents' words, but secretly sneered. Once he and his foster mother reconcile, he would never look at them the same way again. Do they think he's still as easy to trick as when he was a child? He has seen through them. They don't truly care about him. They are just using him. Now that his foster mother has money and a good life, it's foolish of him to share his wealth with them. Bai Xiaoman couldn't wait to arrive. Seeing the tall walls and grand courtyard, thinking he was about to become the owner here, he felt so happy he almost floated. When the big gate opened and he saw the courtyard paved with blue bricks and the tall, impressive house, his heart raced with joy. He had finally made it. Bai Xiaoman was rich. Lu Degu was startled when he saw him trying to go inside. He quickly stopped him and scolded, "Stop. What are you doing?" Bai Xiaoman felt annoyed but pretended to look pitiful at Lu Degu, speaking with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Mom, I'm your son. Why won't you let me in? Can't we talk inside?" Lu Degu felt sick at the thought and almost vomited. At this moment, she deeply regretted raising such a shameless person. Was this really the child she raised? No, it wasn't her doing. It was his biological parents who raised him. "I'm not your mom. You've got the wrong person. My mother is in Baishir village. My family doesn't welcome you. You are my mother. They are not.
You raised me.
I was confused before, but I promise I won't be anymore. Mom, please give me another chance. I want to take care of you in your old age. What will you do if you have no children? People will mock you and bully you." Lu Dega sneered, "I am no longer part of the Bai family. Your family records already show you've gone back to your biological parents.
You don't need to worry about me.
Just leave now. I have work to do, and you're blocking the way." "I won't leave, Mother. I know you're still angry with me. We've been mother and son for so many years. I know your kind at heart. How could you really not recognize me? If you're still upset, just hit me. Hit me if it makes you feel better." White Xiaoman said, bang, as he lightly slapped his own face twice. "Hit me just to make you feel better. Do whatever you want." Aunt Lu was startled and froze in place. Taking advantage of her moment of surprise, White Xiaoman quickly slipped past her and ran into the yard. "Stop right there." Aunt Lu was both shocked and angry. She hurried to pull him back. But her strength was no match for White Xiaoman. He forcefully pushed her away, making her stumble, and then he sped up, running into the main hall. Lu Kaichun loved spacious, bright, and open rooms. The 3 main rooms and 2 courtyards were very wide, with large windows. All the furniture in the hall was made of fresh pine wood. There was a big table, a long desk, chairs, stools, and a carved, painted cabinet under the window. On top of the cabinet, there were 2 elegant blue and white porcelain vases filled with wildflowers she had picked from the mountains, purple, red, vibrant, and lively. This home was full of richness and warmth, something White Xiaoman had never seen before. Thinking about it becoming his home, everything belonging to him, White Xiaoman couldn't help but smile widely. "This house is really nice, haha, very nice." White Xiaoman touched and patted the back of a chair on the left side of the big table. The smooth, new wooden surface felt wonderful, and he liked it very much. Aunt Lu was furious and pushed him away forcefully.
"Get out."
"Hey!" White Xiaoman was suddenly pushed and staggered, startled. Instinctively, he glared at Aunt Lu fiercely. When he realized what happened, he quickly changed his expression, grinning and acting cheeky. "Mother, what are you doing? We're mother and son. I'll take care of you in old age." Aunt Lu sneered coldly. "No need. White Xiaoman, do you still have any shame? As long as you forgive me, mother, I'll do anything. You used to love me so much. Don't you still feel the bond between mother and son? I don't believe you're so heartless. Mother, even if your niece from your family is good, she's still an outsider. I heard she married into a wealthy family and will have her own children someday. She'll start to look down on you. I need to stay by your side to support you. You? Support me? Ladaga seemed to hear a big joke. Don't flatter yourself. You think I like seeing you doing well now and want to take advantage?
Dream on.
None of this has anything to do with you. Stop hoping for it. Mother. Ladaga was so angry she stormed out, grabbing a stick leaning against the wall and swinging it at Baixioman.
Get out. Leave now.
At first, Baixioman tried to be polite, saying, Mother, if you're still upset, hit me if you want. But after taking several hits and seeing Ladaga's fierce attitude, he was afraid he might get hit on the head or face too. He had to beg for mercy and back away awkwardly, being chased out of the yard by Ladagu. Ladagu slammed the door shut with a loud bang and leaned against it, gasping heavily. She was not sad but furious. Such bad luck. Mother! Mother! Baixioman kept knocking on the door, but Ladagu ignored him. Feeling both angry and resentful, Baixioman refused to leave. Seeing someone come to fetch water in the village, he knelt outside the door and loudly said, Mother, if you won't forgive your son, I won't get up. Gossip always spreads quickly from the front of the village to the back, especially when it's exciting news. It's like giving everyone a shot of adrenaline, making their dull lives more interesting. Who doesn't love to watch? That's Ladaga's adopted son? The one from Bayong village? Oh, he looks quite pitiful. Look at his clothes. It seems he's not doing well. I remember my son went with Kai-chun and Ladagu to Bayong village to settle something. That boy was so arrogant back then, always talking about how much he respected his real parents, not caring about Ladagu at all. But now, TSK, it seems he's not doing well at his biological parents' place either. That's obvious. If he were doing well, he wouldn't be here. Not necessarily. Even if he's doing fine with his real parents, can he compare to Ladaga now? That's true. His plans are really clever. Do you think Ladaga will forgive him? Who knows? After so many years of raising him, she probably has some feelings. Yang Xiaoyan, Lisanai, Zheng Xiaomei, and others also came to watch the scene. They felt proud to see trouble at Lakayakan's house, eager to see her family embarrass themselves. But from what everyone was saying, it was quite different from what they wanted to see, and they felt a bit disappointed. Lu Sanai loudly said, Do you think Lu Kai-chun might not want Lu Dagu and Bai Xiaoman to recognize each other as mother and son? If that's true, that's really unkind. They've shared over 10 years of mother-son feelings. The young man even came to kneel, showing sincerity. Isn't that enough?
Yang Xiaoyan replied, Extly.
If that's not enough, then he's too heartless. It's better to resolve conflicts than to create them. Be kind and leave a little room for understanding. Breaking up their mother-son relationship is really harmful. Zheng Xiaomei deliberately smiled. Kai-chun probably isn't that bad. Maybe she's testing the young man? That's just too unfair. Isn't Lu Kai-chun usually like that? The young man is pitiful. Lu Dagu is the same. Forcing her adopted son into this state. Sigh. So heartless. Truly heartless. The three kept criticizing Lu Kai-chun and blaming Lu Dagu. Anne scoffed, Stop talking so much. Why would such a unkind adopted son come here? If he's so devoted to his biological parents, why bother with an adoption? Lu Dagu sent him back to his real parents, and now he's coming back to bother them. How shameless. Exactly. She's just after Lu Dagu's good life now, trying to get something for nothing. Dream on. There's no such good deal in the world. But it's not like that. If he came, it means he's changed. Doesn't Lu Dagu want her son to grow old with her? Lu Kai-chun shouldn't block their mother-son recognition. I think so too. How do you know Kai-chun is blocking? Did you see or hear? Can I guess? They've been mother and son for so many years. How could Lu Dagu not feel pain? If you raised a treacherous wolf, a blood-related wolf, would you feel sad? What are you saying? Can you even speak properly? Why can't I say what I think just because you started? Everyone around quickly stepped in to stop the nearly fighting Aunt En and Lu Sen-nai. Lu Saichuan's house door remained shut, coldly blocking the inside from the outside. Bai Xiaoman occasionally shouted for her mother, but no response came. Lu Degu definitely heard it and was furious. This persistent ghost. She wanted to go out and scold her, but was worried about making too much noise and waking Lu Kaichun and Chi-Chi, so she held back. Chi-Chi woke early, ate something, then went to the backyard to fetch water and tend to the potatoes and vegetable garden. Lu Degu felt very pleased. What a good nephew-in-law. Hardworking. Until noon, Lu Kaichun finally got up. Wild chicken meat porridge was especially delicious, with the aroma of rice blending with the scent of meat. She sprinkled some chopped green onions and crushed peanuts on top, and served it with sweet and spicy radish kimchi. Lu Kaichun ate 2 large bowls in one go. Aunt Lu then told her about Bai Xiaoman causing trouble, sounding annoyed. That scoundrel is really shameless. He actually knelt at the door and refused to leave. It made me so angry. Lu Kaichun sneered. If he likes kneeling, let him kneel. After enough, he will leave on his own. People like him. Arguing with him is almost respectful. All right, I'll listen to you. Aunt Lu gained confidence and never thought Lu Kaichun was wrong. Watching eagerly for the show, the villagers saw Lu Saichuan's house with the door tightly shut. There was nothing interesting to see, so they soon left. Bai Xiaoman was furious inside, cursing that the yard was too high and the door too sturdy. If the people inside knew so many villagers were watching outside, they definitely wouldn't ignore it. If only the door was open, there would be hope. What is this now? Kneeling on the ground was very painful and miserable. Without supervision, who would endure that? Bai Xiaoman looked from afar and saw him kneeling there, but he was actually leaning sideways in a sitting position, so his knees wouldn't be hurt. The sun grew hotter. Bai Xiaoman shifted several times. Seeing the shadow disappear, he had no choice but to crawl away in frustration. Mother! Mother! Open the door. Open the door for your son. Your son is here to show filial piety. He was unwilling to continue knocking the door, but there was still no response. Bai Xiaoman felt dizzy and stuck between going forward or back. He didn't want to go home now. After thinking for a moment, he limped over to Lu Lao's house. It was lunchtime. Bai Xiaoman was not polite at all. He went in with a guilty face and called Lu Lao and Tian Shi uncle, aunt. Lu Lao's face darkened, and Tian Shi's face was even gloomier. Of course, they couldn't accept Bai Xiaoman as their nephew. He was almost crazy. He also wanted to eat leftovers, which was impossible now. Every family's grain was precious. Could they waste it? Lu Lao glared at Lu Dajiang angrily. Take him to find your aunt. What's the point of him coming to our house? Lu Dajiang also thought it was not good to keep him at home, so he had no choice but to send him away. Kaichun, Kaichun, open the door. He only called twice and the door opened. Bai Xiaoman was overjoyed. Without thinking, he rushed inside. This time, no one could drive him out. Even if he had to kneel, he would kneel until he was inside. That's right, he could pretend to faint. With a loud bang, Chi-Chi kicked him so hard he screamed and fell to the ground. Lu Dajiang was so startled by the scolding that he choked and swallowed his words, took 2 steps back, and ran away. It has nothing to do with him. Bai Xiaoman clutched his stomach in pain, his eyes rolling as he prepared to cry out in pain. Lu Kaichun picked up the water bucket beside him and poured water over him with a splash, making him feel cold all over. Bai Xiaoman was caught off guard, and the water made his mouth and nose feel very uncomfortable. Why, cough, cough, cough you. If you don't leave, I don't mind letting my husband kick you out of our village one step at a time. Don't think you can threaten us by holding your stomach and crying for help to get money. Try shouting, and I'll break your legs right away, then send someone to take you back to your parents and pay them 100 taels of silver. Do you think they would be happy to settle it that way? Bai Xiaoman shivered and hurriedly looked at Lu Dagu. Mother, Chi-Chi threw a stone swiftly, hitting him the cheek, making him cry out in pain and cover his face in shock. Lu Kai-chun sneered, "If you can't speak properly, then don't speak. Saying the wrong thing means you'll be punished." Bai Xiaoman was both surprised and angry. "You are too overbearing." Lu Kai-chun said, "Yeah, what can you do about it?" Bai Xiaoman didn't dare call her mother anymore and begged, "I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I promise I will be good and filial from now on. I won't mess around anymore." Lu Kai-chun replied, "Oh, that's your own business. It has nothing to do with us. When you're done talking, you can leave. If you don't leave now, I will really kick you out. Who do you think you are? A stranger, and you dare to come to our house and be so shameless, trying to get benefits?" Chi-Chi was eager to kick this person like a ball. Lu Dogwang remained indifferent, too lazy to say a word to him. Bai Xiaoman finally realized he was scared. He crawled up in a mess and left. Lu Dogwang sighed in relief. That scoundrel is finally gone. "It's really disgusting," Lu Kai-chun said. "Who knows if he will come back again. I'll keep an eye out in the future."
Good.
That day, besides Bai Xiaoman's awkward departure, the villagers also had something to talk about. Downstream, a group of people from Lotus Village came shouting and demanding that the people of Luwan Village open the dam. "No wonder the water downstream has stopped flowing. It turns out you blocked all the water. This river isn't just yours, Luwan Village. Why are you blocking it? Open it now. Open. Open. We also need water. Open it now." Everyone in Luwan Village was angry. "Are you reasonable? We built the dam long ago, not just now. Why should we open it?" "Exactly. Why didn't you do it earlier? Even if we open the dam, the water might not reach your village, and even if it does, it won't stay there. Don't bully us too much. We don't care. This river isn't owned by just you. We need water too. You should have prepared earlier. Who's to blame? Why bother arguing with them?
Let's go and tear down that dam."
Who dares to do that? Why not dare? Try it if you dare. The argument grew louder and more heated. Both sides were eager to act but refused to back down. They stared at each other fiercely, almost ready to fight. Luli, breathing heavily, ran over with a group of people holding sticks. "Everyone stop. Halt now, no one is allowed to do anything." Luli was very authoritative, and everyone in Luwan Village listened to him. They all stopped, glaring at each other angrily. The people from Manhwa Village weren't as cautious. One of them sneered. "Lu Li just arrived. Come and judge. Your village. We're not the ones to judge." Lu Li cut him coldly, giving orders to Lu Sheng, "Take 2 people and go to Lianhua Village. Invite the village head here." Hearing this, Luan villagers felt a bit less frustrated. "Yeah, why isn't your village head coming? Do they know they're in the wrong but are too scared to show up? Why you? Enough, everyone shut up." Luli looked calm and uninterested in arguing with them. Why bother? It would just lower his dignity. The village head of Lianhua village wanted to cause trouble, but was hiding. Of course he would hide. He knew he was in the wrong too. Both villages were about to fight, but Lu Sheng and others went to invite the village head of Lianhua village. The village head of Lianhua secretly cursed Lu Li for being a sly fox but had to come along. Otherwise, he might lose his position as village head. The argument resumed. Luan village refused to open the dam. The upstream had already dried up, and there wasn't much water left in the dam. Why should they give it to others? There was a reservoir, but the water level was dropping. They could still water the gardens and fields a little, but the big project their villagers worked so hard to build definitely wouldn't be given cheaply to outsiders. The people of Lianhua village angrily said, "We can't just let you use all the water, right? The water in the village's drinking pond has dried up, and 2 wells are also empty. The 3rd well still has some water, but the amount has decreased sharply and is not enough for the entire village. Now, each household can only draw 1 bucket of water per day. Yet, you are still blocking the river dam. Do you have no conscience?" Everyone in Luan village was not willing to back down. "Bah. Why did you go away earlier? Didn't our village chief remind you to prepare? We blocked the dam. Can't you block it too? Who told you to be lazy? Whether you have water now or not has nothing to do with us. We didn't just start blocking the dam today. Exactly. Get out of our village. Get lost. You are cold-blooded and unkind. May you be struck by lightning. Watch your language. Say that again if you dare. I think they just deserve a beating. Want to fight? Who's afraid of whom? The two sides argued loudly, getting more and more emotional, almost starting a fight. The village elders kept shouting at them. If anyone wants to fight, step forward. One-on-one. I want to see who is so capable. The village chief from Lu said angrily. The village chief from Bai also shouted. Stop arguing. Lu, let's not talk about the dam anymore. Your village has a spring, right? Can we come over and fetch water? Yes, Lu village chief, please. We heard your spring is unaffected by this terrible weather. Please let us come and get water. Lu frowned, and other villagers were also angry, unable to hold back their protests and curses, which made Lu stop them. Lu was also a bit unhappy. It's not that he blamed the villagers for being upset. After all, no one knew how long this terrible weather would last before it caused a drought. The spring near Lu Saichun's house still looked okay and hadn't dried up yet, but who knew what would happen in the future? If it dried up suddenly, it could happen overnight. Maybe it wouldn't have dried up if the people from Manhwa village hadn't come to ask for too much water, causing the supply to run low. But on the other hand, Lu couldn't just watch them die of thirst. They are fellow villagers. Moreover, many families in Lu village have relatives in Lianhua village. Lu nodded and called Lu Kaichun over. Kaichun, that spring was developed by your family. Although you are generous and everyone in the village relies on your good luck for water now, you also have a say in this water issue. Do you have anything to say?
No?
Just speak freely. Lu Lijing signaled to Lu Kaichun with his eyes, genuinely wanting to hear her opinion on this matter. The villagers of Lianhua village were stunned. Bai Lijing was also surprised.
What?
Old Lu, this doesn't seem right. How can such an important matter be decided by a young woman? Exactly. Maybe Lu Lijing is too embarrassed to refuse, so he let a woman handle it. That's not acceptable. Lu Lijing, you can't do this. Without waiting for Lu Lijing to speak, Lu Kaichun sneered and slowly said, It seems you don't really understand our Lu Bei village. We're neighbors. I buy mushrooms, bamboo shoots, dyes, and herbs in the village. Everyone knows I have some skills and experience. That's why Lijing asked me. Why can't I say something? The crowd from Lianhua village was stunned. They only knew that Lu Bei village had someone like her, but they didn't immediately connect her to the Lu Kaichun they heard about. She's the Lu Kaichun. So it's her. She's the one who bought those things and made everyone in Lu Bei village rich. Wow, I didn't realize. Indeed, strength is the strongest weapon. The villagers from Lianhua, who were initially stubborn or even dismissive, gradually lowered their arrogance and spoke less confidently. Lu Kaichun was annoyed by their comments about women's roles and what women could or couldn't understand. She looked at them sharply and said calmly, Can I speak now? No one dared to meet her gaze. They all looked away nervously. Of course, many of them were probably still unhappy inside. Lu Kaichun could even see some of it in their expressions. But what did it matter? Bai Lijing, can I speak now? Bai Lijing felt a bit uncomfortable. He thought Lu Saichun's bluntness was rude, but since she asked directly, he had to respond, Of course, Kaichun. Say what you want. Everything can be discussed. We're neighbors, after all. Close neighbors are better than distant relatives. We should live peacefully and help each other when needed. Lu Lijing sneered slightly. You send people to threaten and fight, and now you talk about living peacefully? Lu Kaichun said, You've already sent people to threaten and fight. Now you're telling me about peace? Lily was very happy inside. Yes. He shouldn't say this, but it's fine for Kaichun to speak. Bai Lijing and the villagers from Lianhua village all felt very awkward. Misunderstanding, haha. We were just too anxious. Liuli Kaichun said, You can use the water. Come to fetch water twice a day, in the morning and evening, with 5 carts each time. No more than that. Also, you can't use the water for free. You must acknowledge that you owe us a big favor from Luan village, and you need to do 3 things for our village. We will tell you what those are later, when we need help. Isn't that too cheap for them? Are you asking for too much? Both villagers were unhappy. But Liuli Zheng's heart moved. He always felt that Kai-chun had some plan in mind, which was why she made these conditions. Although he didn't understand why right now it didn't matter. He believed he would understand later. All right, everyone stop talking. Listen to Kai-chun. I think this is good. Bai Lijing said, Brother Lu, can't you tell us clearly what you want us to do now? It makes us uneasy not knowing. We haven't decided yet, so we can't say. Don't worry, we won't make things difficult for you.
Kai-chun nodded, yes.
Seeing Liu Lijing agree, Kai-chun felt a bit happier. If Liu Lijing also doubted her, she wouldn't bother. She would do as she pleased, since it didn't affect her life. She was lazy and thought living in the village was quite good. Otherwise, she could just store everything in her space. Where couldn't she go? If she didn't listen now, when real trouble came, she could just leave. She didn't like meddling in other people's affairs at all. Bai Lijing felt helpless and could only agree. Kai-chun said, words are not enough. We need a written agreement. Bai Lijing replied that all right. Kai-chun continued, also, I believe everyone has heard some rumors. The villages are a bit restless now. There are occasional thefts and sneaky tricks. We don't interfere in others' affairs. But if we find anyone from Manhwa village stealing or sneaking around at our place, you won't get a drop of water from us. Our village people wouldn't do such things. Exactly who would steal or sneak around? Liu Lijing said, Kai-chun didn't say you all steal or sneak. She just wants to be clear up front, so there are no misunderstandings later. Bai Lijing asked, what if someone from your village steals or sneaks at our place? Kai-chun looked at him silently. If someone from your village steals or sneaks, you can punish them however you see fit. Does this kind of problem still need someone to teach? Bai Lijing choked with anger. Don't worry, no one in our village steals chickens or dogs. Otherwise, I won't forgive them first. Both sides signed and sealed the agreement, so this matter is settled. Now they can go back and bring the ox cart to fetch water. The people of Lotus Flower Village are very happy and say they want to go see the spring water pond in Luan Village right now. Lu Lijing and Lu Kai-chun have no objections. The villagers of Luan are both unwilling and proud, reluctant and hesitant. They all shout and go together. They feel uneasy. After all, it's their village's spring water pond. Such a good pond makes them proud and gives them face. They hope it stays that way and that the people from Lotus Flower Village don't spoil it. Lu Kai-chun uses blue bricks, and the village uses manpower. The large bottom, walls, and part of the ground of the spring water pond are all tightly built and paved with blue bricks. There are 2 ponds, one for fetching drinking water and the other for collecting water to wash vegetables, clothes, or other small items nearby. After washing, the dirty water is poured into the ditch entrance. It flows along the gutter to the ditch below the embankment, making a big turn, and then directly flows into the river. Now, during the drought, the water in the ditch is used up before reaching the river. The nearby fields also benefit, growing lush and green, with full rice ears that make people jealous. The people of Lotus Flower Village stare wide-eyed at the 2 clear, full spring water ponds with envy and jealousy. Wow, so much water. Really so much. I've never seen so much. This water is so good, so nice. It's still so clear. Unlike the muddy well water they draw from their well, which looks different from before. The villagers of Lotus Flower Village are almost crying with envy, rushing forward to scoop water from the ditch and drink. The clear, clean spring water in their hands remains pure. Taking a sip, it's cool and sweet, as if it washes away the dust from their lungs, making them feel refreshed. So sweet. Delicious. So delicious. I'm so jealous. Yeah, it would be great if our village also had such a spring water pond.
Sigh.
The people of Luan lift their heads high, proud and confident. You're dreaming if you think it's that easy. After Lotus Flower Village came to ask for water, two other nearby villages, Hujia Village and Gaoliang Village, also came to ask for water. Lu Kai-chun still agreed to their conditions. Many villagers in the village are worried that their spring water might decrease, but Lu Kai-chun doesn't bother to pay attention to this problem. Water shortage is a serious matter. If water isn't shared with people, conflicts will happen eventually, which would be a big loss. Of course, she is very confident that her spring water will never run out. Lu Lijing secretly asked her why she agreed to such a trade condition. Lu Kai-chun was honest. The water shortage near the provincial capital doesn't seem that serious, but along the way from our county to the city, the drought is very severe. I don't know how the neighboring province is doing. Overall, I feel things might not be good. If chaos breaks out, our village, though remote, might also be affected. Two fists can't fight four hands, so having a helper would be good. Lu Lijing's heart skipped a beat. It can't be that bad, right? Lu Kai-chun looked calm. Who knows? In her previous life, who could have imagined? It was just abnormal weather and frequent disasters. Who knew it would turn into a doomsday scenario? For some reason, seeing her calm yet cold expression made Lu Lijing feel uneasy. He couldn't ask any more questions. I think what you're saying makes sense. That's good, that's good. After dealing with these worries, Lu Kai-chun took Chuki home to prepare deer meat. They simmered the deer tendons until tender, then braised them, boiled the deer bones for soup, stir-fried sliced deer meat with green peppers and garlic sprouts. Tomorrow, they planned to cook more deer dishes, stewed, roasted, and fried deer liver. Just thinking about it made their mouths water. That night, the three of them happily enjoyed a delicious deer meat feast, filled with wonderful aroma. Husband, when the weather gets cooler, how about we go into the mountains again to look for deer? Chuki looked at her and nodded. Yes. Big Aunt Lu smiled happily and didn't stop them. Chuki was a bit special. He brought back so many good things from the mountain, so it seemed like safety wasn't a big concern. Lu Kai-chun planned to go to the provincial capital again. She still enjoyed earning money and wanted to keep working hard. Weak people only complain about their environment, but strong people do more. They not only complain but also use the environment to their advantage.
What does the old saying say?
Good fortune depends on misfortune, and misfortune relies on good fortune. Both danger and opportunity exist together. Earning more money might lead to big gains if chaos really breaks out. Before heading to the provincial capital, she needed to prepare. She still had chili sauce to sell and watermelon to grow. The kiwi vines, jujube trees, hawthorn trees, and watermelon seedlings she brought back had already been planted on the hillside behind the house. There used to be lemon trees, loquat trees, pomegranate trees, and Sichuan pepper trees there. There are still 5 or 6 gardenia trees taller than a person. During the clearing, they deliberately left about 10 acres untouched, only doing simple pruning of trees and vines. The weeds were left as they were. Digging a hole was enough to plant a tree. The spiritual spring water kept the trees healthy and lively. The trees stood tall and vigorous. They kept the area in the most remote spot, and nothing happened there, so they didn't go often. It's okay if he happens to see it someday. He asked about the trees they planted earlier. Who can remember all the small details exactly? The watermelons on the vine grew slowly, accumulating over 10 drops of spiritual spring water. They kept 2 drops for emergencies and 12 more to help the watermelons grow faster. The watermelons grown this way turned out bigger than wild ones. They weighed over 6 jin, about 3 kilograms. Wild watermelons are usually only around 3 jin, so this is double the size. When cut open, the inside was even redder, with more juice. There were fewer seeds, and the taste was sweeter. Lu Kai-chun nodded with satisfaction. Yes, that's how it is. Cassava and potatoes were already of excellent quality, so there was no change there. But wild watermelons still had a lot of room for improvement, so the spiritual spring water helped them evolve. 1 drop of spring water could produce about 32 larger watermelons after evolution, each weighing over 6 jin. Suddenly, they had over 2,000 jin, around 1,000 kilograms. When they reached the provincial city and had extra spiritual spring water, they could boost their crops again, if they sold well. They were becoming prosperous. That evening at dinner, Lu Kai-chun said he wanted to go to the provincial city. Chu Chi immediately looked at him, clearly implying he wanted to go too. Lu Kai-chun smiled and understood without words. Of course he wanted to go. Lu Degu, Aunt Lu, started to worry again. Isn't it true that now there are more thefts and sneaky tricks? And with this drought, isn't the road dangerous? What if there's a robbery? Ugh, I'm just a jinx, speaking bad luck. Anyway, be careful on the way. Go early, come back early. Aunt Lu knew she couldn't stop Lu Kai-chun from going. Lu Kai-chun nodded.
Don't worry, Aunt.
With Chu Chi here, I'll be fine.
Chu Ki diplit, mama.
They prepared spicy chili paste and set out early the next morning. As usual, they rented a donkey cart once they reached the county town. The weather was very hot, making the journey tough. The donkeys pulling the cart couldn't handle it, and the people inside suffered too. They stopped and went along the way, planning to spend the night in a small town halfway and continue the next day. The drought was obvious. Everything felt dull and lifeless. Some people looked unfriendly at their donkey cart, but no one dared to do anything. The next afternoon, they arrived in the provincial capital. The city was still bustling and prosperous, with no obvious differences from before. Lu Kai-chun sighed. This is the provincial capital, rich and powerful. On the 7th day, he laughed and nodded in agreement. My wife is right. It was the first time he heard someone use the phrase rich and powerful like that. They still stayed at the same inn as before, and Lu Kai-chun went to see shopkeeper Tang. He still needed dye, herbs, and chili paste. Shopkeeper Tang said he still wanted them. He mentioned that the last batch of dye and herbs was almost gone and looked a bit regretful. Honestly, because of the drought, these things are getting harder to find and the quality isn't as good. The things Lady Lu brought are all good. If the quality was the same as before, I would raise the price by 2 coins per jean for each item. Really? Thank you so much, Shopkeeper Tang. Don't worry, the quality of what I brought definitely won't decline. Haha, I knew Lady Lu was reliable. By the way, Shopkeeper Tang, you know a lot. Do you know if there's a drought in places other than Xizang? Shopkeeper Tang sighed, of course. Nanchuan, which is connected to Xizang, and Yunyang to the west of Nanchuan are both bad. I heard Yunyang is the worst, with frequent fights and conflicts among civilians, bloodshed, and unrest. Lu Kai-chun frowned slightly and lowered his voice. Does the court not care? Shopkeeper Tang coughed and also lowered his voice, with a hint of sarcasm and coldness. In the capital, nothing is lacking. If something is short, it's not short for the emperor. The emperor doesn't know about these things. Besides, forget it, I won't say more. Lady Lu, don't worry. We're old friends. I won't shortchange you. Just take the silver and stockpile grain and salt. It won't hurt. Yes. Thank you for the reminder. Lu Kai-chun smiled warmly. Shopkeeper Tang, we're old friends. Is there anything you can't say?
Just tell me.
I want to know. Don't worry, I'll just listen to gossip and won't tell anyone. Perhaps Lu Saichuan's sincere attitude, or his trustworthy character, or maybe Shopkeeper Tang just enjoyed gossiping. He thought for a moment and whispered, the emperor is young. He just ascended the throne at the beginning of the year. I heard he's having serious conflicts with his uncles, the princes. The court doesn't know when they'll reduce the power of the princes. Right now, they're busy with that, so they don't have time to care about our little area. Lu Kai-chun suddenly understood. Reduce the power of the princes? She didn't know if this time and space were the same as her previous life, just in a different timeline, but she understood the power struggles among the vassal lords. The emperor was about to clash with the vassal kings. For those in power, authority was the most important thing. Whether few provinces were dry or not, they cared but didn't care that much. It seemed unlikely the court would send aid for disasters. Fortunately, Lu Kai-chun didn't rely on that either. Luckily, their village was quite remote, and they had spiritual spring water, so they weren't worried about starving. That's how it is. Looks like we need to stock more grain and make more money, she said. Shopkeeper Tang was happy too, smiling and nodding. Exactly, relying on yourself is best. Lu Kai-chun uncovered the cloth covering her basket and smiled. Shopkeeper Tang, Our village still has some loquats about this size. Want some? Also, some freshly picked watermelons, super sweet. Shopkeeper Tang's eyes lit up.
How many loquats are left?
About 3,000 jin. Yes, I'll buy them at 40 coins per jin. Let me try the watermelons first, and then set the price. Sure.
These are basically for you to try.
Tang sampled a loquat. It was still fresh, sweet and clear, with fine flesh, top quality. He asked the clerk to cut open a watermelon. The crisp of the rind splitting, red flesh full of juice, and the sweet, fragrant aroma of watermelon filled the air. Great watermelon. Excellent. After tasting a bite, he gave a thumbs up. Really good watermelon, very sweet. Such sweetness is rare this year. Your village must be blessed with good luck. Lu Kai-chun smiled silently. Whether their village was truly blessed was uncertain, but with her there, it was definitely precious. Tang and his 3 assistants praised the watermelons non-stop. They ate some themselves and also offered Lu Kai-chun some. They quickly agreed on a price. 30 coins per jin. It was the season for watermelons, so this price was quite good. Lu Kai-chun had no objections. Anyway, she planned to come back in a month. She would have plenty of watermelons then, and wouldn't worry about selling them. They still had about 3,300 jin of loquats, selling 3,000 jin, and keeping over 300 jin for themselves. The watermelons alone weighed over 3,000 jin. From these 2 items alone, they earned more than 228 taels of silver. They also sold dye and medicinal herbs for over 302 taels. They brought a lot of chili paste too, and after deducting all costs, they earned over 36 taels of silver. Although that amount seemed small, it was only relatively so. This trip brought in more than 560 taels, and they made a little profit. They still needed to buy raw materials for Yufu Shuang, so this time they bought 50 bottles from 2 different roost shops, each costing
9 taels per bottle.
They asked about the prices of grains, oil, and salt. Absurd, so they decided not to buy. They bought several other delicious items, spending several taels of silver. This time, she also wanted to buy another item, farming tools. She bought hoes, shovels, and machetes, everything available. She ordered 3 hoes, 30 shovels, and 10 machetes from 6 different blacksmith shops. She didn't want to order more because of restrictions on certain items. If she asked for 100 hoes and machetes, the officials would surely notice her. Luckily, the blacksmiths agreed to sell her because she paid quickly and said she was helping the villagers. She even wanted to make 2 sets of iron bows and 20 or 30 iron arrows, but didn't dare ask. Otherwise, the authorities might send someone to arrest her and question her, or worse, punish her severely. In total, she spent over 200 taels of silver on the purchase and deposits. Iron tools are really expensive. They're costly but worth it. She must buy what she needs. She is used to planning ahead. Anyway, she's not short of money. She spends more than she earns. Lu Kai-chun was busy earning and spending money. On the 7th day, she took the chance to meet with her trusted confidant. How is it in the capital? Reporting to the master. Not very well. The emperor favors Empress Ning. Ning Xiang and the left Grand Secretary Lu Qinghe are pushing hard for the emperor to reduce the power of the feudal lords. This matter might happen soon. The court is in chaos, but the emperor listens only to Ning Xiang and the empress. Others don't matter. So, my brother-in-law, don't worry. King Yan is aware of the situation. Our Su family knows you are safe now, so they're at ease. Anyway, Ning family is in the wrong about this matter. Even if they want to make a show of it, they shouldn't be the first to target King Yan. Su Yunqi, also known as the young hero of the 7th year, is skilled in riding and shooting, talented and outstanding among the youth, admired by many noble ladies. Ning Huangho's younger brother, Ning Yuji, also has feelings for Su Yunqi, which makes Ning Yuji, already jealous of Su Yunqi, lose control. Ning Yuji forced Su Yunqi to race horses. Su Yunqi is proud and confident. Since someone was provoking him deliberately, why should he give in? Ning Yuji couldn't handle losing and secretly sabotaged him, but it backfired. He ended up breaking both legs and becoming disabled for life. Empress Ning cried loudly. The Ning family refused to give up and insisted Su Yunqi had intentionally harmed Ning Yuji. The emperor was furious and ordered a thorough investigation to avenge his brother-in-law and protect the empress's heart. But the Su family was a founding family with a noble house and strong influence. They had the support of King Yen, the newly crowned young emperor trying to control everything and distort the truth. How could they be defeated? The investigation showed that Ning Yuji brought this on himself. This incident severely damaged the reputation of the Ning family and Empress Ning, as well as the new emperor himself. The new emperor is the eldest grandson of the previous emperor. His father was the crown prince who sadly died young. The previous emperor loved and cared for him deeply, raising him personally and expecting everyone to respect him. Everyone knew that the previous emperor would pass the throne to him. And indeed, that was what happened. After the previous emperor died, the new emperor naturally took the throne. He had never suffered any loss or lost face since he was young. In his view, everyone admired and respected him, and even those with dissatisfaction dared not oppose him. But he was first faced with a setback. He was emperor, and in front of his beloved empress, he made a promise, but then broke it. The new emperor couldn't swallow this insult. At first, he was just upset for the empress and her younger brother, wanting to defend their honor. But later, it became about him needing to save face himself. However, the Su family was powerful, and the truth was clear with solid evidence. As emperor, he couldn't openly act recklessly. So, he resorted to secret measures. When Empress Ning cried out about the matter, the new emperor, confused, agreed to her request. It turned out that the Ning family had bribed some martial artists to set up a trap to kill Su Yunqi. Su Yunqi overestimated the Ning family's tolerance and decency, never expecting them to be so despicable and shameless. He was caught in their trap. If not for a rare of luck, being saved by Lu Kaichun with spiritual spring water, he would have definitely died. In fact, the Su family had already investigated the truth and eliminated all the martial artists involved in the attack. The Su family and everyone else thought he was already dead. The Marquis's wife fell seriously ill, and the Wei Marquis's residence was filled with gloom and anger. This incident caused a huge stir in the capital, spreading widely. Everyone knew it was the Ning family's doing, with the emperor's backing, but no one dared to speak out. From then on, no one dared to provoke the Ning family again. However, at the same time, the reputation of the Ning family and the emperor was greatly damaged. Any wise person would be hesitant to follow such an emperor. The Wei Marquis resigned from his official position, claiming illness and staying out of sight. The matter seemed to be left unresolved. The Wei Marquis's residents couldn't do anything more, or they would be insulting the emperor again and risking retaliation. No one knew what that might be. They could only endure silently and wait for the right moment. Meanwhile, the emperor and the Ning family felt triumphant, as if they had finally turned the tide. Su Yunqi died young, and the emperor felt somewhat guilty, rewarding the Wei Marquis's family generously. After Su Yunqi regained his memory, he secretly sent a message home. The key members of the Wei Guogong mansion were all very happy and told him to stay outside for now and not return yet, because the situation had changed again. The emperor was determined to reduce the power of the princes. Because he felt guilty about Wei Guogong, he also became more wary of King Yen. He wouldn't be the first to attack King Yen. They decided to wait and see what happens. On the 7th day, Su Yunqi talked with his trusted confidant for a while and shared news. He planned to go back as if nothing happened and continue being his son-in-law. The world might soon face chaos. He wasn't sure what would happen to his wife, but no matter what, he could protect her. The fake couple each went to do their own things. Both were quite satisfied with their results. Tonight, let's go to Tianxiaxian to enjoy some good food. How about going home tomorrow? Since we're here, we shouldn't leave without a good reason. Su Yunqi smiled and agreed. His wife's suspicion of him had long been obvious and exposed. When she was making chili oil, she sent him out to work but didn't let him stay at home. Still, The smell was strong enough that he couldn't miss it. When they arrived, the car only carried a few jars of chili sauce as a token gesture. It was hard for her to pretend otherwise. But he was genuinely curious. He wondered how much she had sold and how much silver she had earned during her trip to the provincial city. Seeing her smiling brightly and full of energy, he guessed she had made quite a bit of money. Tianxia Xian was a famous luxury restaurant in the provincial city. It was said that the most expensive meal cost 500 taels of silver. Lu Kaichun certainly couldn't afford that, but 20 taels for a meal was manageable. Indeed, luxury had its reasons. Dishes like three-set duck, longjing shrimp, steamed mandarin fish, lotus chicken slices, silver ear mushrooms with vegetables, and beef soup were all expertly prepared and delicious. Spending 20 taels on 5 dishes, and a soup was worth it. As for the more famous dishes in the restaurant, like clear soup swallow, braised shark fin, stuffed yellow croaker, stewed sea cucumber, and crispy pastries, she couldn't afford them for now. Plus, those dishes needed to be reserved days in advance. Back home, Lu Kaichun finally learned that Bai Xiaoman and Old Bai's family had shamelessly come to bother them again. Old Bai and his wife, along with their son, daughter-in-law, and Bai Xiaoman, went to Luan village. They tried to repeat their old tricks, trying to force Bai Xiaoman, who was useless, onto Lu Daegu as a son so they could continue to exploit him. When they saw the big yard and the large house, their eyes turned green with greed. At that moment, they didn't think about anything else. Their only thought was that Lu Daegu had to agree. As long as Lu Daegu nodded, everything in front of them would eventually belong to them. And Lu Kaichun? They didn't care about her at all. A young girl, and she still dares to rebel? Old Lady Lu heard the knocking and their voices, feeling both angry and annoyed. The house had everything, so she simply refused to open the door. Let them fuss around. Once they've had enough, they will leave on their own. The Bai family was very disappointed. Like Bai Xiaoman, they went to find Old Man Lu and Mrs. Tian. Bai's third wife pulled Mrs. Tian aside and whispered to her. Mrs. Tian sneered and pushed her away. Is it true that she doesn't want to deal with Lu Kaichun and Old Lady Lu? If she had the ability, why wait until now? They went to look for trouble, and she was happy to watch the show, but she definitely wouldn't go herself. The Bai family cursed and grumbled as they left Old Man Lu's house, feeling down. Not sure what they were thinking, they wandered around the backyard of Lu Saichun's house. The cassava and potatoes were growing lush and green, looking very healthy, which made them very jealous. They pulled out 2 cassava plants. The stems hadn't started growing roots yet, so they left them aside. But the potatoes had already produced some small fruits. They weren't fully grown yet, but one plant had 7 or 8 small fruits underneath, some only the size of a thumb, others as big as a small chicken egg. The Bai family didn't recognize what these were, but since Lu Saichun's family grew so many, they must be good stuff. The whole family was overjoyed.
Pull more.
Take them home. These look a bit like taro, and probably taste good too.
Wow, so many fruits.
Luckily, Diju saw and started shouting. Old Lady Lu was so angry, she hurriedly asked Diju to go invite Lu Lijing to come help. She grabbed A and rushed over. Stealing crops will bring lightning and thunder. You wicked dogs, stop right now. Oh no! Oh no! People from Baishir village are stealing from our village. There are thieves. Anton was also at home. When Daju ran to call for help, he first called his mother. Aunt and cursed. And quickly ran off. The Bai family saw that Old Lady Lu wasn't afraid at all, even arguing back, we're all family. If we're short of food at home, what's wrong with that? Don't say such harsh words. Bai's third wife smiled and said, Sister-in-law, don't be so stingy. We're family. If you don't give us these good things, we'll take them ourselves. And you're still reluctant? That's cold-hearted. After all, Xiaoman is your son. You've been kind to him for so many years, right? Old Lady Lu was so angry her vision blurred. She swung her flat fiercely at Bai's third wife. She was so scared she screamed and dodged. Why are you hitting people? You're the ones who are shameless and rude. Old White Three's eyes flashed with anger. You started it, so don't blame us. At this moment, Aunt Anne hurried over, gasping for breath. Seeing that about 10 potato plants had been pulled out and scattered, she was heartbroken. What are you doing? Stealing crops. Are you trying to die? Do you think no one in Luan village cares? Crops in the field are the farmer's lifeline. Stealing crops is like harming their parents. It's a serious crime. No matter where it happens, being caught stealing and punished is deserved. Old White Three hurriedly shouted, We're not stealing. We're family, you know that.
Get lost.
Our family tree has been changed. We're not your family anymore. You're thieves.
Thieves.
Aunt Lu Daegu was so angry she almost hit them with a stick. These potatoes were hard to grow, and they checked on them every few days, treating them like treasures. But in just a moment, these scoundrels had pulled out so many. Luckily, Dashu saw what was happening, or else the land might have been ruined completely. This family is ruthless, greedy, and they never stop. Aunt Lu Daegu was cold with fear. White Old Three's wife's eyes lit up when she heard this. If we change the family tree back, it's easy. Sister-in-law, we've thought it over, and we've decided to return Xiaoman to you. She's quite pitiful, and if she respects you and takes care of you in the future, wouldn't that be good? Aunt Lu Daegu staggered, furious. Aunt Anne couldn't help but clutch her chest. Oh, listen to this. Is this how people talk? Why am I so angry? White Old Three said, Xiaoman is our own flesh and blood. We even gave up our own children for you. You can't just show no gratitude at all. White Old Three's son and daughter-in-law nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. Xiaoman looked like a very obedient son, and he looked at Aunt Lu Daegu with great respect. Mother, I will always be good to you in the future. Seeing everything Aunt Lu Daegu now had, how could he give up easily? Although he was kicked out last time, as long as he persisted, with so many years of mother-son love, his mother would forgive and accept him. His mother only had her now. Of course, he couldn't tell White Old Three and his wife this now. He would tell his mother privately later. Aunt Lu was so angry she couldn't speak, and she looked at Aunt and girl. Listen. Does this sound like proper talk? This is all nonsense. They're all shameless. If they had any shame, they wouldn't do these things.
Stop.
If you dare to pull out one more potato, see if I don't cut off your hands. Stop. Aunt Lu saw that Nyo, the wife of Bai Datsong, was sneaking around trying to pull potatoes. She swung her broomstick and rushed over, glaring fiercely at her. Aunt Anne hurriedly went to scold them. Enough. The potatoes aren't even ripe yet. You're stealing like cowards, afraid of thunder and lightning. Nyo grinned and said, We're family, no need to be so petty. Lu Lijing and his wife, along with about 10 men and women, hurried over in a rush. Where are the thieves?
Where are they?
That by Lao San and his wife. Do they think no one in Luan village will stop them? Who gave them the guts to do this? Seeing so many people coming, Bai Lao San and his family panicked. It's all a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Yeah, we were just looking around. We're family after all. We just wanted to see what was pulled out didn't destroy any crops. Little sister-in-law, you can't be so unkind. Please explain to Lu Lijing. Lu Lijing looked cold and said, What are you doing in the fields?
Come out now.
Bai Lao San's family mumbled and hesitated, not very willing. Lu Lijing sternly shouted, Come out. Bai Lao San's wife patted her chest and said, Oh, why are you shouting so loudly? We were just looking around. Under the angry gazes of everyone, Bai Lao San's family reluctantly and nervously walked out of the potato field, pretending to be relaxed. A group of people arrived outside Lu Saichuan's big yard. Bai Lao San's wife couldn't wait and said with a big smile, Let's go inside and talk. It's better than standing outside, right? Bai Lao San quickly nodded, That's right. We should be polite. Stop right there. Aunt Lu, unable to bear it any longer, swung her broomstick to block them and scolded harshly. You're addicted to stealing, huh? Want to go inside?
Uffed.
Do you even deserve that? Why you, Lu Lijing, they stole our potatoes. Please help us make them return it. Even if the potatoes aren't ripe yet, they shouldn't get away with it. Thinking about the potatoes that were pulled out before they could grow, Aunt Lu felt heartbroken and clenched her teeth. When Kai-chun comes back, how am I supposed to explain this to her? When she mentioned Lu Kai-chun, everyone in Luan village looked tense and stared more harshly at Bai Lao-sen and his group. Aunt and hurriedly said, "It's not their fault. The blame lies with the thieves. When Kai-chun and Chiki return, we won't let them get away." Lu Lijing looked coldly at Bai Lao-san's family and asked, "How many potatoes did you steal? Hand them over." "We didn't steal anything." "No, really, don't falsely accuse us. We didn't take anything." "Lu Lijing, that's a bit too much."
How can you say that?
Lu Lijing replied, "Are you going to hand them over yourselves, or do I call someone to search you?" The Bai family members panicked and said angrily, "Why should we be searched?" Big Aunt Lu said, "Lu Lijing, these shameless people don't understand words. It's better to search them directly." "All right, let's search." Stop. Bai Lao-sen panicked and quickly took out the potatoes hidden in his arms and pockets. "I was planning to give them to Lu's younger siblings after I got inside. I didn't mean to hide them, really." The villagers looked at him with disdain, and some mocked. If they hadn't been forced to search, could they have honestly handed over the potatoes? Bai Lao-san's wife, unwilling but helpless, quickly agreed with her husband and also handed over her hidden potatoes. The villagers in Luan were shocked. That many? My goodness, it seems these potatoes are really high yield. Yeah, I didn't expect that. Now they're so big. Just imagine when they're ripe and ready for harvest. Great, this is wonderful. Bai Lao-san's family was heartbroken. "They're all here, haha, they're all here." Big Aunt Lu sneered, "Really? I find it hard to believe. With your shameless faces, how could you not hide things?" Lu Lijing, better search them again. Lu Lijing, annoyed, nodded.
All right.
Since Kai-chun wasn't home, someone came to bother them. If he didn't do his job properly, how could he explain to Kai-chun when she returned? Lu Lijing gave the order, and the men and women who came with him rushed forward. Men searched men, women searched women, and they all searched Bai Lao-san's family thoroughly. Bai Lao-san's family struggled desperately, furious. "Let me go. Let me go."
Ah!
"You can't do this. You're breaking your promises. You can't do this. Help! Help!" Big Aunt Lu sneered, "Yell all you want. No one can save you now. You won't believe it. None of these troublemakers are honest." They searched everyone and found potatoes on each person. Not just one, but multiple. They even found 5 potatoes on old Mrs. Bai's daughter-in-law. The whole family is just a bunch of thieves. Everyone is stunned. Such a family of liars. Phew, not a single good person among them. Well, to be fair, these potatoes are really high yield. Yes, they are indeed very productive. Old Mr. Bai's family is furious and about to lose their temper. "You're breaking your promises. Who gave you permission to search us? Who told you to do that? You're breaking your word." Ladaga steps forward and slaps old Mrs. Bai's daughter-in-law hard across the face. "You shameless thing. How dare you shout? Stealing crops is wrong, and you deserve to be punished. How can you still justify stealing?" "Exactly. Stealing crops deserves a harsh punishment." "Yes, harsh punishment indeed." Old Mr. Bai's family is so scared they're trembling. Little Bai man yells out, Mother, I am your son. You raised me, and I can't forget your kindness." Anne sighs, "I'm almost sick of hearing this. Lu Mei, and you are no longer mother and child. You just want to get a share of the family property. It's disgusting." Ladaga laughs. "They're so stupid. They forgot that I didn't bring anything back when I came to join Kai-chun. All of this belongs to Kai-chun, not me. I really don't understand what they're scheming. How could Kai-chun's family even let them in? They're just crazy about trying to get something for nothing." Everyone laughs and teases. "That's just pure foolishness. It's all because Kai-chun is too capable. No wonder they're jealous, haha. The reputation of Bai Shi village has been completely ruined by them." Lu Lijing's mind suddenly clicks, and he quickly says, "Go get some rope and tie them all up." Lu Quan and Lu Sheng, you too, take these people to Baishir village and have the village elders teach them a lesson. If they come back to steal again, don't blame us for being harsh. Beat them up, no matter what. Yes, father. Lu Quan and Lu Sheng don't hesitate. They call over some people and quickly tie up the family. They struggle and thrash, turning red with anger, shouting about misunderstandings, false accusations, and desperately begging Lu Dago to testify for them. Lu Dago rolls his eyes and ignores them completely. When begging fails, the angry Bai family members start cursing and yelling. Perfect, they've just found a reason to beat them up. This is just what they needed. He was rude and insulting others. Why pick a fight? Everyone started fighting with fists and kicks, beating the white old three family badly. Still dare to insult us after breaking into someone's house. Stealing things isn't enough. Now you're talking back? Fine. We'll teach you a lesson. Hit them hard. Make sure they learn their lesson. Let's see if they still talk back. Hey, they even dare to curse? That's enough punishment. Beat them to death. Beat them to death. The white family cried out in distress and started begging for mercy. Lu Lijing watched their faces light up like a busy market, full of smiles, and finally told everyone to stop, quickly send them away, and make sure to explain everything clearly. Don't worry, Dad. Lu Quan and Lu Sheng, the brothers, took the family back to Baishir village. As soon as they entered the village, it caused a big fuss. People gathered around to watch, and everyone in Luan village told the story from start to finish. At this moment, the white old three family was silenced and looked anxious, their foreheads bulging with veins. Unfortunately, Luan village officially sent them back, and with Lu Lijing's words, everyone knew that the white old three family was not trustworthy. Even if they weren't silenced, no one would believe them over others. Lu Quan handed the family over to Lu Lijing, firmly giving instructions, ignoring their awkward expressions, and left confidently. Lu Lijing ordered someone to untie the white old three family. As soon as they were free, they started crying and shouting, claiming they were wrongly accused. We came to visit relatives, not to steal. We didn't take anything from their fields. We just looked out of curiosity. It's a misunderstanding. Big Aunt Lu was too much. We meant well by bringing her son, but she didn't appreciate it and turned around to blame us. Lu Lijing, you have to stand up for us. Yes, they're bullying us. Lu Lijing, look at what they've done to us. They must compensate us. Lu Lijing was very angry. The others in Baishir village looked at each other with rolled eyes. This family really owed a lot. Didn't they trust Lu Lijing? Or did they believe them? Everyone saw clearly how big Aunt Lu left Baishir village and what her attitude was. Over the years, everyone knew what kind of people they were. Lu Lijing pointed at them with trembling fingers. Listen carefully. If you dare to steal again, embarrass us, or ruin Baishir village's reputation, I will expel your family from the clan. Lu Lijing, did you hear me? Or do you want to leave right now? Old Bai San and his family suddenly dared not make a sound.